both players, all the players this weekend were given tokens to represent their ink combinations of their decks. So in a moment after they've done there we go, a nice smile between the players. Good to see that they're feeling good vibes already. But yeah, the bench phase, they will reveal at the same time which deck they're benching for the opponent. We'll put that aside, and then both players will reveal at the same time in secret which deck they're going to be starting with for game one. And if you win with a deck, you have to retire that deck and move on to your last remaining non-bench deck. Whereas if you lose, you can choose to switch to your other non-bench deck or stick with the same one. So that's going to be super fascinating to continue to watch that play out today.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Matches, I think, can be won or lost based entirely on your bench choice and then which deck you choose to bring into the first match or the first game. And you know, because that's a game as well. You know, knowing that you're on the play or on the draw and knowing your opponent's options and yours, that first game selection really sets the tone for the entire match, and you can be either way ahead in terms of odds of winning or way behind depending on how you navigate this first phase of a triple deck constructed match.
Yeah, fantastic. So these players having a little chat with each other. I think they've pretty much finished their review stage, just waiting for the official clearance that they can move on to the benching. But yeah, what a match to start us off. Illy versus Eds for North America versus Europe. A great way to start. And here we go into the benching phase. Both players putting face down the deck that they don't want to see. And Illy is going to be benching Amber Steel for Ed, and Ed banning Ruby Amethyst for Illy. The two, this is the ultimate like rivalry in my opinion throughout Lorcana history, is Amber Steel versus Ruby Amethyst.
And that's true.
And we're not going to see it.
We're not going to see either one. So look at that. This indicates to me, I didn't see who won the die roll, but this indicates to me that Illy is most likely on the play here, selecting to play his Amber Sapphire deck first. You're going to get to see a spicy showcase. This is a really, really fun deck to watch. There's some fascinating play lines here. A lot of ward in this deck.
Yeah.
So get ready. If you haven't seen it yet, you're going to have some fun. Ed on the other side choosing to take his Emerald Amethyst deck into this round one. And I need to review the deck list again. I can't remember if this is the discard of the tempo version. I believe it's tempo.
Yeah, you review that. I'll just quickly talk through Illy's a little bit. This Amber Sapphire deck, as Liam mentioned, a lot of warded characters, and we do have puppies, everybody in the audience. I'm sure some people were very excited about that. We're playing cards like the turn one, the one-drop Patch, who gets an extra lure if there's another puppy in play, and he has ward. A very interesting card in this deck as well is Ludwig von Drake. Definitely one of the main reasons to want to play this ink combination, in my opinion. The dual link Ludwig von Drake being a 2-drop on play. It's basically a bare necessities on a body. You look at your opponent's hand and you can discard a non-character card. And when Ludwig von Drake is banished, he gets to go into your Inkwell and continue to be a resource for the game.
It's Grandma Tala, Bare Necessities combined, and a fantastic card. Arguably one of the best cards in the game, but they stuck it in a color combination, which isn't typically played. And of course, Illy's saying, you know what, I'm going to unlock this card and find a way to play it here.
Absolutely.
And taking it into triple deck, which is one of the things that makes this format so fun.
Yeah, and we see things like Lady Family Dog, which is another card that's been really popular since its release in Reign of Jafar, a 3-drop that allows you to play a 2-drop or less for free. And this lady is a 2/2 quest for 2. So that's a really aggressive strategy. We have things like Daisy Duck, obviously a fantastic 1-drop, just questing for 2 with that big bulky 4 willpower. And even things like Anna Braving the Storm. A shout out to Ali Sweet, I know that's one of her favorite cards. And Alice Savvy Sailor, a shout out to Harlan Sweet, one of his favorite cards. So great to see some really spicy cards having a place in the top 8 of the World Championship. And Thunderbolt, Liam, Thunderbolt!
Thunderbolt. You will likely see Thunderbolt in this match. He makes a huge impact when he comes down.
7 willpower, Liam!
And on turn 3, potentially. It's super, super fun. Over on Ed's side, he's playing the more tempo version of this deck. I know in recent sets we've seen the Amethyst Emerald deck become, people have worked the discard package in, kind of divorcing it from Steel and putting it with the Amethyst build. But here, Ed's playing more of the tempo package, a lot of cards that we're used to seeing. There's some Merlin Crabs, there's a lot of Diablos. Sometimes this deck is referred to as, whoops, all Diablos, because there's 16 of them in here. And also the 5th Spirit Genie Wish Fulfilled, Ed running those. Peter Pan Shadow Finder. It's a fairly standard tempo list, I think, these days. On the top end, we do have Crickies, which can make for incredibly impactful turns in character-based decks. And Cricky is a card that we could see make a huge difference here if Ed is looking to get over a Thunderbolt.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Sorry about the delay in starting right now, but yes, we will be... I will be doing a bit of an unofficial cast on my own Twitch channel and on Podcana as well. I also recommend going over, checking out the official live stream, go over and watch Specie and Moin on Specie's channel. But I had nothing else to do today. I was at an LGS yesterday watching day one, and I figured I would throw my hat in the bag and let's just start casting. Let's enjoy these games. So, yeah, we've got Edmund Shue, obviously a North American champion, also Dallas Fort Worth champion against Ely. Ely on this Amber Sapphire Puppies deck. Now, I was talking to some friends yesterday, and I think it's really, really great to see the variety and diversity in decks from this event and from this format. But that's one thing that I think players need to remember for this format specifically. It's why a deck like Amber Sapphire can perform so well, because you have the option to bench that steel deck, right? I think if you bring a deck like this to your set championships, of course you could run hot and you could perform well. You would probably have to dodge a lot of those steel matchups, but it's very different playing a deck like this in the triple deck constructed format rather than just at your local set champ. So yeah, it's going to be green, purple, and from what I heard Baker and Liam saying, it is the discard variant with the Diablo shift lines. I think in general, honestly, I'm not too sure who's going first here. We will see in a couple of minutes, but I feel like the Emerald Amethyst deck should be able to perform well enough against this Puppies deck. It has access to Elsa, should have Fox to be able to make some good trades into the Daisies and stuff like that. But at the same time, this puppy shift line is so strong from Ely's side that might just be too much for Ed to be able to overcome. So let's see who's starting now. They're just doing their mulligan currently, from what we can see here. Ely's got a Daisy in the opening hand, also has a Lady. I think there's a Sven I can see in there as well. Yeah, the Duke Weaselton as well, just this 1/2 Quest for 2 with Ward. Very, very interesting card. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see how all of this is gonna go down. I hope everyone's doing well. I know we probably don't have too many people in the stream at the moment, but I'm gonna enjoy myself. I will probably, yeah, I can like make my camera a little bit smaller so I'm not blocking the the lore count, if that makes sense. Actually, I'm sure I could just squeeze over here a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. You guys can still see me, right? Yeah, you can still see me. That's fine. That way everybody can see everything that's going on. All right, who is starting this matchup? I hope you guys have enjoyed watching day one of the Lorcana World Championship. I went to one of my local LGSs here in Berlin, and it was a lot of fun to watch indeed. Okay, here we go. Who is starting things off? It looks like Ed is the first player inking a Bruno and deciding to play the 1-drop Diablo. Okay, so Ed, of course, yeah, Ed has the first seed. What am I talking about? Ed has the first seed, which of course means he goes first. This is definitely a little bit tough for Ely, but it's interesting that they still decided to go with the Amber Sapphire deck first. Maybe they feel like they could still overcome Emerald Amethyst here. But the Amber Sapphire deck does, like, if you can win going first, it's just so much easier to win going first, basically, with this deck. So Ely right now, I guess just trying to calculate which 1-drop that they want to play. I can see that there's 2 Daisies, there's an Anna. Just trying to see which card is getting inked here. So the Daisy comes down. The other thing to remember is, of course, there's plenty of crabs. We can see a Kit Cloud Kicker in Ed's hand here. That means they're going to get a lot of tempo to be able to bounce something back to Ely's hand once they have 3 ink available. Opting to play another 1-drop Diablo here. Ink a friends on the other side and simply pass the turn. So a couple of turn 2 options here. I guess, well, we see the Duke Weaselton. There is also the possibility of another Daisy, but I don't think there is double 1-drop in hand to go for the super aggressive line right now, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I think playing the Duke Weaselton is fine. It means that on turn 3, Ely can just play the Lady and also bring out the second Duke Weaselton, put on lots and lots of pressure. Ely decides to pass the turn, does not want to give Ed any additional cards right now. We can see wrong lever has been drawn. So interesting if Ed decides to just simply play Kit Cloud Kicker to bounce. the Daisy back, but doesn't, is deciding to play the Peter Pan Shadowfinder instead, which I think is actually a pretty good setup because I'm almost certain that Ed has an Iago in their hand, so as soon as that Daisy is going to be exerted once, it means Iago can be played to rush her down. I think this is going to be quite tough for Ili going forward. Really needs to get onto the board, needs to start questing as much as possible. Yes, plays Lady and plays the Duke. What's interesting to me is, yeah, okay, it seems like Elise just trying to build up this massive board. Yeah, this is pretty smart, honestly. As long as they realize, okay, by 5 ink, Ed could potentially have the 5-drop Elsa. That's the one thing to worry about, but at least this means that, yeah, nothing is getting traded into right now. And Eli has 8 ink represented on the board. I do think, from what I saw in Ed's hand, there's probably going to be at least the Cloud Kicker coming out, which means that something isn't going to be able to quest, but it's actually inked instead. Decides to just play the Iago. We can see Alice and Daisy. Okay, I guess this is the turn if they decide to try and quest with everything or not. They could get 8. Just simply passes the turn. Well, we know that Ed doesn't have the Elsa in hand right now, but let's see what they draw. Got a crab. Oh, there is an Elsa in the hand. Never mind. Okay, so Elsa can come down. It's just a question of which card is going to be taken out. It's probably exert the Daisy Duck. But even if this Daisy gets exerted in with that Alice as well, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm pretty sure. 11 lore coming down in one turn, and then I'm pretty sure Lee still has a pretty decent backup plan with the one card in their hand. I think it's the Thunderbolt, right? The big bodyguard puppy, or it has the puppy shift. It's not a puppy itself. Draws another Alice. Yeah, I think this is the situation where the bodyguard is played and you just potentially go for it here. It's going to be 11 lore, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think too many things can be cleared up, although, I mean, we know that Ed has another Iago in hand, so that means that could get Rush from the Peter Pan. That would still have to be double Iago that goes into it. There was also a crab that we saw in Ed's hand. But this is very, very interesting that Eli is just trying to build up this massive board. He does have some warded characters as well, which makes the choice for Elsa a little bit harder. But, I mean, there's still also plenty of characters for Elsa to choose from right now as well. Decides to simply play the Alice instead. And maybe just not quest here either. So this Alice, this is also technically another 3, which would be 14. I think they're just trying to decide which card should they quest with. This is crazy how, like, you could basically try and win a game like this by just going for one massive burst of lore, and then you can get another burst potentially, depending on what's top decked. But yeah, Eli potentially just wanting to pass here as well. I guess as long as there's not a second Elsa or a kit or anything like that, then it's not the worst. I guess they're just trying to also calculate how much could Ed potentially quest for here. Right now there's 5 lore represented on Ed's board. So it looks like there's going to be a lot of questing done here, yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, this is 11. There's a Daisy trigger. It's a 1-drop Diablo put into the hand. Yes, this should be 11 lore. I guess the issue with questing with everything here is if everything can be traded, which I don't think it's possible, it means that Alice isn't able to quest for a lot. But let's see what the cleanest way to deal with this board is. There's also not another Iago in Ed's hand. I believe it was inked. So Peter Pan can take out a lady. Elsa can take out a Duke. Crab onto a Diablo can take out another Duke. And then I guess just either Daisy or Alice is taken out. It's preferably Alice because it's more lore. So in that situation, there should still be a Daisy and an Alice left on the board, which is going to be a total of 5 lore. And then if Eli just protects it with the bodyguard, potentially they can get there. So it's a wrong lever. Although wrong lever also just bounces a character back to the hand. If Ed is on 6 ink, which he can get to 6 ink, right? He can ink the 1-drop Diablo. He can play the wrong lever to bounce a card back to Ili's hand, and then can also play the crab to be able to take out the other Duke. It's probably play the crab first, correct? Yeah, and then you put one of your Diablos into the Duke Weaselton to draw an additional card. I think that's definitely the correct play. So let's see what Ed draws. It's another 1-drop Diablo. I think it is indeed. So yeah, it looks like we could see Ed ink one of the Diablos and then also bounce. Because I think honestly, this is still pretty good for Ed now. If they can get rid of the Duke, the Lady, and the Alice, and bounce the Daisy, then the current Alice that's on the board isn't gonna get the value of the extra lore. So that's quite interesting. Yeah, so the Iago takes out one of the Alices. And then Peter Pan can take out Lady. Well, actually, preferably it takes out Duke, because you kind of want that to survive for the rush. And then Elsa can take out Lady. And then, yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Like, I think you really do have to bounce this Daisy back, because then it means that Alice doesn't get, the opponent doesn't get up to 16. Oh, just decides to play instead. Okay. Wow. All right, I could be incorrect of what wrong lever does, but looks like the bodyguard is gonna come out, and it looks like, yeah, it's not gonna be played exerted. 7. What would have to go through 7? Yeah, you don't want to play that exerted because the crab can go into it. The crab can buff up something else. It's just a question of, oh, this is interesting, right? Yeah, it's just a question of, I guess what Ed's trying to do is, okay, Elite can't win, so let me put down the 1-drop Diablos to have additional lore game myself to threaten to win the game. Because right now Ed could quest for 7, right? This is really, 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 really tricky. So it's 16 currently. Oh, they're just checking lore counts, I believe. Oh, yeah, 16 has been adjusted correctly. So they got a Peter Pan Shadow Finder. And let's see. Crab has been picked up. Crab's really, really, really going to help out here. This is honestly looking like Ed's game. I think Ed can clear up the board very, very well here. I don't think Eli has anything in the deck that can quest for 3 immediately. Oh, they're back down to 14. I don't know what happened there. Maybe Eli counted incorrectly. I was pretty sure they were on 16, but maybe not. Ah, yes, just bounce it now instead. Yeah, I think Ed honestly did the correct play. Ed recognized, like, there's no way that there could be enough instantaneous lore gain from, like, 1 card in hand to potentially win the game in this color combination, so I would just rather play characters out to quest for more the next turn. Yep, so this is simply going to be Ed's game. There you have it. Although I did find that really, really interesting. I feel like a lot of aggro decks or aggro players in general might just be like, oh, I play this card, I'll quest, I'll play this card, I'll quest, I'll play this card. And Eli has played it like so differently, like really, really recognizing the different ways you can go about gaining lore, right? Like in kind of bursts potentially. And also it's difficult because, like I said, it's like you really need to think about when specific cards can be played on certain ink thresholds. So like at 3 ink, like there could be a Kick Cloud Kicker. At 5 ink, there could be an Elsa. But yeah, it's tricky as well. That's what I like to see though from aggro decks, where like there's actually a lot more decisions in it than people think. I think so many people in Lorcana think it's just a play your dudes and turn them sideways, which it can feel like that at times. Okay, interesting. So now that Illy is going first, they've decided to play green steel, which I think maybe that makes sense. Even though you're like, oh, if I go first for the aggro deck against Ruby Sapphire, I should just win instantly. But I think they want to have a little bit of an advantage in the green steel deck to try and go first, and then the aggro deck might be so favored against Ruby Ruby Sapphire already that they should be able to take the game, even potentially going second. But this is probably the correct decision. But I guess we'll see how it goes. How has everybody been enjoying Worlds, if anybody is tuning in? As I said, I was watching Spessie's stream yesterday, which was a lot of fun. Spessie and Moyne have done a fantastic job casting Worlds. And yeah, I look forward to like DLC announcements later as well. Honestly, I think that's gonna be a lot of fun indeed. Oh, my bad. So yeah, it should be pretty good. Any predictions, chat, of who we think is gonna win? A lot of people putting Bivens down for it. I think. I mean, honestly, if Ed wins the entire tournament, I think, like it's he's won a DLC, he's won NA champs, and then he wins Worlds. Like that is like the dream. That is the dream. Of course, it's the dream for anybody to win Worlds. But like, what a narrative, what a story that Ed has been able to put on. Just playing super consistently. And I'm sure the players are also feeling the pressure right now. But like, there's a lot of pressure to try and, you want to become the world champion, but I'm sure like they should all be incredibly proud of how well they've done so far as well. Is that the golden Mickey on the trophy that I can see in the background? It looks like it is. Okay, players just shuffling up still currently. Ed waiting patiently, and here we go. Players will draw their opening hands. Now, I haven't seen this version of Green Steel from Ely, but it looks like it... Okay, this looks like it's kind of a standard Green Steel discard deck. We saw Muses, we saw John. And honestly, discard against Ruby Sapphire, it's pretty good. We can see that Ed is playing the item version. They have a small human Sisu in their hand, which could potentially help them out if they also get a coil opener. But a lot of cards in this opening hand right now. They've got a Popsicle, they've got a Tipo, they've got a Sail. So they've got the ramp, so I guess they're probably just looking for something else. I think they've got a double Popsicle, it looks like. Oh, no, it's not a double Popsicle. Okay. I am very interested to see how this match is going to go. Ed until proven otherwise. That's a fair point, Tyler. I mean, he's just performed so well. A part of me is like, of course, there's a lot of these players that we know they perform very well, but there's also a part of me that I'd love to see kind of an underdog win it as well. It's all about creating a story. It's all about creating a narrative, and it would be really cool to see the journey of that as well. But also, Zach Bivens' Ed final would be absolutely incredible. So, okay, starting things off, we can see Ely actually also has the Beast here, so this is clearly a Morph deck. The Mulligan, oh, that's a lot of uninkables to be going first. That is not very good, and there's no turn 1 Diablo either. Really rough hand for Ely here. Man, that's difficult. Inking a Bell, playing a Popsicle, drawing, and passing. So, had the potential to play the Bell turn 1, but didn't even feel like they had to do it. Maybe Ed's hand was full of uninkables. They really recognized that they needed to ink the Bell there. The Morph does come down. Oh my god, wait, does Ed have... so I've had this happen to me in testing. If Ed had a Coil here, the play is literally play Coil, and the next turn if they shift Beast, you just ink, Coil the Beast, play Sisu, kill it. That's happened to me in testing, and that is absolutely brutal. So I'm curious now if the shift is going to come down. This hand is really tricky. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the shift is going to come down. Hopefully, Elite can actually get the draw off the beast because they really, really, really need some draws right now. Decides to simply quest. Oh, if Ed had a coil, I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you guys. It would have been very spicy. So I don't believe Ed actually has a way to deal with this beast right now. They've got Brawl, they've got Human Sisu. They can do a little bit of ramping potentially. They do also have a Vitalis Sphere. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to why Ed decided to ink the bell. I don't know how much it actually would have helped out against this. I guess technically it could have been buffed to take out the beast with a Vitalis Sphere, even though that's not really what you want to be doing. But then if the bell was played, of course, Lee probably wouldn't have quested with the beast. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't have. But I mean, they should also know that Vitalis Sphere is in the deck. So opting to play Fishbone Quill, just going to be inking a little bit more. Ed getting closer to that 6-drop Tamatoa, and these draws are really not what he wants to see, man. Oh, I feel for him right now. These are the draws I get when I play Amber Emerald, honestly. The double John, the double, not double Diablo, yeah, but it's all of these 3-drop uninkables that really kind of end up bricking me. I think for turn 5, it's probably fine here to play the Diablo out. It means that Ed might be forced to try and deal with it, but again, with this Fishbone Quill, Ed could, like, you know, potentially just Brawl the Diablo, use Fishbone Quill Ink, and then play another 3-drop, maybe Brawl and just Hippo Ramp or something like that. But just very, very unfortunate start for Ely. The cards were not with them. Like, these Storm Ray Johns are not the cards you want to see against Ruby Sapphire at all. They feel like super, super, super dead cards in your hand. So the Scrooge McDuck comes down for free. That's very much what Ed was hoping to do here. I believe they found a workshop. Yes, that is a workshop indeed. Gonna try to start drawing some cards. Yep, and brawling the Diablo. Super, super, super powerful here. So many cards in hand. Is this like, was this not an ink as well? I don't believe there was any inking that happened. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Well, I guess they couldn't ink the Fishbone because they had to tap it for the Scrooge. And in the hand, it looks like it's very, very strong cards, so maybe there was no need to ink a card, honestly. Second Beast comes down. So that is quite good for Ely, but the problem is, I mean, they need to draw into their discard stuff, and now that there could be a workshop setup, like, I feel like Ed can just keep drawing for so long. They've also got the Tamatoa set up. They can just banish their 2 popsicles, get them back, just draw even more cards. Problem is the green steel player needed to have like the perfect setup. They needed like the 1-drop Diablo. They needed a 2-drop. They needed a John into like Sudden Chill to get some card advantage. And it just really, really, really wasn't there. Like the Shift Beast line, I don't know how much this is doing. Sure, it's getting a couple of cards, but I don't think it's putting on enough pressure to Ed. That's no items from the Scrooge. No items at all. And some pretty big cards going to the bottom of the deck right now, which definitely sucks. A big Tamatoa, a 6-drop Tamatoa, and also the big Sisu. Yeah, it's definitely strange here. Ed just decides to quest with the Scrooge. Okay, Ed also taking it quite slow though, so like potentially giving Elise some opportunity to get back to the game. But like the thing is, the longer the game goes on, the more favored I believe Ed will be. Is this a 3rd beast? Wow. I mean, it seems like a decent tactic. Ed is only on 3 cards right now. They've got 4 rings, so they would literally have to Fishbone, Ink, and the last card in their hand would have to be prep to deal with this board. And that's clearly not the cards that we can see in Ed's hand. So maybe, like, what a weird game. What a weird game. But I guess it just shows you this deck plays so differently from the DKP Red Blue version. So opting to ink a sail, opting to use Fishbone to put a card into the inkwell, and then play a big Tamatoa to get the popsicles back. But Elite's gonna draw 4 cards next turn. What is happening? I feel like a lot of these games on the world stage have been so like. I mean, this doesn't seem normal to me. Like, I feel like imagine the difference if Elite had that super strong discard start. If Elite actually had the Shift Diablo, if they actually had the Prince John discard setup. This is crazy. I mean, yeah, with this, they're actually able to potentially just hard cast Strength, hard cast Storm to get rid of the 6-drop Tamatoa, which is kind of crazy. They also do need to recognize now that it might be time to quest the beasts, or at least use them to sing, because technically there could be B-Prep territory, which might mean, yes, why the Pete comes down, so that the B-Prep cannot be played. And if another character is played, yes, one of the beasts can simply... Oh my god, is that a triple strength of a Raging Fire? Oh my god. So Elise says, yeah, your board is gone. This pretty much guarantees that the beasts will draw cards next turn as well. Wow, this is crazy. What the hell? Ili also then pretty much guaranteed to be able to quest with the beasts next turn if they so choose. I know one Pete was inked. I don't think there's another one in the hand at the moment. But being able to draw off these beasts is so important now, because I think Ili only has 1 card in hand. This is crazy. Although all Ed has to do is slowly keep the game under control. Ali right now isn't putting on an immediate amount of, at least, lore pressure, I feel like. And as long as Ed can keep their hand fueled, they should be alright. Man. Oh, the Sapphire Coil comes down. That should be able to help out if a potential big Sisu is drawn, but I don't know how many he runs in the deck. We do know that one of them is at the bottom of the deck currently. So it's the pass turn. Eli is going to draw 4 cards. Oh my god. Absolutely insane. It looks like they actually had a few more cards in hand. Okay, we can see some discard songs happening. We can also see some Storm Ray Johns. Ah yes, the Storm Ray Johns were left in the hand as well. How many cards has Ed got in hand? That looks like it's 4. It looks like it's 4 right now. I think Eli would like to set up a Ursula on like a bigger board, but they're a little bit scared of potentially playing into the Be Prepared. Playing another John here seems pretty good. You could just play the discard song, make them discard a card, get some more cards. That's probably more important than anything. Pete is going to sing Sudden Chill, which means Vitalosphere is discarded. Eli gets to draw an additional 2 cards. We see a Bruno picked up, and I believe that was a Fire the Cannons. I think Eli just wants the quest here, right? Just in case the B-Prep comes down. Just continuing to draw cards rather than questing. Oh, they found the Ursula! They found the Ursula. That is very, very strong. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's no B-Prep on hand, but this is how Eli can check. Eli can simply check if there's an Ursula, or if there's a B-Prep, rather. Yes, which is exactly what they're going to do. And there's no B-Prep in hand, which means Eli's like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. There's a Vitalosphere. And, I mean, there is a Vision of the Future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, they can vision to find the B-Prep is the thing. Oh, if there was a B-Prep on the hand and that Ursula was drawn, that would have been absolutely huge. I mean, also a big Sisu can be fished, technically, to get rid of at least. Yeah, so Eli's just going to simply quest here. He's going to keep drawing cards instead, really. I guess they don't value all of the questing power. They value the cards more. I guess that's maybe correct, because they need to have enough fuel that if a B-Prep or a Sisu does come down, that they need to be able to replay to the board. And they're still questing for 4 off of these beasts. Yeah, I guess it's like, do I get 2 cards, or do I get 4 extra lore? 2 cards might be actually better in this situation. But it's all going to come down to this vision. I feel like if the vision doesn't find something meaningful, or the top deck isn't good, then Eli might be able to pull this game back. This is crazy. This it's such a poor start for Eli as well, I felt like. Really bricked hand. What was drawn? That looks like it's just another Vitalosphere. Yeah, Vision. Bell. Sisu. Big Sisu's picked up. A big Sisu is there. Okay. How much of the board is going to be able to be dealt with here? Quite a lot, actually, right? So there's only going to be one Beast and one Pete remaining because Ed can Ink, activate Coil, target one Beast. Fishbone, activate... Yeah, are they Fishbone Quills? Or are they Workshops? No, they're Popsicles, right, yeah. So double activate that and then play Sisu. Exactly. So one Beast remains on the board alongside a Pete, which I think is what Ely was trying to play. And this is a much better outcome rather than just the B prep, right? At least some of the cards are still sticking around right now. The problem, I think, with playing all that removal now is, like, is there enough... Like, is there actually removal to get rid of the Sisu? I mean, there is a Sing Bruno on the... with the Beast to get rid of the Sisu potentially, but they would rather discard Ed's hand down nearly altogether before that happens. Right now, I think there's one card in Ed's hand, so they could take the 50-50. I don't think there was another discard song in their hand. They could play the Ursula first to check if it is a song. Yeah, I guess that's the play. Because if it's a song, it's a guarantee thing to take down the Sisu. Oh, is this just going to be 50-50? Maybe they don't care. Maybe they just leave the Sisu on the board, build up the board, hope that the top deck is weak. This has actually become... This is such a super interesting game now. Surprised he inked Pete back then, yeah. Okay, decides to play a Morph. It's probably going to go a little bit wide on the board. Maybe play an Ursula. Maybe even a Muses. I think he's just trying to decide which of these three cards he want to play. Sure, decides to play the Ursula. I can't risk using this Bruno now. Has to hope that the top deck is just poor. But at least he's definitely not in a bad position right now. What is his top deck? There's a Coil in the hand. We see... I can't see what the card is. It is a Sail. So I think they opt to play the... Oh, Sail into Tamatoa. Super strong here. So now there's two big threats that Eli has to deal with. The Sisu and the Tamatoa. Man. Play one Popsicle, draw an additional card. Trigger the Workshop to keep the other Popsicle in hand, which I believe makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. I would get up to 12 lore for Ely. Man, this is tricky. What a tricky matchup indeed. Ely's really been able to stay in this game though with the amount of cards that have been drawn. So trigger Beast and then draw for turn. What was drawn? Was it 2 1-drop Diablos were drawn? Are you kidding me? Oh man. Okay, big Tamatoa, Popsicle, and Workshop. Okay. Cannons was the card that was sent to the discard for the shift line. Just trying to get as many cards as possible here, it looks like. Yeah, and this Bruno is not looking good if it hits a poor target. It's going to double hit into the Sisu. Man, that was some really poor... Like, the difference in top decks for Ed compared to Ely. Ed did Sail and found a Tamatoa. Ely drew 2 cards and drew 2 1-drop Diablos. Like, come on, man. It's so unfortunate. Ed with a couple of Popsicles in hand, a big Tamatoa, and a Workshop. So all Ed really has to do right now is make his way to finding his dime. And he should be pretty okay here, I feel like. Ed goes up to 9. Is already on more lore than Ely. Has 2 Popsicles to draw into a potential wipe. I mean, one Sisu does it. Again, I'm not too sure how many Sisus are being run in Ed's deck. There seems to, usually in these item decks, I believe there's like 3 to 4 that are run. So there's a high chance that he should be able to find a board clear. Questing to play the workshop for free, triggering the other workshop. No way. No way he just found it. This is insane. Oh my god. Ed is he's just the king, the absolute king. I think that's got to be game freely. He just does not have enough fuel in his hand for this. I'm going to assume that Ed's playing 4 Sisu. Maybe it's 3, but we know one's at the bottom already. There's 2 left. Yeah, I think Elite just says GG. Well, I suppose there's no reason to just give up right now, right? You have to keep fighting, but it's so unfortunate. Ed can quest for 5 right now. Has so much in hand. Plays a big Tamatoa. Isn't worried about anything right now. If there is a dime in hand, just quest with the big Tamatoa, with the 6-drop Tamatoa. Is this a dime? I wasn't sure what was drawn. It's a popsicle. I believe there's another big Tamatoa though, as well in hand. So many cards being drawn for Ed here. Yeah, honestly, I just think it was too difficult for Ilya at the start. Which, like, even having the 3 beasts and stuff like that was the way to get back into the game. But the top decks were absolutely huge for Ed. Absolutely huge. And I know the pain. I know the pain of being stuck with a lot of 3-drop uninkable cards with an Emerald. It just sucks. There's another big Sisu, right? Yeah. So if that's the other big Sisu, there's 4 in the deck. Man, this is crazy. And Ed's just chilling. Ed's just like, yeah, I don't really have to do much. You have to deal with my board. I'm gonna win the game. Yeah, Ailey knows it's over. He knows it's over. Ed's feeling confident. Ed's very happy. It's so hard. Like this situation, like, fair play to Elite to like just keep playing. I just don't think I could. Like, he knows it's over. There you go. There's the handshake. There's nothing he can do. Ed takes it. Ed takes the game. I really feel for Elite there. Like, he's going first, and his opening hand is just like absolutely diabolical. There's nothing he could have done. But what a weird game, and fair play to him for like sticking it out as well. Like, the shift beast lines were, or the 3 beasts there on the board, very, very interesting. But yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough loss to take for sure. But there you have it. And with that, Ed is the first person to move on to the semi-finals. Let's have a little listen to the casters. I'm going to go get a drink.
Now trying to figure out if they can make work. This Amber Sapphire build is really innovative, a fantastic performance, well done navigating to the top 8. And for Ed, I mean, those were 2 challenging matchups. Both times I looked at them and I said, I think Ed's going to have a difficult time navigating his opponent's deck. First, that really aggressive ward deck on the play, Ed taking that down, and then that discard deck with Ely on the play again into that item deck. So a fantastic job by Ed as well.
Yeah, just like, what more can you expect from the DLC Fort Worth and North American champion? A 2-0 on the draw both times. The bench phase, the unique format of triple deck constructed, a fantastic performance. I think it is pretty safe to say at this point in time, Ed Chu, one of the greatest Lorcana players in the world.
You can't argue with the results. And the bench phase is also super interesting to pay attention to that matchup as well.
Yep.
Green Steel, a deck that I think most people avoided for most of the day building around it, and Ed not afraid to go into it there.
He's not afraid. No.
So, yeah.
I'm glad we got to see the Amber Sapphire, Matt. I'd like to have seen it pop off a little more, but we did get to see it pop off yesterday, to be fair. So if you missed day 1, go back and watch day one. I did check last night. The VOD is still available on Twitch. I double-checked. I went back and watched some of it. So if you've missed any of the action, please go back and watch it. It's been an amazing weekend of Lorcana, and this Amber Sapphire deck piloted by Ely is super, super interesting. I'm very looking forward to talking about that on my own socials, but what a matchup. Couldn't be happier.
It's fantastic. Speaking of matchups, let's take a look at where we're at now that we have that first result. There on the top, you see Ed Chu advancing into the semifinal round. We have 3 more games to bring you in the quarterfinals. Lucas Lazar versus Lucas Kaupa, Din Kang Pham, DKP against Federico Maringinelli, Zach Bivens versus Mo Shamblin. These are all going to be fantastic matchups you won't want to miss.
And we are watching all of them, Liam. This is scheduled throughout the day. You're not going to miss a bit of the action on our end. We want to see all of it. What a day of Disney Lorcana. There's plenty more to come up, but we are going over to have a little chat with the North American champion and the first one to secure their place in top 4 of the World Championship. Everyone's favorite Rebecca is over with Ed. Let's take it away.
Ed Chu, congratulations. You were just telling me one step closer. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to take too much of it in until the end. You know, job's not finished, and we just have to keep on going.
Keep on going. Well, this match was really interesting. It was a rematch for you and Ely from yesterday. Yesterday, you went into that green steel deck with your Emerald Amethyst. How did it feel, and what were you expecting with that Ruby Sapphire against the Emerald Steel deck?
Yeah, I think from his perspective, I think he really wanted to change it up, right? Like, if you take a loss, maybe it's time to, you know, switch it up. And I thought that he might just bring the Amber Sapphire deck first, even though he's on the draw, to give him a better chance with the Emerald Steel on the play. So I did, like, you know, test out all their permutations last night just to make sure, you know, I have all my bases covered. And, you know, I just drew the right cards at the right time. And, I was very fortunate to win that last game, especially, like, he had 3 beasts on the field. I'm pretty sure there's no coming back from that. But I played to my outs. You know, we played the Sapphire Coil with the Sisu combination. One of the most powerful, you know, combinations in the game. And, you know, we pulled it out in the end.
Yes, that Sisu showing up right at the right time. The other card that showed up at the right time was, I believe it was Wrong Lever in that first game. There was a bunch of cards out on the other side of the board. Talk about that moment.
Yeah, that one was tricky because, you know, as they say, you know, if you're the aggressor, you don't have to do any of the math. Unfortunately, I was on the other side of that, so I had to do a lot of calculations to make sure that, you know, he doesn't get to 20 before I do. The Wrong Lever, I think in that particular spot, it wasn't really relevant, but it definitely, like, secured the win, being able to, like, bounce back the Thunderbolt, and, like, I was just able to take the tempo back into the game.
Well, that worked out in your favor. Congrats, one step closer. Like you said, job's not finished. Next is top 4 for you. So we are very excited to see what is next for you, Ed. We will be back with more games in this top 8. And until then, let's fist bump it out. Baymax, ready? La, 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 la.
There you have it. Yeah, I think everything Ed said there was correct. Like, he played to his outs. I guess when you watch these games, you can be like, oh my god, they drew the top deck. They were, like, so lucky and stuff. But, like, it's also card games. Like, for every time somebody gets lucky, somebody also gets unlucky. And all of these players have played games where, you know, they're not always lucky. They've also played games where they've had bad days and they haven't performed so well. I'm sure Ed will be, like, the first one to tell you. And I actually really like Joshua's, Joshua's interview? I only actually saw it yesterday after Worlds, where he talked about, yeah, like, just keep playing, just keep trying. I feel it as well, where, like, if I don't... It's also setting yourself, like, certain expectations if you feel like you didn't perform as well, but you just have to know that you played your best, and if you didn't play your best, you have to, like, maybe try to review your gameplay, learn from it, realize that in certain situations it is very, very difficult, trying to play to your outs, trying to say, okay, like, I could take this risk, this could win me the game, but this might be the safer way to do it. I think these players, they know all about that, they know all about the pressure and stuff, and they are also showing their skill. Also, even yesterday, like, the DKP match versus Kurt, right? Both insanely good players, but on their respective decks that they're both good at, they weren't playing those decks, right? Like, Kurt was on red-blue. Sorry, I need to get rid rid of this. Kurt was on red-blue, and need to close this. Kurt was on red-blue, and DKP was on purple-steel. So, like, DKP maybe doesn't have that much experience on the deck. Spessy and Moyen calling him a broom boy was quite entertaining to me. But yeah, it just shows you like the pressure can get to people. These guys, I think Moyen said it perfectly. These guys aren't robots; they're humans, and they can't play perfectly, but they learn from their mistakes. They play to their outs. They do their best, and they've earned their spot to be in this World Championship, right? So I'm excited. I'm actually really glad that they're showcasing all of the games today, right? So if Ed was the first one versus Eli, I'm guessing they're doing the bracket from top to bottom. So if anyone's in the chat, do we know what the next game is? I can go on Twitter and check. I see. Moyen has made a prediction. Let's have a look at this. Moyen has made a prediction, chat. So he reckons Ed. He reckons Ed is gonna get. Didn't Moyen say that Bivens was gonna win it all? Moyen loves changing his answers. Moyen loves changing his answers. No, okay, yeah. I mean, I honestly do think that Ed and Bivens will be a fantastic finals. I also think if we see a DKP versus Bivens match, like, this is gonna be some of the highest level plays of players going. Like, this is absolutely crazy. I'm guessing Moyen also deduced this not just based on who he thinks he's gonna win, but based on the lineup. So I think maybe he felt that Ed was favored against Eli's lineup. Luca might win out against Lucas, it says here. So I think Lucas is the only person it looks like running a Blurple deck. But Lucas is also on a Ruby Amber deck. Now, I know Bivens is also on Ruby Amber. I haven't seen this deck in action. I don't know if we have seen the deck in action at all yet. But I'm sure there's a place that we can go now, because all of the decks are open deck lists, where we can see the full deck breakdown. If anybody does know the exact type of deck that Bivens is running, the Amber Ruby one, let me know, because I'm very curious to see what type of deck it is. But yeah, so it looks like this might be Luca versus Lucas next game. And Luca, unfortunately, in the match against Bivens, didn't have the best start when he was playing his Emerald Sapphire deck. But I'm really curious as to what deck gets benched against Luca. Like, the Lucas versus Luca game is... There's such strange brings. Maybe not so much the Ruby Amethyst on the Amber Steel, but I feel like the Amber Ruby, the Blurple, and the Emerald Sapphire are very, very, very strange brings. But I'm excited to see the gameplay, and I'm excited to see how the games go. So I'm assuming it's going to be that game next. And from how they've recorded this and stuff, I'm guessing this could be simply a thing where all of these games have taken place at the same time, and then they just show the games. But then I guess if anybody has access to the Melee, it's like not great. Oh, Cooper has some announcements. Whoa.
We're going to be starting off with some specific information. What have you got for us, Cooper?
Yeah, so we're going to talk about the European market first. So let's talk about formats before we get into any dates or locations.
All right.
Yeah, let's go.
First, we are going to talk about the main event. So in both
Best
North
of three.
America and Europe, we will be switching to best of 3 for all of the Swiss
Woo!
rounds. So I do want to make it clear, last season we tried out the 2-game format for main events at Challenge for many reasons.
Oh my God.
We would love more feedback on that from all of the players, and we're going to continue to run side
No
events
way.
Yeah,
and
right.
look at what the feedback is over the course of the next year. But
This
for all
is
of our Swiss
crazy.
rounds, we will be moving to best of 3.
That's really exciting.
Best
Yeah, it's
of
very
3.
exciting. We're looking forward to it, and it's been a lot
That's
of feedback
crazy.
we received already over the first year of competition, so thank you all. If you have more feedback, continue to share it with us through the
absolutely
organized play
ecstatic.
feedback section on
Absolutely
our Discord,
ecstatic.
which is discord.gg Disney Lorcana, or directly to our Lorcana OP at ravensburger.com.
Holy.
email. Like I said, we do want to do some more testing of the 2-game format, so let's make sure to get all that
That
feedback
is
in.
so sick.
To make this work, our main events will take place over the course of 2 days.
2 days.
The
This is what we
majority of
wanted,
these
right?
Swiss
We
rounds
wanted
will
to
happen
play
on
more
day 1.
Lorcana.
As you can see, we have
Let's
8
go.
rounds of Swiss on that first day of competition, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss on that day 2 of competition.
That's huge.
From there, we will move into a single elim bracket, best of 3 as well, with our grand finals being best of 5.
That is incredible news.
I'm so happy.
Cooper, I think you've just made a lot of people in the Lorcana community happy. But for those of you that enjoy 2-game format, as Cooper just said, don't worry. We're not just completely abandoning it. We're going to be doing some side events under 2-game format, continuing to evaluate it, and who knows what the future might bring. But we will be swapping to best of 3. That is really exciting.
That is huge,
and I
guys.
personally
Absolutely
love
huge.
the idea of extra rounds. And I think that's a
12
very
rounds.
common criticism, right? Well, comment from the community, right? Is I want to play more Lorcana.
Yep,
so
Baker's
8 rounds
right.
on day 1, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss on day 2
Baker's
is
right.
fantastic.
Yes, and to prep for this, we know that there is set championships coming up for Reign of Jafar, so we will be requiring that stores run those upcoming set championships with the best of 3 format in the new Ravensburger Play Hub platform.
We're going back to best of 3,
If your store
baby.
hasn't signed up yet, or you know that
People are
your
gonna be
store
happy, man.
is,
People are gonna
kind of
be
on the fence
happy.
about it, please push them to do so. Let them know that they can
Swiss
sign up
day
for
2
that
as well.
RPH
12 rounds of Swiss, though. Do you know how many
ravensburgerplay.com.
people that's probably going to be?
Rest assured,
Oh
Lorcana
my
community, Ravensburger are always listening, always watching you, Lorcana. That's brilliant news,
so
Cooper. I
happy.
think there's going to be some people really excited for that. But I do believe there's another
Dates.
format that's going to
Come
be very
on.
integral
Oh, another
to our
format?
second season of Lorcana.
Absolutely. So additionally, earlier this year,
Each
we
challenge will
announced
feature
that
a large
rotation
infinity
and
constructed.
splitting the game into 2 constructed formats will be happening. That is, of course,
Oh,
constructed
baby,
and infinity
let's go.
constructed. We're happy to announce today that for this season of Challenge, we will be including main events
This
for
is the news we
both
wanted.
Core
Come on.
constructed and infinity constructed. The
Challenge
initial
number
events of
3
the
will have an
schedule
infinity
will happen
constructed
with core
main
constructed
event.
events, while the last challenge before championships will be an infinity constructed
Put
main
me in,
event.
coach. Put me in,
This
coach.
will be really exciting
My
for us to be able
God.
to use
Oh,
cards from any of the sets that have released, and we'll also be looking to include side events for Infinity for all of those core constructed main events, as well as core constructed side events for all of the Infinity main event challenges.
Cooper,
Wow.
does this mean I can get my Flavershims and Fortispheres ready
Oh.
to come back?
For now, yes, those will be available at the start of Infinity Constructed
What?
when it releases with rotation later
Oh
this
my
year.
God.
The ban list will be completely separate from Core Constructed. We do want everyone to know that we are monitoring that list closely, and we will provide updates if there are
Cooper
any changes
is
that we need to
the
make.
There
boy.
are Sapphire Steel players out there right now losing their absolute mind.
Ireland's like,
Liam, what do you
"Whoa,
think of
let's
this
go.
news,
We're
mate?"
back,
I
baby.
mean, what I heard was all of my Dalmatian puppies will still be legal in Disney Lorcana challenges for the foreseeable future. So that excites me the most.
So if there was anyone out there that was maybe a little hesitant for rotation, thinking, oh, but what if I lose some of my favorite cards? Don't worry, there are going to be
Oh,
formats
give
for
it
you.
to me.
And I
Inject
honestly
it.
am so
Inject it
pleased to
straight into
see
me,
that
please.
a Disney Lorcana challenge will feature Infinity
Insane.
Constructed as part of its main event. I'm sure that Infinity may be side events throughout the season, perhaps. Maybe we'll get more information on that later. But the whole event being a Infinity format is fantastic and really goes to show that there is a lot of reason to want to play this format. I love it.
Absolutely, yeah. We just announced a sale of first chapter earlier this weekend, so be sure to
Oh,
start
let's go.
putting in for the ability to purchase those. You'll definitely want those.
Give me
cards to compete
dates
in
and
Infinity
locations,
Constructed later on.
please.
Love that, and a separate
Please.
ban list for Infinity is
Come on.
super interesting. So I'm really excited to see
Come
what
on.
this is going to look like in the future. I'm a big fan of Infinity. What else have you got for us, Cooper?
Come on,
I
come on.
think it's time to talk about the schedule.
Oh, let's do
Come
it.
on.
Let's release it. So, the first challenge for Europe
October.
will be happening. We can confirm this year DLC challenge is back. So we will be kicking off things in Bologna,
Dortmund,
happening
woo!
October 4th to the 5th of 2025.
Well, let me take a picture of this.
Followed by a second challenge happening
Oh
in
my
Ghent,
God.
March 7th to 8th of 2026.
This is insane.
And we'll be rounding out the challenge schedule with a Dortmund event June 6th to 7th of 2026. We
That's
are also happy to announce the European Championship dates, which
Big
will be taking place
gap,
September 11th
though.
to the 13th,
Between October and
2026.
March?
We'll have more details on exactly where that will take place later on
That's a
in the
big
season.
gap,
And
no?
of course, we will love to see you all there and hope that
I don't know about
Bologna
that
will
gap,
be
though.
a
That's
massive kickoff event for the
6
start of
months.
season 2.
That is amazing. I am so happy to get the official dates and locations revealed for the European season, and then the European Championship.
Ghent
We've
in
got the
Belgium
dates,
and then
information on
Dortmund.
where that's going to be held to be followed. But if you were keen to know when these events were going
So
to
they
be,
said there's
and
16.
where they're
There's
gonna be,
only
maybe you need
3 in
time
Europe.
to
They've
book off work
lessened
or do
it.
whatever it is you need to do.
They've
We
given
have
us
finally
less?
come to you with
There's gotta
these
be more,
dates, so
right?
Put these in your diary. I'm so excited for the next season in Europe.
Baker, the other thing that's really exciting is this top 32 challenges that are
Yes.
going to the championship event. That
You're
means
right.
every player who makes
Oh, I didn't
it
actually
to the
notice
top
that.
cut
Every
of top 32
every person that
gets
makes it
the
to top
invite
cut, yeah.
to the
Holy.
European Championship. That
Way more
is
players.
incredible.
And if you've been watching this coverage all weekend long and been excited about watching this top tier Lorcana and asking yourself, how do I get there next year? Now you know this is the start of how you get there. Top 32 in one of these
I
challenges.
don't know about
is
the
your
big break
gateway
though.
year
I'd
year
hope
two
for something
of the
else in
Disney Lorcana
between
World
that.
Championship.
October and
We're
March
really looking
is a
forward to
massive
it.
gap.
And by the way, for all of those who want to attend this event, tickets will be on sale July 16th. So
Okay.
all of the links to the ticket
July
pages for Europe will
16th.
be live on our social medias
Okay,
later
let's do
today. We
that.
will be sure to post those so you all have the information.
Let's put a
Be sure to
reminder.
put it on your bookmarks. We'll have more
July
information on what
16th.
those packages look like and the prices
Tickets
soon.
by
But just
now.
know July 16th will be that date.
July 16th. Put that one in your diary, people. That is when
I
you're
have a
gonna
lot
be
of
able to
questions
get
about
your
that gap,
tickets
though.
for
That seems like
these
a massive
events,
gap.
And I'm sure they're all going to be extremely popular. The first season of Lorcana showed us
Because
just
it's March,
the
April, May,
overwhelming
June. That's
demand
like
for people
3
to want to
months.
play this
But
game.
People
So-
are just a
October,
little excited to
just
play
a
Disney
November,
Lorcana.
December,
Just a little bit,
January,
yeah.
February,
And getting together with
March.
the community, that's the other thing that's so
I
amazing
mean, if
about
this is a
these
good step,
events
but
is
if
not
this is
only
if
do you
there's
have
only
that
3
main
DLCs in
competition,
Europe, it's
you have
not
side events
good.
and just the Disney Lorcana community.
Exactly.
I was
coming
expecting more. They've
together,
lessened it.
And I know everyone is really excited about season 2.
I know people just can't wait to get in the same room
So,
all together. Like, the
like, if
community
we get
really is
3 and the
heart
Americans get,
soul
like,
of the Disney
8
Lorcana
now-
trading card game. So I'm really excited to just
Unless there's just
see
a
all
lot
my
more
friends and
within,
the people that I've met over
like,
the course of
Asia
Lorcana.
Asia as
So
well.
This is incredible news, Cooper.
Yeah, and Rebecca, you mentioned competition, and it wouldn't be a competition without prizes. So
Hey.
let's
Oh, show us
transition
some
to
prizes.
that.
Show
We
us some
have
prizes.
cards to show
We
off.
have some
Oh.
really exciting things here. First of all, we have this participation card. Every single player who plays in a DLC is going to
Okay,
get
that
this
is
alternate art
adorable.
challenge foil Pegasus
That
gift
is
for Hercules,
pretty-
and he's
that's
adorable.
pretty
I
adorable.
cannot get over this card.
That's pretty
and
sick.
also, we can confirm this card. is
5
returning
rounds
Fabled,
wins
which is
Mulan.
very exciting. We know that this card was played in a lot of Emerald decks, so it is coming back and a great one to
At
feature.
the end of your
for
turn,
the
if this
Disney
card is
Lorcana
exerted, you may
challenges.
ready
Oh,
all
love
the
that card.
characters. That's
Stunning.
oh, that's
Sorry,
the
Liam, I know
amber
you're
card.
very
It
keen
looked
to
like a
talk about
steel
these
card
arts.
to
Go
me.
on, son.
I am, one of the best parts about Disney Lorcana is the artwork. It's magical,
It is
it's
gorgeous.
memorable. This original
it's
art was
Kenneth.
done by artist Brian Weiss. It
Wait,
was an
it's
adorable
it's
card
Kenneth
then, but
Kim.
Artist Kenny Anderson from Scotland bringing
That's
this
the
card
guy
to
that we
life
met at
here.
UK
It's
Games
wonderful
Expo.
to see existing
What?
cards in alternate forms, and I'm so excited.
We should get
for
it. We
Kenny,
should get one of
who's
ours
a dear
signed by
friend.
him.
Yes, and then
That's
we have
so
the performance
sick.
promo card. So every player who wins 5 rounds, and again, there are 12 rounds of play going on, day 1 and day 2, and we have this alternate art foil of Mulan charging ahead from Reign of Jafar, who we just loved her. You know, what a great charge for a challenge. She is challenging ahead there.
And speaking of people we love, I love artist Lady Shalloran. She's an artist who's been around Lorcana for quite a while. If you're familiar with Lorcana, you may recognize her.
So
from the
top
art for
64,
Cease
we're
and the
gonna
Golden
see some
Warrior,
more really,
and
really
then
cool
the
cards,
new
though,
Desperate
just
Plan
wait.
Enchanted card was also done by her.
Beautiful. These arts are absolutely stunning. When the judges or whoever's giving away these Pegasus, I want them to go up to each player and say the flavor text. His name is Pegasus, and he's
And he's
all
all
yours.
yours.
And he's
That's a
all
requirement for me
yours.
as far as I'm concerned.
That
But
is
the
actually
third
pretty
and
good
final
flavor text to
promo,
give that
top
away.
64
That's pretty funny.
Simba Pride Protector.
Have they said anything
Liam,
about
Rebecca,
NA or
break
just
this
EU?
down
Just EU for the moment,
Yeah,
Joaquin.
Simba
But
Pride
there will be
Protector.
NA
I
announcements
love the
shortly, I
art
think.
on the original one,
Right.
but this alternate art that we have here is incredible. Who's the artist on this one, Liam?
Oh, this is Jean Plunevet. This is an artist we're also familiar with. I'm sure everybody remembers the Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock from Shimmering Skies. That was her, and returning here to the world of Lion King,
It's-
getting to do
this-
Simba.
This
in an alternate
Simba
form for
is
the top
really,
64
really,
Disney
really
Lorcana
nice.
challenges.
The way they do
We
all the little
love
bits of
highlighting
hair,
the artists in
so
this game 'cause
sick.
they're the ones who bring it to life. Getting these promo cards revealed is a big moment
Baker's
for us.
so
It's also a big
excited.
moment for them.
Yeah, these prize cards are incredible. I love that they have that participation card, so everyone who is there gets that Pegasus. Like I said, he's so adorable.
I want 7.
And just all the art cards, the alternate art cards are super fun. The foil is beautiful, and there's just some exciting prizes that you can win. There's going to be more prizes, though, which we're going to have for you later. There is a lot
Oh,
of
they're just
exciting
teasing it
more
out.
things
Okay,
to
okay,
announce
okay.
today. We have more challenges.
So they're
to
doing it
give
in
to
between
you,
games.
and we can't wait.
I
but
kind of
for right
respect
now,
that. I kind of
We're going
respect
to leave
that.
it there, and you'll have to stay with us for more. Thanks so much, Cooper and Baker. Thank you, Liam.
Oh, no problem. I have somewhere to be, though.
Do you?
Yes,
Okay. Well, maybe you should go. Is it a long journey?
it's a bit of a trip.
I wish you well then.
Thank you so much. I'll see y'all in a moment.
Okay. So they're just taking a break. They're showing trailers and stuff again. Huge announcements, though. Absolutely huge announcements. So, what do we think for any Europeans watching? And I know there will be a lot of American. I'm also curious about the American schedule. Good format change. So, I like the change to best of 3. I like that there's additional rounds on day 2. I like that there's more players that can qualify to the championship. I don't like that there's only 3. You can announce that there's 16 DLCs and then say there's 3 within Europe. I think at least at the minimum you should do the same amount. You should do 4. Honestly, I think this schedule would be so different if, because of the extra gap between October and March, if they put one around December, January, I'd be happier. I would hope there's way more. I mean, I don't know, Kim. It seems like that's Europe. I have a feeling that's Europe done. So let's try and break it down, right? So that's 3. Let's say there's 8. Oh, our caster's back.
Dude, come on, it's about time.
That interview area is on the other side of the park. You don't know.
Got you sweating out here.
I didn't get the Infinity Constructed format for an event. So the Infinity Constructed format for an event, they said that during the DLCs, there will be side events for Infinity Constructed for the first 2. And they said, at least for Europe, what they said was number 3, there will be a main event for Infinity Constructed. I don't think that means that will be literally the main event, because I think that would be a bit weird for a whole challenge. They just disregard the core constructed. But it's interesting. I don't know. I think it's cool that they want to give one event focus on Infinity Constructed more for a specific event. But it's mainly side events or other DLCs. But they said for the third one within Europe, yeah, it'll be more of like the main event. Now, I think mostly for side events, I agree. But I don't know if that means that for number 3, if that will be like just what I'm saying is, will that just be the main event, or will that be like a normal core constructed main event and then also Infinity Constructed? All right, so we've got Luca here. Luca, I actually met at the very first challenge in Lille, and he's very, very, very nice. He's always smiling. He's from Italy. I spoke to him and he said, Kawa, I loved watching your Marvel Snap content, and that made me very, very happy. And yeah, the DLCs, he's clearly performed very, very well. I saw him at the European Championship then. And yeah, he's a super, super, super chill guy. Lucas, I've seen around some of the DLCs as well. He's always wearing that Mickey Sorcerer hat, which I think is awesome. Yeah, clearly a super, super, super good player as well. I think he might have been at the very first Enchanted tour that I went to in Vienna. And yeah, I mean, clearly a very, very strong player as well. So this is the battle of the European players. I think this is going to be a super, super, super interesting one to watch. Let's see if Luca can make his Sapphire Emerald deck shine. There's a lot of spice in these people's brains. Like, look at Lucas's lineup. This is Blurple versus Ruby Amethyst, which honestly, like, I think Blurple can do a lot to Ruby Amethyst. It really, 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 really can. So I'm really excited to watch this match. And Green Steel was benched for Luca, so it just seems like Steel is getting benched an awful lot in this format, but I'm excited to kick things off. Oh, they must be feeling the pressure right now, though. They must really, really, really be feeling the pressure. But I think, honestly, there was like a few hiccups in the broadcast yesterday, but overall, this event's been an absolute blast to watch. It's been super, 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 super fun. Really high-level players battling it out against each other. And we're straight into it here for Ruby Amethyst versus Blurple. Starting off with a turn box followers on turn 1 for Luca. Luca's going to ink a Tipo, no Popsicle here. So no turn 1 Bell, but there is some ramp available. There's also, I can see there's a Bell in their hand already, alongside an Iago. And some additional ramp as well. Yo, Super Tech, what's going on, my friend? Pleasure to have you within the stream. We are currently watching Day 2, the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. Luca, this looks like as Spessy would say, the Shin Miri line. The double 1-drop potentially. I mean, I can see the other Turner Box followers in his hand. Let's see what he's going to do. Just trying to decide on the other ink, I think, yes. So decide to ink the Fox. Is going to go a little bit more aggressive here against the Blurple deck. There is a Genie that's picked up for Lucas, so that might be the perfect ramp card. Or the perfect card for them to play, rather, after ramping. We'll have to see how Luca could potentially answer it. I think if Luca has the option to play a Peter Pan here, if it's in the hand, that would be pretty good to then play like an Iago or something into Lucas's Genie. Granted, because the Peter Pan would come out first, it wouldn't actually matter. But yeah, we just see a library come down here. This is super, super, super strong from Luca. Luca potentially able to move both of these Chernobog's followers over, into the library next turn and just get like absolute, like a massive, massive amount of card advantage here. And I think that's what a lot of these Amethyst mirrors basically come down to, is just who has more cards in hand overall. Lucas may simply play the Genie, maybe plays the Iago. I don't think that Ruby Amethyst has anything to directly interact with the Iago, so that would be pretty safe. But even the Iago plus a Crab or something won't be enough to finish off the library, so I think this is a super strong start for Luca, honestly. The 1-drop into the double 1-drop into the library where they can sack themselves to draw 2 cards seems very, very, very strong. Yeah, it looks like Lucas is opting to play the Iago instead. It's a little bit beefier than the Genie. Tipo just going to go ahead and hit the library for 1, which makes sense if a potential Crab is either in Lucas's hand or if he's going to top deck it. Let's see what happens here. So if Luca at least has a pretty good, something good to do with 2 spare ink, I think moving 2 of the Chernobogs to the library and popping them is pretty strong. It's just such a huge amount of card advantage. Especially if Luca thinks that the library might be banished next turn by Lucas if there's like a Fox or something like that. It looks like from using the Tipo to quest that there is a Crab in hand. I can't see a Crab in Lucas's hand though. Because I would say if there's a Fox, then it wouldn't matter too much. You'd want to keep the Tipo unexerted so it wouldn't be challenged. That was a pretty nice play though from Luca. Simply moving the Diablo, buffing it up, and drawing 2 cards. He can also Elsa. That's true, he can Elsa. So I guess I guess right now he's focusing on trying to be able to Elsa to take one of the Chernobogs out rather than focusing on tackling the library. Or maybe no, I think that's a good play or a good point, Joaquin, is he can just use the Iago to hit the library and then Elsa to get rid of one of the Chernobogs. I think maybe that would have been a little bit better. Potentially, honestly, because you just severely reduce how many cards that Luca's going to be able to draw. And now Luca might recognize, with 5 ink, I think he could move both of those, draw loads of cards, and for 3 play at least something decent onto the board. Be that, honestly, if he can sack these, if he can quest with these Chernobogs, sack them, and then play just like a Peter Pan Shadow Finder, that's pretty good setup because Lucas has 2 evasives on the board. I mean, it's pretty good setup, but then we know Lucas has the Elsa in hand to actually answer back to that. Maui Shark, double Genie, okay. Yeah, I think this is a bit tricky. Luca really wants to have another 3-drop available. I didn't see anything else that he could play, and if he doesn't draw into a 3-drop, then he's kind of wasting his ink. Maybe he just wants to play a Genie then. Yeah, he's going to move it, and he's going to quest, banish, sack, draw an additional 2. Let's hope there's a good card that's picked up. If we could have a look at Luca's hand. Oh, just opts for a Broom. Oh my god, the amount of card draw that's happening right now. Yeah, just plays the Chernobog, pops the Broom, draws so many cards here. I guess, yeah, the plan here is just draw enough cards, get to a B prep now as soon as Lucas expands his board, and then kind of reset the game from there. I can't lie, I actually like this play from Luca. The library will be banished. He took full advantage of the library right there while he could. He drew 6 cards off the library there. absolutely insane. Genie is going to sing Friends, draw some additional cards. This is like a double Monstro in hand, I think, unless one was inked already. There is also a Cusco, right, that can put a location into the inkwell. I don't think Lucas really needs that to happen right now. Might be able to save that for if a potential, like, I don't know, if the game ever gets to the stage where Luca goes, like, B prep and then location. It looks like Iago is going to sing. Nah, Lucas is just thinking about it. She's saying, okay, would I rather just use the Iago to get rid of the library, or do I want some additional cards right now? Quite interesting indeed. Trying to realize, is the Fox worth playing as well? Just wants to hard cast the Friends here. Tipo seems like an okay pickup. So is the Peter Pan, honestly. I kind of like the Tipo because it means you get to ramp a little bit more. You're going a little bit lower on hand size, but I think this is the Peter Pan setup. It's the Fox setup to bounce the Genie back to hand to try and get some more cards. Just quest instead. Okie dokie. That seems alright, honestly. Let's see what Luca can do. I think the biggest issue is, I mean, yeah, how does Blurple deal with Maui Shark is actually my question. There's, what's the card? I mean, there's Into the Unknown. I guess there's Let It Go. I guess there's Hades. But Lucas also has to draw those cards. Maybe maybe that's the reason why he was saying, like, oh, I really, really, really want to draw my cards so I can deal with that. I mean, they can also deal with the Maui Shark that once it's exerted, they could do, like, you know, Peter Pan and then rush an evasive into it. So I guess we'll see. There is an Elsa, at least. Elsa, I mean, Elsa's not amazing. They're on 6 ink, so they could Elsa and then they'd have to trade Iago and Elsa into the Shark. Opting to just play a library instead. Move the crab, take it out. Yeah, Luca's just like, this is a game of card draw, and I'm going to keep drawing cards. They also have a little bit of a lore advantage right now, which is quite nice. Lucas has options to take out this library now as well. He does have a crab available to be able to potentially buff up the Iago and take it out. Don't think they want to use the Cusco to, like, ramp Luca for no reason. Cusco would also be, like, kind of the entire turn, which isn't great. So honestly, I think the best play here would be, like, you just buff up the. Yeah, I don't know. He's just ramping it. Honestly, I think I would have preferred to crab Iago into the library and then just Genie instead. Was that a draw too? Was that just a Friends on the other side? It was a Genie. Yeah, man, these Amethyst mirrors. Yeah, it's all about card draw. It's all about card advantage, man. This is why, I don't know, like, I feel like some people might not enjoy this, but I think there's so much skill to these Amethyst mirror matches. And, like, in certain situations, it might feel like, oh, it's unoptimal to, like, play these cards and not do anything else. But it's like, Genie is such a strong card. 2/4 quest for 2 evasive, and it just replaces itself every time it comes down. So if you just keep playing Genies, even if your opponent has to deal with them, they're also running out of cards. You're staying up on cards. It's just a battle of card advantage, honestly. 3rd library, yeah, it's crazy. He decides to play the Else on the Genie so that Iago can take Genie out. This Iago has definitely been putting in work so far. It's helped out against the library. Now it's banished a Genie. But I do think, I mean, it's quite clear, right? Lucas is at a much smaller amount of cards in hand compared to Luca. Super, super interesting now. Luca is probably going to be like, okay, when do I think the right time to play like my Maui Shark is? When can I get away with it? There's a B prep that has been drawn. B prepping this board. 8 ink wouldn't leave Luca with much, but it is a reset. Would have to probably, I mean, I'm not sure how many cards are within Lucas's hand right now. I want to mute quickly just to take a sip of water. 1 second, chat. I agree, Rakeen. When it's not like completely one-sided, where like you can both keep drawing, and the game really, really extends, I think it's quite good. They need to fix this timer as well, right? Because I think this is the timer that was carried over from from the other game, right? It's got to be. Yeah, I hope chat's told them about the timer here. There's not actually 11 minutes left. This is literally the first game. But that being said, I do think this Amethyst Mirror will take quite a bit of time. Decides to ink a Pirate's Life. And for 6, this might be a Maui Shark, I'm assuming. No, for 3, it's a crab. So Genie into the Cusco. Maui Shark, okay. That's pretty interesting now. Yeah, this is quite a threatening board. Lucas really needs to be able to answer this this Maui Shark cleanly. Yeah, I don't know about Monstro in these Blurple decks. It's like, it seems like it's quite good against I mean, when most of the opponent's board is evasive, it's pretty tricky. Is gameplay moving about 1 speed? On this one, it is. This one, I don't think it's sped up. I mean, I couldn't know. Okay, it's always funny, right? You kind of get this placebo effect that once you say, oh, maybe the game is like 0.25x speed or 1.25x speed, it's like, oh yeah, now that I look closely, they're like shuffling faster, or they're playing faster or whatever. I'm assuming they would probably speed it up if, oh my god, the timer is counting up. The timer is counting up. What's happening? Oh my god. Oh, okay, chat, I'm so sorry. I was completely distracted by the speed. What did Lucas play there? He just played an Elsa and put, was it Elsa Crab into the, it was Elsa Crab into the Maui Shark, right? Sure. Is there a time limit in top 8, assuming not for grand finals? I think so, yeah. There's usually like 17 minutes, 17 minutes timer. Okay, just another Genie, yeah. Yeah, you guys are right. It's just if you could just keep drawing cards. These games go quite long. That's the Finders Keepers for even more card draw. This is tough. This Monstro feels like such a dead card in hand. It really does. I don't know. The difference is it might be a dead card, but it's a pretty big card for Luca to try and have to deal with. Okay, Luca has passed turn. A big draw would be nice here. It's another Elsa, which is quite nice. I mean, this looks like if Elsa comes out, it's just going to force a B-prep, honestly. Can it be Elsa Genie? It looks like it might be. Oh, it's Genie. I think you got to ink the Monstro here, no? Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. They say, we'll just leave the Genie up, it's fine. I guess what they're saying here is like, oh, like you can actually just B-prep your own Genie if you want to. It's looking like B-prep might have to be the option here for Luca right now. I think he just quests with the Siago. You know that B-prep's coming. I think he just quests with everything. Is the whale supposed to be Blurple Maui? No, the whale is supposed to help out to be able to clear off like multiple threats pretty fast. But the reason why I'm not sure about it is like you need so many cards. It's like a Scar, so you need to discard a card to re-ready it, and I can like hit again. But I feel like you need so many cards in your hand for that. Is that Finder's Keeper? Finder Keepers in the hand? It is. Okay, Finder's Keepers will help Lucas really be able to draw back into this game. I think Luca right now is probably deciding, okay, is it worth me to like, I don't know, do some crab shenanigans to clear off some stuff, or should I just simply like B-prep? I think B-prepping is the better option here. Yeah, draw some cards, B-prep, clear the board, play something else down. Get a bit of lore off this Genie while you can. Yeah. How much ink is available here? It's 10, right? So B-prep and then play a 3-drop or something. Play a couple of 1-drops maybe. Is this a Fox B prep? A Fox B prep. I respect it, man. Fox bounce Genie back. Genie is what... This is the Genie mirror match. Genie is what's going to win the game. I'm not sure if Luke is running goats, though. And I know Lucas is, I want to say. Maybe I thought I saw a goat and it wasn't a goat. So if one person's playing goats and the other isn't, that's also going to make the difference. Okay, yeah, sure. Ink another Fox, play a Diablo. Yeah, that's why honestly I was a bit unsure as to if Lucas should play the second Genie. Could have just used the Elsa and saved the Genie for after the board clear potentially. Okay. So the Let It Go is there now, so that's something that's going to be able to answer the Maui Shark. Luca is just drawing so deep into his deck, though. Super, like, he knows so much about Ruby Amethyst. I think he's playing super cleanly, honestly. Inkabel, play Iago, and pass. I don't know about this. Ruby Amethyst has drawn so many cards. I feel like this version of Ruby Amethyst it just still feels stronger than Blurple's, like, somehow. With the Maui Sharks, like, the Blurple player needs the perfect answer. I feel like they're just drawing way more cards. I guess he's seeing how many Genies have been played. It looks like there's two in there. 1, 2. 2 Genies, okay. Friends as well. I think Lucas has played like 1 Friends. And Lucas still has a lore advantage as well, which is kind of crazy, honestly. Luca probably wants to keep inking, honestly. Because if he has that 4th library, he can B-prep library. It's so strong. This is a grueling battle indeed. It's a sail. Okay. I think Lucas just wants to draw first. Would mean that there's only 4 ink available to them, though. Potentially 5 at least. It could be Elsa. I think this is fine. I think they could just draw with the Finder's Keepers, ink something, and then Elsa the Genie. Ink a sail, sure. No, I don't think you do this. I guess maybe you do. Sure, I guess this completely clears the board, and you still got the card draw as well, right? Yeah, that's fair. It's pretty annoying. This is still a pretty annoying board for Luca to have to deal with, unless he's got some Peter Pan Shadow shenanigans. He does indeed, yeah. The Shadow will help out a lot here. Into the... Oh my god. Absolutely filthy. My god. And that's why you play Shark and Ruby Amethyst, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you play Shark and Ruby Amethyst. Yeah, he just gets the card draw back. He's just gonna keep... Oh my god. And the Brawl. Go up an additional lore. Yeah, I mean, this is still going to be really interesting. I think even if Luca takes this, we're going to see Emerald Sapphire in action as well. It's really cool that they're showing all of the games, because there's only going to be 7 games, which is basically as many games as they showed yesterday, technically. They actually showed more games yesterday from the amount of rounds there were, but... Yeah, Finders Keepers to draw additional cards. Is that a big Tamatoa I saw? With no popsicles in the discard? I think so. Is that a big Tamatoa? I thought I saw one. Is this literally... Oh, it's a Friends. He has no way to kill this Maui Shark? There's really no way to kill this Maui Shark? Oh, actually, never mind. That's how he kills the Maui Shark. Yeah, he's got so many cards indeed. But Luca just needs to play this slow. I think the value that Ruby Amethyst has versus Blurple is just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, I think the Iagos and the stuff that Blurple... I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you think about what Blurple's able to do against Ruby Amethyst. It's nothing that Blue is doing. The only thing that Blue is doing is allowing you to get to like a... Oh my god. Oh, that's filthy. That's absolutely disgusting. How does Lucas even begin to deal with that? It's a 3-6. I guess that's actually the first target that Monstro can hit, potentially. But it also has to quest, which means there's more cards being drawn. Oh my god. Yeah, these Ruby Amethyst games are literally just about like, oh, I'll slowly play characters to the board. I'll just keep having cards in my hand. You play cards to the board, I'll just clear those cards, play cards to the board. I'll just clear those cards, play cards to the board. I'll just clear those cards. But he's playing it super, super clean. From his start was super, super strong. And there's the last library. I'm pretty sure that's the last library, right? It's got to be. Like I said, Luca just has way more lore. It's another Finders Keepers. I mean, what can Lucas even draw? He's drawn these 6-drop Tamatoas and like... Are all the popsicles at the bottom of his deck? What is going on? There's one in his hand. He's got oh my god, he's got 4 6-drop Tamatoas and no popsicles in the discard. Oh my god. What the hell is going on? I'm convinced all of his popsicles are at the bottom of his deck. This is crazy. What even is this hand? Oh, I feel so bad. Even if they were in the discard, how much does this do? Like, it's just... You just can't deal with this board. At what point am I... If I'm Lucas here, I'm like, man, I think this is the game. Like, I really think this is the game. Oh, he has the 1 in his discard? No, I don't think there is. No, he has 1 in hand, yeah. Man. That's what I'm saying. Even if the popsicles were there, it's like, sure, I draw a little bit more. Honestly, the only out I could see is if he could draw, he needs to draw to find like a Hades or let it go to get rid of the other Hades. It's the only way I can see this game really progressing, because Hades is going to generate so much value. There's at least 3 lore being gained, taking Luca up to 14. But Luca only has 7 ink, so he would literally have to like popsicle into Croquette Mallet. What the hell does this card do? Is that Croquette Mallet? It looks like it. Which player is the blue deck again? Lucas on the right. Oh, gives it Rush. What? What a weird card. What a strange card. Yep, I think this has to be Luca's game. I don't see what happens. It's not about how much ink they have, it's about how many cards they have in their hand, JD. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Double Pirates life. GG. Luca takes game 1. Let's go. Let's go, Luca. Very nicely done. Lucas is feeling the pressure now, I think. And I want to say that Luca had higher seed. It showed it on the thing, but I can't remember. He just plays Sharks and wins. Right, double Pirates life. GG. That's the game. So I think he's sticking to Blurple here. It's Blurple and Ruby Amber, right? So this means Blurple goes first, Ruby Amber goes second. Ruby Amber versus. I mean, I haven't seen all of the cards within Luca's deck, his Emerald Sapphire deck, but yeah, this is the one where we saw it had like the signed contract. It had I don't know if we saw Oswald's, but it's definitely like an item build. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go. Lots of pressure on these players at the moment. But again, like I said, like they should be incredibly proud. Of course they want to take it all the way, but I don't think you can be disappointed. I think no matter what stage these players get knocked out, they've absolutely crushed it. Man, I'm so excited for the next season of DLCs. I can't wait to see all of you guys there. I can't wait to play a new format once rotation happens. Play literally the new format that they just announced. Like, man, it's gonna be a good time indeed. Now I just want Lucas to win so I can actually see, because the combination of these matches, I want to see. I never thought in the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana World Championships I'd see Emerald Sapphire versus Blurple, and then potentially Emerald Sapphire versus like Ruby Amber. Absolutely crazy. How do the ink colors work for top 8? They work the same way that they worked for day 1. So players are able to ban an ink color combination, or bench rather, not ban, bench. But you have to win with both decks basically. But it's only the finals that's it's best of 5, right? Okay, looking at Lucas' deck, he actually is running Oswald, which against a non-steel deck, which is why he benched the steel deck. He's chilling. Oh, is there Under the Sea there? Is there Under the Sea, Kim? Did you see Under the Sea in Lucas? Because if Under the Sea is here, yeah, against Blurple, it's like Amber Emerald. It is literally just GG, in my opinion. I mean, he needs to draw correctly and stuff like that. But if you saw an Under the Sea, you believe it's in his deck? Okay, yeah. If it's in his deck, Luca should be pretty favored. Man, and then against the Ruby Amber as well, if that's just like a straight-up board-based deck, if you can ramp to it, then you're kind of chilling, yeah. I might have to explore. No, I can't even explore the Under the Sea green-blue deck. Under the Sea's... Well, maybe Under the Sea won't go. I just reckon all of the other support packages for Amber Emerald will disappear. But maybe I'd kind of like to see Under the Sea stay. But maybe they also feel like it's too impactful the way like Big Sisu is, right? Like, for the same reason as Big Sisu, I could see Under the Sea definitely leaving the format. I think Luca is having to mulligan very hard. I think he might... No way. I think he might have just kept an Oswald and mulliganed the rest. But I'm not entirely sure. Well, I can let you, but I can't keep it in Germany. Well, no, there's no... I mean, honestly, I'm just intrigued and interested to see what's going to happen for rotation, what like new decks come out of rotation. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But here we go. I could in Infinite, we have 8 Tamatoa. That's true. And we can get the ramp cards easily, right? Because that's just going to be Tipo and Sail now, probably. Yeah. Maybe get a few Japanese fishbone quills or something. Okay. Let's lock in. So Lucas is on the play. Inks a bell and passes. No Popsicle again. What is happening, man? Oh my god, his hand does not look very good. His hand does not look very strong. I did see a Tipo, but I didn't see a 4-drop. I saw like Tamatoas and Elsas. Maybe there's a 4-drop though. Maybe I'm missing it. Oh, there's a goat. There's a goat. There's a goat. Okay, there's a goat. And there's a Cusco. You probably put Cusco down, I think. You put Friends down? What? Oh, I guess Friends makes sense in case he ever thinks there's an Ursula in this deck. Sure. Oh, a Genie top deck. Let's go. Yes. Genie top deck is exactly what Lucas needed. Yo, Windy, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Okay. Let's see if Oswald is about to pop off. Oswald trigger. It's the trap. It's the Radigan's mouse trap. Okay, Oswald 100% hit accuracy. Luke is cracked right now. He's actually cracked. Into the hidden Inkcaster to draw a card to ink a card. Okay, this is the start we want to see. We see the Popsicle banished for the bell to be played. And a card can still be inked. What's it going to be? Oh, there isn't Under the Sea. You're right, Kim. There isn't Under the Sea. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. No ink? What? No ink from Luca? What's happening? You need to play Under the Sea, my friend. You need to ink. Are all of the cards in his hand too good? Oh wait, he did ink. I'm an idiot. I'm actually so dumb. I keep forgetting about the ramp. He did ink. Wait, did he ink? No, he didn't ink. Did he ink? I don't think he inked. Wait, I'm like second guessing myself. Maybe he did ink. No, he did ink. He did ink. He did ink. Yeah, I'm losing it. Steamboat Willie about to drive a boat all over the opponent. Steamboat Willie. That's not Steamboat Willie. That's Oswald. It's a different character. Elsa took out Oswald, so that's very sad. Oswald is an absolute engine. So what happens now? Workshop time. I mean, this is trickier said than done. So, while we know that Under the Sea can deal with Lucas's board very, very well, Luca needs to be able to ramp enough, draw enough cards, and actually get there. Which is a lot easier said than done. Oh, there is a Hades in Lucas's deck, okay. Like, honestly, Blurple, if they recognize, oh, the Emerald Sapphire player is taking really, really long, you just quest to win the game and it's done, right? Just keep questing. It doesn't matter. Like, literally just quest and get so far that they Under the Sea, you just play another character, it sticks, quest again. That's the thing about Blurple that I kind of underestimate, honestly, is it seems like, oh, if I get to my singer and I get to this, da-da-da-da-da. But first of all, you also need the perfect, like, sequencing for that. It's just tricky, right? But it's not looking that bad for Luca. I mean, he did lose his workshop, which isn't great. Oh, that's why. Look at his hand. Yeah, this hand is rough. I understand it now. He really needed that workshop to stick to draw some more cards. He has double Under the Sea in hand. Although, Under the Sea is a much better card when it's inkable thanks to the hidden Inkcaster. I think this Emerald Sapphire wants all the items down to Big Tam Dime to win. Yeah, it's actually like Zach's deck. We just didn't really see it pop off. The problem is he can't draw any cards right now, I don't think so. He's got like an Under the Sea. Oh, he can play Big Tamatoa, right? He can, right? Sure, yeah. I was just thinking that. He can play Big Tamatoa. And he took a Popsicle and... Oh, wait, maybe he might have taken... Oh, he can't take the workshop back, right? Because that's in his inkwell. He took a Popsicle and the trap back. Hades onto the Tamatoa. He's ramping, though. So all of a sudden, Luca is at... Yeah, all of a sudden, Luca is at 8 ink once he inks. So he could clear off an Elsa, a Genie, and a Tipo. But he would have to spend everything for that. And then there's a Hades and a Cusco remaining. Which means he's going to be questing for a lot. Lucas is not questing with this Tipo. I honestly think just quest with the Tipo. Yeah, he's questing with the Tipo. There's no reason not to. Like, this is a matchup where, like, I need as much lore as possible. This is what it's like for me against Blurple as well, Kim. It's like, it's literally the same thing. Like, I feel like I'm so favored once if I can get to the Under the Sea and, like, reestablish stuff. And I also need to be, like, discarding them, me drawing cards in the process. But they can just if they just keep playing like genies and these like two questers, like there's nothing you can really do against it. Oh my god. Double Radigan's Mousetrap and a free Scrooge. Oh, this would be so good if the Bell and the Scrooge would be enough for an Under the Sea here. Oh, it's so annoying. But luckily, there is also a... Oh, no, it's so tough. It really depends on how much Lucas can ink here. He has to ink something, right? He's going to do that so he can replay the popsicle at least. But... So he's got a coil and an Under the Sea in hand. He didn't ink, right? He's not inking. Man, this is tough. Imagine he had enough for the Under the Sea and the coil and like, Luca's like just a little bit off being able to like swing the game. I mean, it's also hard. I can't like clearly see the cards in his hand, so maybe all of them like he just doesn't want to ink anything. But oh my god! I mean, this is the problem. Like he just loses now, right? Yep, Lucas wins. I don't think, because there's not enough ink. Like, think about if Luca has a little bit more ink, he can do stuff like coil, ink if he had a fishbone or something else, and then just do Under the Sea, clear the board, GG. But this is exactly what purple does. It just quests way too fast sometimes. So this is good though, because we get to go to a Ruby Amber versus Emerald Amethyst or Emerald Sapphire. Third game, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, it's again, Kim. It is easier said than done as well. It's like I don't think Luca didn't have a lot of ramp this game, which really sucked. We didn't see a Sail, we didn't see a Tipo, we didn't even see a Fishbone. Fishbone Quill would like literally chase the game. Imagine he hit instead of the Radigan's Mousetrap, imagine he hit a Fishbone Quill off of that Oswald. Like the game is so different. This deck is like very, very tricky to play. Like, fair play to the people playing these blue-green decks, because I feel like there's so many similarities for it compared to the discard deck that I play, because you still want to build up to like a big Under the Sea with coils and stuff. But I feel like the early game is so much harder than Amber Emerald, because Amber Emerald, like, you just play like a 1-2-3, you do a bit of discarding, you get some singers, you clear the board. I say this, like, Lucas is not out of the game yet. Or, yeah, Luca isn't out of the game yet. I forgot about those two Radigan Mousetraps. He can get to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, if there's a goat, he wins, though, right? I think he inked a goat earlier in the game, though. So if he draws a goat, no goat. Can Luca choose any of the other two decks? No, Luca has to win with this deck now. The rule is you have to win with both of your decks. I mean, Luca's at 0, right? So even if he gets the Under the Sea, board clear, Sapphire Coil, ink this, ink that, whatever, a goat top deck, anything will just do it. So Lucas really isn't worried, and he's got Luca has so much work here to do. So it's the coil. I mean, can he even? No, he can't, right? How much is that? That's 6 ink. No, there's no Fishbone Quill. I don't see. I don't see how he's able to clear this. Yep, not able to clear it. So we're going to a game 3 with. Oh, this is still gonna be so spicy. I feel like the same thing could happen though. If this Ruby Amber deck is literally just kind of like a Mufasa character quest deck, it's the same. It's the same thing with these Under the Sea decks. In my opinion, I would feel so favored. I would feel like, oh, build up my board, get to the Under the Sea, bam, it's done. I feel like playing Under the Sea is a lot easier in Amber Emerald though than this color combination, because you have to hit like the perfect ramp sequencing, and then you also need to have a Sapphire Coil previously on the board before you do the Under the Sea thing to wipe. But at least the idea is the same. So you'd figure that against like board-based decks, a deck like this, a deck like Green Blue is quite favored. But it also depends how fast it can go. And the thing is, like a Blurple deck and a Ruby Amber deck, you feel like it's not like an aggro deck, so it doesn't go super fast, but it can start to go a lot faster than you think, especially when they start playing like 2 Quester cards. And I have a feeling that this Amber Ruby deck is going to go a little bit faster than Blurple, honestly. If it's like super, super board-based, granted, I have no idea what version Lucas is running, but I think no matter what, this is going to be a very, very interesting game to watch. I am not sure what type of deck he's running, though, honestly. Okay, here we go. And Luca will be on the play on green-blue right here. I'm excited to see some Ruby Amber, though. I'm excited to see some shenanigans. Oh my god, this looks whoa, this looks like an aggro deck. Ladies into Lilos, oh my days. I am kind of excited. Let's see the opening hand though. The opening hand for Luca does not look too bad. There's some popsicles, there's an Oswald, there's a kit. Okay, this looks like we've got a game on our hands. This is very much looking like aggro though. So this should be going faster. Man, I'm excited to watch this. This is you never see these decks face off against each other, I feel like, in like normal play. There's a Piglet drawn. I saw a Piglet. Okay, Piglet can be bounced to Kit though. Damn, that's actually really good for Luca. Because if Piglet comes down on turn 2, Kit will literally be the answer on turn 3, and that's really going to slow down things. Also, yeah, also Lucas didn't, I mean, it's open deckless, so he should know Kit's in the deck. But he didn't see Kit last game. Imagine doing a trick shuffle here. What do you mean? Okay, here we go. The Battle of Italy versus Austria. Here we go. Popsicle, turn 1. Oh, is this Bell? This is Bell turn 1, I think. I think I saw Bell. Popsicle Bell turn 1. When players take a while like this, it just means the inking decision is actually quite tough. Ink a coil, play a Popsicle. Draw a card. And pass, no Bell. Prince John. I don't know how I feel about this Prince John. It seems like such a weird card. Ink a Goofy, play Mulan. I guess they're playing the Mulan shift in this. I don't know. Or I guess they don't have to be playing the Mulan shift. They could just be playing Rapunzels and stuff like that benefit off of the stuff. Okay, we're going to see an Oswald played here, I think. I think what Luke is trying to think about here is how fast can this Ruby Amber deck go. All of this is also, it's like, even though it's open deck list, like, the difference in how much experience you have playing against certain decks really affects players here. If they're not sure of certain play lines, of certain combinations that they can do, like, Ruby Amber is not a deck that's played that much, and Green Blue is not a deck that's played that much, so, like, either player can be surprised of what can happen, right? I'm sure Ravensburger are very happy with these, with the fact that these cards are here. So if we see a Piglet, yeah, that's going to be bounced. That's going to be bounced, and that's really, really, really going to hurt Lucas. Was there any other turn 2 play? I guess there was a Lilo. But I also understand Lucas. He's like, oh, if this Piglet goes unanswered, then I'm questing for so much all of a sudden. There's also the double Oswald here, which could be crazy, but... Oh, my God. Oh, that was filthy. That was oh no, yeah, Luca's chilling. Luca's absolutely chilling. Build up to the Under the Sea and oh my god. Man. Oh, that was like the dream turn 3. Ink, Oswald, trigger, Fishbone, Quill, play Kit to bounce your Piglet. Bam! Oh my days. Absolutely filthy. Oh my god. And there's an Under the Sea in hand. I don't know if I can even watch this. This is just crazy. This game's gonna be wild. This is really gonna show off the power of Green Blue. With the Oswald, he could nearly sing. Does he have another Oswald? No, okay. Honestly, no way he gets a Bell. If he has a Bell here, it's a coil. My god. Oh my god. It's disgusting. It's absolutely filthy. Oh, if Lucas just plays like the bodyguard, this is not a good matchup for Lucas. This is... Oh my god. Imagine this is how the Blurple game went. It would be the same outcome. This is disgusting. And I feel like there's like the problem. You know what? I don't play Ruby Amber. Like there's no card draw. The card draw is like if he had a Rapunzel here, Rapunzel would be like the best thing that Lucas could have. But there's no Rapunzel in hand. I guess he could still go. Wait, how much ink? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is probably the last turn. You actually probably. Oh wait, the bodyguard was inked. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're on 7. Yeah, they're on 7. I guess this is the best thing they can do. Like they can't get under the seed this turn, but the cards left in their hand, they're so bad. It's like a 0-5 bodyguard and it's flipping Prince John. Oh man. Here we go. Here's Scrooge. That's a dime. He doesn't need a dime yet. He just needs more cards. My God. I feel really bad for Lucas here. Although this bodyguard's a 0-4. Oh, I thought this bodyguard was a 0-5. It's a 0-4? So they could actually still take out a piglet. Wow. I was positive it was a 0-5. I feel so much worse. Oswald trigger, nothing. Oswald trigger. Bam! Sapphire coil. Oh my God. These green-blue decks are crazy. I mean, he just lets him quit. Like, I would honestly, if I'm Luca, I'm like, okay, like, he can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I don't think you can let him get 10, actually. But you just build up the board, do under the sea, bam, 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 bam. Oh my God. Galactic Communicator. Absolutely crazy. And Hidden Inkcaster. And he can bounce something because he hit the Galactic Communicator. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. That's filthy, that's filthy, that's filthy. He can actually use his cards to like trade off so many things here. Takes no damage. Takes no damage. Oh my God. This is disgusting. This deck's not easy to play though. I feel like you misplay green blue so easily. I mean, yeah, Lucas just says, "Oh, I played on my board. I've got no cards left in my hand." Oh my God. These bodyguards are gonna do absolutely nothing against this deck. That's the thing. The bodyguards, like, they don't care about the bodyguards. They just bounce. Isn't Luca on 2 lore? I feel like they quested with the Oswald, and it hasn't been updated on the tracker. If he didn't get that Galactic Communicator, Lucas could have potentially at least gotten to like 14 lore, I think. Oh. This just sucks if you're Amber Ruby right now. So, like, the pop-off was absolutely insane from Luca. Hitting the Fishbone Quill was just too much. Luca's got to be feeling very, very, very happy right now. And Liam's pick of the Blurple player, Blurple will be getting knocked out in top 8 here. Unless they can pull off a miracle. They can't play this Prince John, right? There's no way. What does Prince John even do? Why is Prince John supposed to synergize with like Ariel and stuff? I don't know, man. Coil, under the sea. Under the sea. Oh, they can sing it as well. Oh my god. Darling, it's weather. Da, 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 da. Absolutely don't. Oh, Luca, don't do this to him. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Don't do it again. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens now with Green Blue is they win the game, but they just need to be very, very slow and very, very careful about what they do. So no coil activations, I don't think. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Into top 4. I mean, Lucas's hand. Just put your hand out, buddy. Just don't let yourself suffer. Put your hand out. Accept that you've played exceptionally well. You've gotten to the top 8 of the World Championship. Shake this man's hand. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. Yeah, we knew it was over. So now it's Ed versus Luca. Yeah, the Galactic Communicator was probably the nail on the head, but honestly, I think it was actually the I think it was the Fishbone Quill off the Oswald was pretty strong as well. It gave him enough ramp to kind of keep going there. Absolutely insane. I can't remember how the pricing increases from as you keep going up. I've no idea. Oh, Casters are back. Announcements.
Steel, Amethyst, Emerald, and both of these players.
I'm gonna drink and leave you guys to the Casters.
You can see Luca figuring out the Emerald Sapphire list, the item list. It's one of those ink colors that players have had difficulty for a little while kind of figuring out how it works. There's a lot of cool things that you can do in it. Luca was able to unlock that.
Yeah, able to unlock it indeed, and his game plan was perfect in Game 3. Got everything he wanted to going. And I will highlight one key play, though. In that second match, sometimes like single turns can make all the difference in these games. In Game 2, Lucas won the game, I believe, by banishing that workshop right away with that Cusco and getting that off the board before it could do any damage. And then in that last game, the game plan, I think, for Lucas was in full swing, going wide, but that Kit Cloud Kicker that came down and spoiled Lucas's tempo was key. It was the perfect card at the perfect time, and it allowed Luca to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, we can see both players knew exactly what they needed to do in order to win both games. But we are going to look at the bracket real quick, the updated bracket. We can see that Edmund Chu and Luca will be facing in the semi-finals. And then next up, we will have DKP and Federico battling it out for their semi-final placement. Afterwards, Zach and Mo as well before we move on to the semifinals later today.
Once again, you are seeing every game here in the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. You're going to get these 2 games next. We have our first 2 semifinalists. What an exciting day. And every match so far, every game has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited that we get to see every single game. Like you mentioned, this top 8, there's not anything that you guys are going to miss. We want you to see every single thing. We have the literal world's best Lorcana players here, and I know that the people at home are excited to watch it.
That's true, and I want to bring people in a little bit to what we're hearing behind us and seeing behind us. There's a viewing area set up out there in the main area, and because there's only one game going on at a time, and it is in the feature area, there are a bevy of players who played here yesterday who didn't make the top cut, and it's some family and some plus ones who are out there watching this live, and every single time there's a great play, every single time a player wins and advances, there's a round of applause from all of the competitors cheering on their fellows. It's a wonderful environment and a really exciting atmosphere right now.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we saw yesterday, we know that the competitors are all cheering each other on. So the ones that didn't make it here today too, a lot of them are here to watch the ones that did make it today to continue to progress. And, you know, teammates are cheering each other on, family members are here to cheer each other on. It's one of the things I enjoy most about the Disney Lorcana community.
It is a community, and I will say a lot of these competitors, if they didn't know each other before this weekend, have spent a lot of time together, and I think there's a lot of friendships made, if I can say something a little cheesy, out there this weekend. I know I've gotten to know a lot of these players very well, some of which I never met before, and they're all wonderful people.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone on a long journey to get here, right? There were 11 challenges, there were 2 championships. These players are seeing each other along this road. They're all going the distance together to try to make it to this spot. So it's not like these are all strangers in a room. They've all been fighting the same fight, doing the same battle to get to this point. All of them know just how much work it takes to get to this.
Jessica, no, they can. Yeah, they have to play the same decks. It's the same decks as yesterday, pretty much. Yeah.
And everything later. I'm not going to cry on camera on screen just yet. But it's also been some incredible Lorcana, as you highlighted. We have in the top 8 some really, I wouldn't say unconventional deck lists, but some lists that I think a lot of us thought would be lower powered. And we also have some really, really traditional lists. Every game of Lorcana has been fantastic so far, and that we are getting that next round seeded. That's coming up very, very soon. So make sure you don't go anywhere. It's going to be nonstop Lorcana all day.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like I mentioned earlier, being able to watch all of the top 8 matches is super special just because I don't want to miss any of the action. You know, like I mentioned, these are the world's best players. I want to see how every game breaks down. I wouldn't want to see that somebody advance and not know what happened. We saw how many exciting games there were yesterday. There were a lot of Sisus that were pulled off the top. There were a lot of heartbreak and a lot of loud cheers and victory. So we don't want anyone to miss any of the excitement.
I agree. And I talked about how much we enjoyed getting to know the players, how much the players enjoyed getting to know each other. We love it when you get to know the players as well, so we're going to throw it to Rebecca in the interview booth.
Hi, Illumineers. I'm here with Luca, our next player to make it to top 4. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Grazie mille. Allora, ciao Luca, siamo qui, stiamo salutando tutti gli illuminari. Complimenti per la tua top 4, come ti senti? Allora, grazie, sono sereno, tranquillo, è andata molto bene.
The Italian representative.
Per vincere. So thank you, I am really tranquil, I liked it, and now we continue our path towards victory.
Yes, indeed. And that path took you to a rematch against Lucas, your competitor you played yesterday in round 5. And you won 2-1. How was it in this rematch, knowing what you were going to face in these decks?
Dice, ieri hai affrontato un rematch che ti ha riportato contro.
I'll let the interview happen quickly.
Come ti sei sentito nel fare questo rematch e nel sapere contro cosa stavi giocando? Allora, ero molto tranquillo per questo rematch, anche perché ieri l'ho vinto, solo che ieri è andato completamente diverso il matchup. So I was really tranquil about this rematch, also because I won it. But yesterday it went pretty different, this rematch. Io ho perso il dado e quindi lui ha iniziato con il giallo-rosso aggro che ha vinto la partita e poi sono riuscito a vincere con gli altri 2 mazzi contro il suo blu-viola. Yeah, so I lost the dice in the beginning, so I went against a difficult deck, but then I was able to win with the other 2 decks and proceed to the next round. E niente, adesso è andata molto bene quando sono partito con il blu-verde item perché ho incontrato aggro ma il mazzo si è incastrato decisamente alla perfezione. And this time went very well when I went versus the item aggro because my deck has really done its thing and we won very fast. Per quello che invece riguarda il rosso-viola, beh, il mio best deck, quindi di base cerco di vincere sempre contro tutto. For what concerns the red amethyst deck, that's my best deck, and what I try to do is to win against anybody and everything.
Yes, and you did. You got the win in that game 1. You won on 2 Pirates life there at the end. How did that feel?
Quindi durante il game 1 hai vinto contro 2 Pirates life in quel game 1, appunto. Come ti sei sentito? No, avevo 2 tipologie per chiudere la partita, alla fine ho optato per quella più semplice con doppia Pirate Life, ma le avevo già da un po', erano lì che aspettavano solo di arrivare a 16. Ho settato la vittoria il turno prima e lui non ha risposto e ho chiuso così. I had two paths I could follow towards the victory. In the end, I decided to pursue the one with 2 Pirates Life, so I played that. My opponent did not answer. I've said it from the round before, and he didn't do anything, and then I won.
Well, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on top 4. We can't wait to see you in the semifinals, but we have 2 more rounds coming of the top 8. We can't wait to show you those games, Illumineers. Stick around, and we'll see you back here soon.
We're coming at you live from the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida for the first.
Is there any new announcements, please? I would like more announcements. Announcements are cool. Announcements are fun. I reckon if they're not doing an announcement now, it's probably going to be after maybe this round or after the last game of top 8. So now we've got DKP versus Federico. And both very experienced red-blue players, so I think this is going to be pretty exciting to watch. I actually didn't catch what version of red-blue DKP was playing. Well, like actually, maybe nobody saw what version he was playing because maybe he's gotten benched against him the entire time. But I would very much assume it's it is the Shark version. NA events leaked early. Joaquin, tell me what you know. Is it on a Discord server? Is it in a group chat? I am very, very intrigued. I'm assuming maybe PPG, because PPG ran the events last time. But if you have any information, please let me know. Lorcana announcements, I can see it says something here. No, it's not anything from PPG. Where did everything leak is my question. I'm very, very excited. The Pegasus participation promo is absolutely stunning, though, for sure. Is there anything on Twitter? I can't see anything yet. I need to play set. Yeah, the Pegasus are really, really, really nice. Love seeing full card sheets being used for prizing. I've always wanted. Oh wait, the prizing. Okay, wait. We got some prizing stuff for the new DLC. So participation is Pegasus. Top 64 is Simba Pride Protector. Top 32 is the Championship Invite. And Elsa Ice Maker. An Elsa Playmat. Serialized Golden Mickey for top 8 again. Foil Uncut Sheet. An uncommon foil uncut sheet is for top 4. Top 2 is a full foil set and enchanted and epics. The winner is the World's Invite, foil uncut sheet, rare trophy as well. Oh, you got the link? Let's go. Past time events. Is this? Oh, is the page down? Maybe everybody's trying to load it. Yeah. Is this the? Is past time events? Is this the Australian one? I'm guessing. Oh no, it says PAX East Gen Con. I don't see. Maybe they removed it. They realized it was too early. Ah shit, they removed it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure there are screenshots somewhere. Maybe that's what people are doing on Twitter. Yeah, let me go open up Twitter quickly. And I'll try and make sure that the thing is still, that I can still see if they actually come back and make the announcements. I guess let's open it like where did it go? Like this? Like this. Are they going to give announcements?
It's so nice to be back in the booth with you, Brandon. It's been such an exciting day, and I am really excited to be casting this next match with you. We have some excellent players coming up here, and it's just a pleasure to be in the booth with you again, Brandon.
Yeah, we're getting right into this one because we don't want to hold anyone up. We have DKP being player number 1, the Melbourne Challenge winner. Favorite deck being Ruby Sapphire, professional TCG player, coach, and content creator. Favorite Disney character,
Donald Duck. Yeah, I wish I could do a Donald Duck voice. I cannot. So we will go on over to our next player, which is Federico.
So we got Federico. Yeah, I've got the information up here. Sorry, chat, 1 second. So, top 32 championship invite. Elsa Ice Maker. If you win it, you go to Worlds again, which is cool. Prizes on the prize wall, non-foil Dragonfire promo. Okay, non-foil Let It Go promo. I don't think we've had them before. All main event promo cards, non-foil version. Non-foil uncut sheet. They've got uncut sheets on the prize wall? What? That's kind of crazy. And then loads of play mats, a pin, a challenge hat, and oversized cards. Okay, that looks pretty promising so far. I'm pretty excited about that. I'm going to let the caster speak for a moment. I have to just do something quickly.
They may have already altered their hands at this point. I know we're trying to get into the match as quickly as possible, but Federico bringing Ruby Sapphire, Amethyst, Emerald, and Amber Steel, as well as his lineup. So I think, okay, looks like Federico is looking through DKP's deck list, just memorizing those. They get some time to memorize the deck list before the match, and then both players will choose and bench one of the other players' deck list. So they can't play that, and then they have to play with the other two and win one game with each.
Yes, this benching process this weekend has been so interesting, Brandon. What are your thoughts about going through these players' minds when they're looking at these deck lists and making this decision here, and some of the decisions that we've seen being made?
Yeah, there's a lot to think of. One of those is, depending on who your opponent is, what's their bread and butter, right? DKP is known for playing Ruby Sapphire. One of the more notable Ruby Sapphire players, usually a Half Shark, Maui Half Shark list. And so if you're playing against somebody who has that in their lineup, you definitely have to consider benching that, putting them off of the deck that they're comfortable with. But there's other very things that people have done too. People have come in saying, I just want to ban a specific ink and build my decks around those. So I'm interested to see what both players decide here. We're about to see benches in just a moment.
Gonna reveal them. I like the drama of this, Brandon. The drama. Here it is.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, so Amber Steel is gonna be benched for Federico, and then that Emerald is going to be benched for DKP. So they are gonna have those Ruby Sapphire decks that they both can play with.
That is very interesting, yeah. Oh, they're both playing Ruby Sapphire first, I think, or maybe they're playing their other respective decks first. But anyways, yeah, I mean, honestly, I really respect the green-yellow ban from Federico. And honestly, I also think that DKP's lineup is actually the lineup that I would play. It's the exact lineup that I would play. But the question is, will Federico play? Everyone seems to be playing this this item version of Ruby Sapphire now. I haven't seen so many Shark versions. Maybe DKP's like, I made the Shark version work. I won Melbourne with it. I'm going to take it to Worlds. I'm still going to prove that it's one of the best decks within the game. So I'd love to see basically the Ruby Sapphire mirror match, but the two different versions of the decks face off, honestly. We also haven't seen DKP's Amber Emerald. I'm pretty sure it's the discard one, Kim. And it makes the most sense to bench that against this lineup, I think. And I also think that, if I was DKP, I would also bench the exact same thing that he benched. I'd bench the Amber Steel because that's not great if you're playing Amethyst Steel. It's okay if you play Red-Blue, but then it's like, oh, if Federico benches my Red-Blue, then I have to kind of bench that because then the Amber Steel is pretty good against Yellow-Green. So I'm pretty excited to watch this, honestly. And starting off with the mirror match, DKP is higher seed, I believe, so it means he's going first. And this is a deck he is incredibly experienced at. So, I mean, two DLC winners going at it right now with Red-Blue. This is going to be probably some of the highest quality gameplay you're going to watch, I'm hoping at least. So let's see what happens. I wonder what type of version green-purple that Federico has as well. It's probably, I'm guessing it's the Birds discard one, maybe a general tempo one. There's so many different versions of these decks going around. But excited to see how this is going to go right now. Looks like DKP's deck boxes are kind of matching the three different types. You've got the Sisu deck box for the Red-Blue. He's got the Robin Hood one for the Emerald deck, and he's got the Genie one for the Amethyst deck. Very, very cool. Are they both looking at the Mickey? It looks like they're looking at the Mickey. They're like, oh, DKP's like, it's mine. I want it to be mine. Oh, I guess as soon as DKP plays Purple Steel, Specie and Moyne are going to be top back saying Broom Boy. I guarantee you. Okay, here we go. They're going to draw their opening hands. Oh, I mean, that's just a lot of popsicles, a lot of sales. I can't really tell. Okay, a DKP is definitely on the... Oh, maybe not definitely on the... Oh, okay, no, I saw Maui. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on his Shark version. And Federico... looks like it's a 3-cost item, so I'm going to guess he's on the item build. Which, anybody within the chat, let me know. Do we think that the Shark version is more favored against the item build? I would say so. I mean, the Shark version plays, yeah, I mean, the Shark version plays Manners, and I'm pretty sure at least a lot of these item decks haven't been playing Mauis and stuff. I think they're like a little bit slower. So, yeah, I think DKP's got this. He's going first as well. He's gonna be chilling. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if it's the item build because I see one of Greatstone Dragon. This could still very much be the Shark build on Federico's side. But I'm excited to start things off. Oh my God! Look at how many enchanteds are there. Look at all the enchanteds in DKP's list. There is quite a few, right? There's the 6-cost Tamatoa, there's the Sisu, there's the Maui. There's a few, maybe even like I was gonna say 1 or 2 of Hades, but it's not like Hades has an enchanted version. Okay, oh, there's the big Sisu, there's the Tipo, there's the Tipo. Yeah, I think the Shark deck will probably perform pretty well here, but again, like I said, the Shark deck could be Frederico's as well. DKP is already playing. He's already played his popsicle. Federico is playing. He's got a Scuttle in his deck. Okay, this has to be an item version, right? It might be one of the few red players that's playing Scuttle. I have not seen many people play that card in quite some time. Trying to figure out what to ink here. He's got a lot of popsicles. He decided to keep a lot of popsicles here, but I guess that makes sense if you want to keep popsicle, so that you could potentially draw into a Scrooge, then play the Scrooge for free. Kim, did you ever play Scuttle in your deck? Did you play Scuttle during Birmingham or no? Did Federico get directly seeded into top 8? So Federico is... yeah, it doesn't say what seed he is. I think he's... I've no idea what seed he is. The original item build... But that wasn't the deck that you played in Birmingham, was it? I don't think Scuttle was in Birmingham. Maybe it was. Popsicle, Tipo. Federico is also going to go Popsicle, Tipo. That would be quite funny. 6th seed. There you go. There you go, Mira. He is 6th seed. No, I didn't play full item. Ah, sure. Is this going to be a Scuttle inked? It looks like it's going to be Scuttle inked. It's inked. And it's sale. Card is drawn. It's a Fishbone Quill. Yeah, it's definitely items. Item again. DKP. I know he's got a Tala in his hand, I'm pretty sure, so we could see the Tala come down. He's looking for a pen and a piece of paper to write down his lore, and he presses it on the iPad to go up. So he has to decide to ink something, probably play Tala. I just really do think that the manners will be quite good against Federico, but maybe Federico has some of those like hideaways and some other stuff as well. Potentially, maybe a Cusco or two. Grammatala inked to play a Tala. There we go. Tipo and a Brawl. Tricky. That is tricky. I guess it doesn't matter because I guess maybe Tipo if you want to ramp a lot more, actually. Brawl just doesn't do anything against this red-blue deck, right? I don't think so. Yeah, Federico's... I honestly think if Federico had a... if he had a Scrooge right now, he would be chilling. It's a coil. Is he just going like he's playing? He's gonna be playing slow here. Could just play another popsicle. If he's able to find a Scrooge, but he'd also have to play like another one drop item. There's no way, right? Maybe he has a Vitalis here actually. Well, he's also got the fish hook. He's got Mary's fish hook. Okay, maybe he's actually well equipped to deal with locations. I was not expecting the Mary's fish hook. Scrooge. Let it go. So he can double link here. And he can get up to a Tamatoa at least. Maybe there's not even a Scrooge in the deck. This is like a this seems a bit like a hybrid version, but I am liking Federico's build so far. No Spessy today. Spessy is streaming on his channel with Moyen. Go and watch the stream if you're interested. I'm just chilling by myself watching. But feel free to go and watch on Spessy's channel. Inca Brawl. Inca Great Stone Dragon? I think you Inca Great Stone Dragon, right? I don't know why you're really keeping that. There's no characters have been played right now. I think you need the Vitalis Sphere in case there's a location. I think you gotta get rid of the dragon. Sure. I mean, a deck like this has gotta be playing Scrooge, right? It's gotta be playing Scrooge. Has to be playing Scrooge. He played Merlin's Carpet Bag. Is this the card that you get? I mean, it's probably gonna show up now in the bottom left in a second. 5-cost item that gets you a thing back from your discard. Return an item card from your discard to your hand. Okay. It's very good with Popsicle. Tap one to get a Popsicle back. Pay another one to draw a card. Just a one-off, yeah. How many people actually ended up at the World Championship? It's 28 people. But now we're in the top 8 players right now. Ink a Maui Fishhook. Tap everything. Oh no, banish them, right, sure. I think Federico needs to tap his stuff. Like, I don't like this. He needs to make sure he has his ink tapped. There you go. Yeah. So How Far I'll Go was sung by Tala. DKP, now that he actually has the Merlin Carpet Bag, can literally just like draw a couple of cards and he's chilling. Play Develop. Pirate's Life. And another How Far I'll Go. I think he took a How Far I'll Go. Just hoping to ramp a little bit more, draw a little bit more. I feel like this will be quite an interesting matchup, though. Yeah, another How Far I'll Go. He keeps a Tala. Oh no, he puts a Tala into his ink, right? Yeah. Okay. Very, very interesting. I think DKP can take this quite slow. I don't know how many answers he has to these big threats, though, like the Tamatoa and stuff. Double Let It Go in Federico's hand. Federico can also draw a lot of cards. He's got the Popsicles back in hand. DKP not doing anything too crazy, but is definitely ramping a lot, which is good. Maybe trying to build up. Honestly, yeah, if DKP just builds up to like a B prep on a manner, then he could sweep the game, honestly. Against a deck like Federico's, it doesn't seem like there's very clean answers to it. DKP just thinking if he wants to ink or not right now, I think. He's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Has he not inked yet? Maybe he hasn't inked yet. He just passes the turn. That was a dime. Oh my god, I think that was a dime that was top decked. Free dime, yes please. Free dime, yes please. I think so, right? Is there hideaway still in DKP's hand? Okay, yeah, but you definitely want to draw first and see what you get. It's a quill. If it is only a one-off dime, maybe you don't want to play it yet. And big Tamatoa, oh my god, we can start questing for a lot here potentially. Especially if this 6-drop Tamatoa survives for a little bit more as well, it's gonna be really interesting. Malmo booked and I'm back to watching World. Let's go, JD. Did you use code Podcana for 5% off? I hope so. I hope so. Code Podcana for 5% off. But if you didn't, I'm hoping that we at least helped you know about the event, or maybe you found out about it yourself. Okay. $5 off, code Podcana. Yeah, this is tricky for what Federico wants to try and do, though. He's trying to be like, do I do the dime? Do I not do the dime? Does DKP have an answer for the dime in hand? You did indeed. Let's go, JD. Let's go, buddy. Tamatoa. What? We're not questing with Tamatoa? What? 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 Is there anything else for Federico to do? What's he doing? Oh, he's trying to think if he wants to banish a popsicle. Yeah, you want to... I think you'd want to banish a popsicle. I guess like maybe not in case... for the big Tamato or whatever, but I think you'd want to do that. Maui, yeah. I don't know why he did that. I would have at least quested to maybe get the dime out. I also know Federico's probably like, oh, it's not great. In case there is removal for the dime. I'm trying to check DKP's hand if there was a hideaway. There's a Hades at least for the Tamatoa now. No, he just needs to figure out if he wants to ink or not. He's just going to pass the turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Carpet bag helps. First thing he does is probably put the Tamatoa into the inkwell. The hand is not great here from Federico at all. It's actually very bad. I think honestly he might need to play the Tamatoa and just get to another Tamatoa. He needs to do something proactive right now, right? Yeah, he needs to. If he doesn't do this, it's like he's not doing anything. Okay, so 9 ink there for Federico. Yeah, Hades is going into the inkwell. Or Tamato is going into the inkwell, rather. That's all that's happening. Okay, well, Federico has got some workshop shenanigans he can do now. The problem is DKP is going to quickly start getting some lore. Federico, I'm hoping there is a B prep in his deck as well. So workshop. He probably plays second workshop. Yes, second workshop. Pays 1 to draw. Probably plays Popsicle. I mean, he needs to just play Popsicle, draw, get a B prep. Like, he needs a B prep right now, 100%. Is it Sisu, I think? Yeah. Looks like a Sisu. He still wants the ink, right? Or did he ink already? I don't think he inked. He needs the let it go for the Hades if he doesn't get any other removal. Oh, DKP gets to 9. I think Federico's really worried if if we do see like a mana or something like that, like it's really bad. Sisu isn't too bad with coil. He does have 1 coil. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a very, very fair point. You don't care about Maui staying on the board. DKP's hand, I don't think, was that impressive. There's a vision which can draw into some other stuff, but I think you're right. I think coil Sisu is going to help out a lot. Yeah, so it's like vision, Popsicle. There's a B prep. Yeah, Federico, just trying to think if he wants to ink. I think he can just ink the Fishbone at this stage. I don't think you're really going to use it. I don't think you're going to use it. Yeah, just ink it. But maybe he wants to keep it because it's his only item, right? I think it's also his only item. Besides the... yeah, maybe he doesn't want to ink it then. He might need to just draw more cards. I guess he's trying to think if he keeps the Fishbone. No, I think you keep the Fishbone because then you can get rid of the other stuff. Like does he have enough ink to do the Fishbone and the Sisu? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He needs the Inca card in order to do that. Maybe he just inks the Let It Go. Is that risky? It's maybe risky if there's a Maui Shark. DKP is Hideaway in hand. Okay, interesting. I don't think he inked it. Or did he ink it? Wait, I just missed a chat. I don't know if he inked it. I mean, DKP goes on a little quest. I'll imagine DKP had like Manor. It'd be so strong. Manor is like the perfect card you want to play in this situation. He didn't ink it? Okay, yeah. I think it was the correct decision because he can still... No, he actually can't do both. Because if he's on 10 ink, he can't play it and then do the Sisu as well. Vision into a... Oh, it's not great. It's like a Maui, a Sisu. There was a sail. I don't know what he took. Was it a sail he took? Hideaway. Okay. Using 1 hideaway on that? I think... Oh, double hideaway. Okay. I mean, he's given him ink to allow him to do the thing. He did just draw Manor. Manor's a little bit too late. I think he would have preferred to get the Manor. Wow, okay. So, I mean, Federico, the problem is now is a lot lower on cards. But there's maybe he knows there's only 2 hideaways, so maybe Dime is safe now. If he could like safely play Dime for a turn, that's pretty good. But I think DKP's still sitting pretty okay right now. He has a Manor to play next turn. Federico could clear the board. But yeah, I mean, double hideaway, it's the workshops, it's really not that bad. Tuned in late, but why not have a judge at the table tracking the score? They have a they could have a table judge behind the camera, if that makes sense. Like they could literally have a judge there watching the entire game and watching the players. And I'm pretty sure they do have a judge like tracking it the whole time to let them know. if lore is incorrect. Okay. So Federico trying to decide what he wants to do. He can do that exact line we talked about now by playing the Fishbone Quill. It's just a bit worse now because it's just worse because he can't draw cards too. Although if he did the Fishbone Quill play, he wouldn't have been able to draw cards anyways. Going for the Tala, or the how far I'll go first. It's a Coil and a Shield of Virtue? Yeah, Coil and a Shield of Virtue. Interesting. Shield is a cheaper item, which would have been better if there was workshops, but there's no more workshops. So that kind of sucks. How much is Coil going to benefit Federico in the future? Probably not that much. I think the shield is could potentially do something more. But maybe not. Like, character protection isn't that important here. He goes how far into Sisu? Right, yes, I believe so. That's exactly enough, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is exactly enough, and he hasn't inked for turn yet either. Shield helps with mana. That is true. I don't know if Federico had a Maui's Fischl, so I have to assume he plays some Maui's, right? There's no reason you'd play that card without Maui in your deck. Yeah, I think Federico should draw first, maybe, but it's fine. He doesn't want to ink to play the Sisu. Or to play the Popsicle, rather. So DKP's on 9. Plays a Popsicle. Draws a card. It's a big Tamatoa. He could banish both Popsicles to draw more cards. Banish a Popsicle to get a Popsicle back, to draw, to then banish 2 Popsicles. He's gonna just keep drawing, right? Yeah. 6, get them back. That's all of his ink spent, though. I'm telling you, man, I think he just builds up a board. Like, I think how DKP wins this game. I would love to see DKP go manner. Like, that's it's just how he's gonna win the game, potentially. Manner, and then, like, Pirates Life win the game or something. There's 2. I mean, his hand does not look great, though. Adds 1 mana, 2 B preps, a Pirate's Life, I think a Vision, and 2 Popsicles. He could ink a Popsicle to play a Popsicle, which to me doesn't seem great. But maybe he needs it. I think he can actually ink a Popsicle and play a Popsicle because he can just keep getting 1 Popsicle back from the thing. Okay. Interesting. I mean, he's giving Federico some time. I think Federico still has that Let It Go in the hand, though, for this Tamatoa, which is good. This has actually been a very interesting game in my mind. Okay. The Scrooge was picked up, which could be absolutely huge here, in my opinion. If he can Scrooge and find another workshop, he's chilling. Federico's absolutely chilling then. I'm really enjoying this. This is like super interesting back and forth Lorcana from two really high value decks. Come on, workshop. Is there a workshop? There's a Tamatoa. No items. Is that 2 big Tamatoas in his hand? No. No, it's a 6-drop one and a 8-drop one. Damn, bro. Maybe you should have played Popsicle first. Oh, imagine he got that Tamatoa, the 6-drop one. No. Okay, come on. Big draw. What is it? It's a Coil? No. He needed the big Tamatoa or the 6-drop Tamatoa. He only 3 copy. Are you listening to the other casters, Kim? You must know the info. I'm assuming you know the info. So many coils. You're just that awesome. You just know, right? That's so unfortunate. Scrooge was like the perfect top deck. Imagine he actually was able to get a big Sisu or a 6-drop Tamato from that. Man. He might just play Sisu again. He's probably quite happy to do so. Yep. I mean, he needs to get rid of the Tamatoa, so... Does he still have a Let It Go in hand as well, I think, for a Shark? Potentially. And he didn't play the other coil? Interesting. Manner. Deal with that, he says. A brawl? No! Oh no! What's going on? That's that game? Did he scoop? No, he hasn't scooped. Oh my lord! Why couldn't he have gotten like a Tamatoa? Oh, this hand! This hand is awful. He's got like brawl, dime. I mean, maybe you just play dime, right? I think you just play dime. Yeah, you just play dime. Oh, I feel so bad for him not hitting an item off of that Scrooge. So rough. He's got so much ink as well. Come on, man. TKV is going to go, oh, you like this manner? How about manner? Bam, bam. I think it was really important for Federico to win this match as well, honestly, I think. Like, I think this is the match he could win, and now Federico's going to have to play against Purple Steel, which could be super, super aggressive. And without the right opening, it could absolutely sweep Federico. Manner, do it. Do it. Another Tamatoa. Or a Pirate's Life. It's just Tamatoa. It's Tamatoa to get to the rest of your manners. That's what you do. Bam, badam, 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 badam. Play the big crab to find some more locations. Oh my god, this hand is atrocious for Federico. He's got his 4 popsicles out. Why couldn't he have gotten the crab? That was potentially the worst Scrooge I think I've ever seen to bottom some of your most precious cards. Your most valuable cards for the matchup in order to win. My question is, if Federico top decks a big Tamatoa, which I don't know if he can, but if he does, that's probably his only out. It's not even going to be enough lore to win the game, of course, but he needs that to at least do 1 dime activate. I mean, I don't know. If DKP can't win in 2 turns, then maybe Federico just top decks a cost Tamatoa, does dime trigger on it, top decks another big Tamatoa the next turn, dime trigger wins, but he needs to get so much for each of them, and also needs to stop DKP in the process. So it's the 6-drop Tamatoa. It's always the 6-drop Tamatoa that you play here. Maybe it's the develop first. Oh, he was still choosing the cards, was it? Oh, that wasn't even his hand. That was like his 5 cards he was looking at. He wants workshop into his item, into draw, into big Tama. Maybe, yeah. Another vision, come on. What's this camera angle? It's a manner! It's a manner! Let's go! And he has 4 left. He has 4 left to play it. Bam! Manner. Deal with that. So he will get to 15. If... 15... Yeah, next turn he just wins, alright? I'm pretty sure. Big top deck. Oh, it's a Vitalosphere. No, it's a Vitalosphere. Oh, yeah, GG, 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 buddy. Just play all your items, play all your cards. Meme it up. GG, DKP has won the game. As Bessie and Moyne would say, the Broom Boy has won the game. Federico, put your hand out. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Put your sisu into your inkwell. Oh, I do feel bad. The sequencing of draws for Federico there was absolutely atrocious. I mean, he has to keep playing, right, is the thing. That's a scoop, I believe. Oh, no, it's not. He's actually playing to his outs, which is fair. I mean, I don't know what his out is at this stage, honestly. Oh, there's no time limit, apparently? Okay. Well, there's the manner. GG. 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 Just let it go, Federico. There's nothing you can do. Is there a card in the game that says banish all locations? That card would be very strong against this deck. I think DKP wants to play so he can play all 4 manners. He wants to have the meme. He wants to do it, I'm telling you. He wants to have all of them on the board just for the picture moment. And that's what Federico is letting happen. Oh no, he can't. It'll be Hellfire, yeah. That would kind of be fitting for destroy all locations, right? Because doesn't he like burn all the places? What's the top deck? Is the workshop now? Banish all locations, yeah. Okay, I actually need to get... Oh no, do I need to get a drink? No, I have a drink. Let's go. We're chilling. Alright, let's listen to the casters for a quick minute.
And so DKP makes it out with the Maui Half Shark list, meaning he no longer has to play that deck.
Yeah.
He just plays...
He won his with the Maui Half Shark deck without Maui Half Shark,
Without
Brandon.
Maui Half Sharks. Yeah, the McDuck Mainers were enough to deal... to get him to 20 against a deck that's playing 4 hideaways. You would think Federico was completely set up to counter DKP's deck list in that way, and the cards just weren't in his favor. But like I was saying earlier, this DKP is the Maui Half Shark player. I think he understood the importance of those Maurice's workshops, held onto the 2 hideaways as long as he could. When we saw the 2 Maurice workshops come into play, DKP used them on those Maurice's workshops, and it just kind of stopped Federico in his tracks.
Yeah, I cannot imagine the number of games that DKP has played with this Ruby Sapphire list, and of course getting those reps in. He knows that deck inwards and outwards and upside down and backwards, and that was a masterclass in Ruby Sapphire.
Absolutely, and so DKP only has 1 deck left that he has to win with if he wants to move on to the semifinals. Federico can choose to play his Ruby Sapphire deck again, or he can choose to play his Amethyst Emerald deck as well.
Yeah, so DKP is going to be on his Amethyst Steel list, and it looks like Federico is choosing to keep his Ruby Sapphire list in hand. What do you think about this matchup with the Ruby Sapphire items going into the Amethyst Steel list?
Ruby Sapphire items is going to have to get some control over the Amethyst Steel list. I'm trying to take a look at DKP's
I think
list
I
right
unmuted
here.
the wrong part.
Usually the Amethyst Steel deck has a lot of Amethyst characters that replace themselves. So it can be a bit of a grind for Ruby Sapphire because when you use your board
I hope they're
like
doing it right now, Kim. You should check their stream.
The cards that are being banished have either already replaced themselves, like cards with Genie Wish fulfilled, or they're cards like Diablo.
They need to make a tweet.
That will replace
Guys,
themselves
it's the
once
broom
they're
boy.
banished. And so it's
Broom
not going
boy,
to be
broom
enough
boy,
to just
broom boy,
ramp up to
broom
a
boy.
Sisu and then wipe DKP's board, and then now you have control, because DKP is going to continually have cards in hand and be able to continue to apply pressure on the board throughout the entire game. There might be a couple cards. Yeah, I see 4 Merlin Goats in DKP's list as well, so there's ways for him to
Merlin
gain lore
Goats. Okay.
immediately, meaning that Federico is going to have to find ways to
All right, I'll be
keep,
back in a sec, guys.
keep
One second.
DKP's lore total down, because Federico is not playing the Ruby Sapphire list. It's playing cards like Pirate's Life or things like that can sort of counter those lists that get to 16 or something and then are able to push their way through.
Yeah. The thing that I'm excited to see in this Amethyst Steel deck, if I'm being completely honest, is there's brooms!
There's
There's
brooms!
brooms, and there's Yensid, the powerful sorcerer. We have brooms in the house, which I just love to see on the world stage here. I think brooms are such a Disney Lorcana community favorite since the beginning. We love the brooms, love to see it, and I love the synergy between the magic brooms and Yensid, and that will be fun to see if he can kick that off.
Yeah, yesterday we saw DKP pilot this list as well, having a really great opening where you do the 1-drop broom, followed up by Yensid, followed up by another Yensid and another broom on the turn after, and then on the turn after that you can quest for 6 with Yensid, because of course if there's 2 brooms in play, Yensid gets 2 extra lore to quest with, and if there's a broom in play when he's played, he gets to draw a card, just another one of those Amethyst cards that replace themselves.
Yeah.
So it looks like both players are shaking hands, drawing their cards. We're going to start this altar and take a look at both players' hands, see what they're working with.
Now, Federico being on the play here, how do you think he's feeling being on the play? What is he looking for here?
It's almost always better to be on the play just because you get to do stuff first. And so the thing that Federico is trying to do, I
We
think,
just want to do things.
doesn't change too much. I think you're still looking to ramp if possible. You might be looking for cards like your Sisu Daring Visitor, because if you can do something like ramp on turn 2, on turn 3 you can either play that Sisu Daring Visitor, or you can play something like a Scrooge to establish a large body, and then on turn 5 you can play a Sapphire Coil, ink a card, play the Sisu Daring Visitor. You're just kind of looking for ways early on to slow DKP down, banish his characters before they're able to quest, because he might be drawing a bunch of cards, but the name of the game is keeping him from 20, essentially. He can draw as many cards as he wants, he can cycle as many cards as he wants, but if they're not getting any lore, then he's not winning the game.
Yeah, and DKP has that full bounce package that we all know and love with Madame Mims and Merlin, and he also has that giant Cobra, which is a super fun card.
Yeah, another card that will gain lore instantly, gain
2
lore just for discarding a card.
Discard a card, and in this deck, I mean, Amethyst is known for being great at drawing cards, so I doubt that DKP will ever have a hand where he wouldn't be afraid to discard a card to gain that lore.
Yeah, absolutely. So
we are off to the races.
Off to the races. We're going to see Federico on the play. We can get rid of these hideaways because we're not worried. We could have used those last game.
Sure.
But we're going to play a popsicle, draw a card, and then pass it over to DKP, see what he's doing on his turn.
There's that giant Cobra. We have we do have a broom that he can play down on turn 1. Yeah, he probably, Federico, looking at the hideaway going, where were you last game?
Broom boy, broom boy, broom boy. People are probably getting sick of that. Broom boy, woo! Let's go! He played the broom, he did it. He did the thing, chap. Okay, so Federico going first, though, which will probably help. That's so sad. He's also running Scuttles. We only saw 1 Scuttle last game. Even a Scuttle would have... wait, would that have helped him? I don't even know what Scuttle does. Does it scry? Like, does it put it at the top of your deck, or do you actually get to draw the card? Is it the same effect as Scrooge and Ariel, where you look at the top 4 and you draw, or is it you look at the top 4 and you just put it at the top of your deck? I can't even remember. It's the same as Scrooge? Okay. Cool. Yeah, imagine he even top decked one of them last turn. Well, actually, it's not that it would have made a difference. What I mean is, like, he top decked the Scrooge or the Scuttle, and it still didn't find an item, which just sucked. Ba 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 ba. What is Federico going to do? At least the brawls will actually be useful here. Scuttle into coil. Scuttle ink, play coil. I can see a dock in DKP's hand. Mr. Smee. Mr. Smee. I mean, I think DKP probably would have preferred if he could have went double one drop, because this play has the potential. Yeah, he doesn't want to pop the broom. He needs more lore. This play has the potential. I don't think there is the human sea suit in Federico's hand, but if there were a human sea suit, they could go ink, activate coil, kill Smee. Which he could still do. He could just ink and brawl the Smee. I think this is a very tricky matchup because Federico has to be like, okay, when do I take my opportunity and my time to actually get my engine going? I feel like it's going to take Federico so long to try and actually close out this game and win. But at the same time, if Federico ramps enough, he can get up to a Sisu and just keep clearing DKP's board. But I just feel like DKP will be gaining a lot of lore in the meantime. But let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, maybe he's deciding, do I play... I mean, honestly, I think he plays a Fishbone Quill now. Is that a dime on the left? He might have to get rid of the dime. He's not brawling. He's actually brawling. That's me. Okay, that's fine. I honestly do think that's fine. Like, what's DKP's best turn 3? I guess it would be like another Smee and a 1-drop. Oh, I can see a library. Library is very good here. Yeah, I think that's what's getting played. There actually is also a Smee, so he could have went. Oh, he is going Smee. He's going Smee and 1-drop. Oh, I think I like this play because then next turn he can go library and then move Chernabog there and banish Chernabog to draw some more cards. He just plays Scrooge. And he hits no items. Wait, no, he hits one item. At least one item. And that's a big Sisu getting bottomed. No. Big Sisu is getting bottomed. DKP is going to be chilling right now. Oh, the footage is finally sped up, right? This is definitely sped up, I think. Oh my god, it's giga sped up, look! They've really sped up the footage now, I think. They're like, right, yeah, I don't know, we need to get through the games. You could definitely tell. What? He's not doing the library play? I guess he wants to play more buddies. He probably will play more buddies. Into a Smee. Oh my god, he's got Doc. Oh, he's got Doc, Mim. Should he have not just played library? That seems like a big misplay. I think he should have just played library and thing here. What? I could be incorrect, but what? I'm very confused. And he didn't pop his broom to draw so the Scrooge can just trade? I'm kind of confused. I think the library play was better. All he's done here is establish a 4-4. I guess he's establishing the 4-4 to get rid of the Scrooge. Because if we just play the library, then maybe the library could be dealt with a little bit easier. I don't know if I like this better than the library play, though. Federico, what is this hand? This hand looks awful. What is that? I don't think Federico's making it past this game. Super bad draws on Ruby Sapphire. He can't think that with a library coming down. Obviously, he doesn't know that, but we might have to. Is he brawling the Smee? No, no. Okay, he doesn't brawl the Smee. Okay, well, as long as Workshop's there, that will keep him going, actually. Ah. 1 damage? Oh, yeah, right, yeah, he coiled it, never mind. I was like, what? 1 damage? Are you kidding me? Yeah, he coiled it. I mean, I don't know how fast DKP can still get up there. It's not much in Federico's hand. I mean, if for some reason the Scrooge isn't taken out, then the shield could at least maybe do some stuff. What is happening? Federico's trying to banish Popsicle to heal? Okay. Fire the cannons. I mean, sure. This is interesting. So Tamato is there at least. Wait, no, wait, did he need... Oh, no, I was going to say he didn't draw an inkable. He has to ink the shield, right? My god. I mean, this is fine. I don't think that DKP can actually deal with the crab, so the crab can at least get the Daimo for free, I think. But the crab might want to challenge the library instead. Crabby time. I mean, it's all going to depend on what comes off this dock, right? It's all going to depend on what is drawn off this dock. I mean, that's pretty good. He doesn't do this first, does he? He plays that first, and then, oh. Okay, I guess. Oh, he's okay. No, this is gonna take him there. I think. I think between goats and Mims and Docs, I think it's a bit too slow for Federico, or a bit too fast for Federico, rather. I think this is gonna do it. What does Federico even need? I don't know what he does. This is so much lore. It's so much lore. It's at least 2 lore being gained here from the goat being banished and from the library. Oh, the Sisu. Sisu might help. Oh my gosh. It's all about, does he use the crab to hit or not? Goat bounce goat is how much? If he quests for, he gets that, so that's 3, he goes to 15. Goat bounce goat is 17. I think DKP's won. I just don't think, unless goat is banished this turn, which it's not going to be with the amount of ink that's remaining. Oh, he does have Vitalisphere. I actually forgot about that, but it's still not enough to get rid of the library. Yeah, DKP is like, I'm chilling. So we got Luca and Ed in the semifinals so far, and we got probably DKP, and then we've got a big match after this. We've got Mo Shamblin versus Zach Bivens coming up, which I'm super excited about. This is so tricky. He's just questing. Sure, I guess he feels like it's necessary. Plays the dime, I guess, or maybe the workshop. The workshop's the one that's going to get him the win. I think he has to play the workshop over the dime. Dime is just way too slow. I guess it's not. I think he was hoping to top deck like a brawl or something, honestly. Hideaway. Hideaway helps. I mean, that definitely helps. Still go bounce go is so much. And there's still a dock in hand. I mean, he needs to draw an inkable, I think. Or maybe he has an inkable. Is that double dock in hand? It might be double dock, actually. Excuse me. I think he drew another dock, yeah, so he can't actually do go bounce go, which is really annoying. But he could just play dock no trigger. Oh wait, no, he has... What am I saying? He has 6 ink. He must have inked it instantly then. Yeah, no, he must have inked it instantly. I think I missed it. So he's still on 15. Sisu clears the board here, right? 16? What? Is that right? He was on 12. Quest. Bounce, goat leaving, goat entering. Right, yeah, 16. So it's going to be 17 here. He has enough to do the Sisu, I think. Can he double ink? He can't double ink, so one of these cards is going to stick, I think. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. I was going to say he can't even like hide away his own item to put it into the inkwell. See, we'll draw. It's a Churnabox followers. I don't know how. I mean, this if it's gonna keep being goat, it's so tricky. 6, play workshop for free. What? Does he not have workshop in hand? Am I tripping? I might be tripping. I might be tripping, but I thought he had a workshop in hand. I don't know why he wouldn't play it. I guess he wouldn't play it because he wants to play it so he can trigger his other workshop so he can start drawing. If he only played it now, he'd have to top deck an item. Maybe. Is that another library I see? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Library stops Federico from questing, though, at least. But DKP needs to think about Doc as well, potentially. But DKP's got time, I feel like. I feel like he's got time. What is going to happen? He doesn't have the ink to use workshop, so he didn't play it. Sure. He inked thing? Okay, he just inked library. Ink and library is interesting. Goat! Double dock! It's double dock! No, it's double dock! Dock no trigger dock. Dock no trigger dock. It's dock no trigger dock. Wait, why didn't he play the other? Why did he do dock no trigger dock? Does he not know? Did he just waste 2 ink? I guess he was trying to get a Smee or something like that as well. Maybe he didn't waste 2 ink. Maybe it's fine. Big Sisu. Big Sisu. Big Sisu. Shift Sisu. Come on. Big Sisu. Big Sisu. Big Sisu. It's popsicle. Okay, I mean, there's a B prep, which is huge here. And he's only got like a broom and a fire the cannons or something. Okay. Federico can sing B prep at least, which is something. He might want to tap dime first. Federico might be able to win this game, which is absolutely nutty. This is crazy. Because DKP can't win next turn no matter what. I think it's a broom he has in his hand as well. Popsicle, Workshop, and B prep. So I think you can just... I mean, he's also trying to think, oh, do I need the lore to actually win the game? Because if he goes... He could also play that for free first. Yeah, he probably does that first. Because if he taps the dime on that, that's 6, that's 8. That would get him to a lot. But you can still... yeah, you have to sing it, though. You have to sing it so you can, like, draw other cards and do other things. 3 lore versus, like, loads of other cards. I think you want to have the cards, right? This is very tricky. 8 ink. It's Workshop for free. Come on. I guess he was playing the Popsicle in case he top decked the Sisu. Sure. But now he draws less cards this way, right? Yeah, he only draws 1 card now off of the Workshop if he sings B prep. I think. I think he drew a Fishbone Quill though, so it's still okay. I mean, Federico taking his time here, it makes complete sense. He's going to pay 2 to tap time first because he realizes he needs to also... He really needs to do that if he has any hope of winning, I think. But maybe he plays the Workshop now first. Yeah, he made a big misplay, I think. If he plays the Workshop now and then he can play the Quill, he can draw more cards, he can sing B prep, but then he can't tap the dime if he does all of that. He still needs to get the Workshop out though. So he must make sure he can do the dime thing first. I mean, I don't think it's incorrect to say he played the Popsicle first, because if he did get the Sisu, it's like it's way better than playing a B prep, right? It's way better. I think you just do Quill and you're happy to just keep drawing 1 rather than getting greedy and drawing 2. I think that's what you do. Because you can still play the Workshop next turn. Exactly. Yeah, I think you're just happy to do the 1. Pay 1. Pay 1. Pay 1? No. What? What? How does he draw next turn? Oh no! He was a game. He was a game. He was a game. He was a game. He top decked the go after all of that. After all of that, are you kidding me? I guess he's hoping to top... he was hoping to top deck the Tamato. He was hoping to top deck the Tamato. I know, I understand. He's on 11, 1, 2, 3. I can't even count the items, but that's what he was trying to do. That's actually what his plan was. It was just to top deck the Tamato, and maybe that was his out. Man, what a game. If DKP didn't... Honestly, if he didn't top deck Goat there, B prep is insane top deck. Save the turn again. Oh my god. Top deck Goat. Top deck Goat to win the game. I have to say fair play to Federico. I think he actually played it extremely well. I think I would have made a lot of misplays there, but I was really confused at the end. I think what he was calculating was if it was exactly enough for, if it was honestly, if that was top deck Tamatoa to win the game, that would have been nutty, absolutely crazy. But unfortunately, it wasn't his time. So we've got Bivens and Mo Shamblin coming at you next. But let's listen to the casters because there could be some more announcements. I'm excited.
Find any of the 4 hideaways, and we saw how much DKP dug to find those back manners too. You know, vision of the future into how far I'll go, and a vision into
develop your brain.
Thank you, develop your brain.
Yes.
You know, I should have counted how many cards deep he went, but he knew exactly what to look for. Just shows how much he knows about the matchup, and you know, goes to show why he's here at Worlds.
Why he's here, and all of these players. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and where we stand right now after our 3rd game of the top 8. Of course, we have Edmund Chu and Luca Lazara, who have already made it through into the semifinals round, and now we have DKP, who will be facing off one of our next competitors. The next game is going to be between Zach Bivens and Mo Shamblin. So much on the line here for these players. These are, I mean, the best of the best of the best, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be completely honest. It breaks my heart to see Zach and Mo pitted against each other this early, just because they're 2 titans in the community. They're 2 people that I know a ton of people are rooting for, just because they have a lot of fans, honestly, in the Lorcana community, and they both have worked very hard to get here. You know, Zach played through multiple DLCs, struggled a lot to get an invite, went to the North American Continental Championship, and finally earned it there. Yeah. Everyone was so excited about that. Mo coming in yesterday, starting 0-2 to day 2 is what I see people saying.
0-2 to day 2.
Yeah, all day today. And so, yeah, I know that there's going to be a bunch of people looking forward to that match, and I'm excited to see what happens with it too.
I am.
Yeah, I think this match will be very good. Yeah, I was just talking to somebody about DLCs, guys. What do we think about 3 DLCs? I was very excited about the format change. The pricing looks very cool. I mean, honestly, the 5 rounds for Mulan's like, yeah, it's whatever. The Pegasus, I dig. I think the Pegasus is a very cool card. Honestly, it's like a playable card in my opinion as well. So that's good. The Simba looked cool as well. But I still think it's like, I don't know, has to be more like no way, only 3 in all of Europe. I thought Moin was also streaming into this channel. No, Moin is with Spessy on Spessy's channel right now. There's none in the UK. Yeah, there's not a single thing. Okay, here we go. We got to listen to the guys.
ELC Australia winner, and now your 2nd semi-finalist. We have DKP. Congratulations on your victory. I think it was well played. Just talk to us about the emotionality. Just talk about how you're feeling right now going to the semifinals in this tournament.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Let's go. Pumped over the moon. Okay, so if you guys are just tuning in, this is the DKP, the Ruby Sapphire deck with the Sharks. It's typically known as a DKP deck, but you got to play it in this matchup. Can you just talk about that process? Were you thinking he was going to bench that deck in a fear, or I know
that is interesting.
Kind of favorite more towards the item. Talk about that matchup a little bit.
So first, I was on the play because I'm higher seed. Yep. That's really important because that just automatically made him not benching my Ruby Sapphire, because if he bans my Ruby Sapphire, I'm left with 2 really aggressive decks where his Ruby Sapphire cannot win against. Doesn't even matter if he's on the play or on the draw there, because he doesn't play Bell, he doesn't play Rush Maui. I know that, so I knew he wasn't banning this. He was likely to ban my Hyper Aggro, like it was a rematch from round 4. Right. It just makes sense.
Oh, is he on Hyper Aggro, green, yellow?
The Hyper Aggro, I will win 100% with that deck on the play.
Maybe it's hype. It wasn't discard.
Yeah, most likely I will win.
Wow.
That means he will bench the Hyper Aggro green yellow. That leaves me with my Purple Steel, Amethyst Steel, and Ruby Sapphire deck. And now I had to think about, okay, if I start with my Amethyst Steel, I'm most likely to win against both decks because I tested both matchups. They were really good. But then the issue is it will come down to the mirror. So I just decided, let's start with Ruby Sapphire, because there's an off chance that he will start with Emerald Amethyst. If he does that, I'm also most likely to win with that deck. So that leaves me with Purple Amethyst Steel, against two really good matchups. So that's why I decided to run Ruby Sapphire first. And but I also predicted that he will think, okay, if I run Emerald Amethyst into this matchup on the draw, I will likely lose. So he did also decide to play the mirror match. And of course, this mirror match was scary because
only 3 is Turbo said in my group when I were hyped to play more DLCs this year, not less. Only 2 standard is also quite sad. Yeah.
I myself only played 2.
It's weird. I hope they announce more, but it seems like that's all they have announced. But also what you said, Kim, I hope there's more qualifying stuff.
That worked out. And because I won the mirror match on the play, it probably left him with like just a slight chance to win the entire match because my purpose here is really good. On
None
the
in
draw
France and
against
UK is strange,
Sapphire,
yeah.
it's really good on the draw against the other deck too. It's really good on the play against both decks. So at that point I was confident. I just needed to win the mirror match, which fortunately I did.
All right, talk about that locations. You had all those McDuck manners on the board. Your opponent could not find a hideaway in time. When did you know? Is that when you knew you turned the corner and you were going to victory was imminent?
Around that, because I looked at the hand of size of my opponent, right? Since this deck also teched a lot of removal, there were probably a lot of Sisus, Be Prepared sitting in the hand because he wasn't doing much, right? That also means I didn't want to play that much into my shark because if I develop my shark there, it just gets removed. That's why I skipped all the sharks when I went through my deck with all the cards. And yeah, I decided to find my manas, which rewarded me because at one time I could have taken a Tamatoa off the vision, but I took the Rapid Brain to dig deeper, and then I found the McDuck mana. And yeah, the McDuck mana are still a really good win condition, even though they are 4 hideaways, because especially if you play out McDuck mana early, what do they want to do? Like if they hideaway, you go into 6, you can go Tamatoa or Shark. So that one will always stick. That's how I won against him in round 4, by the way. I sticked 4 manas. And yeah, that's a really good win condition then. And I also tried to bait him into using Hideaway into the Merlin's Cupboard Bag because I inked all my Popsicles, leaving me with 1 Popsicle, 1 Merlin's Cupboard Bag, and to let him think, oh, if I have 1 Hideaway now, I need to use it on this and stop the drawing because I drew like 6 cards. So
format's a nice change with 12 rounds. I'm assuming higher than 2,400 or 2,048 people. I'm assuming maybe they know the demand will be higher.
So, yeah, that was the entire gameplay.
But why make events that the demand is higher, but then do less
DKP.
events?
I want to be the first to congratulate you
it's
on
weird.
your ticket to the semifinals, and we're going to let you take a quick break because you got a long wait before your next round comes in. So with that, we're also going to take a break. So my fellow Lumineers, keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. We got the semifinals come. Oh, excuse me, we got one more round, and then the semifinals coming your way here very soon.
Okie dokie. I'm really curious on the player cap for DLCs. Yeah. I hope they talk more about this. If they just say, here are the announcements, like get into the nitty gritty, like give us the full details. Somebody said that the NA stuff got leaked, but I can't find where that was anymore. Yeah, well the page was taken down. I think they posted the info too early. But it looks like it's being run by Past Time Events, whoever they are. But I don't know any of the locations. Maybe they were posted on Twitter, but I literally didn't see like anything. I saw absolutely nothing. Let me check Twitter again really quickly. I'll just leave the music going in the background. Was there anything? First 20 tweeted an image. Yeah, I mean, but that's just the pricing, right, JD? Or maybe they tweeted more images. Wait, how was that leaked? That's like a full image. What? That's crazy. Okay, so there's only 3 in NA as well? So you're telling me there's 3 in NA, there's 3 in EU. And I mean, by the way, I also think they have a better schedule. I mean, if you guys want to see, let me pull it up. if any of our viewers are interested. Where's it gone? Where is the world stream? DK Pooey moves on to the semifinals, Blink 182. It was on this guy's account. This is it. I've got worlds in like a separate thing.
Greetings and salutations, my fellow Lumineers. We are back with the final round.
I'm gonna see if they talk about it here. If not, I can show you guys.
And I am not alone. With me, I have the all-impressive, the incomparable, the unimaginable, Mr. Lorcana Open, aka Baker. Have you been watching these games?
What a pleasure to be back in the booth with you, my friend. It is a distinct honor to join you. I'm just to catch a little bit of the light that shines off of everyone's favorite JD. But JD, what a day it's been, my friend. And it's not over yet. One more game left of the top 8, and we have an incredible.
Yeah, this game is gonna be pretty sick. Okay, well they're just talking about this, so let me pull up the thing for all of you guys. So this is what was leaked: Milwaukee, Richmond, and Indianapolis. But I feel like their spread is better. October, January, June, but we had October, March, June. So this is 3 months. Well, actually, no, it's actually the same, right? They get the second DLC sooner, and we get our second DLC later. But they get their third one later, and we get our third one sooner, technically. Also, I guess. Oh, also, are these on like the same weekend? October 25th. No. So there's like at the start of October, at the end of October, January, and then the June one, I think was different as well. Did they? June 6th and 7th, so it's the end of June. So technically, if people want to go to all 6 of these, you can. But that's a lot. Listen, I know they like to do events in Italy, and I'm glad they're doing events in Italy, of course. But this venue is awful. This venue has no air conditioning. It is extremely hot. At least it's in October, and I suppose not August like last year. But this is like, why can't we do Bologna at like, I don't know, Christmas time? You know, that's what I would like.
Tell about Mr. Bibbs. I'm sure he's going to appreciate this.
All right, let's hear it.
Shortly after he won his top 8 match, okay? Like right after, moments later, he's in the restroom doing his thing, but he's on daddy duty. He is changing diapers right after he leaves the stage. He's unmicing over there doing his thing. So that was really incredible to see. And it kind of reminded me that this thing is all about family.
Absolutely.
Okay, family.
It's all about family. I love it. No, that's wonderful to hear. But here, straight away, we have our bench phase. Straight away, I saw Emerald Amber being benched on one side. We'll get confirmation on what that other bench was in just a moment.
Here we
the players are
go.
going to be selecting. So Amber Steel has been banned over on Mo's side, and Emerald
benched
Sapphire
Baker, benched, not banned.
For Zach Bivens.
I know this caster thing. Somebody in his ear, benched. Say benched, don't say banned. It's benched. I know how casting works. They're in his ear. It's been benched.
I've been waiting.
I know what it's like. It's difficult.
As soon as the deck lists were locked in public, I was like, right, Bivens, please, what are you playing? Please tell me. I know that you're great with Amber Steel. I know you're great with Amethyst Steel. It was like, nope. Amber Ruby is the way to go, and this deck list looks absolutely disgusting in the best possible way. And we
is this different? I hope this is different from Lucas's one.
I'm ready for it.
I'm gonna leave the casters on for a little bit.
Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. But Mo Shamlin is going to lead off with his patent-pending Amethyst and Emerald strategy. I mean, this is the deck that he plays the
It's
very
allowed. He said
best.
Cowan
This
from
is
UK
the deck that he
earlier will let him
qualified
pass.
on.
Yeah.
He's topped several other events of large scale and high competition with this strategy. So seeing him start this thing off on the draw, he is going to be very comfortable with this deck. I think he has probably the most reps on this strategy. But how many reps have you put in versus Ruby Amber? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
That
what
is
lines
the
of play?
question.
I don't know how many reps, because you didn't think you were going to be facing this, but that's going to be an interesting thing we're going to watch
And the
out for.
specific build of Amber Ruby as well.
Come on,
because,
Zach.
we're
I mean,
working
both
to
of these
get
guys
this
are-
at the moment, but from my recollection of taking
I kind of
a
wish
look at the
these
list,
guys weren't playing each
this
other
isn't
because I'd like to see
Mufasa
these
build.
get
This
further.
isn't a
But
racer. As much as I've been hoping for races over the weekend, I've been denied. But I tell you, it absolutely is all gas, no brakes. An incredibly aggressive strategy. We're just working on getting those deck lists. But what I think is really interesting here, JD, both players getting to play their favorite deck here. Like, it's on the table. You love to see it.
I can't say it better myself. And if you guys like Glimmer's questing, okay, if you like characters getting exerted, if you like Minnie Mouse Bodyguard, tune in, okay?
08.
08 is in the building right now, loose and active, as we're getting a nice little pile shake up there. As Mr.
yeah, I think Bivens really needs to win this because if he's against the Ruby Sapphire, I feel like Sisu absolutely decimates his deck.
Try and give the people some information. I'll start off with Mo, and then you can talk us through the Zach Bivens list. So Mo on Emerald Amethyst to start things off here. We do see 2 copies of Put 'Em Together, and what do you got?
Ooh.
Bibbidi bobbidi. I probably put JD on the spot.
Oh, I didn't know what card he was talking about.
You didn't sing it, that's why.
Fair enough. All right. I'll let you off.
Okay,
2 copies of Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, which is a really interesting song where you can return a character from your from the board back to your hand, and then play a character of the same cost or less for free. And worth noting, it can be that same character that you just picked up. As soon as it's in your hand, it's considered hidden information. So you can put it back down, and there are plenty of cards in this deck list that have on-play abilities. I'll give you some examples. We've got Chip Quick Thinker for some discard. We've got the Lucky Cricket Cricky to give +3 strength to all of our characters. We've got Ursula 2-drop to snipe some extra songs. We've got Merlin Crab to give Challenger 3. And a very dangerous one, JD. Go to Margot to have a burst of lore if there's a character on board. Like that mini we were talking about.
Absolutely.
That 08 mini, we could get a 7 lore burst from a go-go.
That's a bit
Definitely
crazy.
something that we're going to have to keep our eye on. But what's going on?
And just like
I have to leave the casters on for this because JD and Baker, they're unreal. They're unreal.
There are a lot of well-statted, high willpower characters. We have 4 copies of the Prince. Vigilant Suitor is in the deck. He is a bodyguard. So what this deck is trying to do, you're trying to get those Glimmers onto the field of play as quickly as possible. You're trying to get them things exerted as quickly as possible and slap down a big bodyguard to protect your characters and then continue to quest aggressively until the opponent admits defeat. I think that is the plan. That's what you want to do on the play, too. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Mo right now, and he's going to have to overcome some serious obstacles.
It will, and the last card I want to draw attention to do in this deck that also can be aided by Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. I call it the dirtiest card in the game, Lucifer Cunning Cat.
Man.
Forces the opponent to discard either 2 cards or 1 action, but you're going to take us through Bivens deck list. And
this deck sounds cool from Mo, I'm not going to lie.
By my count, I'm looking at it, and as I can see, there are 0.
So we will always have to discard 2 cards, is what you're telling me.
Absolutely, but that's the thing. Lucifer does cost
0
5.
action cards.
So how many cards will Bivens have in hand? He does have that lady in hand that can...
Ooh, aggro time, baby. Let's go.
He could be completely top decking, or the game could be over before Lucifer even gets to the field of play. So that is something that we're going to have to look out for. The players are just there. I know that they're very good sports. They know each other very well. There's no bitterness. There's no ill will. Look at that golden Mickey shining. I'd be so nervous, baby.
Well, it's funny, actually, because Liam told me a very good bit of information just before this match where he was having a chat with Bivens, and just before this match was like, are you nervous? And Bivens responded, I'm probably paraphrasing, but the essence of it was, I have played 80 hours of Lorcana every week for X amount of time. I am more prepped than I could possibly be. Why would I be nervous? Even if I lose, I did everything that I could possibly do. But here we go, the opening hands, and I want to draw attention, JD, to the Simba in this deck. Ruby Amber. No, it is not the Amber Legendary 5-cost Bloodborne, which has just been confirmed to be one of the promos for the next DLC promo. Isn't that beautiful?
It's so gorgeous.
But
he's playing the Ruby Simba. This is crazy. Okay, Bivens is showing off the spice right now.
And that's the first time I think this character has probably been in a tournament. I haven't seen that thing in the topping list in so long, and it's going to get his debut here. That's why I really love this triple deck constructed format, because it allows you to play some really cool things. As that hand looked really good, I'm glad we have an alter phase in this game.
Yeah, 100%. That looks like we're going to have early access to that Diablo shift. I'll be interested. Who is the higher seed here? I'm sure we get confirmation.
I believe it's going to be Mr. Bivens.
Bivens is second seed. Yeah, Bivens So Bivens will absolutely be going first. And are there many evasive answers? What answers are there to this Diablo in the deck?
I don't think he's trying to answer anything. I think he's just trying to get these bad boys onto the field of play and get them exerted as soon as possible.
All questions, no
all
answers.
questing, no answers. Okay?
Come on, Zach.
It's going to be, like you said, all gas,
80 hours
no
a
breaks,
week
okay?
is
I honestly
crazy.
do not think that there is a way to clear a
80 hours a
All right.
week? Is that
So Mo's going to be drawing a lot of cards.
That's
to
crazy.
establish
That's like
that, not to mention the Prince Johns that are in
plus
Mo's list.
10
We can
hours
find
a
the discard.
day.
However, I would assume
What?
that the Amber Ruby deck is going to
2
balance
full-time
as
jobs.
much
That's
as possible.
crazy,
A lot of
Windy.
Rapunzel's in the list.
There are Rapunzels.
Here we go.
in
We're
the
straight
list.
into it.
He can heal some of these big, well-statted bodyguards to probably help protect him.
And Zach's
from
on
an
the
instant
play.
go-go wing. But I
Man.
think right now, Mo has to try to figure out a way to stabilize this game state. Stabilize and then turn the corner is going to be the name of this, especially being on the draw. Can he do it in time?
Who can be the aggressor in this situation? But we are off to the
Come on.
races. Daisy Duck with a turn
Oh.
one play. A Diablo thrown down by Mo in response, and then that Daisy
John
Duck
is
on the quest,
not
but it does
what you
reveal
want
the
against this
greediest
deck.
of them all, JD, going to be added to Mo Shamblin's hand
Well,
as a result of that
maybe,
quest.
maybe it's
We do
okay,
have a
actually.
LeFou
Depends. This
in
seems
hand as
so
well, which is
aggressive,
super
though.
interesting to protect our characters, especially that Simba that only has a 1-1 stat line but quest for 3, and a super goof, the super peanut powers, JD.
That super goof, it can do a lot of work as Mo in the early turns does have a lot of lower willpower characters. You can get that super goof in, get
This
that
is
residual
insane.
also
This is
while
insane that this isn't
maintaining
like
board a
the
little
top
bit.
8
So
right
Mo has
now.
to be careful of that forward
Man.
turn as super goof can come out. But that Daisy Duck, there are a lot of characters in Mo Shamblin's deck.
If you
so
know you
every
can
time
ban
quest,
steal,
you will be given some
the
advantage, you will be given
craziness
the
you can
go-goes,
play,
you will be
honestly.
given those Diablos. You will be, continuing to fuel the operation. I can't tell. Are there foxes in there?
There are 0 foxes in this deck list. There are just 2 copies of Merlin Crab. And we do also have 4 copies of Elsa the Fifth Spirit. Confirmed to be a future promo card. We got that Lilo gift set not too long ago. And now we're going to be getting one for Elsa in the future. So that's super cool. But this Elsa could be really good in this match to obviously exert down these Simbas and these low-statted, high-questing characters.
But the question of the day is, can you get to 5? Mo needs to get to at least 5, 6 ink before he can start to put together some of those more dynamic plays of the Elsas and the Diablo and all those types of things. You need to get there. As we are going to shift that Diablo now, I think you'll be able to send a challenge in, but probably not even worth it. You have to figure out a way to get this Daisy off the board effectively.
Yeah, I imagine this is just going to be a quest. But the bibbidi-bobbidi-boo being sent to the discard to shift this Diablo, you do not
The
pay
Diablo
any
shift was
ink
really
if
good.
you are shifting a Diablo. It is merely the cost of discarding an action, and there are actions aplenty in this deck, lots of discard, and of course that bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. And Mo will now draw every time Zach does. So passing over, we're going to ready, set, draw, and wasting no time in sending Daisy and Simba on another quest. Are we going to see the LeFou this turn?
The speed of the
I think you have to play LeFou.
You can already tell he knows exactly what he's
LeFou
trying
and
to do. He's gonna get
Moana
these
maybe,
things
but
exactly
Moana
just
doesn't really
super
do
quick,
anything.
Get him down, get him exerted. I'd love to see this Simba get readied right now to kind of keep another potential 3 lord.
And then next turn you can go Piglet and another Simba.
I don't think, maybe, is there pull the levers? I think he has some leverage.
As long as,
Yes.
like
We're taking a
Baker
super
said, as
cool
long as
turn
there's no
on
Elsa,
and getting that Simba off the board
Simbas are pretty good.
to protect you from that 3 lord, because you're already at 7 and we're on turn number 2.
We gas. Yeah, there are 4 copies of pull the lever and 3 copies of that wrong lever. So we do have options to hopefully give us good tempo, remove opposing threats from the board. Bivens deciding what he wants to ink
I think
here.
you ink
Currently
that.
looking at the super goof, who is going to go into the ink.
He has to think about if it's even worth playing the Moana, though, is the question.
And a 1-drop here, or a LeFou and a 1-drop. Zach Bivens actually renowned as a bit of a Piglet hater. I know. But mate, I think it was all a trick. I think it was just to get people to not play Piglets, and now he's with the Simbas. He's running 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I spoke to him about that. When I saw those Piglets, and I was like, I'm so disappointed. 4 Piglets, no Nala. That is
I guess the Piglet's the same as the Simba, but it's...
all along in disguise. You love to see it.
It's been a long time.
You want to be able to play the
of just false
Simbas
information.
and the
So
Piglets
now
as soon
it's
as
time to
possible
hit the gas
before
pedal and
the...
really get into that full card pool. So I think it's got to be clear that
Before the
Simba
Elsa.
almost immediately, as this Piglet is now representing a true threat. But
Cold
we get the
is
hidden
so
gold.
strong.
And that's
Pretty
gonna
good.
base boost this Diablo strong enough to clear this Daisy, and that is one threat removed. But there's so much lore activity on this board.
Yeah, this Diablo being a 1-2 evasive with Challenger 2.
I think this is going to be very tough for Bivens.
And willpower to any character who is inside the cove, so we're able to make a nice challenge into that Daisy, only taking 1 damage, and then Diablo able to remove this Simba, leaving just the Piglet and the Moana. This Moana being a 3/2 1-cost character quest for 1, but she can't challenge unless you have a captain character in play. But wouldn't you believe it, JD? That Piglet Pooh Pirate captain, the clue's in the name here, really. He is indeed a captain. So we're going to quest away, already jumping up to
LeFou.
11 lore. Is that up?
11.
Yep. And the Simba comes down. We are off to the races.
Oh, and the LeFou comes in. LeFou Moo able to ready
How much
that
lore is
Piglet,
this?
highlight
7?
captain, and,
Yeah, I
give
think
you another
Bivens
potential
knows
3
exactly
lore.
what
You
he's
guys don't know
doing.
if
The
you have
problem
more
is if he
characters on
top
board,
decks
he quests for 3, and
a 2
that's
quester, he could
impressive.
potentially
So we
win,
are at
but
that
then
critical
Elsa could
juncture.
come
Don't
down
I'm sorry,
if
we
Elsa's
still
in
have one
Mo's
more
hand.
ink away from that critical juncture of 5 ink, and like I said,
Nah,
these
this
things
card's
are
not going to
fast.
hurt him
That
at
might be
all
too
here.
late. Zach Bivens is clearly not paid by the hour. He's clearly here just to get the job done, and you can't blame him for that. Mo, realizing he's in a really tricky position here. Obviously, this deck wants to take the time to discard the opponent's hand, accumulate resources via the Prince John, but Zach Bivens not really allowing enough time for that to be a viable strategy. How many cards does he have left in his hand?
I can't say. I think it might be.
Is it 0?
He might be holding on to none by now. He could completely gas the hand just to get the board down. He might have.
Elsa,
some.
Elsa.
I can't tell.
We'll find out shortly.
We'll see. We'll see.
He needs
Definitely
Elsa.
4.
He really
No,
needs
I'm
Elsa.
Possibly.
Yes, I see. But definitely 4 ink. And this board, how much lore is he threatening right now?
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're not threatening
8
game per se, but still putting a lot of pressure. The Diablo's going to make a trade into that Moana.
Okay.
And I think you got to take it. Every bit of residual lore matters as we do.
Come on,
continue
come on,
to get
come
another
on.
draw with that
Big
Genie. You're
card.
gonna have to get another draw
Bodyguard.
with Diablo, but is it going to be enough? Because every card off the top is representing a threat in this game. As a bodyguard would be immense here.
18.
That many right
Look
now,
at his
or one of
spore.
those
His
darlings, or excuse me,
spork
one of those,
spoon.
the princes,
What is it?
a darling deer, something to protect these characters. I think that's going to be a real problem for Mo to get to.
What
get through
is-
effectively? Another LeFou would also be very
What is it,
insane.
Zach?
Yeah,
Two questions off the top as well.
100%. Yeah, this Darling Deer, I think, is a really interesting addition to Amber. Generally, it's the Amethyst decks.
Oh, it's a bodyguard.
Or things like Pyrite, Ruby. Amber now having this character that when she comes down, she gives +2 lore to another character. And there's the Prince you were talking about, JD.
He's on the board. He's able to protect these characters, and I don't think maybe you can do some mathematics and get those characters to the hidden cove. But is it going to be enough to?
It's
be
not enough,
able
I don't
to
think.
Clear the Prince
everything.
and then clear the rest of the characters. You have to lose everyone right now except for the LeFou. If you can leave him, you still have one more lord that you have to worry about. But you got to get the Piglet, you got to get the Simba, and you got to get through this Prince. Can you
The
do it?
5
You've
on the
gotta do
Prince
an
here is
awful lot,
so
JD, and
big.
we've gotta
If this
worry
was
about
the
that.
other
Elsa is one
the
thing
other
that can come
bodyguard,
down
the
with
4
Rush to
one,
help
4
out with
willpower
that,
wouldn't be
and don't
good.
forget there are 4 copies of Pull the Lever, which may be a necessity because Zach is at 18 lore
Zach's
with
got
1,
the
2,
game.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board. This Genie and Diablo will both be able to. Well, to be
Insane.
fair, we've got to go through the Prince first. So
We have to,
we
yeah.
can't unless we've.
You can wrong lever the Prince.
We could wrong lever the Prince. That's
Yep.
and then I think the Piglet is absolutely the Piglet and the Simba
Yeah.
both got to go. JD, they got to go.
That's the line. I think if you have that wrong
Oh,
lever,
wait,
you
there is a
wrong
wrong
the
lever.
Prince, you get the Diablo
Cricky!
into the hidden cove, you send the Diablo into the Simba. Or this
But
is
one
also
card is
there.
definitely
You got the
surviving.
bodyguard. Oh, so we do get the challenge in on the bodyguard. A little slight
No!
mistake was coming in from Mo there. I'm sure he wants to take that one back.
Yep, so the Cricky coming down, giving +3 strength to all characters. Mo instinctively wanting to send the Diablo into the Simba to draw a card, but this
I think Zach let
bodyguard
him take
is
it back.
indeed
I think
there,
Zach let
so
him take it
that
back.
won't do it,
I think he
where
let him take
we
it back.
took it out courtesy of the Diablo. This Prince obviously having 0 strength, and then we are able to answer the Simba, and that's a pretty good tempo turn.
I
Mo
think he
taking
let him
back some
take it
control
back,
of the
right?
board. Can he remove this LeFou? Do we have Darling Deer? That's game if we have Darling Deer.
I don't think he has Darling. He has Jim Deer in the deck, so we don't have Darling.
Was it?
Oh, this is another way of doing it.
Was it?
Gloyd orange.
What?
Four off the
What's
top.
that card even
Like
do?
I said, it's all gas, no brakes.
Oh, gain 1 lore?
This is a new racer who on play, you gain 1 lore and your opponent loses a lore, and that's it. Zach Bivens takes game 1 of the final
man.
top 8 game at the World Championship.
The Gloyd, you've been gloided here at the top. Sir, that was not
I
on anyone's
guarantee
punch
you,
card.
95%
I
of the
wanna see
Lorcana
this.
community
I
don't
wanna
know
look,
what
let's
that
have a
card
look. I wanna
does.
see what Zip Bivens has got going on. Okay, there's no Darling Deer, just the Jim Deer, but still an interesting card. But yeah, that's what is the name. It's Gloyd Orange Boar, fierce competitor. So yeah, there's some uninteractive
Gloyd
Of course, the
Orange
Super Goose
Boar.
we know. So to be
What
fair, there were
the
quite good
hell?
odds there to find something to get us over the line.
There was so much. You had a lot of different options to get to there. You had another bodyguard you could go through. You had some.
I mean, I think he let Mo take that back. 'Cause if Mo made that decision, that's 4. It's only 3 damage into the bodyguard, which isn't good.
Base boosting all of your characters, increasing them, giving them all +3 strength for that turn on play. So that was a dynamic turn. And if he could have just stabilized a little bit more, he could have turned around sooner. But that that is probably one of the worst matchups that you could see, and you definitely didn't want to put that into your Ruby Sapphire.
Zach's
match
gonna win with
Mo is
like the
getting into now.
craziest lineup, man.
These are the two lists for now. We got Ruby
Zach
Sapphire
versus DKP,
Amethyst
man. This is
Steel. So
all of these
Zach
games are
Gibbons
just
on the
they're
deck
getting
that he calls his
so
favourite
much
deck.
more
This is
intense.
absolutely an in combination that he has played quite religiously throughout the Disney Lorcana season, so he's bound to feel very confident on it. But there can be a couple of different types of
He's also not
Steel
going
lists,
first
so
here.
I'll talk us through this, and then JD, hopefully you can take us through the Ruby Sapphire list as well. So on Bivens' side of the board, we're seeing 4 copies of Palace Guard, Spectral Sentry, who is an illusion with that Vanish keyword. If targeted by an action, then immediately banish. But if they don't have actions, then this Palace Guard can certainly get a few lore at the beginning of the game. We've got things like White Rose and Goats for that lore gain, and we're playing some Magic Brooms. We've got Cobras for the lore gain. There are Merlin Rabbits in here. Are there Docks? I'm not seeing any Docks. Okay, so we are not a Dock build. We are a Merlin Rabbit build with 4 copies of, and then along came Zeus. Behold his thunderbolt.
That's it. We didn't practice that. Okay,
We didn't.
That was natural. That was natural. But looking at Mo's deck, so again, as we've been stating all day, is that there are typically two types of the Ruby and Sapphire deck. One is going to be more of the Manor Shark deck, and the other is going to be more of the Items deck. I personally like the Items deck, and that is what Mo is going to be playing today. But note, he does have 2 Be Prepared in the deck, 4 Workshop, 4 Popsicles.
There's going to be so much Amber Ruby and Sapphire Emerald at set champs.
I don't think there is a fish.
Goomba, there's not. This is literally. Wait, one sec.
But only one hideaway.
There's literally not. I said this yesterday as well. If anybody thinks there's going to be loads of Sapphire Amber Puppy decks or Amber Ruby set champs, I mean, listen, maybe you're right and there will be, but the people who are playing those decks at set champs, in my opinion, unless they want to have fun and try and win with it, that's fair. But they don't understand the difference between this format and set champs format. In this format, you can bench a steal deck, which means hyper aggro decks can steal games a lot easier. In your set champs, can you dodge every single steal deck? I don't think so. So for that reason, I don't think we're going to see that many of these decks. Naturally, of course, this is still a World Championship. People are going to look, oh, this is a cool deck list that did really, really well. But I think many people aren't going to understand the difference between playing a format like this, where it's triple deck constructed, where you can bench a deck, and set champs, where you can run into Amber Steals, Green Steals, any type of deck. So it's very different, in my opinion.
Try and guess in chat right now. I'm going to give you about 10-ish seconds.
I know what
in this Amethyst Steel deck, what card do you think is a one-off? I don't think you're going to get it. I'm going to spend a few more seconds just wasting.
I agree. I think people will hop on the deck, but I personally, if you're trying to win your set champs, I don't think the strat is just copy an aggro deck at Worlds, because it's not going to perform the same for you. But yeah. Let me mute this.
A lot of time. One of Pete Games Referee is in the deck.
You've nailed it.
In the deck.
Only one copy of what people see as one of the strongest cards. One of the reasons, well, there's many reasons to play Steel, let's be honest, but this is one of the very good ones. Pete Games Referee, which shuts down actions for a full round, and only one copy of this in Zach's deck, although it is worth mentioning, we have Amethyst cards like Fox and Snake, so just because there's only one copy doesn't mean we will only see one effect of Blow the Whistle this game.
Absolutely, and the thing I also like about this Ruby Sapphire deck, especially with one Pete being known, this deck can become very inevitable.
Yeah.
But one thing about the Amethyst Steel deck is it can mark and bypass some of that inevitability by the giant Cobra, of which he has 4, and he also has Goats. He also has some Roses. So once you get to that point and they start controlling the board with those never-ending board wipes,
there's like no, I think, easy target removal for the illusion cards, right? For the Cobra or for the Palace Guard, I don't think, in this Ruby Sapphire deck.
and I hope you guys at home are enjoying this. This is the final round of the quarterfinals. This is the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship. So make sure you're locked in and active, and laser focus. Seat back is up and upright and locked.
JD, how could I not be locked in when sat next to a gentleman such as yourself? I am under the jail.
What's my personal opinion on just one EU DLC in 2025 and just 3 EU DLCs for the next 12 months? It's not good. It's less than what we had last year, which I'm really hoping they announce more. But if that's the case, it's pretty bad in my opinion. But we'll see.
It's going to be Mo Shamblin on the play. If you're only just joining us, you've missed a lot for a start, but thank you for being here. And we only see the turn 1 ink visions and pass from Mo Shamblin. No ice cream.
No popsicle for Mo this time, but he does have that 2-cost ramp in the form of Tipo Growing Sun. And I have a little bit of beef with Tipo. We're not going to talk about that here in the Disney World Championship, but
that was a very diplomatic answer. It was my opinion. I'm not happy about it. We got less than last year. I'm happy with the format change, but you know, we also don't know if there's anything else coming. I'm assuming from that announcement that's all it is, but we don't know if they will announce anything else.
I think there are 4 in the deck, I would assume, anyway. Can you get confirmation on that?
Yes, there are 4 of the large Sisu empowering sibling, and 2 of the smaller Sisu.
All right, excellent. And to be fair, even the smaller Sisu in combination with that
Smee here on turn
coil
2
can
really
take out
sucks.
an awful lot. This is not a bad-looking hand for Zach here.
But at least Calhoun
Calhoun
threatens that the Tipo can't exert.
Calhoun, so that will check this Tipo from getting any additional lore. Generally, Tipo only really here to help us ramp, although if you're against those aggressive decks and you see things like, I don't know, like a Lilo or something, then the Tipo is super good to have as a body.
Absolutely, and I know in this matchup you love to see that Smee Bumbling mate come in on 2, and typically he can go for maybe 2, maybe 4 lore in that early game, and this Tipo also can get a couple of cheeky quests in too early to help, and then when you close out with that Tamatoa Diamond, it makes it that much easier.
Yeah, 100%. We do see the Scrooge McDuck, resourceful miser, making his way onto the board. Not able to play it for free just yet because we don't have 4 items in play. Scrooge does love to be played for free, but Mo Shamblin more than willing to pay the 4 and hopefully find an item from the top 4 cards of the deck. Moving over to Bivens, taking a moment, the signature fist on the cheek and the little motion of the hand, just thinking through what is the correct line here, making sure he's staying aware of Mo Shamblin's possibilities. And this is the thing as well, right? Even if you are not playing a certain ink combination this weekend, if you're a world-class player, you need to know how they all work, right? You might be known for a certain deck, but it doesn't
I will
mean
be trying that
all
game.
you can do, right? And I bet these players
I already have
are
proxies
testing
printed
with
out.
everything leading up to this event.
I don't think so. I think they just play their one deck and they just turn it off. I'm kidding. I guarantee you all of these players know how to play these decks just as good as the next player. And I'm certain I've seen Zach Gibbs in other tournaments, and he's been playing a lot of different strategies, maybe trying to throw people off the scent. I saw him on this very same build that Mo Shamblin was playing just to better learn the lines of play against decks that you will potentially be facing. So I think that's a nice heads-up strategy. We get in the White Rose, gaining another residual lore, keeping that Calhoun up and active, electing not to quest in fear of a Scrooge rebuttal, as we will put down the Tamatoa in the workshop it's set up. Tell me about this card, Baker.
This Maurice's workshop.
Have I talked to Willow at all recently? Not about Riftbound, but I've talked to Mage, who manages the Riftbound thing.
Pay an additional ink to draw a card. So basically, all the items in Mo's deck now represent an extra card draw, as long as he's got an extra ink to pay for it. And Porpsicle can be drawing you 2 cards, and this sure adds up, right? Especially if you've got multiple workshops on the board. This is exactly what you want to see in the early part of the game. But Zach coming, here I come.
Shoot,
as the goat comes down on the board, you're going to gain 1
Scrooge.
lore. These Amethyst cards having a lot of residual lore,
Quest.
as you like to put it, JD.
Bow.
And now we're going to see
Bow.
strength of a raging duck to send that Scrooge McDuck right back to the lore book.
I love it. And Maurice's Workshop is one of those cards, when I'm playing in this matchup, when that card comes down, now it's time to get real. You got to lock in. You need to win this game quickly, because that is how you keep that advantage engine going. Because if you don't have that workshop set up, you will indefinitely run out of cards, run out of resources. That's how you do it. So now the workshop set up, I'm sure Mr. Bivens sees that, starts to get these glimmers going as we're going to sing that strength onto that Scrooge. So now Mo needs to continue to elevate the game plan. Let's see what we got there. We still got that vision of the future. Is it time to vision up here, or is it time to get some of those coils established?
I mean, this is, I don't think we've inked this turn, so we are only 1 turn away from being able to play that dreaded Be Prepared, which is certainly something that Zach needs to bear in mind. Only 1 copy of the Pete in the deck, as we already mentioned, to try and shut off those actions. Mo going to ink that vision of the future, not looking for a prophecy at this moment in time. Instead, it is going to be the Maui Hero to All.
Oh, he actually had the Maui.
That rush keyword,
I didn't know he had it.
And then we're going to eat some ice cream. Ice cream can heal all injuries, apparently.
And Growing Boy is going to sit behind his good friend Maui and get a nice little quest in on the side. Imagine Pete here. Imagine that one of Pete stopping this Be Prepared turn, even though I don't think you're in the range where you just have to play it.
No.
You want to get the most value out of those Be Prepared as possible.
You're right.
But there is no Be Prepared. You do have another White Rose in hand along with that giant.
I'd love to see Mo's hand here.
So maybe
I think that's one thing they need to improve for these broadcasts, if possible, is to do what they do in Magic, where they can show the hands constantly.
100%.
It's just information that we really need to have as a viewer, at least in my opinion.
Potential. We saw that in game 1 with the racer coming down to get that final.
But it's also more
lure,
budget
and,
because you need to
Zach appears
pay
to
somebody to
enjoy
stand
his,
behind them with an iPad the whole time.
Gain. It served him very well so far. And this Palace Guard, the Spectral Sentry, still just sitting there. Of course, not a lot of actions that target in the Ruby Sapphire list. Obviously, there's things like Be Prepared, but this Palace Guard getting away.
He's wondering if he
lot.
should
I also want
Zeus
to
or
bring
not.
one more card in Bibba's
He's
list.
scared if it's
Not
a
really
B
for
prep.
this matchup. 3 copies of Fire the Cannons. 1 cost
What?
unequal to
Okay.
do 2 damage. Obviously, great into the aggressive decks, targeting down a Lilo, making a Wish, a Diablo, things like that. Not many characters in Mo's deck that are really going to fall to it. Of course, the T-Po, but maybe we see
He needs
play
some
Goat
good top
and then
decks here, I think
Cannons
Zach
our own
does.
Goat for victory.
That
If he
is a
gets
line that's
a,
typically not going to be great here, but I love that play that Zach comes in and just
Rabbit,
uses
he's
that
chilling a little
Goat to
bit.
challenge the Maui instead of singing the song. Goat will gain that additional lore, and you can keep that Zeus for something a little bit more problematic that could befall you later on.
Super respect that because
Great
Goat
camera.
able to finish
Great
off
camera
the
angle.
Maui, whereas if he had
Oh, this is a
done
B
that,
prep.
the Mo would have been able to go into the White Rose, only taking
I mean,
3
he probably
damage,
has to
would have
play the B
got
prep, right?
essentially a 3 for
Does
1
he?
out Maui,
That's
which
so
already
such a
took
poor
out
B
one
prep.
Calhoun.
If
So
Zach
I
baits the
super
B prep, he's
respect
very
Zach
happy.
identifying that and just deciding, hey, let's just take the Goat into
No, he's
Maui
not
now,
gonna
and then
do
my
it,
White
okay.
Roses may survive.
He's
going to
drop in the
We're gonna play
workshop, sure.
Sapphire Coil, and I believe an extra card was drawn for the workshop.
Yep. So he does have another item that he can set up another coil. So now things are getting really real. Before they were just fake real. Now they're really real. As it does appear. If you're looking at the screen, you're like, well, Zach's at 9 and Mo's at 1. Certainly Zach's going to win.
Yeah, you ink
but
that, you
I'm
play pop.
telling you, if you're not at 19, if you're not at 20, you might as well be at 0 because this deck can turn around so
Maybe you
extremely
pass.
fast. And those double coil workshop setup, it is a misery to deal with. As every time you ink, you'll be able to reduce your characters by a total of 4 now, and then you can bring in those.
Did he
easy
reduce
little
his own
brawls
T-Po?
and
He's
then
very
continue to
funny.
Clear the board over and over and over again. It is repulsive.
JD, over the course of the European season, I casted 3 games where I saw them go from 0 to 20 or more in 1 turn. So you're absolutely right to bring that up if you're newer to the game. Do not think this is over yet. This Ruby Sapphire deck, the way it wants to work, we already talked about the Maurice's Workshop and how that's going to help us accumulate cards and play a lot of items. But Baker, why do we want to play a lot of items? The reason is a very shiny reason at that. The Tamatoa, who gets an extra lore for every item on the board, and of course that lucky dime, which allows you to gain lore equal to the lore on a character. So a lot of potential here to just build up a large item package, throw down the Tamatoa, get that dime down, and then just threaten game immediately. But Zach threatening his own uninteractive lore game this time with a giant Cobra, another illusion, JD.
He
And
gets to
he will
14,
gain
I think.
2 lore, and just by not singing that Zeus, Zach having the foresight of being able to put that Cobra down, realizing that Zeus may not
I
be
don't
the
know what
best
the card
card in
in
this
his hand
matchup,
is.
having a quality discard, uninkable, to continue getting some value from that giant Cobra. I'm certain
He's
if
on
there's a card that say
14,
discard
right?
this card, gain 2 lore. You probably play it in this
He was
situation.
on 9, he
and
quested
you don't
for
have to have
3.
that type of card in the matchup where it's not going to be
He's on
suited
14.
for you. So heads up decision coming in from Zach Bibbins as T-Po is going to get a nice little quest.
Can
in.
they update the lore?
Typically,
Hello?
everyone prepare because our teeth and ambition may be bared.
They may well be.
There we go.
We shall see. That was unintentional. We're going to win Grand Martada, the Keeper of Ancient Stories. And here we have it. We're going to exert 7 ink for Be Prepared.
I
yes,
love it.
JD,
I
love
love
it. You join me, buddy.
Our teeth and ambitions are better. We can work on it next time. Next time, we'll shop it around. There
You
it is.
nailed
there
it, mate.
is.
You cooked.
As it-
I had a good
Come
season. I
on.
had a good run.
Come on, Zach.
No,
What did you draw?
no, irreplaceable. Okay.
But yeah,
Come
be
on,
prepared
go.
if you're new to
Whoa.
that. We got a little cameo there. Be prepared if you're newer to
They
the
got a
game.
rabbit,
7
nice.
costs uninkable. Banish
They got a
all
little cameo.
characters.
I
Pretty
love it.
simple.
I hope.
Reading
listen,
I've been informed that
Oh, are
reading
they
the
sitting
card
down
explains the
when-
card.
And I'm
The Lord
when
of
they're
the
casting?
Fantasy
Ah,
Believers.
this
When
behind the
rotation
scenes.
happens,
Interesting.
We needed to come back. Okay. Come
Oh,
on, listen to me now.
I am cooked. If this card
I'll use all my influence
Uh-oh.
I can to get this card back into the game because it does
Zach
a lot
needs
of
some
work. As this Merlin
goats.
Rabbit is up. If he's going to be able to draw cards, so this is pushing you into that late game that we talked about. Gaining more resources, he's going to be able to quest. If this Merlin Rabbit can get 1, get 2, replace itself, get another reach card, get another White Rose, another Cobra. This could be what it takes to win. So being able to survive those board clears is one of the huge upsides of Amethyst Steel, and I'm surprised more players didn't bring Amethyst Steel to this unique tournament.
Well, Zach Bivens certainly not underestimating it, but playing it a lot of the season. But this is the breath of
Oh, here
air
we
that
go.
Mo wants, right? He's been able to clear the board. There is a rabbit and 2 cards in Zach's hand. Of course, this rabbit can represent 1 more card
They're
when
all-
it's banished, or even more. If
Oh,
it's
this is
back to
so
our hand.
tough.
But this is absolutely the turn that Mo needed to like get a breath of fresh air and
sure.
start to apply pressure to the board in his own way, with Zach probably at the least resources he's been at throughout.
It's going to be the Tamato. He takes
and
the
that's one of
brawl,
the
though.
huge downsides of Vision of the Future, though, because it makes you make a painful decision.
Brawl, he can
think about
guarantee
what cards you
kill
put into the
something,
bottom
though,
of
with the
your
brawl,
deck,
which
and
is
you had to hang on to
very
that
important,
brawl,
I think.
Sending the big Tamatoa and the medium
Oh, he's
Tamatoa
got
to
some
the bottom of
stuff,
the deck.
though.
You'll probably never see those cards again until the game is coming to a screeching halt as the Magic Broom is going to come on through and the Bumbling Mate.
Ooh.
So you're all in, all gas again, no breaks as Merlin gets that quest in.
At
that
least
we
Merlin
talked
is a
about
bit of
earlier.
card draw
He
here.
went for one. Can he go for
Zach's
two?
only
Bumbling
on
Mate in
4
terms of
ink.
two as
What's
this
going
game is
on?
starting to pick up. Can Mo stabilize and stop the aggression?
So many
Is there a
coils.
Maui in hand? I think there is, yeah. This is going to be tempting because you want to get rid of this rabbit. You've got to banish the rabbits, right? Yes, it's drawing one card when you banish it, but if you don't and you give Zach a chance to bounce it, then that's already representing at least one more card
He
and at
needs
least
to just
two
hit
more
it
if he plays it,
first.
or three more if he plays it again. It can really get carried away, JD. So unless, I mean, Mo will know how to pilot this deck much better than me, but I'd be tempted to remove this rabbit here.
Shout out to my good friend Luke, DLC champion. He told me if you see
The
a rabbit,
Wizards.
the Wizard.
The
Shout out to
Wizards.
him. He says if you see a rabbit, it's on site. You gotta get it gone.
Yeah.
Okay, because he's just gonna be hippity hoppity bouncing all around the town. You will give your opponent that card, but when you start getting those snakes, in and those
15.
foxes
This
in,
is
you
this
start
is going to be
recycling,
so
it just becomes
difficult.
super obnoxious to take 'em out when you can.
I don't
I
know
played
how
a
many
game
threats are going to
against
stick for
Fabled
Zach. He
Pre-Release in
needs
Germany where he
more
dragon fired
roses
my
and
rabbit,
stuff.
people around were like, really? He was like, you gotta banish
Double
the
white
rabbits, man.
rose?
They gotta go.
They gotta go. I mean, it's a hard thing to do sometimes, but he'll just sit there and continue to quest. And then when he's going up, down, bounce all around, it feels so much worse than whatever
No
we were
way.
trying to play around in the first place. As we have another piece of passive lore game, the right rose is down, and this is looking really good for Mr. Bivens as Mo double arms on the table staring down this board. You're going to have to start getting into clear phase as effectively as possible right now, as I can't quite hear the conversation as they're looking and thinking and talking, maybe trying to psych the other person out.
I think that to me as a cold read looks like Mo said something along the lines of, well, this sucks.
I just might not have it as Mr. Bivens cool as a cucumber, both
Always.
hands underneath the table. I love to see that a little
Love
bit
to
of
see that.
and not on the head, feeling quite comfortable as double finger crack. Do you got it?
I feel the need to mention, JD, in this Ruby Sapphire list, no Pirate's Life. Again, not a huge surprise. You generally see that in the Shark builds, but I just did want to mention that we don't have that as a potential
Oh
option to
my
get
God.
Zach a bit lower in
Uh-oh.
lore, only at 16
Uh-oh.
lore. We know there are goats, there are white roses, there are giant
Uh-oh.
cobras. This is a lot of high pressure for Mo. Zach Bivens already one game up. This is the last top 8 game
I mean,
of the
2
World
turns, I think
Championship
Mo
before we
could
proceed
take
to the
this.
semi-finals. Mo has had an incredible season, an incredible championship, and he finds himself one game down against Zach Bivens at 16 lore. Can he mount the comeback?
This is a great start. We have that Tamatoa happy as a
I saw a
clown. Or,
dime.
excuse me,
I
so
saw a
shiny,
dime.
Mr.
I saw a
Bling
dime.
Bling. And you have the lucky dime
that 2
now
dimes?
in hand.
2
So
dimes?
one of them, that is, I think that is a good way. If you're going to turn this thing
I mean,
around,
Zach needs to win in the
this
next
is
2
a good
turns,
way
right?
to do it. You need to do it fast.
He needs to win in the next 2
there's no
turns.
Giant Cobra in hand right now, or this thing is not quite over just yet. As you're kind of hanging out at the 4 ink, you can't really do too many dynamic
if he had
plays,
Cobra,
but
he
the
could
big
do
crab
this.
is on board. Will that be game?
4,
How much
5,
is that? So you can get a
6.
quest off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the Tamatoa has a lore itself, so that's 7. And assumedly we would play the lucky dime, so that's going to make it 8.
Yeah.
So that could get us up to 11. Perhaps we can play a couple more items.
We quest, get another item. Oh, this could. You need nothing.
If you quest first, then you could absolutely get another item to throw down the lucky dime.
Yeah.
So
With Tamatoa, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if it quests first, times 2 to 16. I'm capping at 19 from my
19
map.
and Maui cannot quest, so
Unless we can play another item
What's
on
Mo's
top
deck?
of
It's
all
just
that,
a
then we
item
can
regular
get
deck.
20. So this is what we were talking about, guys. It's not over until we're at 20 lore, and Mo has the tools to do
Come on,
that.
Zach.
Zach Bivens going to go on a quest with the White Rose, taking us up to 17. What do we have in hand? There are some friends.
Oh, there was a
We have this is what I
friends.
mean. He had 2 cards in his hand, and now this rabbit has just helped us just build those resources.
and he doesn't have enough removal to get through Tamatoa.
I think right now he's just like, I need to get a Cobra.
That's not going to be enough as White Rose is going to be played to the field, bringing up to 18. This is game on board for you, but is that going to be enough? Can Mo get it done this turn?
I think he's playing to his out that he top decks the Cobra. I don't think the friends
Could
would do
finish
it.
it this turn. It just depends on how many items he can get down.
Yeah, this could be it, as I think Mr. Bivens has to understand. He knows the situation probably as well as anyone could, as he's thinking right now of what he can do. You're kind of getting what do you have in hand? You got the fire,
Zeus.
you got the Zeus, you got the friends. Maybe thinking inking friends.
Only at 4 ink. Generally, these Amethyst Steel decks don't need to ink to that high of an amount. 4 is a pretty comfortable number. It means you can play absolutely anything in the deck. We are going to see that friends, though, as you predicted, JD, leaving us
Why is he
with 2
inking
cards in hand.
friends?
We're just going to pass. So can Mo Shamblin put the
Is
combination
he hoping?
of cards together here
Like,
to go
if
from
Mo doesn't
3
win this,
to
could he not
20
be
in
seeing
a
friends
single
like a
turn?
Cobra?
Let's see it. Let's get it.
Getting Tamato with a quest is a huge mission. We have the workshop in hand. Mathematics, how much ink is available? How much ink do you have? Because you're going to need 9. So we're setting that 9 to the side almost immediately because that's going to be your dime and activation. You're going to need your dime act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There it is. You need to ink.
He's
you can play
counting,
that
yeah. I think
workshop.
Bivens might have
What would
this.
that do? What would that do? Workshop quest. You won't have enough.
But I'm
You don't have
surprised he
to-
inked the
Will that be
friends.
enough? Doug, Lucky Dime's been deployed.
Okay, so we've paid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the dime.
Where did that come from?
Okay, this could do it. We've got 2 ink left.
Oh, he's
Being very careful with this math here,
absolutely.
right? Because this is very intricate. So bear with us, grr.
And there is the quest. Huge quest coming in from Tamatoa. Bling, bling.
9.
9. Yep.
9 gets you up to 12.
Yep, 8 items and then 1 law already.
Lucky
And
That's the game.
it.
Right.
And that's it.
That's the game, yeah.
Mo Shamblin takes game 2, and we are
Did he get it
proceeding
done?
to a game 3
Let's
in the
do it.
World
We talked
Championship.
about it. We talked about it, and it happened,
Oh.
nigga, just like that. And
Oh,
Zach Bivens
man.
did everything he could, trying to get this thing over as quickly as possible. But
Bivens
you
was
just
so
couldn't stop
close.
it. And the big crab against Steel, he can survive. There's
Kim,
not
you
a
know how
lot
that
of clean
feels like
answers
getting those
to that character in the,
dime
you know,
Tamatoas,
Bivens
right?
deck.
Haven't you
And if
done
had
like a
one more
massive
fire
thing like
cannon,
that
we did
before to
talk
win the
about
game?
that. You could have
It's so
maybe
hard
got
though,
a
because you need to
Zeus
math
off
it
and
out
then
so
a
well.
double fire to cannons, and that could have been enough to
You need
put
to count
the
out so
Kamatoa down.
well.
But when he quested, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, and to be fair, he only had 4 ink, and these White Roses only 3 cost characters,
Yeah.
so we wouldn't have even been able to sing Zeus. So I don't think
Right.
there was actually an out that turn to be able to do both. If
Oh,
we-
that's right. He had
if we-
going to 5. He had the ink
Yeah,
going
if
to
we
5.
had more
That's
ink,
right.
then you're
That's
absolutely right, JD. That would have been an answer, but I don't think we
Yeah.
had it there at all. Not
would
if
have
we
had
can't
to play
sing
him, yeah.
Zeus, which unfortunately we
brutal.
couldn't. So we are moving to
Well,
game
Bivens is on the
3.
play
Zach Bivens,
now.
having lost that game, will have to stick to the Amethyst Steel deck.
I'm gonna leave you guys with
Already
the
won
casters. I'm gonna run
Ruby.
to the bathroom
Emerald
quickly.
Sapphire has been benched, and we're seeing the 2
Look at
pet
that.
decks
Look at
against
this.
each
Look
other.
at that. What a storyline. What a storyline.
What lore.
And I'm trying to tell you, we have 2 fan favorites of the community. I like to call them the darlings of the community, the princesses of the community, the people's champions, okay? Both of these players can fill that role. This is for the people's championship title.
Absolutely.
Both players at the moment that they want to be doing their thing with their deck, okay? I'm just disappointed there's not any Jiminy Crickets in
Bivens, yeah, certainly renowned
down.
for playing the, it was set 2, I believe, Jiminy Cricket, where when you play him, you can draw a card if you have a Pinocchio in board. Wasn't playing any copies of Pinocchio, just using it for that evasive keyword. But yeah, Bivens and Mo, absolute fan favorites. Do you smell what the Bivens is? This is like Austin Rock.
Yeah, dude, I love it. I love it.
I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for that reference. I hope not.
No, they can't stop you. They can't stop you. No, I'm sure. Oh, we're just in. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
You leave? Okay. Guys, it's been great. It's been fun.
All right, so just imagine the nerves that these players are going through. I like to pretend they're not nervous, but I know the nerves are there. This is a game
I think
3.
it's butterflies.
It's probably right. It's probably right. But this is it, man. This all that training and all that preparation and all that study comes down to this. You've gone through these play lines so many times. This is the last round of the quarterfinals. We're moving on to the semifinals shortly after this.
Absolutely.
And the prizes are so phenomenal. They are so abundant. And it's just a lot of pressure. I don't know if I'm built for this situation. And a lot of players aren't, Baker.
You're built different, JD. I don't think there's much in life that you're not built for, my friend. But you're absolutely right. What a story. Taking us into our 3rd and final game where both players will get to play their pet decks that they perform with really well all season. But Bivens is on the play.
On the play. I love that. And I've seen there's a lot of play draw disparity, but we have seen a lot of players coming in on the draw being able to nullify that advantage. There is a substantial advantage, in my opinion, of being on the play versus on the draw, as Mo maybe getting a little bit of those pregame jitters out, kind of throws the deck around a little bit.
I've been there, mate. I've been
there. New sleeves, who this? New sleeves, who this? I love it. Getting that nice little shuffle in, a little bit of board manners, talking it through. He seems calm.
New sleeves, who
I like
this?
the
What are you
mustache.
saying?
I love the moustache.
The mustache.
It's the
okay.
mustache. There's a moistache, shout out to Moyen, and a moustache.
The mustache.
Okay.
Let's go.
And look at that beautiful Lorcana bottle that our players
Shout out to Moyen. Baker knows, man.
Their goodie
Baker
bag for being
knows.
part of
Shout
the
out
World Championship.
to the
Absolutely
mustache.
Okay, so we're gonna get
Let's go,
down to
chat.
business. Okay, is it
Business.
Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to
We ain't got no time to play around. What is this?
Get down to business, or
Guys, me and JD may have lost it, but we don't want it back.
We're back.
We don't want it
back.
back.
Oh,
We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. Lock back in. We're back in.
Let's get
Active.
down to
Here it
business.
is. The game is underway. The altar phase is commencing, and it looks like
Here
we
we
are
go.
hanging
This is
on to that
nice.
rabbit potentially.
On the play, absolutely. I think that's a great decision. We are, but they're 2 rabbits though. If there were 2, you'd probably throw 1 back.
Have I ever
We're keeping
tried the
hold of
stash
Palace
look?
Guard, the Smee, and maybe a
Not
rabbit.
really.
There is a, or with
Is that the keep or the
kinda-
sand?
it's
Are you
kinda
a,
there,
are you a play
though.
on the
It's kinda
board,
there.
keep it in, or you keep it in your hand?
But
Which one do you do, Baker?
Not really.
what when I'm
When,
just,
on your altering, are you do you put them down and send them back to the deck, or you hold them in your hand? And
to be honest, I am very much like I'll put a couple down and then I'll look and then I'll change my mind and then I'll shuffle and then I'll have a quick
Oh, what's this,
cry.
Diablo shift
That's
line?
generally
Okay, he's got the
my-
Diablo
my,
shift.
Okay.
My tradition going into the altar phase. A good cry and then that normally works out terribly.
Okay. I like to put mine on the board, and then I
Kim,
put the
you
one in
don't
my
like
hand into the
mustaches.
deck. I think it tilts
Don't
my opponent
lie.
a little bit. I do.
You don't
So
like
you're just going
mustaches.
for maximum tilt.
No one
So
wants to
I'm
see the
trying
cow
just
stash.
everything I can.
No one likes a
You
cow
have
stash.
to infiltrate your opponent's mind. I think that's what you have to try to
So
Infiltrate
you
the
started in the
mind.
vents of the Ravensburger headquarters, and now you're trying to vent your way into the opponent's mind.
Absolutely.
Guys, I think JD may be a villain. I'm not going to lie, but we're going to proceed now. I love it. Good man.
I can't do it.
We're going to proceed into Game 3, the last top 8 game of the World Championship.
Let's do it. The players are laser focused. We have a pretty
Come on,
tight
Bivens.
curve coming in from
Bam.
Mr. Bivens, who's going to start with his magic broom on 1. Love to see it.
Yeah, the Illuminary Keeper, a 1-cost 1/2. When you play another character, you
Inca
may
Bruno.
banish this broom to
This deck
draw
seems
a card. And worth noting,
like my style.
that ability always goes into the bag. Though you have no choice in that matter, so you could play something else like a Merlin
Oh,
rabbit, for
Baker,
example.
what's he talking
you could draw
about?
from the rabbit, and then you can decide if you would like to pop your broom.
Absolutely.
It's
Really,
So
Baker?
now he does have a nice grip.
It's
of
good to
2 cost
know.
characters in hand. Maybe he might lean
It's
on
very
this
good to
Calhoun
know.
help aggress the board a bit, or will we go with the bumbling
We
mate
all know what
in
he's
order to try to
referring
get some
to.
of that questing power going? Are you cracking this broom here? Or are you going to force your opponent
think
to
you
do
crack
that
it.
for you?
I think this might be quite a safe sit, to be honest, because we're only going into turn 2 for Mo. We don't need to worry about a rabbit or a crab. But if Bivens wants extra cards, he may pop it. He is going to make that decision.
It's
throw
also
down the
Shift
Calhoun,
Diablo, right?
And
Shift
immediately
Diablo can
send
get
away
rid of
the
it.
broom. Is there anything that I've missed in that deck list that could have answered the turn 2 broom?
Yeah, a Shift Diablo. The Shift Bird
You're
comes
right.
in on top of that
You're right.
Diablo and
When
cracks
you're right,
his
you're right.
nugget. You're going to lose that 1 card. So I think that is a correct
Yep.
crack, as we do have that Calhoun.
Yeah, both of these guys are really, really good.
I
I agree, saying they're very, very good.
Nice little question, but he does have the shift in hand. So is it time to shift? Are you shifting Diablo this early versus Steel? These are decisions that you have to make. These are the painful choices
Is
that you
there
have to live with for the rest
fire
of
the
your
cannons?
days here.
Pull the lever going into the Inkwell to play the 2-drop Diablo 1/2 evasive with Challenger 2.
Interesting.
We
There's-
do
oh, he
have
top
that
decked.
fire- I think that
He
just came
top
off the top of the
decked
deck.
He
Fire the
top
Cannon's
decked it.
obviously
Oh.
a very sweet answer to the Diablo, who is such an incredible draw engine, but the stats ain't it, my friend. Only a 2/2, unless you can move to the Hidden Cove.
Which would be beautiful. So that's probably why those fire cannons are in this deck, in order to accost those Diablos when they get shifted into the field of play as early, as often as you can. Get those things off before they can just run
Bivens
away
is
with
chilling.
the game
He's
if they
chilling
run
right now.
check.
He's chilling.
Also worth noting that Mo is only playing 2 copies of Ursa Deceiver in this Emerald deck.
Oh, I
which
don't like Mo's
obviously
hand, though.
Bivens playing
It's
Deuces and Strengths,
really
you
full
know,
with,
sniping one of those could be huge, but only 2
Diablos,
copies
right? But
of
I
the
think you
deck
can ink
overall.
and then play a
That's
John
interesting.
and
I'd
then
be interested
sing.
to talk to
Yeah.
these players and get an idea of their meta call and their meta preparations. Maybe you assumed that it would be this huge aggressive meta, and Ursula might not be the best card for that. Maybe that was some of the things that went into that thought process. But I think that's very interesting. We are going to get that sudden chill saying with the Prince John.
I see the silhouette of Cruella de Vil appearing at the door, which is going to force that Bivens to discard a card. And the greediest of them all means that we can draw a card as a result of that. And now we're going to go with the Shift Diablo. We're going to sing another sudden chill. Encore, encore.
Oh, so that is a very, very dynamic turn coming in from Mo. If you guys don't know, if you have that Prince John up and active on the field of play, whenever card is discarded,
I think Zach
you
might
get to
be
draw a
out
card.
after
So
that.
this card is somebody
That is
I
an
don't want to see back in
insane
rotation. I'm
start.
just going to say that. That's it. That's it. I won't say anything else about it. That's it.
You can say it as much as you want to me, mate. I'm absolutely there
I
with
mean,
you.
he can fire the cannons.
He can get all the way up out of here.
Prince John is, of course, a villain. I'm affectionate towards them, but
He can go. You've done enough, dude. You've done enough.
I will shed no tears.
Zeus is not really great here, right?
Greatest of all, indeed. As you do get 2 cards from hand, so now Mr. Bivens might be in a bit of trouble here, as you need to get to some resource accumulation quickly as the White Rose come down on 3 ink, gaining another piece
is
of lore.
going to quest.
You got through that Diablo relatively easily, but can you continue to find some cards? This is where the rabbit's going to be quite huge if you can find one now.
And this is such a swing in resources,
Oh my
right? The Prince
God.
John allowing you to draw it.
This
Like you play
is
sudden chill, your opponent
disgusting.
discards. That's a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
But the Prince John is drawing you a card every time that happens. So those 2 sudden chills that Mo played last time basically traded for 2 cards in Bivens' hand, but were replaced by the greediest of them all. And this really gets carried away. You see Bivens had 3 or 4 cards in hand, left with only 1, and I hope it's a rabbit, let's put it that way. But that being said, JD, Bivens might be incentivized to just empty the hand. Stop giving this Prince John the value.
That is a very coherent strategy in this matchup. Because
Yeah,
if your
can't get
opponent
rid
does
of
get to
this,
a situation where they're drawing all of these
This
discard
Zeus is going to be
cards,
pretty
their
bad. I
deck
don't know
becomes
what
ineffective,
Mo could
for
play
the
where
most
the
part.
Zeus
So
is
many
good
cards
to
in their hand, but most
target.
of them are kind of unplayable. So I think that is a good strategy. And this deck, this Amethyst Steel deck, like you stated in the previous round, 4 ink is pretty much all you need to do all the plays that you want to get done. Unless he has Elsa, maybe you can get 1 more ink down to get that Elsa online. So I think this is
no else is in the list.
No else is in the list. So
No
yeah,
else's.
you're fine here sitting at 2.
Oh
We'll take a
my.
quick sneak peek, and he hits.
Oh, that is huge. The Ursula Deceiver, the 2-drop 1/3 quest for 1 with the ability. When you play this character, chosen opponent reveals their hand and discards a song card of your choice. So along came Zeus being hurled down from Mount Olympus into the storybook.
That we just talked about that, Ursula. You only have 2 copies of the card in hand, and there are not that many songs in Mr.
Rabbit,
Bivens'
rabbit,
deck.
rabbit,
and
rabbit,
one of them
rabbit.
just so happens to be there with the Prince John up, so you are going to get another huge,
Rabbit,
swing
rabbit.
of material as we got another song in hand. You got to play it, just in case another Ursula comes down, so we get a nice little quest for 2 in.
Yeah, and we need to get the cards out of our hand as well to stop Prince John getting this value. But yeah, absolutely heartbreaking there for Bivens. And Mo, you got to think he's feeling a lot more confident at this point in the game.
Mo does not have a good turn
so
here.
we need to get
Wait, no,
some
they're
characters
4.
out.
Okay,
I
they
can see
could
maybe
just play an
some-
Elsa.
You got to get to that rabbit. I think getting to the rabbit sooner than later, but that will again put you in that precarious
It's
situation of
such a
having another
weird
character in hand or another card in hand.
thing.
really
Maybe
rabbit
he just
might not even be
he has
that
to pull the
good.
lever
You
in the
really wanna,
discard.
if you're going to do that, you want that rabbit to find you an ink.
He inks it,
So you
though.
should put it straight into the inkwell, and then hopefully next turn you find a fox or a snake,
Okay,
and then you
that's
can start
okay.
to build back up your hand. But we're going to see Ursula and the
Rabbit,
Elsa
rabbit, rabbit.
both
He- like,
going into this
Bivens
White
needs to top
Rose,
deck like crazy.
taking her out.
There's no
Elsa
docks in this
taking
deck.
3 damage in return. The
Come on.
Ursula back to the storybook, and Bivens left with just a single White Rose.
Whoa.
Only 6 lore.
Questing?
This is, if you're Bivens,
I mean, yeah, it means you can trade the White
I'm
Rose.
worried, but
Yeah.
in the mind of Bivens, I'm sure he's cool as a cucumber.
Right,
Come on.
he's been there
Come on.
before. I'm certain he
Rabbit.
played through all of these lines. I know for a fact that Bivens always puts himself in the worst case scenarios in his training situations. Where we talked about this offline
Come on,
before.
come on,
He always
come on.
sets up the worst situations
Come
for
on.
himself and try to
Oh!
play them, and that's a
Come
great
on.
card to come off the top of the
So
deck here.
good.
Absolutely, friends on the other side. Gonna be
I've got
sung.
friends on the other side.
Okay, you're okay. All right, yeah, I think that's your you, my friend.
The cards, they tell. The past, the present, and the future has.
Brother, I need a Facilier cosplay
Okay.
on the double.
There it
mate.
is. There it is. Just take 3.
But yeah,
Take a look.
friends, a fantastic card. We were able to sing it with the White Rose, draw 2 cards, and then we were able to find the giant
huge.
Cobra, which was put down, discards a strength for Raging Fire for a 2 lore burst. So that was about as good as a top
And there's
deck
only a
you could hope
Lucifer
for.
and something else in hand right
Absolutely.
now.
And you see that Lucifer that you spoke about earlier in the preset of the game.
That
is in
friends
hand
was
right
shoot.
now.
This
He
is
does quest for 2,
this is
but right now
way
he gets
too
0
tense.
value if you are to
Zach
display
needs to
that
top
character
deck
right now.
like
You still have that
crazy.
Diablo you can put onto the field of play just to have a questing card, or maybe set up a potential.
That's a
zip
really
line
bad
coming
hand
off
for
the top if
Mo.
needed, if you can
I think you
maybe
just play
find some of
the-
your resources, because looking at it, Mo only has 2 cards in hand, and this
You
Elsa
can't.
cannot account
I think you
for
just play
quite
the.
effectively right
Yeah, it's certainly not over. Mo drawn so many cards off of this Prince John, but left with just 1 card in hand. And hey, Prince John is a
I think you just
fantastic
quest
drawer,
with John
and
as
questing
well.
For 2 is huge, but the stats.
I think you're
ain't
very
it,
happy
mate.
to
And
quest
this
with John
Elsa
here.
obviously has a fantastic card, exerting a character on play and evasive.
This
so
is-
it can
this is
certainly sit there and chip
insanely
away some lore,
intense.
but overall, not the most intimidating board in the world. So there is absolutely room for Bivens to come back here.
I think now you got to really start playing this tempo game as well. You have this Prince
I think he
John.
wants to do it
Will you
because if
continue to
the
quest?
Cobra
Because
hits
I
it,
think Mr. Bivens is all in.
No,
Zach
he's gonna
Bivens
pass. Come on,
is
come on.
all in on just questing, character down, quest, rinse and repeat until your opponent does something. So they're kind of winning
Oh, it's
the
a
lore race a bit,
broom.
as we do have that magic broom in hand. Thinking of deploying it here.
Yeah, Magic Broom was the card off of the top. We are going to pay 1 to put this down, questing up with the rest of our characters. But yeah, I like this, meaning next turn, if we are able to find a character, then we could quest that Broom first, then pop it, draw ourselves another card. So it is certainly not over. A really nice start from Mo, taking all of Bivens' resources away. But
what is Mo top decking? Mo could be top decking really bad.
I ain't heard no bell, is what the cool kids are saying these days. It's never over until it's absolutely over.
Was it Ursula? I think it was Ursula.
I think it might be time to start getting loose and active with this Elsa.
Man, this is really intense.
Diablo, start clearing some of these quested characters off the board. You will lose both of these characters in the process.
Get a goat, get a rabbit. He's like so into the game.
Identify, like, these aren't great challenges.
I think Mo's trying to wait in case he drops.
Another John. Another Prince John, greediest of them all. Of course, both of them questing for 2, not offering much in terms of challenging. Unless
Bivens gets stuck with a card here,
or a Cricky or something like that. But
yeah,
this loose first going to be huge.
For a beautiful
He's
here.
questing.
That would clear this board relatively easily if you can find that. And he's also questing for 3.
I kind of respect it.
Top deck as can Zach continue to aggressively quest these characters until the game comes to an end? That's the race. That's the race, Cricky versus the world, as Mo is trying to set up for that Cricky turn, it seems.
And I think Mo identifying here as well that we've reached the point where Zach's not going to have any cards in his hand. He's drawing and then he's playing and he's inking straight away. So Mo identifying, hey, my Prince Johns have got all the value they can. I need to start questing because Bivens is getting closer and closer. I need to be somewhat in that race too. We do see the Merlin Crab come down off the top of the deck. We're going to give Challenger and we're going to pop
if it's an uninkable, it's awful.
Another card. Hopefully not an uninkable song.
Yeah.
When is it time? When is it time to contest this board though, Villain? In your mind?
Right now.
Right now.
Right here.
Yeah,
right here. Right now. The giant Cobra going into that Prince John. Hey, you will never see me
he wanted a quest
not
instead.
Take out a Prince John.
Even
if I could win that turn, I don't care. I'm getting rid of the Prince John.
It's personal. It's personal.
Oh, you have to leave it in hand.
It's
no.
Definitely personal. As you have that Merlin
You have to leave it in hand. That's awful. That's awful.
Starting to turn. No pun intended. The most.
It's an uninkable.
Pun intended.
Hey,
Let's be honest. Pun intended.
There it is. As the Lucifer comes down, he rips.
No,
it was the long game Zeus as well. The last card you wanted to see off of that Illuminary Keeper wasn't able to ink it, wasn't able to play it, and this Prince John drawing an additional card for Mo. You got to think now he regrets questing with that Prince John on the previous turn.
Brutality. That seems like the odds of that happening.
I think it's still kind of close.
Not grabbing an inkable card there, not grabbing a character you can play with that one cost ink. It is just insane.
I mean,
so
just
terrible, but
one rabbit.
He's not rattled at all. He's not shaken. He is still calm as a cucumber as we get another quest in with that Prince John. Lucifer now representing another 2-lore quester.
Mo is questing for a lot, man.
Maybe for Cricky still? I think Cricky's still quite decent here.
Oh, Cricky's obviously fantastic. I expect the Crab to be the one. There's the go here. I come 4 ink spent. That's going to put us up to 12. I expect the Crab to take out this Prince John here. Again, Mo is at 9 lore, so Zach has to respect that to a degree. And if he ever does want to keep a card in his hand, these Prince Johns are going to absolutely put him off of that. So yeah, taking 1 damage. I like the way doing that as well with that instead of the Cobra.
I think there was an Elsa in hand.
The Cobra, if you'd have taken out John, that leaves you with just 2 willpower and would allow for an easier
Elsa doesn't do that much here, though.
Mo. Not that I'm expecting the Lucifer to challenge into it, unless he.
I don't think it does. No, it doesn't do much at all.
I think he's going to need that Lucifer to get powered up by someone before you.
I think he will quest with the Lucifer.
Well, send him into this Merlin Crab right now, but we'll be.
What's a friends? I think.
Friends on the other side. Okay, no more. I'm done.
Really
okay, that's
good.
it.
No, don't be done. I think that needs to be your thing,
Can I do? Hopefully it gets reprinted. Okay.
Elsa.
Hopefully we get. This is another card I would love to see continue to stay as a very iconic card. Set 1. If you don't know, it's just very simple.
Chat, I need an edit of Friends with JD on the R.
Double Elsa, okay.
Double, but yeah, Friends on the other side utilized by both
another
players
thing.
in this Amethyst versus Amethyst matchup, drawing a couple of cards. The Elsa coming down, going to remove that Merlin Crab, putting 2 damage on the Elsa. The Crab does have to give Challenger to something, but not
I mean, it's all on the top decks. This is crazy.
Am I missing something? Why not 3?
No, you're not missing anything.
Okay.
That should absolutely be 3. I imagine in Mo's head, I've just done 2 damage. It's 2 strength on the Elsa, right?
So that is something that does happen. I'm certain. Shout out again to our wonderful judge staff. They are watching this thing diligently. I'm certain they're going to clean that up.
There you go.
There it is.
They're on it. Shout out to our incredible judges. They're on it and fixed.
Absolutely, almost instantly. So just like you said, it is a very stressful moment. This has been a long day. They played so many games yesterday, so we are going to go ahead and use that goat to go ahead and clean up the rest of that Lucifer, and we are questing again.
God.
The tempo is leaning towards Zach, who is crawling out of this thing.
This is crazy.
White Rose is up. Goat representing another piece of lore. Any bounce, I think.
There's another Elsa, but Elsa can't clean up a rose is the
Zach
thing.
doing really well finding some of these uninteractive
This
lore
is
game
crazy.
cards over
This
the
is
last few
crazy.
turns. The Cobra, then the Goat, then the White Rose. We're sitting at 15.
The fact
lore.
he's
This
drawing
Goat is gonna represent
cards
one
that are
more
3/3s,
lore. When it's
this
removed from
Elsa
the
can't do
field, from the
anything.
board, Mo with 4 cards in hand. What can we do?
This is
to keep
so
on top of it?
intense.
And looking, which is what we talked about.
I
Looking
mean,
at his
all it
hand,
takes
there's
is
a
Bivens to draw
Chill,
like a
there's
Zeus
Prince
or
John, there's all these
Fire
cards
the
that
Cannons
really
or something.
aren't doing much in this situation. I know he has that Cricky set up now. It's another Elsa. It's going to come on in, but Elsa can't really get through.
You would have to.
anything.
Mo is gonna have to.
He needs to get rid of
He's gonna. Oh, he's looking at the discard.
I think he needs to get rid of the Merlin. If he doesn't trade out this Merlin, and a Mim is drawn,
Two characters. He can clear the
what
goat, but then
happens,
you
right?
Just put 2 damage on one, or you could just send both in. Granted, you will lose that second Elsa on
you can't
that
not
second
kill the
challenge.
goat here.
So still a good, favorable exchange for Mr. Bivens in this situation.
I like the idea of
This
this
is
new Elsa that's
crazy.
just been played going into the
So
goat.
intense.
He will survive and be able to finish.
Yeah,
off
he has
the
to get
goat.
rid
We
of
are
the
going
goat.
to see that there, putting 2 damage into the goat to remove it, and that's going to be +1 lore for the Here I Come ability, and then 4 damage on the Elsa, meaning we are staying alive.
And we are going to. And we are going to
carry on.
Come
We'll
on,
get in
come
trouble.
on.
we are just going to go ahead and get a little quest in with this other Elsa, and I don't hate that at all. As the sudden chill finds its way down to the Inkwell, probably won't get
Oh
any
my
more value
God.
for the remainder of this game. That
Come on,
card is
come on, come on.
inkable
This is
for
huge.
whatever reason. Here it is. What is it? Off the top.
We're going up to 18 lore when we quest with both these characters. Yeah, wasting no time in doing that. What do we find off the top?
What is it? What is it? What is it? It is a fire cannon.
Oh, okay.
The cannons to the left of me.
Fire
That actually is
Mr. Smee.
very
As we
relevant
get the
because
cannons to
there's a
remove
Cricky in
that
hand.
Elsa, and that is huge. What do we
That is
have
very
now?
important.
You gotta clear. You got to work. You have that Cricky. I think the Cricky's in hand, but is that going to be enough?
If we've got Cricky, we have to play. We have to remove. We have to
The
remove one
the
of
Fire
these
the Cannons was
characters, and the Elsa
actually
cannot do it at the
clutch.
moment. And mentioned earlier,
Free.
the keeping only one damage on the Giant Cobra, that would have been very relevant here because Elsa would have been able to remove it. So
It's a Cricky,
Zach
it's a
Bivens in a
Bruno.
really good position to potentially take game on next turn, but we know we have the Cricky. It's going to have to
Oh,
happen.
no, no,
We
no, no,
throw down
no.
a Prince John and a
Oh, the
Bruno. That's another way
the
to do
other
it.
card. The other card was Bruno, and this will continue to give you a little bit
He's
of
trying to figure out
additional
what would he
value.
rather get
So
rid of.
just like that, I believe Mr. Bivens will go all the way up to 19 next turn, and that is a scary, scary spot. You have a lot of residual.
This is
instant
incorrect.
lore-bursting characters.
I don't think you
So
do this. I
these
think
are-
you have to
these
play the
topics are gonna
Cricky
be critical.
first
You're gonna
because
clear
then
every single
you
time.
kill
There
one
are-
thing.
the Goat or
Then you
White
kill
Rose
another
up
thing
top
next
here
turn
is
when it gets
game.
tapped, and then you need to
Cobra
save the
wouldn't be
Bruno for
because
the
you
next
need
turn.
to
I mean,
discard a
luckily he
card.
Wait, I
tapped
think it's
decked
wrong lever.
the
Hand
wrong
can't do
lever,
it.
so
There's
it
no
doesn't
way
actually
you can
matter.
wrong lever,
But
can you?
I think you should have played the
no
Cricky over
way.
this
Is there
right
a
now.
pull the lever in the discard?
I think the Cricky
If
was
there
better.
is, then it goes to the bottom of the deck. So
You have to
that
check. I don't think there is. We have to check that.
I know he inked one. Right, I think it was
He
turn
never-
one he
Did he?
inked one.
What did he pitch with that Shift Diablo? Did he Shift Diablo this game? And what did he
I
pitch?
thought it was Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo.
Okay,
I
well,
that was the last game.
there's a pull the lever there. You are on your way, but there's no way. Quick fan. Wait, what is that? What is that? Is that a pull? Is that a pull the lever?
I didn't see enough of it to feel confident in
We're playing
confirming.
it. It's got to be pull the lever if he's going to play it. There's no chance you send this White Rose back to hands. We ink that
What?
Cricky.
Yeah, I think
Oh no, you might, right? Even
should
if
have
it's
played
only
the
going back to
Cricky.
hand,
You're
because
questing
otherwise
for
a
more to win
Rose
the
or a
game
Goat
as
off
well.
the top is game here. At least if you
Yeah.
get rid of this Rose,
Come
yes,
on,
it's gaining
go,
another lore,
go.
but it can't quest. What is
is
the
it?
card of the top?
Off the top. What
Okay,
could it
it's
be?
not. I'm going to guess it's not lore gain, otherwise it would have been slammed down,
He slammed
JD.
it almost instantly. Oh man, this is intense. This is intense. My palms are sweaty. On my sweater, I have a little bit of my mother's spaghetti there, Baker.
He's nervous.
If it's a
my
friend's,
knees are
even
weak.
even
Palms are sweaty, yeah.
even if it's the
And my arms
But
are
on the
quite-
surface, you do look calm and ready.
Yeah,
to be
okay,
fair,
okay,
to give you
okay.
credit.
My arms are quite heavy, though, as a matter of fact, if I don't say so myself. Okay.
You keep forgetting what you wrote down. We're gonna
Oh,
we're
he's
gonna
checking.
lock back in.
Yeah, there is one. They weren't even.
I'm scared, man. I'm scared.
They
What
weren't
about
focusing
hard?
on it. There is
We're
one.
just as anxious. Oh, okay, that's not fair. We're not
Okay,
as
no,
anxious,
no,
but we're
no.
feeling a percentage of it.
So hopefully you guys are enjoying this, because these are the intense moments that you can only find here at Disney Lorcana. So hopefully you
I
guys
like
are,
the I like the
are
chemistry, but they
stimulated or
actually were
feeling this
wondering is the
too,
card in the
as we got
discard, and they're
West.
not. They
It's
don't
gotta be a
care.
character.
They
What is
didn't.
it?
They
It
didn't
can't
even
be
pay
straight
attention
fire,
when
right? No
Zach picked up
chance.
the
That would have
card.
been what
It's
it's a
the
Calhoun.
Calhoun.
Okay, we still need to remove this Calhoun. We've got a wrong lever, right?
We do have the wrong lever, so you will be able to stop
Not
that
playing the
Calhoun.
Cricky, I
And
think,
Elsa
was-
and Prince
was
John
the
could
top play.
double into.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
so this wrong lever and is that just 2 cards in hand? Lucifer and wrong lever?
Yeah, so
You have to
could-
trade your
hold up now,
Elsa
so
and
you
your
probably play
John
the
and wrong
Lucifer,
leather.
Play the wrong lever. You have enough enough
if
ink to
you
do both.
did
Lose
Cricky
request for two,
instead,
that's
think of
fine.
the
That brings you up
difference.
to
Like
15. Calhoun comes down. Do you get another quest in?
I think Cricky
Yeah,
is
so
definitely
Either way,
correct.
you have to play it. You have to clear this white rose here, though.
Oh, there is a pull the lever in the discard. There you go. So Calhoun going to be sent to the bottom of the deck. Wrong lever! All the way to the bottom, and we have to double
I
in
think
here.
Zach's got this, right? Yeah, this is game. This is game. There's no way.
Necessary. What do we see off the top? We're looking for any uninteractive lore game. It's a crab. We're not there yet, JD.
I got to throw the guts. I saw the Merlin. I saw the crab. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm just on the edge of my seat.
Guys, me and JD are practically cuddling at this point for moral support.
You got it.
And there's the handshake because he can't interact with the crab, and Zach Bivens goes on to the top 4.
Baker, what an amazing game, Baker.
And there's the hug. Let's give him that moment. This is beautiful. Oh my God.
He's locked in. He's feeling it.
Amazing game. That turn came out so fast with all the discard. I thought it was over, Baker. I thought it was absolutely over, but Mr. Bivens had to lock in and get on a whole new level.
That's crazy.
And get it done. He's going to the semifinals.
What an incredible close game between two amazing Lorcana players and incredible human beings. Commiserations to Mo, who has had an amazing season, an amazing weekend.
That was so intense. I feel like that could have nearly been a finals, honestly.
Got the best advice to stop losing, made it all the way to the top 8 of the World Championship. Well, we've got to take our hat off to Zach Bivens.
Sure.
I don't know if there are many people in the Lorcana community working harder than Zach Bivens. Absolutely astounding. What do you think, JD?
Just to cap down on what you said there, Mo should walk around this venue with his head held high. He played this thing so well, and to get to this moment, to get to this point, the relentlessness, the perseverance, the never give up attitude to get to this spot, I think that is something we will be talking about for a very long time. But we're talking about this top 4.
Yes,
let's talk about this top 4 for a brief moment.
Let's do it.
I can't think of, we have a lot of great players in this game. Okay, there are a ton of players in this room that could be sitting in this top 4, but if you told me that Ed Chu, DKP, Zach Bivens,
a lineup,
Luca,
what a lineup.
if you told me that's what it was going to be, I wouldn't be shocked or surprised. These are some of the most consistent players in the entire game of Disney
This is a
Lorcana.
pretty sick bracket.
Champion. We have the DLC champion. We have Mr. Bivens. We have Luke. I am so ready for this Final 4, and these are the titans of the game, Baker.
I am absolutely hyped. This is your top 4 bracket. We're going to be having Edmund versus Luca and Zach Bivens versus DKP. What a top 4. What a treat for all Lorcana fans.
Okay, but let's go ahead and let's go ahead and talk to Zach. I think Rebecca's ready.
I'd love to.
Let's see it. So let's go ahead and take it away, Rebecca. Here it is. Boom.
We are here with our last player to make it to top 4, Zach Bivens. What a match. That game 3 seemed from the outside like an uphill climb for you. Is that what it felt like? What was going on in your mind during that last game?
For the most part, I felt ahead the whole time, even though I was down on cards and he had the discard stuff. Just the way my deck's constructed, I can usually finish the game even in that state. So I felt pretty good actually throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, in game 2, Mo took that one. How did you feel in that Ruby Sapphire matchup with your Amethyst Steel deck?
I felt pretty good. I mean, it came down to one single turn, and if I make a different play earlier, but you never know. So, yeah, it felt fine.
Good. And I really want to hear Ruby Amber, your first deck that you played. I was so excited to see that ink pairing here this weekend. What was your strategy with bringing that deck here this weekend for Worlds?
Well, I don't want to give away too much yet, so we're still got some games to play, but I like it.
That Gloyd Orange Boar, is that the right name? Gloyd Orange Boar came down for the win there for you at the end and secured you a spot.
I think it's good he's not saying anything else.
We're so happy to see
I can
you
tell Zach's like trying to stay locked in right now. He's trying not to get emotional and stuff.
With the rest of today. We're going to go to a break and we'll see y'all soon.
He's crushing it. The venue looks pretty sick. Looks very similar to what Paris was like. Yeah, give us some announcements. Alright. We're going to take a little bit of a break. I guess I can leave the audio on in the background. How's everybody feeling? How is everybody feeling? That was way too intense for me. But now we're into the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. This it's a pretty sick lineup. We've got Ed versus Luca. We've got Zach versus DKP. We've got 2 EU. We've got 2 NA, and they're both against each other. Like it's pretty good.
I want you to draw Rockstar Stitch for me.
Oh, food fight defender?
Cinderella.
Oh, they have to draw cards?
Okay.
Feels really appropriate to have you draw Popsicle. So from memory.
Popsicle.
Got a shield.
Oh my god. How artistic are these guys?
Trying to decide how much actual time I want to put into this.
I mean, it's not bad.
That's so good.
It's not awful.
It will not get better.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What's Ben do? Okay.
Yeah, that's so good.
I think that captures it a little bit. There you go.
Oh my god.
Okay. Very, very nice. Yeah, I think it's really cool that it's NA versus EU and NA versus EU.
I'm gonna have you draw a whole new world.
A whole new world. Okay.
Can Zach draw a whole new world?
Let's draw this whole new world. Okay, this is the carpet. Let's see. Need a little stick Aladdin. There we go. Jasmine's gonna be blue. Bang.
Just, if you want a reference, you just look behind you there because no.
I think I got it. Perfect.
Is this only? Are they only showing this now? This is quite funny, actually.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think that's the best drawing of a whole new world that I've seen. Zach Bivens, a talented Disney Lorcana player and a talented
He should have that
artist
framed in
as
his home.
well.
I think we
Honestly.
should bring Lorcana players on to be card artists for some of these special edition cards, because Zach just nailed it there.
Yes, seeing all the players draw those cards, the popsicle, the Stitch Rockstar was actually pretty. I liked that one.
Yeah,
that was good. Kudos. I love it. We have more exciting announcements for you, Illumineers. Thank you for sticking with us.
Okay, more
today.
announcements. Here we go.
We've had 4 incredible matches. We are going to get to the semifinals soon, but Liam, guess what we have?
Announcements.
Announcements. We have more exciting announcements.
News.
We have news. Cooper is back in the booth, so let's bring them in. JD is here with Cooper. What do you guys got for us?
What a fantastic day of Disney Lorcana we've had. Yesterday was great. Today might be even better, and we already had some great news this morning. I love the 3-game format. I love the announcements that have already been made, but we have Cooper here, who is the guy who has some more stuff to tell you guys. So right now, Cooper, I mean, are there going to be some more events we got coming up?
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about North America and the United States there. So
okay,
yeah, let's go ahead and reveal the dates for North America. So real quick, we'll go ahead and recap all of the formats for the main event. Day 1, we're going to do Swiss, moving from that 2-game format, like you mentioned, into the best of 3. We'll have 8 rounds on that first day, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss, best of 3 on
We get
that
to play
day
more
2.
Lorcana.
And
Let's go.
Top cut to the
I think if
2
NA
best
people haven't
players
seen
at
this,
that
they're going to be
event
like,
for a
only
single
3?
bracket.
They shouldn't have said there's going to be 16 and then
Really excited about
be
this
like,
new
Oh,
format.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I love
and
it. I
then
think
be like,
it's
there's
such a
3 for
great
each.
decision.
I don't
know
think
a lot
that's
of people
very
in the
good.
community have been talking about this 2-game format, and now the 3-game format is finally here with that 12 rounds of Swiss. I'm certain Rebecca and Liam are just as excited as we are, Cooper.
Absolutely.
Very excited. And don't forget, they're still looking at the 2-game format, evaluating it, looking for ways to improve in the future. So that format's not gone forever,
Right.
but for the next season, it is best of 3.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm excited for these dates, Cooper. I want to know when this is going to happen. Can you tell us more about what's happening with our North American counterpart?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the screen here in a second, we'll go ahead and look at the North American dates. But the first challenge event for North America will take place in Milwaukee. That will happen October 25th.
whoever's
to the
running the stream,
26th of
hello.
this year. So just a couple weeks after Europe begins their first event. Then we'll go into Richmond, Virginia, for January 10th to the 11th of 2026. Ring in the new year with a challenge is always fun.
Let's go.
And then we will finalize our challenge schedule for the regular season in Indianapolis, Indianapolis on June 20th to the 21st of 2026, and round out the championship in late August, August 28th to the 30th of 2026. Of course, just like Europe, that location is to be announced, and we'll have more details on that very soon.
Oh, man, I am so excited. I've been so excited to hear about this so much. I'm just excited as the fans out there watching. So hopefully you
So
at
the
home
NA
are
Championship
ready
is
for
before
these
the
events
EU
to take place.
Championship?
We got 3 new cities coming your way, and oh, man, I am just over the moon. What do you think about this stuff?
I'm so excited about this. And Cooper, am I seeing this correctly? It looks like the top 32 per challenge at the bottom there are moving on to the championship. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. For both Europe and North America, the top 32 will be going to the championship from each challenge. So that's a total of 96.
96 from each. Is there any
we'll
other
have more
ways?
details on additional qualifications later on.
Okay, and all these tickets will
Okay,
go on
that's
sale just like in Europe on July the 16th. So make sure you get those fingers ready and get ready to punch your ticket to the next season of DLCs. But this can't be it. There's got to be more. Is there more?
There is, yes.
Let's
We do have a
go.
little bit more to announce, and this is actually a new addition to our challenge schedule. The first, really, that we're going to be talking about this weekend is Brazil. Brazil will be doing challenges in Season 2. We are still finalizing the exact dates and the details on when those tickets
Brazil,
will go on
I don't know if
sale
I can make it
for that
to
market,
Brazil,
but we can
bro.
expect Q2 and
Brazil.
Q3 of 2026 as well as
Okay.
the championship to happen in Brazil, and we're super excited for all the players there to get involved and join us for a world championship later down the line.
Oh, that is absolutely.
They're really trying to spread it
beautiful.
across
I
the
know we
world,
have
I
a lot
think,
of our
but I
South
can't
American
believe we're getting
luminaries who've been
less
trying to get
events
some of
in
these
Europe and
DLCs that
AA.
might
I
be
think
just
that's
out of their range,
crazy.
but now we're coming to Brazil, so you'll be able to get your chance to punch your ticket to the Disney Lorcana World Championship by performing well in a South American Brazilian DLC. That is a great addition. What do you guys think about that over in the interview station?
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Maybe I'll go to Brazil. There's a vibrant Lorcana community down there, and a couple Lorcana artists, by the way. Shout out to Ari Welly and Ellie Hori, 2 Brazilian artists who are bringing magic to this game ever since set 1. So I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, and I just am so excited to see Disney Lorcana Challenge expanding across the globe.
But why
The Disney Lorcana
doing
community
less
is
in Europe
amazing.
and
There are
NA?
Illumineers everywhere.
I don't
And
know,
so it's
man.
really exciting to know that Illumineers across the world are going to be able to come together for these
I think
Disney
we
Lorcana
were
Challenge
we were
events.
baited,
Have you ever been to
guys.
Brazil, Rebecca?
I've
There's
never
more
been to
DLCs
Brazil. How
coming
about you,
this year.
JD?
I have never been to Brazil.
Well,
I've
let's
always
plan a
been
There's
trip.
less
I'm looking
technically.
for a
Plan a
reason
trip.
to go down to
I
Brazil.
don't
I'll go with
know.
you guys. Let's go ahead and set it up. I'll show up to Brazil. I'm going to
That's
Brazil now.
8
I'm telling
in
you now, I'll
total,
be
so
down
there's
there.
8 more
But
to
I know
announce.
there's
So
more.
what's that
There's
like?
not it. So we got more prizes.
3 in
Yeah, we got
Asia
prizes of all
and 3 in
shapes and
Oceania,
sizes.
maybe,
I
or
mean,
something.
coming into the top portion, can we talk about that a little bit, or no? Is it?
No, we absolutely should.
Let's
Liam,
go.
you mentioned artists. Let's go ahead and get into the wonderful prizes that we have for the top cut of Challenge Season 2.
Yeah, we got some exciting things here.
Oh man, this is some alternate art for Elsa Ice Maker. This is a card from a previous set which doesn't see
It does look nice.
a lot of play right now, but who knows what's going to happen when rotation occurs. And this artist is Malia Ewart of Lorcana.
I think this
Artists.
card's way too
Everybody who knows the
expensive
game
to
is
see
familiar with it.
play.
Malia's most famous card is
But
probably that Bell Accomplished
we'll see.
Mystic, which was so favored by players and collectors that they made a playmat out of it.
Yeah, and Elsa is also going to be given as a playmat to the top 16 players at Disney
It's a pretty
Lorcana
card, though.
Challenge
I will
events.
admit, it's very, very nice.
Now, in the top 8, there's another prize that we are familiar with. It's those golden Mickeys, which have been awarded throughout the first season of DLCs. There's 500 of them. There's still some more to give out, and we're going to continue giving those out next season to the top 8 players.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more golden Mickey Mouse. Of course, that's that brave little Taylor, which is such an iconic art for this game. So we're going to see those. And then, of course, our top 4 are getting this new
Since
prize.
there's less
New
DLCs, I'm probably
going
gonna make sure I can go to all of them because I can't believe there's less in Europe. I wonder what the actual chat is saying. If people are disappointed or if
I
they're
mean, this
happy.
is some wall bling, right? You can
Right.
flame
I'm very
this up,
curious.
You can put it on the wall at home, see what those little Lorcana cards look like before they're cut into itty-bitty pieces. I know players have been asking for this. I'm excited.
I'm excited too.
JD, are you excited?
Listen, I'm excited for myself. I'm not excited for my bank account, Liam, because I'm not going to be able to get one of these, but I got to try to find one from someone who's willing to trade me for one of these uncut sheets, because I'm one of those people. who
Trade
mentioned,
me
Liam,
for
I've
an
always
uncut
wanted
sheet.
an
What the
uncut
hell,
sheet,
man?
and I think having that as a nice little centerpiece on my wall would be fantastic. So now I got to get back out of the booth and into the arena, and maybe I could try to earn one myself. But if I got to lock horns with these players, it might be a little bit impossible for your boy to do that.
But if you like your cards chopped up and not an uncut sheet and you want a full foil set, the top 2 will earn a full foil set.
If you like your
including
cards
Enchanteds
chopped up.
and epic cards, a new rarity being introduced in Fabled of the latest set. It's all in a binder. It's curated for you. It's brilliant.
So it sounds like those players are still going to have to get iconic cards the same way as the rest of us.
Yes, unfortunately, but I want to see those cards so badly.
Yes, and what about our winner of Disney Lorcana Challenge, Liam?
I mean, the winner is going to get some really cool prizes as well. The rarities being up for that uncut sheet. The first place winner will receive a foil rare uncut sheet of Disney Lorcana cards, and then perhaps the rarest of prizes, the Disney Lorcana trophy, the challenge trophy. They award one per event, and that's the ultimate prize for the first place winner.
The ultimate prize and the ultimate title.
Not
of
only
Disney
that,
Lorcana
they didn't
Challenge
mention the
Champion.
World's qualification.
These are some incredible prizes. I am so thrilled. I think these players are thrilled. I've heard some shouts of excitement out here in the crowd.
They're all excited. Look at them.
So yeah,
The crowd. There's
we're
like
expanding across the globe. We've
just
got
like
new prizes.
no other people there.
JD and Cooper. This is big.
This is an absolute slam dunk. I can't see the chat. I can't see the comments. I can just feel the energy emitting through the rest of the community right now, because I think this is a slam dunk. I know a lot of people have been talking about these things, and to hear that someone, I don't know, is listening to what the community is saying and responding, I think that's something that's incredible about this community, about this game, about.
I don't think people are going to be
we're not gonna
happy.
discuss any of that, but in this one, the players speak, and there is some
Yeah,
reaction.
the camera guy's like,
and people, and I think the correct decisions were made overall. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I think we're super excited to get this next season underway, but we do still have a season 1 to finish, right? We still have to crown a world champion today. So let's go ahead and, Rebecca, I'll leave it to you to throw over.
We have semifinals coming up. We have 2 incredible matches, 4 incredible players. We're going to be back very soon with those matches and see who gets one step closer to becoming our very first Disney Lorcana World Champion.
Let's go!
Let's go!
It's Ed.
Hi, my name is Edmund Chu, and I'm from Hayward, California. I'm excited to play on camera again. I feel like that's like the rush that I'm like looking for when I play the game. If I won, I feel like I could probably just play like Lorcana full time. I think that's like the dream for me.
Mi chiamo Luca Lazzara, vengo dall'Italia e sono molto contento di partecipare al primo mondiale di Lorcana ed essere uno dei 28 migliori giocatori che si è qualificato.
My name is Luca Lazzara, I'm from Italy. I'm really excited to be here and to be one of the 28 best people in the world to play at this event.
Vincere vorrebbe dire aver raggiunto il massimo livello di questo primo anno di gioco e sarebbe veramente molto importante coronare il sogno.
I think with this event will mean being able to achieve the maximum level of the competition, and it would be like fulfill a dream for me.
And we are back. It is time. It is time. It is time.
I'm gonna keep casters on. I'll briefly comment on stuff if I feel like I should. But I wanna show off the casters. They have done an amazing job.
Champion. But I am not alone. With me, I have the incredible, the talented Mr. Liam. I love your outfit, by the way.
They could do Canada. That's true, Kim. That's true.
Liam Mickey here.
There's a little Disney bound. I mean, what better way to end it, you know, than paying homage to it all started with a mouse, and that got us all the way here to Lorcana, so I feel like we should honor that mouse if we can, and this is my way to do it.
I like it, I like it. I think you are the best dressed in the room, but have you had a chance to see these matches that we had up until this moment? We have Edmund Chu, who's going to be leading the way, the #1 seed, the North American Continental Champion, the Fort Worth DLC winner. Favorite deck has been updated. I like to see that Ruby Amethyst is being represented as a frequent Disneyland visitor. Edmund
Oh my
Chu,
God, did they have him as Ruby Sapphire the whole time? Yeah, it was like,
just fantastic.
really?
If
I thought he wanted. I thought he was a big fan of Ruby Amethyst.
Most dedicated, most talented Lorcana players there is, the North American champion, and your pick.
Okay, so this should be like
I love this player.
3-ish hours more. I think it'll go to midnight for me, but I'm gonna stay to watch all of it.
Things of that sort. Super knowledgeable player, very kind, very humble, very personable, and I cannot think of a better person to represent this community than Edmund Chu. So it is time, and we also have Luca Lazzara, whose favorite deck is is also Ruby and Amethyst coming in EU champion third. He has a very good lineup. I love his lineup. I love his deck list, and I love the way he plays. I don't know much about this Illuminaire as much as I would have liked, because I haven't get a chance to see a lot of his rounds, because I'm not as European as I would like to be, you know. But I love this player. Just watching him play in this tournament, the way, the poise, the distinction, he's there. He always knows his
I think
lines.
he's a very, very strong Ruby Amethyst player. But I think Ed is too, so this will be very interesting, and I'm intrigued to see what decks are going to get
from Italy,
benched.
very vibrant Lorcana community there, collectors and players in Italy, and representing Italy here in the top 4 of the World Championship. His favorite card is Maleficent Dragon. His favorite movie and character are the Lion King and Mufasa.
Absolutely, and they are there, the players, with the exchange fist bump, and is about to get started playing in the shadow of that 1-of-1. Serialized Mickey and the trophy there glistening in the background. Edmund Chu already has a trophy in the case, thinking about how to get another one to sit beside it. He has two trophies already, one to go for a third. As we got the benching done, we are going to get rid of, it looks like, the bench decks are going to be the
they've already started, okay.
And also the Emerald and Sapphire. What do you think about that benching lane before we hop into this?
I mean,
oh yeah, Ed's not
it's
on Ruby Amethyst, I
benching,
forgot.
leaving that Steel open. Steel has been banned quite a bit, but both players not afraid to play into it here. But we are off to the races with Rhino 1/16th Wolf coming down there, followed by Vanessa, Ursula
Straight
Vanessa
into
on
it,
Ed's
guys.
side of the board. We are playing quickly now. Magic Bro and Luminary Sweeper on the other side, on Luca
I don't
Lazar's side. So
I
both
don't think
players
that's going to
opting for their
help.
game plan. That Rhino, of course, opens up that shift that's been so scary since it came out with Rhino Power Hamster lurking
For sure.
in the
That has been a card that has been defining this meta. And like you said, these players are coming out blistering. They're wasting no time. This is the semifinals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship, and they are getting loose immediately as we have the Diablo standing up and active, ready to quest, ready to do its thing. Maybe it can
Wait, is that
wear
ink
crab.
ready?
I think it is time. When you get a chance to get this
no, it's not.
1/16th
It's
Wolf off the field of play, you got to take it.
Those turn
Shift
2.
Rhino has been
No
a
turn,
menace
won't play on
all
turn.
set.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
This hand
looking
does
at
not
Luca's
look
hand,
great.
though, it's a little bit awkward. I think he has 2 5-cost Elses in there.
Oh, she's Rhino.
Lives. Oh, and there we find that Power Hamster
Instant.
there off that draw, so it's available. Oh, some shiny
is
cards in
vibing.
there. Along came Zeus, but Luca not with an ideal hand here. That is a little top heavy.
He's also playing
and he
on
has
the
some of his
Mari,
end
that's
game
cool.
cards and mid-game cards in hand already. So let's see if he can navigate through that.
It's going to be tough because we saw that Edmund Chu is hanging on to that along came Zeus, so any character that you play onto the field of play will be dispatched almost instantly with a lack of without even thinking about it, because this thing can shift and sing, which are also Ursula's already sitting there ready to sing as well. So this is whatever character you play down is probably going to get removed almost immediately.
That's a lot of Elsa's in
it's
hand.
very difficult to remove Rhino there.
I don't think Luke is very happy.
Resist 2, very threatening on the board. It's going to probably gain quite a bit of lore before Luke's
Yeah,
able
this
to
is not
deal with it.
very good for
Or maybe
Luke
you don't
right
even have
now.
to. You may not even have
12
to do
rounds
that
probably
too.
still
As you get to the
2048
strength of a-
maybe.
Excuse me, Storm Rage on. Maybe you hang on to that. You hang on to that.
Another
Zeus
Storm
in
Rage
order
on?
to,
Oh my
set up for
God.
a Maui half
What
shark
the
removal.
hell?
I think that is another.
Another Power Hamster.
My God.
What do you call a group of hamsters?
A hamster ball.
A ball of hamsters here. A ball of rhinos.
A ball of
They're having a ball.
Oh my
Edmund
God.
Chu can allow him to gain some lore really
What is
quickly there.
this?
Difficult cards to deal with for
Yeah.
Luca.
And we do see that there is that Maui half shark in hand. If you can get to
I think
16 and
Luca's
play it,
just
and
like-
then that Zeus rains down. That will
Luca's just
spell
like,
the
get to
demise
B
for
prep, right?
Luca
Get to
as
B
well
prep,
as
and
the
that's all I
turn
can
follower
do.
comes in on a 4-ink turn, super low tempo.
Yeah, and Luca here really indicating how difficult his hand is at the moment, spending a whole turn singing Friends from the other side, looking for cards that
My
he needs.
God,
playing that
Ed
Turn
is
Book
just
Crawler is a card that we'd love
popping
to
off
use
right now.
to draw more cards. It's just a challenging hand to navigate through right now, especially when Ed is moving so quickly with that lore gain.
Yeah, and this matchup is very, very tough. I'm surprised that we saw Steel being left available in the card
I am
pool,
too,
as
honestly.
Typically, it's been banned all day for this specific reason.
I think he
because
banned
it's
this
so
red-blue,
aggressive,
right?
And Luca kind of running the numbers. I had to talk to him about his analysis of why keeping that Steel deck in. But Edmund Chu on the play all day, putting that thing down, and he's absolutely just getting these glimmers moving. He's already sitting at 14.
Now, here comes the Troubadour. This Troubadour is a kind of a weaker
That's
character. in
game.
terms of
Oh my
stats, but a
God.
Singer 4. It'll allow him to sing some powerful songs. Luke
It's
left,
the
and that's going to be it.
fastest
That's gonna be
game
that
ever.
quickly. Oh my goodness, that's probably one of the fastest games of Lorcana I've ever seen. And it's an indication, really, of Ed Chu's strategy of going fast, being very aggressive. But also, unfortunately for Luca, if you look at his hand early on, 2 Pirate's Lives, 2 5-cost Elses.
What just happened,
Not
guys?
a lot there to be able to respond in the early game, and just forced to
GG,
try
I
to
guess.
draw cards, get to what he needs, and it's a function of the game plan from Ed Chu and just an unfortunate draw for Luca.
Oh man, that is absolutely brutal, especially the juxtaposition of the other games that we've had so far, averaging around 30 to 40 minutes a game. That one was over in 3 minutes. I'm talking decisive, quick, and vigorous completion of that game. But like you said, breaking is a part of it. We are playing a TCG after all, and you're not going to get the absolute thing you need every time. You just got to kind of play through that. I'm certain both of these players have experienced that in their product. You have, sure you have too.
That's true. Look at Luca showcasing that Ultra Pro Lorcana deck box there. I have one of those.
Do you?
Yeah, it's really nice. I like it a
Sorry,
lot.
chat. I'm just replying to somebody.
Yeah.
I need one of those myself.
All right, so now at this point in Triple Deck Constructed, Ed will be forced to move on to his next deck. He has to win with this deck as well, his Ruby Sapphire deck, a deck that he's very familiar with. Luca, on the other hand, can stay with the same build, but it looks like he's elected to change decks and bring his Amber Steel deck into this matchup. Now, I'm trying to get a hold. Let's get a hold of their deck list real quick.
Yeah,
so
we are still waiting on those decks.
I'm surprised that green purple
are,
is
but that is an interesting change there, because traditionally the Ruby and Amethyst.
Yeah, why is he changed to Amber Steel?
Ruby and Sapphire, but
Very
elected to make
strange.
that change. Maybe you're just trying to get super aggressive into.
I think it could be
build
he
just
feels like
like
he
what
needs to
happened
go
you.
first
So
against this, so even if it's not
well,
favored.
And it's a function of this format, right? Because you have to win now on the play and on the draw. So sometimes if you have a deck that's favored into that matchup, you say, you know, if I'm favored anyway, perhaps I want to take that deck in on the draw and play my unfavored matchup on the play. And that's one of the things you have to think about in this Triple Deck Constructed, because Ed's going to have to win again, and you're going to have to win with your 2 different decks. So that also factors into which deck you choose to take in here. It's not about winning the next game. It's about winning both games.
Right. You win right now. You play to win the game. We're not saving anything. We're still all gas, no break. That was a super blistering blistering match that we had there in that round number 1. But now Luca will be on the play. See if you can return the favor. But you have you have a pretty aggressive start in your hand. And that is a Vinny, the green pigeon, is going to be in hand. Look at that stare. Look at that stare. Oh, my goodness.
Vinny
He's
the
right
pigeon.
into the soul, barely blinking. We're checking the hands, and I try to do everything I can to avoid eye contact right there, Liam.
Yeah, I talked to Ed Chu before about his stare and whether that's a game tact or whatever. And Ed, he always tells me, he's like, look, I know what's in my hand. I already have my moves planned out. I've memorized my hand.
I'm very bad at like showing emotion. I show way too much emotion when I play.
I'm going to look at my opponent and see if I can glean anything. And what I will say, too, though, is
Ed
we
makes
talk
a
about
fair
Ed's
point.
stoicism frequently, and we're going to see his stare throughout this match. But Luca is also a very stoic player, one of the most stoic players I've seen here. He's very serious when he plays, very composed.
I need to work on
so
that for sure. I'm way too emotional.
I'll call them stoic players,
Yeah.
focused players going against each other in this matchup.
I would say unfazed. Me, typically, I have a lot of giveaways. I give a lot of information away with my face palms and my knee shakes and my desk slaps and my
That's me.
My outbursts of things when they
Literally me.
It's called tilting. I tilt like a pinball machine.
I'm terrible at social
Like a
media.
pinball machine.
They're like, are you the werewolf? I'm like,
probably.
Yes.
As we get the fist bump in across the table, we're about to get this thing started in game number 1. But tell me about Luca's steel deck. I think you have it there. And is there anything jumping off the page to you as we got those deck lists in?
I mean, this is a fast deck. This is not a steel
I think this is aggro, so maybe that makes sense that he wanted to pick this against Amber or against Ruby Sapphire. He really needs to go first then as well.
This is a new card from Reign of Jafar, and then Vinny Green Pigeon is another song we've seen worked in these decks. Vinny is a card that lets you gain a lore every time one of your other characters is banished during your opponent's turn. And so if your opponent challenges into you or does some sort of board wipe to clear your board, Vinny can gain you 4, 5, 6 lore depending on how wide your board is.
Absolutely.
And one of the game plans for this deck into a deck that runs board wipes is to go wide and gain a lot of lore as fast as possible, and then you put your opponent in almost an impossible situation where that Vinny's on the board, and if you wipe the board, you give your opponent a ton of lore. And we've seen players previously with this card close out games that way.
For sure, and this deck does wipe the board quite aggressively, and a lot of times in previous sets, you've seen the Amber Steel player get up to 17, 19, and still lose the game inevitably because they just continue to get the board wiped, but now you have a little bit of defense in that. But looking at Edmund Chu's deck, he's got 4 of everything in a typical Edmund Chu fashion, except for the 1 of Lucky Dime and the 3 of Maurice's Workshop. Everything else is going to be at 1 copy. Notably, no songs are in the deck, so there is no Be Prepared. Sorry, Baker, you're not going to get a chance to rendition Be Prepared here because he just doesn't play the card in the deck. And he is going to be leaning on all the Sisus and every other hit that you kind of come to know and love with this strategy.
And Luca off to a fast start here with the Daisy Duck on turn 1, the Smee on turn 2. These are 2 lore questers. Very aggressive. It's what this deck wants to do. Luckily, Edmund was able to find that bell there, play it early with that popsicle, which will allow him to answer Smee pretty effectively. We do see that Vinny in hand in Luca's in
Brawl.
there,
Okay,
so,
that's good.
That's an interesting card to watch out for if Luca does manage to go wide.
Yeah, and being able to get some safe quest ends with this Daisy Duck. In this matchup, there's a good chance that you will not be able to be punished by that effect, as it doesn't play as many
he
characters
hasn't
as most decks in this
quest.
format.
I mean, just
typically do.
quest on
You're gonna
Penny
send those
maybe.
actions to the bottom of
Penny
the deck.
lasts
Brawl
until
will
the
be a
start of
great
the next turn, I
card
think.
For Edmund in this situation to kind of take some of these 2 questing characters off the board.
Is there a
and
1-drop
being
as
able
well?
to trade into this Smee to
Penny
kind of
play a
fight
Penny?
back for this board.
Oh,
But
no,
there
okay.
he is, the Penny. He is out, and he is active. Look at this guy.
Pigeon out here.
I mean,
and
just
so,
small
now,
Sisu, that's
Edmund
fine,
will
right?
punished a little bit
I
by
think.
challenging into characters and removing characters on Luca's side of the board.
Oh no, he's
But I think
sailing.
you
He's
still
sailing.
have to kind of get it
He's just
done.
waiting to shift Sisu, I think. I think
having
Ed's got
go
this.
for a 6 or so
Yeah.
like that, and we get the
Shift
Sisu to come
Sisu.
on in
This
after
is
the
gonna be
ramp, and
insane.
Sisu is going to be able to clear that green pigeon.
I think
before
this
he's
is the
able to do a
fastest win
tremendous
we've
amount of
ever
damage,
seen.
and
Ed's gonna
Bell
just
will be able
crush
to
this.
finish off the Daisy along with Tipo, the growing sun, as they're going to tag team
Growing boy.
the Daisy Duck and remove her from the field of play.
Yeah, Tebow's such a great card in these matchups where you need some early game control. Oftentimes, Sail the Azurite Sea or in the old
this
days
is gonna
used to play
be
one jump
it.
ahead, but the Sapphire players were pretty gleeful when we got a card that allowed them to ramp while getting a body on the board. And speaking of new bodies on the board,
actually, that
Penny
helps, that
Bolt
helps, that
person
helps.
coming down on Luca's side of the board.
That does
This card,
help.
when you play this character, you may remove up to 2 damage from chosen character, and they gain resist 1 at the until
there's
the start
no
of your
coil.
next turn.
That
Also,
is
quest for 2.
Okay,
That
this is
an
okay.
amazing
This is
card that I
okay.
don't think sees nearly
Oh,
enough
2
play
big
as Penny
Sisus.
Bold person. Bolt's person is perfect combination with this Smee. As we got the shift Sisu, we're losing just that Penny as you don't have any of your
I think it's also fine,
items
right?
set up. But now you can begin to
You can
challenge
shift
advantage.
another
Some of
big
these
Sisu on
characters will
top
do
of
so as Sisu getting loose and active onto the Smee, taking 3 damage back as we get a little bit of residual
I think
quest
this is
as
fine,
well
right?
with
Yeah.
Tipo and the Bell. So now you have to make another decision. Do you keep questing or do you
And he's
engage
also
with
got
Sisu?
the
I think you
Tamatoa.
have to keep questing, force that challenge into you. That's the game plan here. Get going as fast as possible. And a powerful turn there from Edmund. That Sisu shift doing work that turn. Edmund just had the answers every single time.
Shift
we're
Sisu on
still
shift
putting
Sisu? Is
threat
that
after
actually what we
threat
do?
after threat into the
There's
field
no
of
card in
play.
hand,
We
right?
still have the Bell. We
But
still have
if you
Tipo
shift
who's been
Sisu,
around longer than he usually
the
is,
Lilo
as we
just
get
comes back, right?
The popsicle. So
But it comes
now
back
we
exerted.
can
It comes
play
back
the
exerted.
popsicle, and we can start to heal these characters to keep them ready for more combat. But is it even worth it?
He needs to think if he wants to shift
You still got to
Sisu.
continue to clear this board, and it's going to become an issue as we're going to exchange the Bell, and now we can potentially quest all these glimmers now.
Yeah, a little bit of quest there. From
Oh, yeah, I
Edmund
think you
for
just take your
lore.
time when
Take
you
him
can
up to
play
6,
Sisu next
driving
turn.
his lore total a bit there. You know, this
He's on
deck is one
7,
of those that
so you
likes
can ink the
to,
Sisu next turn.
close out the game with lucky dimes in one turn. But if you're not careful, it does have a lot of high lore questers in the mid game. And you can close out games the traditional way if you're not able to control the board.
So
And
Rhino.
Edmund would love to put Luca in the position where Luca is forced to challenge into Edmund's characters and play that control role. So as soon as Edmund gets up to 11, 12, 13 lore, Luca's going to have to start thinking about that. That's where Edmund wants Luca to be.
As we are going to put that 1/16 Wolf, he does have an on-play ability. He'll be able to reduce the strength of another character by 1 until the start of the next turn. So that is going to be played and resolved onto the Tamatoa Happy as a clan, but he did not get banished. So can you get that diamond play right now? He's got it in the hand. The lucky dime is in hand right now. So the Tamatoa Happy as a clan can quest and play the lucky dime for free right now, and that can start
This
to
has to
flip
be
the
game,
clock in.
right?
I don't think there's a final platinum in deck. I don't think you have it as another Sisu as well. So we're getting a nice healthy quest
play
in.
the dime, my
And we can play the Tamatoa. We get a quest in there. And the
That
lucky
is the
dime
dream combo.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, and when
What
Happy
a
as a Clam
turn.
came out, everybody said, if I can play a 7-cost dime for free, what? Why wouldn't I? And so that's the best. And that's it. That's the dime coming out. And what a game. What a match.
Fastest
That was
games
the fastest
ever.
match of Disney Lorcana.
Liam.
But, oh my goodness.
I can't.
Oh my goodness. And you have your very first finalist in the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
There's
It
no
is
way
Edmund
Ed takes
Chu, the
all of it.
North
This is
American
insane.
champion, going on to the
Oh, Ed
finals
could win
of the
everything.
World Championship in lightning speed.
Oh my
First
Jamie,
in
where's your head at
Swiss.
right now?
I'm
Dallas
absolutely
fourth
blown
world
away, Liam.
champion.
I feel cheated.
NA champs
Get back-
champion.
Get back in there. I need you guys to run another game right now. Get back. Hey, turn these lights back on. I feel cheated, Liam. That was like 12 minutes. I need more action. What was that?
That was fast. That's what that was. Both players bringing here very, very fast.
Next 2
Amber
games
steel
are
decks,
just.
and in this instance,
This
one
is
player
like
had the answers,
insane.
The other didn't.
This is
Luca
what
with
we
an awkward
expected
draw
of
in
the Disney
first game,
Lorcana World
wasn't able to get the
Championships. This
answer
is
he
just
needed
absolutely insane.
Needed to answer Edward's lightning speed, or Edmund's lightning speed. And on the other side, Edmund just found card after card that he needed, getting the Bell, getting the Sisu, having everything he needed to slow Luca down, and just the dime, just the cards falling his way. And
That was
wow,
incredible.
wow, we
What
know
a
one of our
So
finalists is.
fast.
Oh my goodness, and I'm not shocked or surprised. I mean, you already won the DLC. You already won the North America Championship. How fitting is it that Edmund Chu is in the World Championship trying to go for the rare and almost impossibly indigenous triple threat. The
Three
We're
time.
talking back to back to back
The
to back to
three
back
time.
champion, and it's going to get it done. And he's got a very powerful opponent potentially on the other side of his bracket. DKP versus Zach Bibb is going to be coming up next. But what an incredible
This is
matchup. I mean, it went so
crazy.
fast, but still, the lines
Absolutely
were there. You
nuts.
have to play the cards. You have to put them in the correct order. But that was absolutely insane coming in for Edmund Chu. And huge congratulations to him, taking nothing away from him. He's locked in and laser focused on a whole nother level. I know he's put the work in. Like I said, I talk to this player all the time. His game knowledge, his preparation, he's always able to think outside the box. He's coming up with new, unique strategies, and he ran this thing all the way through, playing a pretty standard lineup.
Yeah, he's playing the
also
standard
big
lineup,
shout out
right?
to Luca
Yeah.
Lazara. Fantastic performance, navigating both Super Sealed on day one and then the Swiss rounds of Triple Deck Constructed, making it all the way here. And I want to say a huge shout out to the Italian contingent here. All fantastic players. And shout out to the Italian community watching. Luca represented your country well, and we appreciate you watching. And just fantastic. One day I'm going to make it out there, one of your challenges, to visit you all. But a fantastic performance by Luca as well. Well, I don't know about that, JD. Like, that went so fast. I want to see
Zach
more
versus
Lorcana
DKP.
now,
I
but,
mean,
after 15,000 players,
I kind of have to go
and
for
after
Zach
11
in this
challenges, we
one.
now know
This,
who one of
this,
the top 2 players in
I
the
might
world
be
is. We're
betraying
gonna
my
find out who
EU
the next one
brothers
is
and sisters,
pretty
but
quickly. I can't wait to see the next round.
if
And
Zach
I,
gets to the
again,
final,
Liam, I am
if
not
Zach
shocked.
gets
I
to the
am not
finals and he
surprised.
wins,
These players that
it'll
are
be
in
so
the
emotional,
finals
so
that are
amazing. And if
remaining,
Ed wins,
they
it will
are
also be
very
incredible.
consistent in
And if
their
DKP
performances
wins,
that
of course, that
over
would
the
also be
season so
insane. But
far.
like,
It is
I
completely
think I really want to
incredible
see
that this is
Zach
how it's
and
gonna
Ed
be
in the
and how it
finals. I
shakes
think
how it shakes down,
it
Liam.
would be
And I'm just sad
incredible.
I don't get to spend more time with you
But
here
we'll
in
see.
this booth, man.
I know.
I feel robbed a little bit.
That's okay. We'll hang out afterwards.
I'm sorry.
Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the next semifinal match.
What are we thinking, guys? I want to see Kawa in the finals. Bro, I ain't on these players' play level, though. Do you know where I would love to see? I would love to see... I would love to be at one of these events and cast one of these events. That's what I would love. So here's the hoping in the future. Here's the hoping we can make that happen. Oh, I guess we're going to draw a card again. Okay.
Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock. I'm going to have you draw the card, the Lamb, Rabbit, from memory. I'm going to have you draw Tipo from memory. Let it go.
This is awful. It's not gonna get any better, so I'm just gonna reveal my joking Mufasa.
Let's see the rabbit. Hey, that's pretty good.
We're gonna go with this.
Honestly?
That's not bad.
That's pretty good. I just remember it's a square carpet thing with a lamp on it.
He's against the wall.
I mean, he's got the growing thing. Just let it go. Okay. Very nice, very nice. More players.
Yeah. So he's got a little hat. Definitely can't draw the outfit, but he's got huge scissors.
It's right behind you, Kurt.
Nope, that doesn't look right.
Kurt, it's right behind you.
It's not gonna look like scissors, so we'll fix that. And here is Mickey Mouse, brave little tailor, ready to cut through the competition.
Okay. It's pretty good. Here we go.
Hello guys, my name is DKP. I'm from Hamburg, Germany, and I'm really excited to be at the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm most excited for playing against all these amazing players and their really unique lineups, figuring out what I have to bench and what they will bench, and then figuring out, of course, what will happen during the game. I'm really excited for that because I'm, by heart, a really competitive player.
Come on, Zach.
Hey, I'm Zach Bivens. I'm from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I'm so excited to be competing here at the World Championships. If I win the World Championships, I'll just be so happy. Like, my whole life has been leading up to this, basically, because I've been playing card games since 1999, I think. So, very long time.
Before I was born.
It feels like my whole life's been building up to this, so it just mean everything.
Here we go.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm here for the last round of the semifinals. We're going to find out who our last finalist is, and I'm joined by the Lorcana villain himself.
It is a pleasure to see out the day with you, my friend Liam. What a pleasure it's been all weekend. And this is our sail into the sunset casting
our swan
match.
song, as it were.
The swan song. Yep, your finals will be casted.
I've been playing Shadowverse 2. I've been playing it a little bit. Muppet, yeah, a little bit. Not as much as I'd like, but I'm playing it casually kind of at the moment.
To leave our mark on this final match, and what a match it's going to be. Tell us about it, Liam.
It's a showdown of titans. In one corner, you have Zach Bivens. This is a player that everybody in North America, everybody in the world knows. He made his mark in Atlanta as the first seed in the very first Disney Lorcana Challenge. His favorite deck is Amethyst Steel, a deck that he's known for piloting. He's an innovative deck builder, and he is fearless, often choosing to bring in decks that nobody else would play into big tournaments.
100% a player who's
Zach's bringing some spicy lineups right
I
now.
wonder if he does any deck testing or skydiving. What a combination of interest that would be. But the opponent we have hailing from Germany, Ding Kang Pham, DKP, the Melbourne Challenge winner. His favorite deck, no surprise to anyone that's been following his career, is indeed Ruby Sapphire. He's a professional TCG player, coach and content creator, and his favorite Disney character is Donald Duck.
And one of the most relentless players in Disney Lorcana. He played on every single continent, including Australia, to get his qualification to come here to Worlds, and it has all paid off after flying halfway around the world, because here he is, sitting across the table from Zach Bivens in
Here we
the
go.
second semifinal.
Again, I'm going to let the casters speak through it, and if I have any comments, I'll make them along the way. Best of luck to both players.
Inviting us into your home, poolside, the bakery, wherever it is, your LGSs around the world. And if you don't mind, Liam, just while because it's our last match, just because while the players are reviewing the decks, I'd like to take 30 seconds of self-indulgence and just shout out a couple of people. My friends Lewis, Fidget, and the wonderful Tommy at home watching, and also my mum, Mama Villain, all weekend has been trying to get Twitch to work. And she just messaged me saying, I finally got to see you with JD casting a match. She liked him more than me. She was like, I want his jacket. But that was really awesome. So I want to give a shout out to you as well. And of course, my friends Jeffrey, David, and Mari, and Gio. Incredible people. But yeah, sorry, self-indulgent at the moment there, just to say shout out to some of my personal friends. But a shout out to everybody watching around the world. We appreciate you.
We appreciate you indeed. Look at these players looking at the list here, poring over it. Now, it is open deck list, so these players are familiar with each other's list, but gleaning over it again, making sure they didn't miss any single detail. This is the critical bench portion of
I'm
Deck
glad
Constructed, where
this
each
moment
player's
was able
trying
to
figure out
watch him.
which deck they want their opponent to bench. Now, I'm sure both DKP and Zach have looked at these lists before, and they know exactly what they're going to do going into here. But again, trying to glean any extra information, and they don't want to clue their opponent into what they're going to bench either, because what your opponent chooses to bench could affect your choice.
100%.
And so all three deck lists, they're laid out in order so that they can peruse them and not give any
Gloid Orange Boar. That's the problem against the Ruby Amber deck. I'd be like, what do these cards do? Honestly.
So pivotal to this.
I think DKP's reading this Ruby Amber deck like, what the hell do these cards do?
It's going to be best of 5 with no base.
That's how I'd
phase,
feel,
so
honestly.
Players will have to win with all 3 of their decks to earn the right to call themselves the world champion. But let's take a quick look at these deck lists. We had Zach Bivens on stream not too long ago, has Amethyst Steel, which we saw him running not too long ago, a very aggressive build, Merlin Rabbits in there as opposed to Docs, and just all the Amethyst package, the songs like Zeus and Strength. This is a deck type that he is very, very familiar with. Also playing Amber.
Do you think if they ask, they could ask what the cards do? I'm sure they can, right?
No racers.
I'm sure DKP can ask, like, oh, I don't know what this card does. Can you tell me?
Cards like Daisy Duck, Lilo Making a Wish, the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, and of course we saw him finish off that match, or one of the games anyway, with Gloid Orange Boar, fierce competitor, where you game one lore and the opponent loses a lore. And then the final deck list for Zach Bivens is Emerald Sapphire. And there's one card in this list that I'm a big fan of, Ratigan's Marvelous Trap.
What are we going to do if that card actually gets played in this match?
I will go absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
Kim, you should ask Liam and Baker what happened to the cape. It's disappeared.
Baker is just as emotive in the booth with his hands and arms as you would imagine he would be casting these matches. I have to lean back sometimes. It's amazing.
Never lean back. Hey, never. Don't you dare.
Lean in.
Don't you dare withdraw your wings because you feel like you're taking up too much space in the room, Liam. You fly, my friend. But please, talk us through these deck lists brought by DKP.
DKP is bringing a few interesting lists. On the one hand, he does have a fairly standard Amethyst Steel list, a list that I really, really like for this tournament, and it's done a lot of work here, but with a little bit of a twist. Magic Brooms and Yen Sids to go with those Magic Brooms have kind of worked their way into these deck lists in the past just couple weeks, really. DKP either coming up down on his own or looking and saying, I see that combination, and working those into this Amethyst Steel list. This is kind of a mid-rangey deck that can actually go long games, close things out using some of its reach cards, but also move quickly when it needs to, and DKP's played this deck expertly so far. He's also running a Ruby Sapphire list. This is a list that he is well known for.
Yeah, 100%.
He's not dressed up as Radigan today, lol. Yeah.
Disney Lorcana
I'm glad he did it for the first day, though.
That's true. And it's so much so that there's often lists and decks out there that are referred to as the DKP list, and everybody looks to him to kind of set the trend on this deck, as well as a couple other players out there, like Pierre-Marc Duguay, another player here in Disney Lorcana Challenge, who is well known for these colors as well. This is a fairly standard list as I'm looking at it. He does run the Maui Half Shark. But for McDuck Manor, Scrooge's Mansion, those aren't always in this list, but really good into the mirror. And one copy of Merlin's Carpet Bag, which is really
aren't always in the DKP lists? They are always in the DKP lists. What?
You will, my friend Liam, but yeah, the Merlin's Carpet Bag allowing you
the
to
McDuck Manors are always in the DKP list.
The discard, so getting back those Porpicicles to just keep drawing and making our way through the deck.
Strange.
Super consistent. We've seen the strategy perform well over
Must be warm in those rooms with all the lights and equipment, yeah. But I'm sure they've got AC.
Is Zach Bivens has the decks that are really, really aggressive. Obviously, we saw the Amber Ruby deck, how quickly that.
I think Bivens is trying to decide, like, I don't know which deck.
Generally for being a mid-range deck.
Bivens would bench.
Those lore burst potential cards like Merlin Goat.
I think he could be benching Red Blue.
Rose, and then of course the last deck, the Emerald Sapphire deck.
It's just hard because it's so difficult because it's like if I bench this and then they bench this.
I have no idea what you're trying
these
to
players,
do.
the choice is just crazy.
I do like the Louis though, Endearing Alligator. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a fun card, and a card that Zach started to work into his deck way back when Reign of Ishwar was released. It's a card that I think he got people to take a look at when he brought it into a third-party tournament, as well as running that just as a fun little flavor note, that Aladdin with Ward from set 1.
Yes.
Okay, that's what they're benching.
Just to live long enough to sing something.
Right.
But here we go. We are moving into the next. We've done our
Purple Steel.
Phase. Amethyst Steel is going to be off the table, and Amber Ruby is going to be off the table. So now our
I guess it's just benching Steel.
To choose in secret the deck that they are going to be starting with for game 1, and this is going to set the tone for the entire match.
Yeah, it's deck.
DKP's higher seed, I think. I actually don't know who's higher seed.
Deck is something that can
Not
win
sure.
on the play or on the draw. It's a very dangerous deck, and if you've watched DKP pilot this deck, it almost seems inevitable as he's gaining lore every single turn and piling it expertly. On the other hand, Zach Bivens' deck, that Amber Ruby deck, goes so fast. And if you've seen it in action, it can close out games just like that. I wouldn't say it's a guaranteed win on the play.
Zach was second, he's higher. Okay, that's
do, but
pretty huge.
You could possibly get to it.
Darn close, that's right.
And it shows you the respect for the power.
Oh, they're going for their signature decks first. I think this is a great choice by Zach because he's on the play against Ruby Sapphire, and then he can be on the draw when he's playing Emerald Sapphire, which is kind of designed to take out Red Blue, but maybe not the Red Blue Shark version is the thing. The problem is, I think if this is hyper aggro, which Zach knows it is now, this will be tricky. I feel like.
Yeah, it's really
curious as to why Zach
like
decided to bench the Amethyst Steel.
In the early game, but every single turn it has cards with a little bit of
over
it has cards like White Roses. It has
the Amber Emerald
like
aggro, but let's see.
It's looking for ways to gain 2, 3, 4 lore each turn. Has a little bit of control to allow you to do what you need.
This is going to be like a fantastic end to the tournament, honestly.
The bounce package that we are familiar with Rise of the Floodborn, but it just feels like when you're playing against this deck, you watch it grind its way slowly up to 20 lore before it's too late. It doesn't do a ton of burst. Unless you're running that Yensid Broom package where you have that early game lore burst. But yeah, it's really interesting. DKP, though, has a card to kind of counter that grind. I believe he's running a Pirate's Life with that Maui Half Shark package.
This is absolutely staple in the DKP style of the list. Obviously, the Maui Half Shark having the having evasive and then two incredibly incredible abilities.
The thing is, Zach needs a super good start in this deck, I feel like.
Whenever you play an action, you gain a lore, and the Pirate's Life is indeed
But I feel like he can go fast. He just goes for some Smees. I don't think DKP plays Bells in this.
Really gets carried away, Liam.
Yeah, that is a finisher, as they say.
For sure.
So Maui Half Shark is a card that Din is going to be looking to get on the board as soon
Let's
as
go.
possible.
I'm super hyped for these two next games. The final's going to be best of 5 as well. One thing I would be so bad at is if I was good at a card game, would need to learn to shuffle properly. That was difficult for me when I started, but you kind of get used to it.
That's how you win the game. But getting to 22, 24, and 26 lore, I mean, that's even
Where are
harder.
my cards, my fidget cards?
Maybe we need to see that Donald Duck, the flustered sorcerer.
Yes.
Shout out to Tim, part of the German Ravensburger team, by the way. Incredible guy. I know he had a lot to do with the creation of that particular card. A very interesting one where your opponent has to get 25 lore to win the game. What next? 50?
That's right. And shout out to Harry Welly for bringing that art to life.
There you go. Shout out to you guys. But here we go. Game 1 of the last semi-final match of the World Championship. But Zach Bivens is going to be on the play, playing Amethyst Steel, which is his pet deck, up against DKP on Ruby Sapphire. A lot of players would have benched the Ruby Sapphire deck for DKP, but Zach Bivens saying, I don't care what your best deck is, I care much more about what I think my deck's
Okay, here we go.
DKP with a really top-heavy hand there, and
Well, I can almost leave my double. You can almost shuffle your double sleeve deck. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask for more double sleeves game. I actually enjoyed playing with double sleeve
A little
cards.
bit more favorable there, but
I'm also getting better at doing riffle shuffling. I don't do it that much, but like just kind of practicing it with other cards.
Ramp is pretty bad.
We'll take a look. I may have missed it as he shuffled by it, but we do have the turn 1 popsicle, so perhaps we can find it if we are missing it. Players looking away, shuffling up. I didn't get a good look at Zach's hand though, but I did see some lower cost cards.
Come on, Zach, let's get it.
See what they do. The fist bump there.
I do like the mascot on the table, Ratatouille as well. But here we go, Alter complete. Let's see how we're going to set the tone for this first game. Zach
Is there
Bivens
ramp?
Is on the play.
There's no ramp on turn 2. Oh no.
I see the Smee for a nice turn 2.
Is there turn 1 play?
Maybe there's a Calhoun, but I don't think Calhoun is typically a character you would play against this deck unless DKP was to play.
I don't think there's a turn 1.
But even then, Zach Bivens is going to get his turn 2 before DKP does. So I imagine Smee's going to be the priority there. I didn't get a good enough look at the hand to see if there are any 1-drops. I hope so. There's a few in the deck.
So we don't have that.
A bit of a rough start from both players, I think.
If it is, then that's a lot better for DKP. Again, it is so important.
I don't think there's a 1-drop.
Oh, no 1-drop.
So look, we do have Develop Your Brain. We can go looking for
Yeah,
that turn 2
he really
card
needs
if you need.
ramp.
You do have a Visions of the Future as well, so you can dig a little bit. But
No
Develop
1-drop
Your Brain
sucks for Zach here.
Probably the play to try to find that turn 2 ramp. There it is. We're going to look at the top 2 cards.
Oh, he
there
found
it is.
it.
The Azurite Sea. Oh my goodness, right off the top. Woo.
To be fair, when you alter 7 and then you do a dig on turn 1, there's 8 ramp
Just a
cards in
1-drop
the deck.
now.
It's pretty bad luck if you don't win by that point. So a sigh of relief from DKP, but yeah, super.
It's bad luck from Zach as well.
Unfortunate from Bivens' side of the field, missing the 1-drop completely. We now find the Magic Broom. It's a little bit too late, but we are going to see the bumbling mate, Mr. Smee, coming down. He's a 3/3 quest for 2. One of the best 2-drops in the game, Liam. He will take 1 damage at the end of the turn if there's no captain in play. But players don't.
And he has the
generally
popsicle,
care
ink
that
play
much. As long as he
popsicle.
got to quest once and then trade with something, even that's good enough.
One of the better cards in the game, really.
And then you can play how far I'll go into board clear.
As a back over, we will get the popsicle, sail the Azurite Sea to ramp there, and Zach playing the White Rose there, which will get him a lure upon entering the play, and that's a 3/3
Missing
body
this
on the
1-drop is like 2 lore missed a turn. One lore missed a turn.
Go on a little quest and gets his toe bitten by a crab, taking 1 damage. Shame there wasn't a captain around to sweep those crabs away. But like I said, we're not too bothered if Smee's taking a little bit of damage. He's questing. He's hopefully going to trade with something eventually. This is a pretty good position.
He can play Shark, but yeah, I mean, Zach needs to think about Shark. He did Ink of Strength, which is rough. He's got a Pete, though. This is an insane start that DKP gets. This is the start that I hate playing against for the DKP deck. He just plays a Shark and goes, yeah, do whatever he wants. I'm chilling.
He's ramped twice now, and he has 2 Maui Half Sharks in hand. We're going to get one of them on the board right now. That's unfortunate because Zach now has to make a choice. If he wants to keep gathering lore, he's going to open up a challenge from that Shark, which can recur an item from the discard pile. And there's, or I'm sorry, not an item in action. and there's plenty of actions there for him to draw, ones that you would rather Din not play
This,
again.
yeah, missing the one
And on
drop
top of
sucks.
that, Din also
Din
has
found
some of his end game
ramp.
sweepers in play that he's or in his hand. He does have the Be Prepared, and he does have the Sisu. So now that he's managed to ramp twice, things are going to get a little more dicey now that those answers are available.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he could just bounce the white rose back.
Both on turns, well, 2 and 3. You play your 2-cost ramp and your 4-cost ramp on turn 3 due to the ramp and getting out this half shark as soon as possible, hoping to freeze the board a little bit and put
Does
Zach
he want to
off
bounce the
questing
Smee? Oh wait, he
against
can just
to,
quest with the
to
Smee and bounce the
Iron
rose.
Lord,
This is
but
really good.
At the same time,
Quest,
I don't think
bounce the
Bivens
rose.
is going to be too off put by questing. That is the name of the game.
I think
And
that's
if he
quite
can
good.
find an Along Came Zeus, which I do see in the hand already, that could have some good potential to be able to... Is that Zeus? No, it's a Cannons. My mistake. My mistake. I was going to say, if it was, I expected we would have sung with a rabbit before bouncing it, but... There are
Yeah, I like the
Zeus
play
in the
to
deck,
bounce
and
the
there are
rose here.
Strength
Quest,
Raging
bounce
Fires. If we
rose.
can get one more character down this turn, the next turn, if we find a strength, and that puts it online. Here's the rose.
Okay.
Another lure for Zach, going up to 8. Again, Zach really,
Quest
really
with
wants to
Smee.
get, once he gets
Quest
to the
with
14,
Smee.
15, 16 lure range, he's more than happy to just draw cards, close out this game by finding those extra lure gain cards that gain lure upon entering play.
I think he could have quested with an extra one and bounced it. I think bouncing the rose was better.
Really, really trying to push
What?
it up there. I think he's pretty much on plan. He'd like to be a couple more
He
lure
doesn't quest
ahead
with
if
the
he did find
Smee?
that one drop, as you pointed out earlier. But it is a little trickier now staring at that half shark across the board.
Okay, so we're going to sing how far I'll go with the Maui
What?
half shark.
I'm very
There
confused.
is a half shark in DKP's hand. Could have played that down to be able to gain an extra lure off of this, but DKP clearly wanting to do something else with that ink if he can.
So that could have been
Certainly
on like
digging.
11
There
here.
is a Be Prepared
With
in
2
hand, I
roses
believe
in
we've
hand.
already noticed. There it is. We're
there
going to
it
see
is.
it straight away. Be prepared. Yes, Liam, join me, my friend. And it's interesting because Zach Bivens is holding on to the one
I'm not sure
and
about that, man.
only copy
Am
of
I missing
Pete's
something, Cha?
Games referee inside the deck. Now, don't get me wrong, we have foxes and snakes, so there's potential to be able to replay it, but only
I'm
one
very
Pete
confused.
is certainly interesting.
But one Pete and having it in hand there, choosing not to play. But here's the thing, like, you don't have many ways to get rid of that half shark there. There's a couple, but one of the best ways is to force it.
Let your opponent do it for you.
Do it for you, and then turn it back over to you so you can rebuild your side of the board.
And we're able to immediately throw down the Merlin Rabbit, draw ourselves another card, and I think this is the
Maybe
first
he's fine
time
with such a big
in
hand
top
still,
card
but
I've
it was
seen
just
Zach go
just
above
2
four.
lore lost for no reason.
Oh, and there comes that CC, which will come down, clear both those cards. Now Zach will get one card off of each of those.
Yes.
But it doesn't feel good now to be staring at a Sisu and having to rebuild again.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The Diablo, of course, drawing you a card when banished.
I
and
think
the
he would have been in a
Rabbit
much
drawing
better
you a card
situation.
when
He would
it
have been on
leaves
11
play.
lore with
So both
2
cards
roses in
immediately
hand to get to
replacing
13.
themselves. We're going to play a white rose. We're going up to 9 lore.
Yeah,
so
I
we're
don't know,
nearly
man.
halfway there. No answer to this Sisu just yet. We haven't seen a Zeus yet, which is unfortunate. And down comes the Calhoun.
Felt like Shark had things locked down pretty
Calhoun, a
well.
great card, has
Sure,
resist
but
too. It's better in the early game,
quest
but
with
here
Smee,
it gets
Smee
you
deals a
scored.
damage
Only
to
quest
itself.
for one,
You
but if
just
it
missed 2
challenges
lore,
you to
right?
and banishes another character, you get 2 lore off of it.
Yeah, and if worse
I
came
must
to
be
worse,
missing
we could at
something.
least cannons and then finish off with a Calhoun challenge. But down comes the next Maui half shark onto the board, threatening to recur actions, and we are going to be singing.
Oh no!
I'm
Pirate's
very
Life.
confused,
That's
yeah.
going to take Zach down to 7 lore. DKP is going to go up to 2 lore, 4 lore, and then up to 5, courtesy of the Maui half shark Chee-hoo ability.
And that's one of the cards that Zach really doesn't want DKP to find here in this matchup.
And it's in the discard pile now.
And it's in the discard pile now. So now questing becomes even more of a
risk.
More of a risk.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to evaluate this risk reward now. Anytime you're potentially giving value, we're going to have a quick version of Friends on the other side, which I'm never singing again because JD
Zeus is
absolutely
good.
made me look like a foot, not on purpose. Let's put it this way: he nailed it. So I think that's absolutely JD's
Zeus the
card
Shark
now.
killed
but
the
Friends on the other side's
killed the
drawing
Sisu.
a couple of cards for the White Rose. We are going to play that Fire the Cannons to put 2 damage on the Sisu, and then we're going to finish off with a
Maybe
Calhoun.
Zach
It
can
is
still
2
pull
for
this
1,
back.
but we get a big threat off the board, and we get 2 lore bursts. And down came Zeus, Liam.
Along came Zeus, and Maui is off the board.
Maui has had a thunderbolt hurled at him from the heavens.
I
and
mean, there's a
made
lot
his
of
way
different ways to
straight
be looking
back
at this, so
to
let's
the
see what
storybook.
happens. He could still pull it back.
So very effective turn there from Zach, clearing up those big threats on the other side of the board. His board looks a little smaller. He does have the 1 right rose, but back over
So
to
another
DKP
shark
now,
in
who has to
DKP's.
figure
Wait,
out how to answer
wait,
that
was there
rose.
always a shark in DKP's hand?
These White Roses have been putting in a lot of work, gaining lore as soon as they're played, and then just the 3/3
Was there?
body.
Maybe there was.
So
That looked weird.
how many cards left in Zach's hand? I
Is
think
this a
it's
double
3.
manner?
I'll double check that in a moment. But we're over the DKP. He's going to draw a card. Has an empty board other than a single ice cream, the Popsicle, the 1-cost item.
Did he draw another shark? Did he top deck another shark?
He did indeed.
I think he did. I mean,
That's
What a
three
top
gone.
deck.
That's
Did
three
he?
now, though, right? One was B prepped.
Didn't look
one
like there was
Zeus.
one in.
We now
I'm
get
very
another one onto the
confused.
board, and of course, this Maui half shark not able to challenge straight away. You would need Rush to do that, or to give it use a Vitality.
Oh, there is, yeah,
Sphere,
'cause it's
something
in the
like that,
discard.
or
He
see
did
if
have it.
This was an Amethyst Ruby deck. You could use Peter Pan Shadow Finder, but in this particular list, Maui half shark can be slow, but it doesn't matter. It still checks the opponent. Here comes that one copy of Pete Games Referee and extending with a Calhoun.
Yeah, now Zach, he does have Strength of Raging Fire in his hand. That's one thing he can use to clear up that Maui half shark, but he'll need to get 5 characters on the board. So one of the considerations here, he wants to keep all of his characters on board, prevent a be prepared, so he can stick those next 2 characters here, then sing Strength of Raging Fire with the White Rose perhaps, but DKP dropping down those McDuck Manors. We saw them in the quarterfinals do significant work. Were you in that game?
I was watching that game.
No, we were both watching that game.
Well, I might have been casting it. I think I was watching, but we've seen this play many times from DKP. They're kind of the staple plays of both Ed and DKP, putting out these multiple locations.
DKP's
to
draws have just been
copyright Ed.
absolutely
This is the way
nuts.
He put it in an interview
Absolutely
not too long
nuts.
ago. They create a 2-pronged attack, right? You're creating multiple threat levels that your opponent has to respond to, and it synergizes super well with the Maui half shark here, because you really want, you want to get rid of these manners. They're giving you 2 law return. You want to be able to remove them, but by challenging and turning sideways, the Maui half shark can now get a nice challenge, return an action to the hand. We're going to play a crab. We boost up something, and down comes a Palace Sentry as well. And there's the Strength of a Raging Fire. Be a man.
And the force of a great Typhoon.
Absolutely.
And with
That was quite
crab
good.
Gave challenger to that Pete Games referee, giving it +3 on the challenge.
Maui,
making it
is this
easy
going to be a
challenge
B
into
prep
that
top
McDuck
deck?
manner, along with that Calhoun, banishing that from the board. So Zach here
Vision
forced
into
to go in a
1,
little
2,
bit of
3,
control
4,
mode.
5, 6 ink
DKP though
into B
doesn't
prep.
have what he needs. It looks like to rebuild ward traps. He does.
Sisu's not enough. Sisu's not enough right now.
I do see another Pirate's Life there, so we could take that.
Sisu's not enough right now. Not enough way to ink to it.
Perhaps trying to find a bigger character. We do see that.
Sisu also doesn't
Happy as
fully
Clam
clear
there as
here.
well,
There's
so
a lot of
good
3-strength
options.
characters.
The fact that 3 Maui half sharks are already gone is pretty huge for Zach Bivens.
Yeah, Zach's done a
too many more of
fantastic
those,
job
but
here.
We do, of course, have the Happy as a
I think
Clam
just
Sabotage
more Mauis
that
is
are
going to be
able
what DKP needs.
recycle items from the discard, and you're just putting a 2 questing body on the board.
Gets rid of what, the Calhoun?
Here comes the Maui.
It's got to be the
Hero
Calhoun, right?
tool. Probably the P, I would expect here to stop a bounce of
Okay,
that
it's
P
extra
to put a
lore though.
4B
Oh no,
prep
he can
on that
he
is
can
indeed
yeah he
what
can get
does
rid of
happen. Now he's
thing.
going to take 3. Are we going to pop the Porpsicle to heal
Probably,
up? That
yeah.
would leave us with just 1 damage, which is pretty good, meaning that none of these characters can take out care of this Maui in 1 shot. You're going to see another crab now.
He moves to the
I love this
location.
cheeky little nesting that Maui in the manor, because why not?
Why
not? You get no abilities out of it, but why not let Maui enjoy some time in McDuck Manor? It's probably a pretty luxurious place, so he'll chill there. Guys,
If Maui's not taken care of, it's 2
in
creds.
in the fine established McDuck Manor is the safest choice. I imagine Scrooge is going to have
4
a
lore.
heck of a renovation bill by the time he's finished crashing around in there, but it is the DKP special.
That's fair. I love it.
Oh yeah, this is good. He's got a.
Taking a moment.
Zach's
Obviously, the
got a
pace of
pretty
play
good
of these
hand
players
here.
has been really, really good. We've got loads of time, but
He
these
inks
guys,
the
experts. They know their decks. They know the matchup.
Palace,
They can
yeah.
identify the best plays pretty quickly a lot of the time. We're going to send fire the cannons into that Maui,
Gain
and then the
2,
Calhoun
11.
is going to finish the job.
He can
and
bounce the
giving us
White
another
Rose.
2 law burst, taking us up to 11. The crab putting 3
You can also get rid of the
damage
mana
into
here, which is
McDuck
huge.
Manor, which is super relevant. Oh, now we're going to play the snake, bounce the crab, give
Very
challenger
nice.
3 to the White Rose, and finish it off in 1. What a play by Zach Bivens.
That crab is so sneaky.
This
Gets
Maui
challenged
is
on
going to be able to
Aaron,
come
gets
back
challenged on
though
leaving,
really
gets challenged.
strong.
In the meantime, both of those manners clean up. That was 18 willpower.
I wonder if
which
Zach
was a
should have
lot to
quested
overcome.
instead.
Zach doing it there with the help of the crab, and
I
now
think he could have
Din's side
quested
of the board,
instead.
He is empty. He's going to have to rebuild. Zach up to
It's so
12
difficult,
lore
though.
with 3 lore on the board and a couple cards in hand.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Bivens.
And he
of course.
plays that. Oh my god.
Straight off the top of the deck, we see it. Be prepared. I think that's my last one of the weekend,
Oh my
guys.
goodness,
I think that's it. I think we're
might have
retiring.
to be.
Up to
The
Zeus.
moments get
Oh
bigger
my
each and every time
God.
you do it. Zach playing that crab back to board here. It's just a body, a quest for 1. Din, though, not a lot of cards in hand. Will draw 1 from the Popsicle. He does draw into Happy as a Clam, taking a look at what items
Oh
are
my
there available,
God,
drawing
these
the
top
card
decks.
that he needs really to start this engine going again. There comes Happy as a Clam, the shiny version, the shiniest version. It is so shiny, pulling back 2 Popsicles from the discard pile. Shine, Happy as a
I
Clan
don't think
basically
Zach
says, play
can
this
get
card,
this.
pay 2 ink, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, 100%. That B prep up the top was huge. Bivens having 4 characters on board. The Pete is gone. It's in the discard. We will not see another games referee blow the whistle in this particular game unless Zach Bivens loses this game and then could reuse the Amethyst
I
Steel
think
deck.
Bivens
But
might go
yeah,
down here.
Bivens down to just a crab on 1 card in hand. We have gone through 2 B preps, 3 Maui half sharks, so some of those really powerful resources are gone, but Zach only at 12 lore, but running so many of those lore burst cards, Liam, the Cobras, the White Roses, the Goats, Zach can still get over this finish line.
As long as DKB doesn't find another Pirate's Life, Zach is more than happy to just keep drawing cards, finding those instant lore cards, dropping characters on the board, forcing him to respond. I mean, DKB has drawn a couple cards off those popsicles, but still a small hand size.
Ooh, that's a bit of a shame. Yeah, so we've got a Zeus and a Smee in hand, but we've only got 5 ink. So we can only ever do one or the other. The crab being a 3-cost character cannot sing this 4-cost along came Zeus. So this is going to be a choice from Bivens. Do you prioritize getting rid of this Tamatoa, stopping it playing items for free, stopping it questing for more? But if we do that, we're not playing Mr. Smee and we're only going up to 13 lore this turn. Or do we put Smee on board to just try and get there all the quicker? We might want to save the Zeus for a shark because I think the shark is scarier.
It is such, we are going to get rid of it. It's such a gamble, right? Because if the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam quest, you put in a popsicle, that's not so bad. But if you happen to drop a lucky dime, that feels brutal. So prioritizing removing that Tamatoa, foregoing the Smee for this turn.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in versions of... No lucky dime in this particular version of the list, but you're absolutely right, Liam. Against those item workshop builds, then it can be scary. We're going to see another McDuck mana come onto the boards. Not enough ink to move it.
Smee and Smee, come on, Smee, Smee.
Not this
Smee, Smee.
This Maui forced to spend
Rabbit.
time. And a rabbit is a great card.
That's so good, mate, honestly, because this rabbit is going to represent always at
Ink
least
a
one
crab.
more card. And if we can find
Ink
a
a crab,
box
play a
or
Smee.
or a snake, then it's even more. But we need to deal with this mana.
Yeah, these decks, these Steel Amethyst decks, they really need to find one of their card draw engines in the mid game to kind of keep them going. You either need a rabbit.
I think
or
at this
perhaps to
stage
string
he
some
just
dogs
plays the
together.
Smee.
You can slow down quite a bit. You saw Zach's hand size get a little bit low, and his
No,
ink
there's no
total
docks
stay
and
a
there's
little
no
bit low.
genies,
So
Goomba.
finding this rabbit is huge in this moment.
Yeah, 100%. Can we... if we got ink, we maybe we can play the Smee. Yeah, that's exactly what we have. And taking a moment to think about that, right? Because the crab is super good in being able to deal with these McDuck manners, especially if you can bounce it. But
Oh my god.
Bivens wanting to just extend to the board. We are going to see how far I'll go. See the line where the deck meets my hand. It wraps me.
How long have you been waiting on that?
I've been saying that all season. Nonetheless, we're going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. One goes into our hand, one into our Inkwell face down and
just preps,
exerted.
right? No.
Bivens threatening
He's
to
just
go
counting
to
how much more he can do.
16 lore on the next turn, which, hey, when you're an Amethyst deck, that is the danger zone, Liam.
This is just...
That is the danger zone. Now, important to note, DKB did find another one of those B prepares earlier, so he has that as an option. And there it is, coming down.
The 3rd one. You do it, Liam. Go on.
You have to join me.
Okay.
Be prepared.
Yes,
Was that off key?
Not at all.
Oh, perfect.
Maybe, I don't know.
All right, and the Be Prepared followed up. We have the McDuck Manor on board still. Back over to Zach, dropping down that Palace card, Spectral Sentry, followed by a goat. We talked about instant lore gain.
Yeah,
There
but
is
he's
one
got
of it. That
another
goat,
vision
of
in
course, represents
hand.
another lore on the board. It'll either quest or gain a lore when it leaves play, and you can bounce around and do some little
Pirate's Life.
shenanigans.
The Pirate's Life off the top of the deck there for DKP. Not what Bivens wants to see, although we have nothing that can sing it. So if he does play it this turn, we're not leaving ourselves a lot of ink. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'd be leaving.
You need to think if Zach had
had
that extra 2 lore as well.
We could play a counter Tala.
I don't know if he'll be thinking about that.
We could still ink for turn.
But look at this. I mean, the McDuck Manor, though, now with DKP going up to 14, represents a 3-turn clock. So that means that Bivens really, he wants to be racing, and he's going to really have to think about how to take time off to deal with this McDuck
I mean,
Manor
he needs
now.
Mim bounce or something like that,
That
right?
Pirate's
That's what he
Life looms
needs.
really
He needs Mim
large.
bounce.
It really does. And now Bivens in the situation where really he'd love to ignore this mana and just be focusing on questing and getting to game. But DKP at 14 lore, he is going to take that play, though,
Bounce.
Just questing. We're just ignoring.
Yeah.
Oh, we found a fox!
The goat!
He can't replay
That
it.
is huge. We bounced the goat back to our hand, and now this fox can put 4 damage into this mana, and the next turn we'll be able to replay this goat.
Yeah, big play there. I mean, it is still,
If
we're
he
not going
could-
to be able to clean
if
up the
he
mana
could
completely
replay
here,
it
so
this
that does,
turn,
it is
that's
still
so
scary.
different.
DKP is going to go up to 16 lore on his turn once we pass it back over. Oh, you'd
How many
love...
preps in the deck, Liam?
I think there are 4.
It is 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you'd love to have one more ink to play that goat this turn. You don't. We're going to have to hold
I just
it,
think
and there's
he
nothing
finds
else
a second
available,
mana,
so
and then what
that fox
happens?
will
It's
do a
like
little bit of
impossible,
work,
right?
But Zach going to have to answer that manner in the next couple turns.
And you can see why earlier DKP choosing to play a prep on just a board of, I think it was Rabbit Smee. Obviously, that's free lore, so getting rid of that is good. But just removing this Rabbit, stopping it being able to be bounced back to
all
Zach's
these
hand,
visions and
Zach's hand,
stuff.
start to rebuild resources. We find the Growing Sun, T-Po. Is it Growing Boy or Growing Sun? One or the other. The T-Po off the top of the deck. Not really what you want to see. We're going to vision of the future, a prophecy to foretell the top 5
There's a
cards.
Mary Shark.
The last Shark and the last Be Prepared. We can only take one, Liam. One's going to go to the bottom of the deck.
I think the Shark's going here. The Shark will shut down any questing from Zach. You're afraid to open up that Pirate's Life again, so we're going to play T-Po and the Maui. T-Po not doing any ramp, they're just getting another body on the board. And now, unfortunately, Zach can't quest without recurring that Pirate's Life.
We're threatening game. We're threatening game already. Because the mana would go to 18, quest for both our characters. And if we can play an action, we do cannons the T-Po, but it's still threatening game if DKP has an action.
He needs to top deck an action.
We got a 15.
Oh dear, this is so tough.
Top deck an action,
To be
GG.
done here, Zach.
Top deck an action,
I mean,
GG.
you
I don't think
cannot
there's any
question that
way.
Fox without opening up that challenge from the Maui.
So many actions in this deck.
Just going to have to let DKP go to 19 here. Is it? It's a
Character.
hideaway.
Oh, it's a hideaway.
That's
and
it.
he'll hide away his own.
And DKP takes game 1 of the semi-finals here at the World Championship.
I think there was one or two
Goodness me,
things,
the
man.
McDuck Manners and the Maui Half Sharks.
DKP had the strongest start
all
ever.
the work we know they can.
I mean, that felt like a marathon. I mean, DKP so many times found what he needed. He found the answers that he needed. That Be Prepared top deck was fantastic, having those Maori Sharks, and then he found the ramp he needed, which he didn't have early on, shipping all 7 cards in order to find the card that he needed on turn 2. Zach played an excellent game, right on game plan, but DKP just having the right card at the right time each and every time.
Yeah, like, honestly, a sequence of pretty good top decks.
The difference, Muppet, is it's like if that extra lore is enough and if it's played differently, he bounces more instantaneous lore gain back to hand. I also don't think it might not have mattered, but it would have been closer. The game's so different if you take that different route, right?
Draw in what I think is not the most favourable matchup for Ruby
missing a
Sapphire,
one-drop
able to
hurt.
take that win. Moving on to game 2 now. So DKP's Ruby Sapphire deck is now out of contention for the remainder of this match. DKP will have to swap to his last remaining deck, whereas Zach Bivens will have the choice to either switch or stick with Amethyst Steel.
And, you know, I love learning more about these players. We know a lot about them already, but one of the best ways to learn even more about them is to hear from some of their friends. I'm excited between this match. We're going to learn a bit more about DKP from somebody very close to him.
Hey, Lumineers,
Oh, this
I am
is
here
the
with Robert,
owner
who
of
came
the
with DKP
thing.
this weekend, and we wanted
The
to bring him
team.
on and just give some words of encouragement to DKP. He's been challenging and questing his way here to the semifinals. Do you have some words for your friend?
Honestly, he's been working so hard throughout the entire year. I think he's got this. He knows exactly what to do. We're sitting watching from the sidelines, and we're not even doing the plays he's seeing. So he's definitely got those reps in, and I'm excited for him.
We're excited
This is
to
the
watch these
Gucci
next
hat guy,
couple
yeah.
games, or maybe just one game. He took game 1. We shall see. Thanks so much, Robert. We're going back to the booth.
Great to see there the support being handed out for DKP. And yes, we do have some people in the audience, players of +1s and players that have been playing over the weekend, who are keen to see how this weekend, how will the story end and who will be named the first ever world champion.
Yeah, it is really fun to see support out there, especially from players, competitors who perhaps were beaten by some of these players who didn't make the top cut. The oohs and the ahs out there, we hear them every single time there's a big play, like a top deck or something like that. Everybody, you know, cheering or groaning, depending on who they're cheering for. It's a lot of fun to hear.
So DKP has Amber Emerald as the last deck open available to him for this semi-final match. Either he wins here and takes the 2-0, or he'll lose and he'll still have to stick with that match. Whereas Bivens is sticking with that Amethyst Steel deck. If he can tie it as 1-1, then we will see Emerald Sapphire versus Emerald Amber. A really interesting matchup. But here we go, our players drawing their first 7 cards.
Now, this deck, as we look at DKP's hand, this deck is fast. Look right there. You see one of the cards that he's teched in. That's Olivia Flavisham, not a card you see terribly often.
Okay, I think Bivens is feeling okay here.
3 lore. We also
He should be fine.
Merfolk, which is 2 lore on
But I
turn
really
1. We have
think he
Fred
could have taken the
Mascot by
first one.
Day, which is
Why
1
do they
lore,
have
but
those
if you
headsets on,
challenge
by the way,
into
so they can
gain
speak
2
to each
lore,
other?
This deck is meant to win fairly quickly.
What? Did I just see a Jetsam Riffraff?
You did. You did see
All right,
Jetsam
I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm looking this one up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of low to the ground card. Baloo is
so
in
the
here
judges
to
can
gain
speak to
2
them
lore off
too.
the challenge. He has Bodyguard, Lilo making a wish, another 2 lore quester on turn 1. Of course, you have the Piglet Poo Pirate Captain on turn 2. And then at the top end, Sven, Reindeer Steed, a bigger body. And you do have Donald Duck, Musketeer Soldier, who I believe has Bodyguard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he certainly does. The Musketeer one, and it gives 1 lore to a character when you play him. But yeah, let me look up this Jetsam. Super interesting. What was the sub name again?
Jetsam
Riff Raff. Okay, so we're a 3-cost 5/2 quest for 1. Your character's named Jetsam. I used to call him Jetsam.
Jetsam.
Jetsam get +3 strength. We are not playing. Oh, hold on, that's a Flotsam I'm looking at. I'm silly. I'm a silly goose. Hold on. It's because it's got Jetsam in the name. That's what threw me off. Here we are. He's a 3-cost character. 2/2 quest for 2 ward, and your character's named Flotsam. Gain ward. We are not playing any characters named Flotsam, so just playing this as a warded character, Liam. The quest for 2.
Inkable ward character. That's how you close out games sometimes when your opponent has the removal answers.
Well, we were saying earlier, Bivens doing something similar with the Aladdin 2 cost in a third-party event some weeks back. But we're underway. Turn 1, we see the Palace Guard, Spectral Sentry. He is an illusion with that Vanish keyword on turn 1, followed up by a Pegasus, which was announced today. An alternate art is going to be the participation promo for the 2nd season of the
I feel like
DLCs.
Bivens should be pretty
I bet a
comfortable
lot
in
of
this,
players
I
are keen
think.
to get that in their hand.
I think so.
Absolutely, and here you see him at work again. So if you weren't keen to get him before, here you see him being played in the World Championship.
Yeah, exactly.
In
the
the
semi-finals at that. So, yep, go to as many DLCs as you can. Get your promo Pegasus. Pegasi? I don't know.
Pegasus.
Pegasua?
A pack of Pegasus.
A pack of Pegasus.
A flight. A flight.
There you go.
There we go.
We got there in the end.
we had to figure it out.
Turn 2, we're going to ink the Ursa Deceiver. Super interesting. We know there are 8 songs in Zach Bivens' deck, but instead opting to go wide, playing another Pegasus and a Lilo making a wish.
Where's the fire, the cannons? Where's the
This is going to be a challenge
strength?
for Bivens to deal with. There are a couple of evasive characters on board. Neither one of Zach Bivens' characters will be able to answer, and we know that Din Kang Pham has several Baloos in hand, which will come down next turn in Bodyguard to guard those characters. Zach on turn 3 playing a bigger bodied character, gaining 1 lore off the White Rose when it enters play, and he's going to quest with the Palace Guard and the Calhoun.
And at least this Calhoun and the White Rose have that 3 strength.
This is this is just impossible though, because
yes, it does always if it's banished.
Zach wins on this. There's I don't see any world where Zach can win against this deck.
This is spicy.
Going second.
There's that Baloo.
On green-blue.
Nearly.
I just don't think it's even possible.
Committed. And we're going to turn the Pegasus sideways, but not the Lilo, which makes sense. If we'd have brought this Bodyguard Baloo in this turn, then we just remove it, and then another one of our characters could take out this Lilo. So
I think DKP is very happy playing this aggro deck against green-blue. It's just...
to keep this Lilo alive as long as possible.
Perhaps
I don't know how Zach's going to tackle
that.
that.
Raging Fire is in Zach's hand. That's available to be sung.
But we don't have evasive answers in the Amethyst Steel deck, like not through characters anyway. We have things like Strength and Along Came Zeus, but that doesn't feel great into a Flight of Pegasus.
It does not. The little 1/1 questers.
Yeah, exactly.
Good use of the term we just invented.
For sure. But Strength of Raging Fire is taking out that Lilo, making a wish, threatening 2 lore. Like I think you wouldn't normally do that unless apart from the Bodyguard, right? Because if you risk keeping it around, then maybe DKP gets down a couple of Bodyguards, and now all of a sudden you can't hit this Lilo.
And there's that Olivia Flavisham, a card we haven't seen too much, but it's a 2-cost 3 lore quester.
Yeah, Olivia Flavisham still mourning the loss of her father, probably kidnapped by Ratigan for some nefarious activities. But yeah, this Olivia Flavisham, similar to the Simba that we saw Zach playing in his Amber Ruby deck in the previous round. Won't see it this match because it has been benched, but just a 2-cost uninkable quest for 3. Also Pinocchio, the Star Attraction from Amethyst. Great to see these cards having a place in the World Championship, right?
I agree. Cards that have disappeared from the meta for a little while and getting a chance to shine here on the biggest stage.
Or you say disappeared, or never saw play in the first place.
That's true.
At least not at the highest level of competitive play. I'm sure people have seen it at the set championships, their LGSs, but not a card we used to talking about at DLCs, Liam.
And look at this board state, though. This is really fascinating because Zach challenging into Baloo, both players gaining 1 or 2 lore each. Now, DKP is on the draw, of course, but wants to be the beatdown with his deck and drive the lore total. But Zach has managed to keep parity along the way and is now pushing 11. So if Zach can get to the point where he forces DKP into response mode, that's game. So it's really, really fascinating to watch how Bivens has managed to control the board while also driving his lore total to the point that he's going to get within striking distance soon.
Yep, 100%. This is really spicy, this deck that DKP has provided. And if Bivens wins this match, then we will see it in action a second time.
Yeah, it's just going to go done.
We're going to ready set
I just don't
draw
think that's a
as
great,
is
like,
tradition in the game
it's
of
a great
Lorcana.
showing
We're
for a
going
thing.
to
I don't
lay
know if
down
maybe...
a Lilo and another
I don't
Baloo,
know.
still
It's
not in
so tough.
bodyguard. And these Pegasus, just questing away super freely, no evasive answers in this Amethyst Steel deck other than obviously the actions and songs. And we haven't even seen a fire the cannons yet from Bivens. Although you would prioritize the Lilo, I'm sure.
Sure, at this point.
We saw an example of that not too long ago with the Strength of a Raging Fire taking it out. Finally, this Baloo is going to go on a little quest of his own, and now we are head-to-head at 11 lore apiece. But Bivens threatening to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore up to 17 this turn.
Yeah, I know, this is really interesting. What plan does DKP have here? So on his turn, he can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, quest for 6 up to 17. Zach Bivens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 17 himself. So DKP not able to win in his turn based on what we see on board.
Currently, Bivens is winning this race.
Absolutely.
Like you said,
Bivens
Liam,
can get to
DKP may
17.
be forced into response mode. But like I said, I don't know how many cards DKP has that can really do effective challenges. There's not a single, like the Baloos have 0, and the Pegasus and the Lilo have 1.
I think you Ink can get rid of the Lilo.
At the moment, Bivens is winning this race, but let's see what DKP can do to try and turn the tide. There's a Zeus on a Lilo.
Zeus on a Lilo. What? I mean, oh, what an image.
What?
That is over banishment as far as I'm concerned.
I guess Zach's not killing off the
questing
Baloo.
out here. That'll be 7 lore, I believe. He did have the option to banish the Blue for an extra, but not wanting to give that extra lore to DKP. And
So
here we go.
Lilo sat by a tree, looking at a star, making a wish. And what happened? A thunderbolt came down. And
I don't feel good about
the
this
lore
next
book, and
game.
that's it. Zach Bivens takes game 2, and we will be proceeding to a game 3 in this final semi-final match for the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I am so elated. We're going to get a game 3, Liam.
The two of the best players in the world. You know, I try not to root for either player when I'm in the broadcast booth, but I always root for a game 3.
Always.
I want to see more Lorcana at the highest level. Now, what matchup does this leave us with, Baker?
It's a really interesting one, Liam. Zach is now going to be forced to switch to Emerald Sapphire items. There are 4 copies of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Whenever you ink, you may look at the top card of your deck.
I don't know what to say,
item,
man.
then you may play that card.
Under the sea, under the sea, under the sea is all I can say.
Not for 1, not for 2, not for 3. Well, for 3, but free. Not free, free. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. We've got the Maurice's workshops to complement these items and draw us more cards. Emerald Coil's in there as well to give evasive. Bell is in there as a turn 1 drop to be. I think that's going to be really important this match. I think again, I'll have to ask Bivens if this is accurate or not, but to my layman eyes, looking at this list, I think this is a hard altar for this Bell in this matchup specifically.
I think you're exactly
nearly
right.
impossible, I think.
I think that this is a difficult matchup for Zach here. He has to navigate a really aggressive early game. We saw what Din Cam Fam can do.
So
with
different if
some
I
of those
thought
high-low
this
quests
was
in
the
early game,
discard
but
deck.
you do have a couple answers, a couple cards which can work to your favor. First, getting a Kit Cloud Kicker on curve here to bounce one of DKP's early high lore questers will be key. That's a turn 3 play that he can make. And then
It's
eventually
DKP
when you
and
get
I
to
think,
the end game, getting
unfortunately,
under the sea out in
Zach
order to
is
bounce
out
everything
here, I
back
think.
under DKP's deck. Because I'm willing to bet there's not a lot of very strong characters which won't be susceptible to the under the sea.
The glimmers are
That's how important it was for
on the bottom of your deck. There you go.
Bivens.
We've
That's how important it was
also
for
got this
Zach had to win
earlier,
game 1.
Ratigan's Marvelous Trap, which
So
is an
if he
item
lost
that
game
takes
2, he
2
could be
lore
on the
from your
play in game,
opponent, but to the point you were
game
making,
3.
Liam,
But
cards
actually,
that
this
can
is.
combat this board.
I mean,
You mentioned
after
Kick
doing this
Cloud Kicker,
matchup, he
bouncing
knew
a
this was
character
nearly
2 cost or
impossible.
less. But we also have one of my favorite cards of the new set.
Because he knew he always
I
has
don't
to
know
beat
how
this
you
no matter
can't
what. It's just he
smile
could have been
when
on the
looking
play
at
one
this
of the
big
games.
boy's face.
Sure.
Louis the Endearing Alligator, a perfect name for this character.
Louis
He's
will
a
help, I
4/3,
think.
and on play you give an opposing character Reckless. Will we see a Pegasus or a Lilo
Let's
just
see what happens.
challenge into this Endearing Alligator?
We just may. This is a card that Zach Bivens loves. I ran into him on the opening weekend of Reign of Jafar at a tournament, and he said this is one of the best cards available right now.
He's
It
also got
answers
a
the meta
staircase. Okay, he's
perfectly,
got
and he was
some
testing it out
things.
there. Seems to have liked it.
Absolutely.
Because here it is.
Is that
in the
double
World
kit?
Championship.
And
It's
another
double
really
kit.
interesting
Okay,
card in
okay.
this deck. A card that I was maybe a little bit
I don't
critical
know how
towards
helpful
when
that's going
it
to be,
first,
but
was first released. And to be fair, it hasn't seen a lot of play. But 4 copies of the Hidden Ink Caster, which is a 2-cost uninkable item. You do draw a card just for playing it, and then we get to cheat.
He needs most
we get
of his
to break
like
the rules of the
characters.
game, Liam.
Yeah.
Every card has the inkable flourish while that Ink Caster's on board.
Speaking of them, we're going to ship 2 to the bottom of the deck here, but we do have 2 Kid
Come
Cloud
on,
Kickers
big
in
draws.
the opening hand for Zach.
That's pretty good. I wondered if we would hard alter for the bell, but maybe if your hand is sort of decent enough that you think you can combat, then maybe it's not worth the risk to do such an aggressive alter. But yeah, this list is spicy. Also 3 copies of Sir Hiss in the deck, who's a 3-1 evasive, so we will have a potential evasive answer to those Pegasus, although trading a 3 cost for a 1 cost doesn't feel great, but sometimes necessary.
Absolutely. So players shuffling up here, they're going to offer their deck for the cut. We're going to be underway here shortly.
Oh, this is tense, man.
This is really tense. This is one of those games, you know, we have control games that go really long, and it's tit for tat back and forth. This, we're going to know how things are going to go in the first 4 or 5 turns here. Zach's going to have to navigate a very, very difficult board state in the first few turns in order to take it to the end game. Zach's deck is not meant to win quickly. Now, the other thing is, you pointed out Radigan's Marvelous Trap, a card that I'm sure you're a big fan of.
Big fan.
That will actually help out a little bit
We
against
saw
aggro,
Zach
maybe.
in previous games against some aggressive decks start to cycle those Radigan's Marvelous Traps with cards like Tamatoa, pulling them back out of the discard pile. So this is a card that he wants to get going. If we can find one perhaps off an Oswald and get it cycling, that will slow down DKP and kind of lock him out from being able to win the game.
All right, so DKP is going to be on the play here. We're going to start off by inking that Jetsam, and down comes the turn 1 Cursed Merfolk, a 0-1 quest for 2, and when challenged, your opponent must discard a card, a super aggressive card in Emerald. We're going to be going with a Porpsicle over on Bivens' side of the board, and a pass. So this Cursed Merfolk is getting at least 4 lore as far as I'm concerned.
That's true, and again, you highlighted the importance of that turn 1 bell. Imagine the difference here if he's able to play that, not able to find it, so won't have an answer. And we have 2 on turn 2, the Lilo and the Daisy Duck. That's 6 lore on the board already.
That is
this
aggressive.
Is a tough opening to overcome.
Yeah, just like that is such an aggressive start. We've got the Merfolk, who's definitely getting 2 more lore, and then the Daisy Duck and the Lilo both
GG,
questioned for 2. And what's interesting here is the Daisy Duck, pretty good odds to not give Bivens any characters. There are so many non-character cards in the deck, so it could be free lore. We're going to be inking a Fishbone Quill, and down comes that lucky rabbit.
I don't know what Oswald's going to be able to do.
Can we get some luck from the top of our deck and cheat some items into play? The likes of Lucky Dime, Maurice's Workshop, the Hidden Inkcaster, the Quill, the Coil, the Galactic Communicator. There's a lot in this deck, and here we are questing away.
We
got one. We got one.
We got character Sir Hiss, but look at this board state so far. That Olivia Flavisham we highlighted earlier coming down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
We are nearly threatening game, Liam. We are
2, 3, 4,
1
5,
away
6,
from
7,
threatening
8,
game
9,
at this
10,
point.
11.
And the Donald Duck is in hand, and it gives an extra lore bip to a character.
Oh, that is threatening game.
Okay.
Now we can challenge into the Merfolk here. We also have the Cloud Kicker that we can play on turn 3. So we have some answers.
It's still
as it stands, you're right. With that Donald Duck coming down, that would end the game right now.
It absolutely would. The Donald Duck is a Musketeer, a 3-cost character, has Bodyguard, and on play you give an extra lore pip to one of your characters. Is Zach thinking about that, though? We ink him instead. It's the Louis Endearing Alligator, so no item for free on this turn. If this Oswald doesn't make a challenge this turn, then this game is over.
Well, let's see. We do have Cloud Kickers. Going to send that Olivia Flavisham back to hand. Oswald now probably going to challenge into that Merfolk, I'm guessing.
Excellent. The Cloud Kicker, super important there to prevent DKP from getting to game too quickly. Are we going to be making a challenge with this Oswald? I think we've got to.
We've got to as well. That Oswald would have loved to find a Radigan's Marvelous Trap perhaps off the top deck. Not finding anything. Zach will have to discard a card. Emerald Coil going to the discard pile. The effect of challenging into that Merfolk. Back over to DKP with 6 lore on board. He'll be able to go to 14. We know we have... Okay, we won't play that Donald this turn.
It's so difficult.
6 lore up to 14. I think he wants to use it as a surprise. Oh, is it gone? Did he ink it?
Oh, he may have.
Because he definitely showed it to the camera a minute ago, and then he put his hand face down. So my apologies. I may have missed that. Maybe he did ink it, and I was getting a bit carried away there, because he definitely had one in his hand earlier.
He has several other cards important in hand here. He does have a Prince Philip here. This is a 3/2 character with Ward. Now, Zach does have cards that can bounce characters back to hand if things get out of hand, like the Galactic Communicator, but that Ward character could prevent that, or will prevent that. Yep. Olivia Flavisham coming back down here.
My apologies, audience. He probably inked that Donald, and I missed it. But yeah, we're going to play Olivia. We inked the Philip and played on an Ursula. No songs. I think the only song in the entire deck for Bivens is that Under the Sea, and not hitting it this time. That Under the Sea could be a game changer. Can we find the Radigan's Marvelous Trap as well to lower DKP's lore total?
That's what we need here. I think that is an answer.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we need to take 5 lore off the board here.
Yeah, you can take.
We could
you can
take out
5.
two Lilos.
You can take out actually
That would
7
be 4
more.
lore gone.
We do have the Galactic Communicator, which would bounce things, but it feels really bad to spend your entire turn on that one play.
You could cut the tension in this room
Yeah.
with a toothpick.
This is crazy.
At this point in time. With a spoon. We are going to see that Porpsicle digging. Can we find like a kick cloud kicker? Would have been really nice there. We do have one in hand though. I just saw from the shuffle there is still a kick cloud kicker in hand. Inking that Tamatoa happy as a clam. And second miss for Oswald. Let me count these items.
There's 30.
You've done it, have you? There's so half the deck. There's the kick cloud kicker, probably the Olivia.
That would be my guess.
She does quest for 3.
Zach taking a look here, making sure. Now, those Oswald triggers, you know, it is a bummer to miss, but I will point out hitting Radigan's Marvelous Trap off the top deck would be so huge here.
So huge.
Something Zach's hoping to do. We're dividing
Zach
up the
trying to wait
challenges.
to see if he can get it
easy
under the
challenges
sea,
here are the
maybe?
Lilos, which can be banished by each one of these
I don't
characters.
think
You lose
so.
the Oswald, though, which is a disappointment.
Yep, it certainly is. But we're going to do it. The Lucky Rabbit, not so lucky for Zach in this game, and the Kick Cloud Kicker doubling into those Lilos. So we've taken the pressure off a little bit. DKP capped at 17 lore this turn from questing. A trigger from the Daisy. We got Sir Hiss last time. We got a Scrooge McDuck. That's pretty good if that helps us find like a Ratigan's Marvelous Trap, although we wouldn't be able to
GG.
play it yet.
Look at this. Look at this. GG. It's like take
And it's
every
a shame
character
because
off
again,
the
you
board.
want to have if you've got
Put
a
his
lot of
hand-
items, then you can play the Scrooge for free. Oh, this is super tense. Zach Bivens putting down his hand, crossing his arms, and going deep into his mind
I think
palace.
the first.
Yeah, just a really tough matchup here. He drew a crab off the top deck. Not
I
gonna
think the
help
more I
him
think
here.
about it, even if
He
Zach
can
won
challenge
game
for the
1,
Daisy and remove it, but there's
how does he
so much
beat this
lore on the board
deck?
right now. He'll have to deal with that Olivia Flavisham by itself, in addition to a couple other characters. So
Maybe
he does
he
have the
should have
Galactic
just
Communicator, can
benched
bounce
this
the Olivia
deck.
Flavisham, challenge into the Daisy Duck.
I think
What else do we have to
maybe
do with
you
that
just have to
last
bench the
bit of
hyper aggro
lore?
deck. It's so
Galactic
hard.
Communicator, pay 2, and then we're going to pay 1 more and banish it to return the Olivia to hand. The kits are going to double into the Daisy.
Play the Sir Hiss,
GG.
and that will be
And
Zach very
that is
sportingly playing
game.
it out. Panning. And
Huge
we-
round of applause to our 2 competitors. Zach playing out as well. DKP with an incredibly aggressive start is going to be proceeding
Well, it's Europe versus
to the
NA.
finals of the World Championship.
Europe versus
A
NA.
huge congratulations to DKP, who has had an amazing season
gonna have
so
more announcements
far
now? Probably.
and now finds himself in the finals of the World Championship. Commiserations to Zach Bivens, another incredible season. Top 4 of the World Championship. Liam, nothing to be ashamed of at all.
One of the top 4 players in the world, making it all the way here after an incredible journey. Shout out to both of these players. Incredible players, incredible people. Man, just thinking back
What a game.
on these players' journeys, each one taking a unique path here. Every single one of the players out there, all 28 of them, all leading here to this moment. Zach Bivens grinding it out through various tournaments. DKP on multiple continents. Every single one of them deserving of this honor. It's just the emotions out there running high right now.
It really is. Again, it means so much to all of these players. They've worked so hard. Obviously, everyone wants to go home with that trophy, but only one person can call
If
themselves the
Ed
World
wins this,
Championship.
it's
So
like
it is now
the triple
confirmed.
threat.
Your grand finals is going to be the North
It's
American
also no
and
benching. How does this work?
DLC champion Ed going up against another
No benching.
just insanely talented player.
No benching is
in
kind of crazy here.
DKP.
Melbourne Challenge champion. This is going to be a battle of titans, a clash of continents,
A clash
if you
of
will.
continents, EU versus North America. I think that's a pretty poetic way to see this day out. But yeah, commiserations
probably gonna
to
get more
all our
announcements
players
as
and
well.
congratulations to both Edmund and DKP, finalists in the World Championship. We've got more Lorcana. What a day.
I know, and what a match we're about to see. If you're just tuning in, that you're going to get to watch the finals between these 2 players. Now, to this point, both players have had a deck benched for each one of these matches, having to only pilot 2 of their decks. In the finals, they're going to have to play all 3 against each other. You're going to get a best of 5, and these players are going to have to prove that they're the masters of all 6 inks in order to hoist that trophy and call themselves the world champion.
Exactly. We will not be doing an interview at this point in time. We're keen to get the finals underway as soon as possible. In a moment, we're going to be throwing to a break, but when we come back, We've got more announcements to let you guys know
I'm gonna get
about
some food very
out
quickly,
there
just
in
a
the
quick
Lorcana
snack.
community.
Back in a bit,
But
guys.
Liam, I want to take the time to say it's been an absolute pleasure working with you all weekend, my friend. You will see us again at the end when we have our award ceremony. You will see us on camera one last time, but I'm very excited to let you know that your finals will be casted by JD and Brandon, which is sure to be an epic matchup. I'm excited. Liam, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend, genuinely. Thank you for sharing this with me. A shout out to the entire Lorcana community, to my friends and family, to my testing club, SLTC. I'm a happy baker. Are you ready to go to a break? Any last comments?
I want to say it's an honor sharing the booth with you, and it's an honor sharing this broadcast with all of you.
It really is.
Thank you so much for allowing me this honor. Baker.
So I'm going to have you draw Diablo Devoted Herald.
Okay. I'm a terrible drawer, so it's gonna be horrible. At least I only have to use like one color.
Yes! More detail.
I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna write Diablo so no one gets confused. Alright, ready?
Yep.
Thank you guys.
Okay. I'm so bad at drawing. So she has eyes for sure.
Question mark?
Do the snake thing. And she has a tongue. Something like that, I
That's perfect. Okay.
Blue.
Give you like 45 seconds to a minute.
Okay.
See what you got.
Okay.
Alright. That's the best I got. Is that close?
Yeah, it's perfect. It looks exactly like the card.
Okay. Good. Which one was it?
It's the legendary blue one.
The
It's
2/6?
like he's flying, yeah.
Okay.
With the,
All right. I put it was kind of flying.
Yeah, no, that's great. It looks
There's
just
some
like-
motion
Yeah,
lines.
it's the one. That's a-
Oh, there it is. Oh, it's doing. It's mirrored. I mirrored it though.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, he had wings.
Cost Teika card that is Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, Tekka is a hard one to draw.
Just give me the best. You can give me those colors over there if you want to.
I should probably use red and purple or something. I
Okie
think
dokie, I'm
she's-
back.
Yeah, there's a lot of fire in that card, I believe. So yeah, she's probably going like crazy.
I got some chocolate chat.
Let's
Chilling.
put some water. I'm not sure if there's water behind the card, but she's coming out of the water, right? So if there's a little bow with a Moana, then maybe people will understand it's Tekka. And I'm gonna put the side of Malmo. And since it's a red purple card, I'm gonna put some purple. Right? So people will know I didn't know the card, but I'm just bad at card. That's the idea. Maybe there's some splish splash sploosh because she comes out of the water. I need to look at the card art after because I'm not sure, but at least you want to read it? Look at this beautiful art.
Incredible.
Is it close? I have no clue.
I think it looks great.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm out from the booth into the interview area with you, Rebecca.
Here you are again.
Here I am again, back and forth. How was that last match? You saw that.
It was incredible all the way to game 3. 2 amazing players, and that came down to the wire. It was wild watching those decks at play.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible Lorcana so far. We're going to see more incredible Lorcana in the finals. We also have had some incredible news and announcements today.
We have.
And we're going to bring you some more.
We have more.
And to do it, we're going to go back to the booth with Cooper and Brandon.
Yes. Hey, Cooper.
What's
you have
up?
some more announcements for us.
I'm back, ready to go.
Let's go.
Yep.
All right. Yeah,
Please.
thanks for joining us, Cooper. We have some things to recap from this weekend, a lot of exciting things. To start with, we have the formats for the upcoming challenges. We have the main events of Day 1 Swiss, 8 rounds of Swiss, best of 3 instead of the 2-game format. Day 2, 4
Interesting
rounds
that they only
Swiss,
say
best of
North
3
America
into a
and
top
Europe for main events
32
for the season
grand
format, so
finals
maybe
with
the other
best
ones
of
aren't
5.
mentioned yet.
And as we move on to the Infinity format as well, each challenge will feature a larger Infinity constructed side event, but challenge number 3 will feature the Infinity constructed main event. So anybody interested in the Infinity format, be sure to
they
be
call to
practicing for
Worlds
that.
as well? That's
Infinity
so
Constructed
weird.
will host a separate ban list as well, so pull out those Hirams, pull out the steel items. Moving back to Challenge Season 2, we've got
Steel
3
items for
challenges in
Fortispheres.
Europe, Bologna, Ghent, and Dortmund, with the championship happening in September. And remember, the top 32 in these
September next year,
challenges
that's
will
so
go to the
far away.
championship.
My God.
After that, we have the beautiful Day 1 prizing
Look
with
at those
your
cards!
participation
September
promo, the
next year,
Pegasus,
man.
the Mulan, the Simba. Beautiful cards that I know that all of the players will be seeking after for sure. After that, we have the Challenge Season 2 North America schedule with Milwaukee, Richmond, and Indianapolis. 3 challenges happening in North America, with the championship happening in August 28th through 30th. Again, top 32 per challenge making it over there. Then we've got Brazil, where we have challenge number 1 in Q2, challenge number 2 in Q3, with the championship happening in 2026 as well. Then, of course, we can't forget the rest of the beautiful prizes. The Challenge Season 2 prizes. Top 32 gets this Elsa Maker Challenge foil promo card. Top 16 gets the playmat with the same beautiful art. The golden Mickeys are back for the top 8. The Brave Little Tailor. Top 4 receives a foil uncommon uncut sheet of Disney Lorcana cards of the most recent set, while the top 2 gets the full foil set, including enchanted and epic cards, not those iconics though. And then for first place, you get the foil rare uncut sheet and the Disney Lorcana trophy.
So many exciting prizes.
Then we have Oceania to talk about.
That's right, yeah. So we are happy to start talking about Australia for Challenge Season 2, and there's a little bit of a difference here with what's going on in Australia. So in Oceania, there will be a challenge qualifier starting in New Zealand on November 1st and 2nd of this year. This will award buys for one open challenge event in 2026, which will be announced at a later date. The 2026 event will still award a World Championship invite spot to the winner. However, these will not be a championship event for the region. So again, all of those details will be announced at a later time, and we'll be sure to keep everyone up to date as far as what those look like for Australia. And then moving into the Asia region, we actually have China joining the challenge season for this upcoming year. We have 3 challenge events that are going to be taking place. One in 2025 September, one in January of 2026.
That's 13, right?
And one that is to be determined sometime between April and May of 2026.
China and then Japan.
Followed by a championship in 2026
Yeah,
July.
it's gonna be Japan as well.
Now we will be inviting the top 16 per challenge, including the Grand Prix winners that have been taking place over the past couple months. They will also receive invites to the championship in China. We're going to continue on into Japan for Challenge Season 2. We have a first challenge
Maybe
event
there's one in
happening
Canada.
Tokyo. This will take place in the new year, January 2026, along with a second challenge event. This will also is still being worked on. We will announce details on this a little later on, but this will take place in the summer of 2026. And similar to China, we will also be inviting members to the championship from each challenge, along with Grand Prix invites that have been taking place over the last couple months.
Ooh.
Ooh.
More prizes.
What is this?
Well, Cooper, what is this?
Yeah, this is prize wall items that we are really just excited to show off.
Yeah, we can't
There's
play
a
in that,
lot
I
of
don't
awesome
think.
items here
We don't speak
to
the
talk
language.
about. You know, we have 2 amazing playmats, kind of taking the artwork from the promo cards of the challenge foil.
I hope there's plenty of these
kind of going
in
over
between
those
third-party events
those
as well.
details. All 4 challenge promo cards will receive a non-foil version to go on the prize wall as well, which is really exciting. We have some
And those, if I can, Cooper, those are actually going to have a collector number and a new challenge border as well.
Yes, they will have a new challenge border, and you'll see on the Dragonfire and Let It Go cards, which are from Season 1, those will also have a new collector number and new challenge border to go along with the refresh.
Cooper, are Dragonfire and Let It Go coming back? Will they be part of Fabled? Are they being reprinted?
These cards are not returning in Fabled, but you never know when you might see them pop up again. So for now, they'll be great for the upcoming Infinity events that we announced earlier today.
Absolutely love all this. And take a look at that hat and pin. I have to tell you, the
They're
hat is
missing
one of my
one,
favorite
right? They
prizes
said-
from the prize wall last season.
Can I count?
Occasionally you see one in the wild, like on a plane
Three
or
in
in the airport,
China.
and you know that is a Disney Lorcana
3
player.
in Europe,
so super
3
excited
in
people are
America.
gonna earn
That's
that
9.
as well.
2 in Brazil.
I'm particularly excited
in
about these
Australia.
flame hats that we're showing here. It looks like there's 2
2 in
versus the
Japan.
1
Yeah,
for the
that's- they're
Cinderella
missing one, right?
Stout-Hearted for last season.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be just really great. We're excited for all these prize wall items, and yeah, I'm excited for people to get their hands on this and all these items.
So it looks like all of the details have been shared so far, but we do have this graph to go through, or this graphic to go through for all the different ways that you can earn your invite to Worlds for the next season, Cooper. Why don't we go over this?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and review all of these details. I do want to call out that for Southeast Asia, we unfortunately were not able to have quite locked in details yet around those events' dates and locations, but we are happy to announce that they will be part of the circuit for this upcoming season. So we will have more information on exactly what that looks like in the coming weeks and months, and of course keep an eye on all of their socials as well, so you can stay informed on when those events will take place. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and run through the World's invites from the top. North America and Europe will be receiving, again, as per standard from Season 1, a first place invite per challenge will go to the World Championship, as well as the top 8 from those
I just can't believe
championship
we've got
events
less
will
challenges
also
in Europe and
go
America.
to
It
Worlds
just
for a total of
doesn't
11
feel great.
invites.
I thought there was
Going
gonna be
into
way more.
Asia, China, Japan, and Southeast Asia, those will both be first place per challenge as well as first place per championship. Based on the number of challenges and championships they have, we will be running through 4 total invites, 3 total invites, and 5 total invites for Southeast Asia. And going through Australia and Brazil to wrap it up, we will have a first place per challenge invite for Australia, as well as a first place per challenge invite and championship for Brazil, for a total of 3. So this is shaping up to be a really great Worlds event already. We don't have more details to share on Worlds quite yet, but we're super excited over the next coming months to reveal more details.
So many exciting things.
So many new
events around the entire world. So many new prizes. Those playmats, I know, are some of the toughest prizes to earn at the prize wall. I know people are going to be doing those side events to earn those playmats. So
I wonder
get
how the
ready
community
to
feels about
compete
this.
and get all of those prizes on the prize wall.
I'd say we were like 80%
I mean, if you're not
positive,
a
and then
competitor,
the
you can go to
amount
these
of
Disney
events
Lorcana
is like.
challenges. They have spectator tickets you can go.
I think
you can play in some
you
of these
should have
side
at
events,
least
you can grind out
matched
those
what was
tickets,
on
you
in
can earn
Europe last
amazing
year
promos.
and in
I'm a collector,
America.
and that's one of the things I love about
Or just
challenges,
split it 5 and
collecting all
5
the
instead of
fun
the way it was
trinkets.
6
all
and
the
an A
fun
and
things.
4
Me
here.
too, and there's plenty of challenges to go to. 16 total, 5 championships coming up for the next season. I mean, if you're a competitor, you should be excited about
Is that
this.
16? Can I count?
Yes, and I think one thing that we are all excited about, everyone, is the Disney Lorcana community being able to come together again. The Disney Lorcana community is something that makes this game so special. People have created lifelong friendships, an incredible support group through teams and friends and people they've met. I know there's marriages that have happened in this game, and we all have lives outside of this game. There's things that happen, but we have our friends that support us, and sometimes we have tragedies and challenging times that come up. And one of our players here this weekend actually had a tough thing happen earlier this week. Mo Shamblin lost his dog. This is Cookie, his dog of 14 years, and they
That's
had
sad.
to say goodbye to Cookie. And we know that that was just something that was really, really hard on him, and he still showed up this weekend to play. And gosh, did he play. He did so much, and that's the spirit of a champion right there. And so we just wanted to give Mo a little shout out there for coming here and still playing. And again, coming back to that Disney Lorcana community, that we are all here. We're one big, happy, magical family, and here to support each other through it all. And I can't wait for those challenges next year when we can all be together again.
I totally agree. And I can't wait to see the way
I
this
also
challenge
counted
finishes up.
15.
By the way, Cookie would be proud. Fantastic performance, Mo. And I'm glad you're able to push through it and compete here. I'm going to cry again.
No, don't cry,
Crying on camera is my
Liam.
thing now, apparently.
Well, we are getting ready for the match of a lifetime here. Liam, we have 2 competitors who have challenged and quested their way here to the finals. We are going to get ready for that. Stay tuned. We have a best of 5 coming
Best
up.
of
How
5.
are you excited, Liam?
I can't tell you how excited I am. The entire challenge season, a year plus of preparation, 11 challenges, 15,000 players, 28 competitors here, all the way now to the top 2, the 2 best players in the world going head-to-head to hoist that trophy. Everything's on the line.
Everything's on the line. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We have the finals coming up.
Here we go. Big finals, big best of 5. Oh, we can actually see the card. Looks pretty sick.
Welcome, Illumineers, to the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship Day 2. We've been building up to this moment exactly. We've got these 28 players, came in this weekend, had to go through 7 rounds. The first 3 rounds being super sealed, last 4 rounds being triple deck constructed on day 1. The top 8 players came in and played today. They were playing best of 3 triple deck constructed, single elimination. Still with the benches that they were doing, we're left with Ed Chu, the very first seed, and DKP, the 3rd seed.
Man, you cannot write a better story. You're talking about 2 of the most consistent players we have in Disney Lorcana.
That is very true. I think they've both shown their consistency like crazy.
And I can't write a better story. But you mentioned it. There's no more benching. You're going to truly have to prove that you are a master of all of the inks, and all of your decks are going to have to record a victory in order to receive that coveted title of first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion.
Yeah, we're going to see who is the Master Lumineer of all 6 inks, and Rebecca has them has an interview for us with the players before they get started, actually. So let's throw it over to Rebecca and see how these players are feeling.
Probably nervous, I would only imagine.
I would think so.
I am here with your 2 finalists for the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge. We have Ed and DKP. I have a question for each of you. DKP, you are the only player who played on 3 continents for this Disney Lorcana Challenge season. What would it mean to you to take this title?
It would mean everything for me. Yeah, it was almost my dream to win a world championship for NETCG, and yeah, now I'm here, and I can't be more excited.
Great, and Ed, you have the title of Disney Lorcana Challenge champion in Fort Worth. You have the North American champion title. Is there a moment this weekend when you felt like world champion title could be yours?
Job's not done, so we take it 1 game at a time, and you know, we'll celebrate when we get there.
All right. Well, good luck to you both. Players, please take your seats.
I actually really respect how
we are ready for the finals of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
He's like, you know what? Job ain't done till it's done.
Absolutely. I love that tenacity.
I love it. I love hearing that from Ed.
That is that mama mentality you need in order to be a world champion. And I'm telling you right now, these 2 players are on an entirely different level. And let me tell you something real quick, B-Square, before we hop into this game. I read this article, and it was talking about all these players of all these different sports and all these millionaires and billionaires and all these successful entrepreneurs, and they said, what is the one word that you can use to define how you got to this moment that sets you apart? And guess what that word was, B-Squared? That word was focus. And when I think of focus, I think of these 2 particular players. They're able to drown out all the noise. They're able to lock in, and they're able to be laser focused on this stage. They're not going to sweat, and I think they're going to get it done. What do you think, B-Square?
I am so excited for this matchup. We've got 2 Titans in the community. As you mentioned, I just want to repeat, Ed, first seed, going 5-0 yesterday. 5 rounds, and he was done, locked in.
Yeah, he's just
went home.
Ed,
said, this
if
is
Ed
all
wins this,
I
he's just
needed.
like, I just won
DKP
everything.
only needed 6, going
Didn't drop a
5-1
game.
before going home as well. We got the 1st and 3rd seed here. I couldn't be more excited. That's right. Let's get some hype for these players.
And you can hear that now. Yesterday, it was a completely different vibe. There was a completely empty auditorium. The players were playing. It was a lot of stress. But now all the friends and families and all the guests are in the facility right now cheering on these two Illuminaires, and the attitude and the energy is electric in the facility. This is the Disney Lorcana World Championship. Look at that beautiful golden.
Look at the shiny trophy, the shiny Mickey.
Oh my goodness.
Right there on the table, staring them in the face.
How much chat? How much do you think it's worth?
And it's going to be, you may never get this close again. I mean, you're sitting there, you're inches away from destiny, you're inches away from glory, because this is it.
It is
all
literally within grasp.
Yeah, it is so close, man. Victory is but the players are so lighthearted about it. It's like they're just sitting at a local league night playing, laughing.
I love seeing the smiles and the laughs from both these players. Something that I feel like summarizes this weekend is how great the sportsmanship has been between the players. There's been heartbreak, there's been victories, there's been cheering, there's been crying. We're finally here at the finals, and I'm excited to get into this. The players are going to have a little bit of time to look over their 3 deaths, because remember, for the entirety of the tournament, we've been playing constructed. One of these have been able to be benched. But if you want to be the best in the world, you have to win with everything. All 6 inks, no stone will be left unturned. So these players are going to take some time, look through the deck list, memorize the opponent's cards before they decide which deck they will use for their first game.
Absolutely. And another storyline that kind of came up to this event, a lot of reasons why people may not have believed in Ed Chu as much as I did, because that's my pick.
That is your pick. That is your pick.
That's my pick right there. I know what the big dog can do, and he's getting it done right here, heart of a
It's
champion.
also card
Another
market's pick.
storyline is, hey, DKP can only do this. Ed can only do that. They're gonna be hampered by this triple deck format, because he's only Ruby Amethyst and he's only Ruby Sapphire. But guess what? Not anymore. They have definitely proven that they are indeed a master of all these inks to get to this coveted position. They made it through the triple deck format. They made it through the super seal. They built the decks and they got it done. And look at this at the finals, B Squared. Whew, man, I'm ready.
Not only that, it's a battle across the ponds. We have Ed representing North America and DKP representing Europe. So two of them head-to-head here in the finals. And I would just want to keep talking about what you mentioned with both of these players being known for particular decks. Ed, at all the events he's gone to, he's primarily played Ruby Amethyst. People thought he was a Ruby Amethyst one-trick. He knows the deck, he comes in, he dominates, and he walks away. Same thing with DKP. Every event he goes to, he plays Ruby Sapphire, he dominates, he walks away. But that didn't stop these guys. DKP, of course, is playing Ruby Sapphire in his trio of decks. Ed deciding not to. Ed deciding to go a little bit different. He's not playing the Ruby Amethyst lineup, opting for a different trio.
That is absolutely correct, and I was surprised and shocked to see that, but you had to kind of mix it up. You have to keep the people off balance of what you're going to do, as they are still trying to just discuss those deck lists, maybe kind of getting a little last-minute lines of play figured out.
For me, I don't know, the pressure would be so high.
They kind of gone through the lines already. They know what's going to happen, as DKP is just doing a final check. Man, what would you be thinking right now? How would you be feeling if you were in this situation?
I would want to be as focused as possible. As you mentioned, both of these players are great at doing this. They are not, they're used to being in these final games, in these final stages. Both players having won challenges, DKP having won the Melbourne Challenge, Ed having won the Dallas-Fort Worth Challenge, also the North American
what Ed will
Champion.
start with. That's the
so
important
this is
thing.
not unfamiliar territory for them. And
what will he start with?
They've been here before.
Look at the composure. There's no freaking out. There's nobody getting
Is it
upset.
both
There's
Ruby
nobody
Sapphire start?
panicking.
That'd be
No
kinda
legs
crazy.
shaking. I think the players know what's going on. We're going to see.
Oh.
Okay. Look at that. No surprise. DKP leading off with the patent pending Ruby and Sapphire, while Edmund Chu is going to be starting off with the Emerald and Amethyst.
Let's go.
I love that. What do you think
Disney
about this matchup?
Lorcana
I am excited
World
to see
Championship
DKP
Grand
pulling
Finals.
out the stuff that he's used to, the Ruby Sapphire. He's saying, let's get this out of the way. I know this deck in and out. I know all of the matchups. I'm sure that he does. Ed coming in with Amethyst Emerald. We've seen him pilot this weekend and do it well.
Can't bench
so
anything.
I'm very excited for this. I need to take a look at Ed's
They need to change
real
that.
quick.
Okay, so while they're doing that, the shuffling up, the players are getting
do
ready.
need to
Edmund
change
Chu is going to be on the Emerald and Amethyst. It is more of the tempo version. Not a lot of discard cards in the deck. You do have those Ursulas in the build, the Cricky, but there's not a lot of the Sudden Chill Prince John package or the Shift Diablo, more of the tempo variety. While
Is that better?
Shark Burn deck, a lot of people
Yeah.
collectively call it the DKP special.
Exactly.
You know, the DKP deck, when you know you're really, really a talented player, you get your own signature deck. So
it's named after you.
Yeah, of course, I would be very disappointed if he didn't bring that strategy to this event.
Yeah, and we will get to see him play out this strategy. We've seen him play this deck already today numerous times, and like you mentioned, it uses the Maui Half Shark along with some items, some locations. We've seen McDuck Manor do some damage earlier in the day as well. So it looks like the players are getting pretty close to finishing shuffling up. We will soon get into their altar phase, where if anybody might be joining and unfamiliar with the Disney Lorcana rules, or at least how the game starts, both players, after shuffling their decks, allow each other to cut their decks, which is just what we see DKP doing here, and then they draw 7 cards, look at those, they can put back any that they want to, and then fill their hand back up to 7 before we start the game.
Absolutely, but it looks like it is time. So if you're busy, you know what I'm saying, you don't have your beverage, you get back in, you put your seat back up. It is time to begin. This is the grand finals. This
Looks like
is
Ed's got a
versus
pretty good
DKP.
shift hand.
This is the Disney Lorcana World Champion. We will get it.
DKP's starting hand does
Let's
not
lock in.
look good.
It is time to begin as the altar phases are taking place.
Oh, wait.
There is a Diablo.
Never mind. They can still alter.
Yeah,
I was about to
there's
say
a
that
Diablo
hand
in Ed's
does
list.
not look
I was looking
good.
at DKP's hand real quick too. You know, something
DKP's
that we've
keeping
I've
one
heard
alter in
Ed talk
6,
about when it comes to
100%.
altering is, as the player going second, which is DKP
4,
in this scenario,
5,
you don't have to alter
6.
until your opponent does.
I don't
so
think there was
I think DKP was
turn 2
waiting
ramp.
until Ed did his alter before he decided to do his. I didn't quite catch what they put away. They were moving pretty quick.
Oh, did he make a
With
mistake?
the hands here, but they went ahead and chose their altars. They're shuffling up, and in moments we will start the grand finals of the very first
dude.
Disney Lorcana World Championship.
I am ready. I've been buzzing. I probably slept a grand total of 6 minutes this entire weekend. I've been so excited. We're in Disney World, for crying out loud. This is the most magical place on earth for a reason, and I'm playing the most magical game in the entire world as well. And this entire time has all come down to this, and I can't tell you, I've been absolutely buzzing for the past 2 days.
It's all come down to this, and here we go, the very first start of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Let's go, let's go,
I'm going to turn off my cam for the
like
finals, but I'll briefly comment if I'm
Look
watching,
at him.
all right?
Look at him go.
Enjoy, everyone.
Panicking right now. Maybe he's internally panicking. Maybe he can channel that energy as we do have that Diablo on 1. Maybe he has a shift in hand as well. Maybe he can get some value out of that thing before. And we will start with the Devoted Herald, or the Maleficent Spy.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at
No
DKP's
ramp.
hand with the Diablo, with its ability. Ed just looking at DKP's hand, memorizing it so we know what we're working with.
Okay, I did see we got the Vision of the Future. Was there a 2-cost ramp in there? There is no
I
ramp.
didn't see any ramp.
There is no
ramp,
ramp.
yeah.
We do not have it right now. Maybe this popsicle will give it
Drop.
to you, and it does not.
No,
that
that'll
is
be a
the-
Grandma Tala.
That
Needs
is
it
Grandma Tala.
next
So
turn.
this deck is very consistent at finding that 2-cost ramp.
If he gets
but
the
it looks
ramp,
like you did
though,
not. You have a
then
ton of
he,
sharks
like, if he
in your
literally
hand,
top
as
decks
we
the
will
ramp,
go ahead and shift that Diablo
he
almost
gets,
immediately into a Sing of a Friend
he can
on the
play
other
how far I'll
side.
go.
Look at that. Diablo
ramp
is
into it.
exerted now, so he
Is
can
there
come
an
on in
Ursula?
and gain that additional card next turn.
Ursula?
Yeah, another notable thing about
No.
DKP's
Ramp?
hand right now, we don't have an immediate answer to this
No.
Diablo. DKP only running 2
He's not
brawls, which is
happy.
usually the answer that we see to a Diablo. Ed being able to go first means this Diablo is going to get a lot of value for every time the Diablo is exerted. On your opponent's turn, when they draw a card, you draw a card. Ruby Sapphire loves to draw cards. You saw
Yeah,
it with the
this is not a
popsicle
good
there.
start
So
for
DKP is
DKP,
missing.
and for Ed, this is
his
probably the
turn
best start.
2 ramp, but we're going to Visions of the Future. Look at the top 5 cards of our deck, see what we like, and pull it back to our hand. Granted, Ed will not draw off the Diablo for this because it is not a
Still
draw
no
trigger.
ramp.
You just get to choose the card off the top 5. But we'll see
It's
what
unfortunate.
And it looks like he's thumbing up to hang on to that hideaway for a time.
2 sharks in hand,
potentially
yeah.
trying to set
No
up
ramp
for
for
the
DKP.
remainder
This
of the
looks
end
like
game.
it's
You
gonna be
got
super
to sing
solid for
another
Ed.
phrase on the other side. That is just punishing. Double Diablo, double Sing, gaining infinite resources, it seems, as this is an incredible start coming in from the North American Continental Champion, as we will go ahead and take another turn off to get the pull.
Oh my god, he might as well be
Ed
playing Ruby
drawing
Amethyst.
so many cards.
What's going on?
Ed understanding the
Might
importance
as well be
of
playing Ruby
having cards in
Amethyst.
hand is because he knows that Den is trying to go to the late game with this Ruby Sapphire list. You want to have as many resources in hand as possible. The more cards in hand, the more ways you have to respond.
ramp.
DKP going to start with the Develop Your Brain. Look at the
No
top
ramp.
2 cards. Pick one, put the other on the bottom. We're going to keep the Hades Infernal Schemer in hand.
Yeah, but still no acceleration. He has not ramped. He's going to have to force to make the
he's
very
using the hideaway to
choice.
ramp the popsicle.
For sure, but that is a painful line of play that you just really don't want to make more often than
mean,
not.
if Ed has a wrong lever,
acceleration
if he plays a
that you
shark,
need
it's
to
still
get to the advanced stages of the game, but it comes at a significant cost. You're going to place basically waste your entire turn and remove that very valuable popsicle to the inkwell, which you need for that happy as a clam.
Yeah, Ed going really fast here, just playing a genie, passing. DKP is playing how far I'll go, taking a card from the top 2 in the deck, putting the other in the inkwell.
And that does represent another piece of acceleration. So now you will be able to get that Maui half shark established onto the field of play to slow Ed down. But look at that hand. He's holding an entire catalog, it seems like, as his hand is fully expanded. I believe that's 8 characters. And we're going to continue to draw.
Another pull the lever. We're going to draw 2 cards on Ed's turn.
There's a wrong lever.
First thing we're going to start with.
He
Ed having just a ton of cards in hand, preparing for the onslaught that's coming with DKP, knowing that a lot of these cards are going to be removed at some point as he continues to build up his inkwell.
We'll go ahead and prepare
like
to, before we pass over, just checking, making sure you don't have any other characters they can send to the field of play. Looking at your entire magazine you have of cards right now, thinking about putting that cricket down to the inkwell. You do have a Diablo that you can use your remaining ink. Do you have a 2-cost character or action that you can play?
I think Ed's holding on to like 10 cards right now. Yeah. We're going to play this Diablo Obedient Raven.
And just like you said, only 2 brawls right now. That is going to be probably the story of this build, of this deck, because a lot of people really haven't been worried about Diablo too much because he's been typically found in Emerald and Steel, and that deck has been banned for throughout a lot of this tournament. But only having 2 brawls in this Diablo is kind of running away with this game a little bit.
I mean, something else to notice, we only have 2 Sisu-empowered siblings as well. We are running 3 Be Prepareds, but Ed is on the 4 Ursula Deceivers as well, so if he can sniff out one of those Be Prepareds, he might be able to time it at the right time.
He's just looking for a prep, I think.
Get it out of DKP's hands as he's searching for it to stabilize.
But some good news for DKP, his hand is also quite healthy. Typically at this point in the game, you will kind of start to struggle with your resources, but he hasn't been able to really do much of anything at this point. Just the way the cards have kind of came about for DKP. He's a champion though, so he can kind of power through these things. I've seen him. He's like a wizard as well. He's kind of achieved victory in some very precarious positions. So he's never going to give up. He's always going to play it all the way through, but this is definitely not the ideal start
DKP hasn't played
from the Australian champion.
DKP playing Visions of the Future into a developer.
It's really rough though. I mean, I feel from here his draws are very, very bad.
He knows exactly what he needs and what he's looking for, trying to look for answers to catch up, gain control of this board from Edmund Chu. We are going to go ahead and brawl the Diablo.
And he does find the brawl, and he hits that Diablo. If you're thinking about it here,
maybe the Genie. Maybe.
Yeah, Genie is a significant lore threat in this situation, and you already got 1 billion cards in hand. What's 1 billion in 1 is probably what was going through DKP's mind, because you're probably never going to catch up in this resource race right now. But getting that Diablo off the field proves to be the correct choice. Hand is expanding ever more as we still sit in that final.
Diablo off the top there. The shift one, another. I have another Genie we pull to the front as well. We might see Edmund play just cards that continue to replace themselves.
Yeah, I think Ed just takes the slow and he's fine.
So that every time DKP banishes one of Ed's cards, he's able to replace it, or it's been replaced already. That's his 3rd pull the lever that we're playing, drawing 2 cards again.
And it's all about the pressure. I mean, you can either pressure through the board, but you can also pressure through just out resourcing your opponent.
Right now.
As you know, this Shark deck, or this DKP Shark Special, as I like to call it, it clears the board quite consistently in those games. But if you can just continue to keep rebuilding the board, eventually you can just out-resource this deck. That is one of the weaknesses that that this deck does have. So still 3 characters on the board, electing not to commit more resources.
He's just going to wait out.
Just trying to play that resource game. I like the strategy coming up from it.
I don't want to overextend. DKP's already at that ink total where we could see something like a Sisu or a Be Prepared being played. So don't want to overextend and have more cards banished than you need. We're going to start with a Sail the Azurite Sea for DKP. Draw a card that allows us to ink an extra time for this turn.
And we still haven't put the Shark into the field. Maybe you're trying to save that Shark until you can get some mana set up potentially, or maybe be able to play. Maybe trying to play around a potential else of the 5th Spirit that can come down and exert that Shark before he's able to do mass damage. As the double ink is going to be the Tamatoa and the Maui, and the Hades is going to come on in and send that Genie down to the inkwell.
Hades Infernal Schemer removing that Genie. DKP doing what he can to just keep Ed off of lore on board. Ed already up to 11. DKP still at 0. We're going to see another Genie come down for Ed. It just keeps
This
coming.
is a super solid build of Emerald
Another
Amethyst, I think.
Genie is onto the board.
Birds and Genies, that's all this is.
Birds and Genies everywhere. Look at that. And we did get a sneak peek of the hand, the quick flash from DKP as the resources are dwindling while Ed still seems to be expanding. A huge quest coming in. Not
he
afraid
just played the Genie,
of
right?
this
He
Hades
just
the
played the
Infernal
Genie.
Schemer because he's challenging and not questing. You're feeling great about that. 15 is the
He
Lord
just played
total
the
coming in for
Genie.
the North American champion.
Just played
Yeah,
the
DKP
Genie.
needs a board wipe here. Ed already threatening win on board with the characters in play. Of course, Hades can challenge something. We're going to put out another Diablo just so that if this Hades does challenge the exerted Diablo Obedient Raven, we still are presenting
Am I missing that?
win on
He did
board.
just
We're
play
going to
the
look at this
Genie,
how far
right?
we'll go, see what we can find. To McDuck Manor.
Oh,
His Pirate's
spots it.
Pirate's Life.
Pirate's Life may be good enough to slow down a
Life
little
might
bit.
save you.
A little bit, but still just might be a bit too slow as DKP looks over, trying to figure out the lines. If
Yeah,
there's
Ed's
a
like,
path
"Oh, I
to
did play the
victory, I'm
Genie."
certain he will be able to find it, but the door is closing. The door is closing quite quickly, as I believe there is going to be a little reset there.
Even the casters missed it.
I'm not certain what happened,
Oh
but
my
Genie is
God.
now ready. Maybe.
Ed played the Genie this turn.
That's right. That's right.
With him.
Okay, we all miss it. You know, there is so many Genies. We've seen 15 Genies hit the field
They
already.
start to blend together. We are going to see the Maui Half Shark interplay though.
And then you can sing now. That will be a nice little 5 lore swing as you'll increase by 3. Your opponent will go down, but it looks like Hades might be engaging in a little bit of board fight here. We'll send that Diablo to the discard pile, drawing a card in the process.
And Ed is
There's the Elsa.
not quite at game on board yet, but quickly approaching. We do see Ed has the Elsa in play or in hand, as you mentioned.
And you can
this is Ed's
engage
game,
with this
100%.
Maui Half Shark right now. Let's see if Ed elects to take that line of play, because you can go Elsa and this Diablo into the Maui Half Shark and then continue to quest with the Genie and the Diablo and other Diablo that's there. And Elsa is going to come on down. Holy, do you have a crab? Is there a crab over there?
That's what I'm wondering. We have so many cards. He's definitely playing crabs. He's got 3 of them in the deck list. He could use it to buff up this Elsa, give her
they just
Challenger
put the
plus
Elsa
3,
and the
and it would make
Diablo
a
into it.
clean trade into the Maui. Or you could use the evasive Diablo that you have in play as well.
I like that play a lot. I think just even those two, because you will lose both. We're going to check the hand, and
We're
we
gonna
hit
check
the
the hand.
Pirate's
We
Life.
hit the Pirate's Life too.
And he knew it was there after playing that Diablo earlier, I believe. And we're going to get a nice little healthy quest in for 4, and the pressure is
17.
on
That's
DKP
game one,
now.
right?
He's going to
100%.
have to pull out a miracle, and you are out-resourced, outflanked,
There's the
outmaneuvered.
Sisu finally. He's just going to slam the Sisu, banishing everything on Ed's side of the board. But as we know, Ed has plenty of cards in hand to rebuild.
That was a huge Sisu, though. That is the tide that you need to come back in. You are down pretty bad, but still, it is not out. And you have another Genie. Oh, my goodness. That's the last thing that DKP wanted to see. You do have another brawl that you can get to. You have more Sisus that you can get to. You have answers to clear this Genie, but I'm certain that's the last card you wanted to see.
Going to see an Iago come down as well, just presenting lore on board, forcing DKP to have answers every turn to the end of the game. Found a McDuck Manor, and I think a Maui Shark.
That's
He's just
it.
going to scoop, and Ed's going to take game 1.
Game number 1 goes to the North American champion, and that will be the end
DKP had a
of the
really
Emerald
tough hand there, honestly.
and Amethyst section of this tournament.
He
for
mulled
Edmund
aggressively
Chu.
well. He got
DKP
very
can
unlucky there.
elect to stick with the Ruby and Sapphire if he so chooses, or he can switch if he wants to. I think he'd go with that Emerald and Amber deck if I'm DKP. What about you?
Yeah, there's an Emerald Amber deck that he can play that's very aggressive, something that would be pretty good on the play, I believe. Could get a game win under your belt because DKP needs it. Ed getting the lead here. I mean, I have to throw this out. If Ed takes DKP down, he will be a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, the North American Continental champion, and the world champion.
I'm telling you right now, this is the first year of Disney Lorcana, and hopefully this game lasts for another 20, 30, 40, 60, 100 years. We play Disney Lorcana for the rest of eternity. But I'm telling you right now, this may never happen again. I think that is such a feat to be the triple threat, the triple horse winner in the first season, as DKP will elect to stay, as Ed is going to be on the Amber and Steel deck. Are going to be on the play this time.
This will be interesting.
Amber Steel deck coming in for Ed Chu. It's very aggressive, but DKP had to figure that Ed was going to go to this strategy, electing not to go with the Ruby Sapphire items in the potential Ruby Sapphire actions-based strategy. So that deck typically has a little bit of an unfavorable matchup. So hedging and just trying to take out the Amber and Steel versus
This would be
the Ruby
interesting
Sapphire,
if
which is a
Ed's
pretty
deck
good matchup
is a
for
lot more
DKP.
aggressive, but I
Yeah,
didn't
definitely could be.
think it
We're gonna
was
see DKP on his bread and butter
a
again.
more aggressive deck, but I didn't actually see
Didn't find
his
his
full
ramp
list.
last turn on turn 2. You know, it was a little bit of a rough start for him, so hopefully he can find that on this game.
I would say that went about as bad for DKP in that early game. When you see, listen, I play a lot of this Ruby Sapphire deck. When I see them hide away their own popsicle,
you know it's bad.
I feel
You know it's
I feel a little. I feel a little bit. I'm able to breathe a little bit. When they're ramping on 2 and they're super goofing and they're doing all the things that they
That
do,
was indeed
I
very
feel that's when I'm starting to be a little afraid. They got the manners, they got the be prepared. He didn't have any of that. So terrible start coming in from DKP, but it is not over. You do have another rep. Let's see if you can prevent that from happening this time.
Yeah, this time DKP will be on the play, as we mentioned earlier, so he will get to go
Ed was
first.
items,
and Edmund will go
weirdly,
second
right?
this
I think
round.
he was.
For sure. Amber Steel, again, this matchup, I think, but looking at Ed's build, I mean, it is a little bit different. We have some Be Our Guest in there. We have multiple Beast Tragic Hero, which is a deck that you don't typically see played in this Amber Steel.
This is an interesting build.
More traditional with a little bit of aggression in there.
Didn't
you don't
he have
all of the
Namari
hits
as well?
you
I
come
think
to
he
know and
did.
It's built a little bit more rigid. You got the Namaris in there, 4 of them. Again, typical Edmund Chu fashion. We see how many? Do you see
So
any
many
other?
4 of.
Do you see any other number besides 4?
No, it is a 4 of list, clean all the way through for Ed. And
it's
not
the
the
Ed
typical
strategy.
Amber
It's
steel
what Ed
deck that we
does. It's the
usually
4
see.
4.
We've
It's the
seen a lot
all
of
4s.
like aggro ladies, things like
He
that.
knows what he
and this
what he
is
does.
a little bit more like just Amber Steel song in a way.
For sure, it's more of a mid-range deck, but you see that vicious stare down coming from the players as they are getting these ultra
Okay,
phase. Look at
DKP
that,
actually
he
has
is
ramp
locked
this
in on
time. The
another
game is
level.
going to be very
I love
different.
seeing this Illuminator play as we have that beautiful enchanted aerial with the shift aerial as well. I'm looking at that triple beast concoction you have there. How many of those do you keep?
No.
None.
Oh wow,
None.
we're sending everything back.
Yeah, you
for
don't-
Ed.
you don't
He didn't
keep any
like
of
that
those.
hand at all.
Get it out of here. I'm hyping up the air. I'm hyping up the Sonic Stinger. He's like, I don't want anything to do with any of that hand. As we're going to send the farm, as it may be. All right, so the players are engaged. The shuffling is going down. DKP about to do some more surgery. I love
Moments away from game 2.
More surgery.
I love
the
it.
grand finals.
Ooh, man. You can feel the tension, dude. You can feel the energy.
More
It is electric.
surgery.
I love this,
JDZ
man.
is
I can't get
actually-
enough.
Stakes are high
I
right
really
now.
like him
You
as
know,
a
Ed
caster.
taking
He's
the
pretty-
lead.
he's
DKP
pretty
has
funny.
to catch up.
He reminds me.
Of course,
He's
Ed will have
basically.
to win
I
2
feel like
more games
JDZ
still
is
to make it
Baker from the
through.
US.
It looks like we're going to start. The fist bump is happening.
Another
We'll start with DKP inking a card. We are playing a 1-drop. It looks like a Develop Your Brain. I'm not sure what we pulled out there. It was inking the sail. Makes me believe we probably have ramp in hand if we're inking a sail.
I
Or we
would-
have really. Okay, there we go. There's the other sail.
I would hope so. Miss Ramp
this
1,
is
shame on you.
the
Miss Ramp
start
twice,
that
the deck goes
DKP
into the
wants.
garbage can. That's my saying. As the
It's,
116 Wolf is going to hit the field of
it's
play.
ramp into him for I'll go
looking
into
busy.
Shark, but
Maybe he has a shift.
if he
Is
has
there a
the
shift in
We
hand?
have the Rhino
if he has
in
the shift
hand, I'm
Rhino
not
and a
sure.
Zeus,
The other Rhino.
it's
We're going to ink him out.
actually
Half card,
insane.
play
It's
the
so
sail,
strong.
draw a card, ink another card for turn. T-Po's going to enter the inkwell, pass. Really
Okay.
good start for DKP. A lot more stand.
Ed's
or
gonna
what we would
shift for
expect
sure.
to see out of his deck.
Bam!
And I like
Oh.
seeing the
Oh,
T-Bow
shift.
go
Okay,
down
okay.
to
I
sing
like
well
this-
in
this
favor of
Ursula
Still
can
the
still
right C,
sing.
specifically because you can shift and sing, or maybe even sing to remove that T-Bow, and it's just cards in hand. You want to kind of accelerate into the post and
I
the
am a
mid
fan
and
of
late
this
game. So
hand.
we have the Ursula Vanessa is up and acting. We're gonna
Oh,
lead
we got a McDuck
Manor.
Manor coming out. This
Changes
is
it
a
up, he
little bit of a difficult
recognizes
card for Amber Steel to
should be
deal with.
different.
Ed is playing for a Long Came Zeus in the deck, which can do 5 damage to locations, but typically these singers, they don't have a lot of strength because of the power that they have
okay,
being able to sing
DKP
songs that
knows
are more
this is
expensive
the
than
different
they
strategy
cost.
to take.
But
Interesting.
it does look like we're going to challenge this McDuck Manor with Ursula and with Rhino, inking Onamari and then just passing for the
What?
turn.
But Ed does have 4
Very
copies of the
strange.
Power
We just
Hamster
see a
and
Maui.
4 copies of Namari in the deck.
Well,
and
that's
Namari
his second
can,
McDuck Manor.
but you need to get some of those, get some cards into the discard quickly and get those Namaris in, because that character, a new coming out of
Shift
Random
Rhino
Jafar,
and
Namari
Sing
will
can
gain
kill-
an additional
can banish
strength for
one of the
every
locations,
card in your discard pile. So if
least.
you can fill your discard pile, you can have a very powerful character that can one-shot these McDuck Manors, no problem, as the Power Hamster is going to come on in without a shift.
Just going to play the
What?
hamster on its own,
so
deal a few more
confused.
damage to the McDuck Manor, putting it to 4. Ed has to take care of these Manors. They're gaining 2 lore each at the start of DKP's turn every turn. We're going to see the Maui come down, rushing into Ursula, banishing her.
this Maui might be problematic because there are not a lot of
Double
clean
mana
answers to this
start
power
is
hamster.
actually-
Maui is one of those, so now Ed
kinda
has to be very
crazy.
careful when thinking about exerting this power hamster. As we are getting into that critical 4-ink turn, excuse me, 5-ink turn, you can bring out the Namari, but unfortunately your discard is not set up quite yet, and she will be a little bit weaker than you need her to be, although she can discard a card, or excuse me, draw and discard on your turn, which you're going to lead with Tragic Beast.
Yeah, Ed setting up the Tragic Beast, which will allow him to draw an extra card on his turn if it's left undamaged. We're going to see both Rhinos challenge into that damaged
This is
McDuck
a bit
Manor to
crazy.
banish it finally, and then we pass over to DKP, and the other McDuck Manor will gain 2 lore at the start of the turn as he readies his cards.
But
forced
now
to
you're
ink the
kind of
shark
running
at
into
least,
a
which is
resource
kinda
situation at
good
these
for
critical
Ed.
turns. Do you challenge into this Rhino, or do you have the Maui come on in and start singing the how far I'll go right now just to gain some additional resources? Because right now you have that Tamatoa sitting in hand, no popsicles yet. You have the Hideaway, which I don't think is going to be
Super
very good in
interesting
this
start for
matchup.
this deck.
You
I don't really
have
see it go this way.
excuse me, you have the how, so you will go ahead and take the turn off to go ahead and sing B Square.
And we're going to sing, we're going to find another McDuck Manor, which we're going to put in our hand, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the back. We're going to play another Maui Hero to all to deal with this Rhino so that we don't have to banish our own Maui from challenging earlier. We knew we had that in hand for DKP previously. And he's going to move it to the McDuck Manor because why not? You know?
love it. I love it. I think that's a very optimal play. It's probably the best play DKP's made all day. Putting Maui into the manor will strike fear and panic into most opponents. Maybe not to Ed Chu, but for you watching at home, that is a joke. Moving Maui into the McDuck Manor really doesn't do anything. It's just a way to use your ink, and it's a way to have a little bit of fun too. So I like to see it.
Oh, I do too. You love seeing the players having fun on the table, especially in the grand finals. But we are going to pass it back to Ed over
These
here.
manors,
I did
the
see an
start is
aerial,
kind of crazy.
spectacular singer in hand that we had up front. There's
I feel like if
some
manors
Namari
weren't
there as
there,
well. JD talking
such a
about
different
how
game.
much it can get a lot of strength by putting if you have cards in your discard.
Right now, it could potentially get up to 3 if you lead with Namari. Now, it does trigger on when you play it to the board, so you'll be able to draw and discard, set it up, get it up to 3. Maybe you can coerce your opponent to continue to banish some of these other characters, get it a little bit stronger, and then you can have a nice little character that can engage. But we're going to lead with this aerial instead while trading the 1/16th Wolf into that heavily damaged Maui.
Yeah, the Aerial Sonic Warrior, a 3/8 card with 2 lore, I believe, and a really great ability that when you play a song, you can pay some extra ink to deal 3 and excess 3 damage to another character. So it can be a way to remove cards
Another
from
manor.
DP's side of the board if Edmund is able to play some more songs. But that is another McDuck Manor we're going to see being played by DKP here, and Ed's going to have to find a way to deal with him. And we're moving the Mauis back and forth.
Highlight of the day. And he hits the Maui.
That is pretty funny.
We see DKP hitting the
so
move
funny.
there.
That is really, really cool, and that is a lot of fun. So using all of your ink, I think that is a good sign of a high-tempo play. I love that line. You're going to go Maui to Manor, Maui to Manor, Maui to Manor, Maui to Manor.
That is
pass.
very funny.
That is probably one of the best plays. DKP is truly on another level.
Yeah, I think that's the most efficient.
I think that's
use
the
of his
secret
ink
way how
for
you win the
sure
game.
on his turn. Only 2 cards in hand by DKP as well. So
I believe it's going to be 1 Sisu and that one of Tamatoa as well, I want to say, are in the hand. Really trying to preserve the body of that Tamatoa. You need these popsicles to come along so you can turn on some of your resource engine. As we're looking at this board right now,
such
another
a
cool thing about this
weird
aerial
board.
is that it's one of the rare characters that can actually take a Maui hit and
Miss.
survive. I mean, there's not a lot
It's
of
a
characters in this game that can do that, staring down the hero to all. That mighty six.
unfortunately, we play the Aerial Spectacular Singer and miss completely. Don't find
What?
any songs. Pull 4 characters off the top.
Man, you know what? That never happens. Color me surprised. I'm shocked that an aerial doesn't come out. And
You've never seen that?
I've never seen that happen before in
Ever.
my life. I mean, that's crazy. Very rare that the aerial spectacular singer does not find a song. You got one job, Ariel. Lock it in. Figure it out. Give me that song when I need it.
Heck, I mean, we're looking for it, and Along Came Zeus would be great right now. You don't want to exert this beast to have to challenge into these manors because this Maui is just waiting for something to be exerted to challenge back.
Right, any kind of damaged character, because you do have that Sonic Singer or Sonic Warrior aerial is set up, and she can trigger her ability to be able to finish off this Maui if you did have a Storm or if you did have a Strength or something along those lines. You just couldn't find it because Ariel is going to let you down there. So you do have that Be Our Guest is going to be in hand, which is another card that you don't see played that often, and it's got 4 copies of that card in the deck too. Man, manners everywhere. Is it time to challenge? This is a very critical turn.
It is.
Thinking here, And the Sonic singer will go ahead and sing that "Be Our Guest,
Oh,
be our
that's
guest,
good.
but our sir." Okay, I can't do it. We don't go through the whole
quite
thing.
good.
We'll stop it there. As the "Be Our Guest," as DKP got the rare and indigenous Grand Finals read. What do you think about that?
Read. He doesn't know what Be Our Guest does. It does allow Edmund to look at the top couple cards of the deck, choose a character, put it into his hand once it's revealed, and then if Ed wants to, we can pay 2 ink because we sang the song with the Aerial Sonic Warrior ability and deal 3 damage to it. It looks like that's what we are going to do here, putting that Maui at 4 damage, inking a Troubadour, and then we're going to sing Zeus onto the McDuck Manor as well, and then pay the additional 2 ink to banish the Maui.
Great turn coming in from Edmund Chu. He had it all along. I couldn't even see that walk in Zeus.
The Be Prepared hits with both McDuck Manors in play.
Off of the top deck. That was insane because he did not have that card. We saw the Sisu, but now this Namari is going to hit the field, and she does have a pretty sizable strength now. Now those Manors are very vulnerable. As we got the check here.
Namari actually makes sense.
We want to draw and discard. It's going to be that Strength of Raging Fire. Not quite great in this situation. Will Namari be fast enough? We saw several copies of Pirate's Life go down to the Inkrealm earlier. We see that Sisu is in hand. We see what else you got. The Tamatoid that you kind of been hanging on to as well. And now it's time to bring the grandma in. You need to see if you can get to a popsicle here. You cannot. It's that Tipo. It's that Brawl.
2 cards not particularly helpful at the moment. I think we're going to put the Brawl on the bottom. We're going to play a Tipo. Ramp a little. If that Damari doesn't have enough strength to banish one of the Manors, she must be close.
Yes, I think she's got to have it, especially after this one. So now you get the Rapunzel, who's going to be discarded here. Don't quite need that. You got a second Namari. So now Namari definitely should be sitting somewhere around 8 or 9, and you can develop the other Namari. We're going to play Storm, Rage On, and then clear that Tipo, who's representing a piece of lore as well. DKP is getting close, and you just cannot get it done as the Manors are going to get it finish at the Be Prepared was very strong. Brandon, I think that was one of the tales of the day as DKP gets it done with his strategy.
Such a different way to play
one
the
of the
deck
win conditions for this Ruby Sapphire deck for DKP is establishing those McDuck Manors. Be Prepared just says banish all characters. It doesn't say anything about locations. So once your opponent's trying to build up characters to challenge these McDuck Manors, you play that Be Prepared. The McDuck Manors stay around. The characters do not. So DKP was able to get that victory. We're at a 1-1 match right now between the two. Both still have
like he just
2
plays
decks to win with before being crowned.
And Edmund Chu is going to be back on the play this time. I believe he's going to stick with his Amber
this
and
aggro deck
Steel
is going to
strategy.
crush the
Or will
Ruby
he be
Sapphire.
changing? Or is he benching? What are you going to roll with? Because since he did lose, you're able to either stick with the same deck that you had, or you can bring in your secondary deck on the play. And now you don't have to worry about DKP's Ruby and Sapphire deck any longer. I believe he's going to stick with the Amber Steel. But I did see him reaching to the deck box.
Yeah, I think he's sticking with Amber Steel. It looks like DKP is going with Amethyst Steel, a broom variation of the deck, playing some Yin Sids and 8 copies of different brooms. We've seen him play this multiple times this weekend.
I'm going to mute for a second,
we've
guys.
seen Amethyst Steel, an extremely strong deck, perform this weekend as well, just doing a great job of being able to replace itself over and over. Might cause Amber Steel a little bit of trouble, because if DKP is able to just keep the pressure going over and over and over, it may be a little bit too difficult for Ed to keep up with, but we will have to see.
For sure. He does have access to the Giant Cobras as well. He has access to the Goats. He does have those songs. He does have docks. This deck is quite consistent. If you can get those Yin Sids going in a timely manner, you do have the brooms as well that can kind of take some of the Storm Rage On stuff in the early game. You still have the Smee Bumbling Mate. So there's a way that you can kind of you have to stabilize this thing early, because Ed gets that steel removal going.
Oh, yeah.
You see those Namaris. You see all those songs. You're going to get blown out of this thing quick. So I like to see Pete, a good way to kind of get through this thing, even though Ed isn't playing. He's playing this very, very unique mid-range style version. No whole new worlds are going to be in the deck. So I think if you can get still, I think I'd have to lead on the Pete plan and try to go Pete repeat through this. What do you think is the best play for there, or best way to approach this matchup?
Yeah, DKP is playing for Pete Games Referee, and I absolutely agree. If you can get 1 Pete, then the next Pete, get up to 6 ink, you can use the Madam M Fox. DKP is also running 3 Madam M Snakes. You can just bounce these Petes and replaying them. You kind of undo a lot of what Amber Steel does the strongest, which is establish those singers and then utilize them to sing removal songs like Strength of a Raging Fire, like Let the Storm Rage On, that are going to deal damage to your lower cost characters that have lower willpower and keep you off of characters on board.
For sure. Edmund Chu's deck seems like a a pure mid-range deck. He can get aggressive if needed, but I think he's really trying to push this thing into the middle and almost into the late game. So I think DKP has to maybe adjust his traditional strategy that he wants to do with this deck and maybe try to quest early and try to start racing and then close out maybe even off the top deck Snake, top deck Goat, or not, excuse me, not top deck Snake, but Snake with one card in hand to be able to discard, maybe dock into XXX, and then I think that might have to be the plan to play. So I wouldn't be shocked and surprised to see if DKP were to pull this off. It's going to be something that happens late. It's going to be a dramatic finish unless Ed can just slam the door early and pull away with this thing.
Something that I see in DKP's hand as well is we do have that. We have a copy of Fire the Cannons, which could be good if Ed's trying to open up something like a Cinderella, a Ballroom Sensation, the formidable one-drop singer that usually can sing Let the Storm Rage on turn 2, turn off a lot of your turn 1 plays.
For sure, and another one-cost menace that Ed Minshew has access to is that 1/16th Wolf. If you can clear, if you see that guy hit the field of play on turn number 1, you clear him immediately with that Fire of the Cannons. I think that would be a fantastic one-turn play coming in from DKP. Granted, it doesn't develop a character, it doesn't represent a lore, but having that guy get shifted, since Resist has been Resist, it has had an advantage against Steel. So you want to keep that power hamster off the field as much as you can.
All right, it looks like players are finishing
Ed
up their altars, trading
on the
decks.
play, right? Yeah.
We're gonna get into this game 3.
I want to see them all. I want to see them all. I want to see a great match.
We could go to 5 games. Absolutely.
I personally, I don't like to root for this player or that player.
If it
but
goes
I want to see the best
to
possible
5 games,
game, the best possible scenario. I want it all to come down to the drama and all the decks being played as the Turnabog followers is going down into the Inkwell, followed up by the Magic Broom. We're playing with a little bit of speed and vigor this time as the Troubadours develops as well.
Looks like Ed missed a 1-drop developing the Troubadour there. Going to move back to DKP, going to his turn 2.
Got that Bumbling Mate in hand. You can play that dock, but I would not recommend it to Smees. I expect a Smee to come down here to be able to engage with this Troubadour. I don't think he can clear it, but he can at least put some fear and panic into the Troubadour's mental capacity there. He does have Resist. You cannot clear.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the Troubadour in play. He is a singer force who can sing pretty much every removal song in Ed Chu's deck, which means that whatever we play this turn has potential to being banished. We're going to play out a Smee, Bumbling Mate for DKP, a 2-quest character.
And now DKP is running the numbers. See if it's time to pop and banish this Magic Broom here. And I think you almost kind of have to do that as well because you could potentially lose that on another action or another song coming off the deck for the North American champion. As Smee, Bumbling Mate, standing alone and unafraid. You do have that Power Hamster in hand already as Rapunzel will go down to the Inkwell. Let's see if Ariel can do her thing. And she
does find the storm.
Hit.
So see, this is the difference. DKP knowing to get rid of this broom. We found a storm this turn. Troubadour could have sang it and banished the Magic Broom. DKP understanding the risk there and instead choosing to draw a card from it.
And we will go ahead and put that 2 damage on the Bumbling Mate. So now it's going to be on DKP to either quest and bounce this thing, or that is a pretty low tempo, but you don't have the bounce in your hand to be able to do it. As we'll send a Bumbling Mate to the Inkwell and play the game's referee. Pete is going to be up and active now. Now the decision to quest this Smee. Ooh, it's a tough one.
Pete will blow the whistle, say no actions on the next turn for Ed Chu.
Yeah.
And electing not to quest. I don't hate that at all. You will lose Smee, do his ability. He will take some damage, and you do get the Power Hamster up on 4. So this is rough. Is DKP, does he have access to the Long Came Zeus? And there is no Zeus
No Long Came Zeus is in the deck for DKP here. Thinking about inking this Broom.
Yeah. This hamster is problematic. It can tank a lot of the steel removal that you have access to. Resist to. It's no slouch. And also, you saw your opponent put a Rapunzel down to the Inkwell. Maybe there's some psychology there because if you do put damage on this Power Hamster, Power Hamster, he will lose his ability. However, if you heal him with Rapunzel, it will return.
DKP having access to that Strength of a Raging Fire, using Pete to sing it and banish this Ariel. So Ed is off of one of his singers.
And there is another storm to be able to finish off.
What a top
deck. I believe the Smee is going to be banished there, but you get into the Zeus, and the hamster can sing the Zeus. You still have all of your ink available. That is a lot of resources that you use this turn, and you're able to develop the Sad Beast, as he's colloquially called in the community, Beast Tragic Hero. Very powerful card for a long time.
Very powerful card. Needs to be damaged if you don't want Ed drawing an extra card on every turn, though. When he is damaged, he gains 4 strength on your turn.
I like to think he's not sad. I like to think he's just seeing something that's making him beautiful. He's just watching.
He's watching the riders, I think, come at his
For sure.
thing.
He needs to be in the World Championship, and I guarantee he won't be sad. If you're sitting out here, if you're locked in on Twitch right now, again, thank you all for being here. This is the World Championship. You won't be so sad if you're in the community right now. As we have the Power Hamster who is getting a little inspection there. You can clear now. It will cost you a mighty toll to do so.
We're going to use Fire the Cannons.
That's a wait.
He messed up the order.
No. Oh, no. Rhino has resist +2.
He's done it.
So when you use the Fire the Cannons, it doesn't deal any damage to Rhino.
Hold up.
Will Ed let him take it back?
Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What is a judge? That's.
Oh, my God.
These are tactile things. This is the grand finals. I'd be interested. He did pay the ink. He did play the
He paid the ink and he showed the card.
That's tough. That's tough.
Is he forced to go through with it?
Will Ed let him change it?
I mean, this is going to go up to the
I feel
judges.
it's World Championship. He can't.
Yeah,
It's a misplay.
We cannot quite hear the players, Brandon, but we can just only go by body language and what we can see on the screen. Again, huge shout out to the judges.
I mean, they're going to check the replay to see what he did first.
All this, they're in the ears of the players. They're going to make this decision. But it appeared, it looked as if, again, this is just me wildly speculating. I can't hear the players again, but it looked like the Fire the Cannons was played on the hamster.
I think so. I think DKP thought that there was only resist +1. He wanted to damage the hamster and challenge with the Pete, but Rhino has resist +2, I believe.
Yeah, and that is just something that you're gonna have to think about. But you got to lock in short-term memory. You got to let that go, as that second cannon had to be utilized here in order to get rid of that power hamster. You could have put 2
I
damage
feel
onto
like
that
Ed
piece and
could
stopped it from
have
crying.
said.
So that is brutality incarnate. You got to shake it off. Short-term memory. There's a huge tournament left.
Yeah, DKP's got to shake off that mistake real quick, lock back into the game, having to rearrange some of the order of that, challenging with the Pete, and then using the cannons first instead.
Brutal, brutal, brutal. So we do get another trigger off of that Beast Tragic Hero. We're looking at the Be Our Guest along with the Strength of the Raging Fire and another hamster. So you can potentially get rid of the Turnabout followers and then establish another. We're gonna go Be Our Guest instead.
Look at the top 4 cards, pick a character, reveal it, and put it into our hand. We've got Namari, Rapunzel, and Rhino, I believe.
And it is going to be that Namari is going to be added to the hand. Man.
Currently 5 cards in the discard, 6 cards in the discard now.
And DKP has just seen enough, and he's going to go ahead and scoop this thing up and get
I don't
on
know.
into
That was weird
because
I think he only paid
one. Wow. That's going to be something that people are going to talk about for a little bit of time. But again, this is the grand finals. These players have been playing all weekend long, and the intensity, I can only imagine the panic and the lines you go through so often, and that's just one of those things. You got to play it. The judges are there. They're watching this thing.
I think what they let him do was I think he exerted one ink, so he had to do the first cannons.
Correct. Inch or a mile.
And then
Inch
the
or a
Pete
mile.
hit
We
it,
talked
and then
about
he was
focus
cannon
earlier, and that's one of those things. There was a temporary lapse there. Temporary lapse, and it does happen that way. But we're going to shake that off. This is still the grand finals. It is not over. There's a long way to go.
Not over. Not over.
I'm
DKP
curious to hear
still needs to win
Moyne
with 2 of his decks if he wants to make it as the champion. Ed has taken down 2, and you can't write this.
Yeah.
But Ed has to win on
If Ed
Ruby
wins this
Sapphire
is crazy.
against DKP if he wants to be the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. How do you feel about that, Vinny?
Oh, man, the dedication. Look at his eyes. He can almost feel it. You're so close. You're 1 win away. But you have some pretty tough matchups coming your way. You're going to be
Ed.
on
One
the
more
draw.
win.
Versus, I can only assume DKP
If
is
I was
going
Ed, I
to
would
bring
not allow
this
DKP
Ember
to fix.
and Emerald
No,
deck.
so David,
If he's
I
not,
think
would
what
be
happened
very
was
surprised, as this deck
to
on
me
the
it looked
play
like he
can
went
be
like
so
cannon,
fast, and this
and
Ruby
then
Sapphire deck can
Pete.
be so slow. So
But I think he
you have to play it. And this is
did
going to be a
cannon,
very tough
exerted
uphill
one ink, so
climb.
that cannon had to go
See in
through.
just a second
But he
what
didn't exert
DKP
any other
decides
ink,
to
so
do.
then he
Again,
challenged
he
with
can
Pete, and
change
then he
decks
did the
in
other
between
cannon to
round-
finish
in
it.
between matches like this
So you
if
would
he
knock off
wants
the
to.
resist,
So
you'd
being on the play
put
on this
the
round
Rhino down
means
to
that
2,
he
and then
might
the other cannon would
have an
take it out.
advantage at playing his more aggressive list, and it does look like he's going to be playing his Amber Emerald deck, which, as you mentioned, JD, is a very fast deck, playing lots of aggressive cards like Daisy Duck, Curse Merfolk, has the Blues as well for Bodyguard, just trying to get out there and finish the game quickly.
For sure. And the thing I like about this Edmund Chu Ruby Sapphire deck is that there are 0 songs in this deck. I believe that there is an Ursula Deceiver in the deck.
Yes, there's 4 Ursula Deceivers.
So that Ursula Deceiver
Wait, there's 0
may as
songs in
well
what
just
deck?
be
In the
ink.
red-blue
Going
deck?
right to the Inkwell almost immediately because she won't be doing very much in this deck, as there are 4 ofs in all these these decks, except for the Maurice's Workshop and the Lucky Dime. Also, DKP got all 4s in his deck
all
as well.
4s on the Amber Emerald deck. These are just clean lists, people.
That's what it is. Make them optimal, make them consistent, make them good, and leave it all up to leave it. And look at that Baloo.
Yeah, he's
Daisy,
changed. He's
and
changed
it's
the
very
aggro
aggressive.
deck.
Hera is in the deck just for her ward keyword.
The ward keyword, yeah. DKP could set up a like turn 1, 1 cost, turn 2, 2 1 cost, just running out the gate. We see Ed staring down DKP, watching his altar, seeing if he can get any information before Ed does his. Now Ed doing his altar. It looks like we do have the ramp for Tipo there. Had some brawls also in hand. I think we're just altering 2 cards.
This could be the very last game.
Actually, I saw some cards in DKP's hand.
Could be
this
the very, very last game. You guys
explosive.
excited?
There's
I
a
am
lot of
absolutely
pumped and a
pumped
lot of
for
them
this.
quest for 2. There aren't that many characters in this game that can quest for 2, but guess what? A vast majority, if not all of them, are in this color combination that DKP has. I believe they're all in the deck at max copy. So there you go. Except for the harp. I don't think he's playing harp. Shout out to the harp game out there.
All right, we're getting into game 4 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. Ed could take this home, or DKP could come fighting back.
As we will get that Pegasus out, and there is
Daisy
that
turn 1.
Daisy Duck. I think Daisy Duck is great in this matchup because her ability will not trigger that often, as Popsicle will start us off. We will pop the Popsicle into the bell, which is a good way to kind of fight back in this situation.
Very good start here for Ed.
We have 2. Oh, we got the double Cursed Merfolk as well with another Daisy Duck. This can be explosive. Double 1 cost here.
A double 1 cost opener on an aggressive deck like this can be difficult to deal with.
And the Workshop's gone.
Workshop to the bottom, a crucial card in these Ruby Sapphire item deck lists.
You need it, and the Tipo. You might have to go with this Tipo. You might have to lead Tipo to help engage in combat.
I think
to
you
use
play Tipo
and
for
Bell
sure.
to potentially clear these Daisy Ducks if DKP continues to exert. Check in the hand. There's another Cursed Merfolk and a Piglet available. So Piglet Merfolk next turn seems problematic for the North American Continental Champion.
Yeah, if you're playing multiple characters a turn, Ruby Sapphire, especially early on, has difficulty dealing with more than 1 character a turn. Of course, you can use something like Brawl on a character, but at some point, DKP is just accruing so much lore on each character. He might get in the game before we reach that critical moment in Ruby Sapphire where you get to the mid-game, late game, where you can play some of those
no, there would be a
wipes.
prep. There's no songs.
And that's another thing about that Cursed Merfolk as well, too, is that even if he does exert and does challenge, you're going to take another card from your hand.
Interesting.
And you saw that Maurice's Workshop
DKP
go down
wanted
into the bottom of the deck. That's 1 of your 3. You're not playing a full
I guess
4.
because Ed won that game, he can never
there's a
be
good
on
chance
the
you may
play
not
now.
see it. You could
This is
potentially
like
run out of
best match where he
resources
can
while your opponent is questing so
play the aggro
aggressively.
deck.
Look at this board. Look at this lore burst. That's a lot. You do get to the
Sisu.
Sisu.
Oh, he does find the Sisu to put in hand.
Okay.
Hold up. Is there a Sisu line? Where is the small Sisu? We need the Sisu Daring Visitor as another Daisy Duck.
so
this
many
game might just be Jover.
So much lore on board right now. Currently 11 lore, I believe, sitting on board
There's
for
a brawl
DKP
available,
if everything survives. Of course, this Daisy, I'm sure, is not going
a couple
to
of things can get
survive
cleared
the
here. I think
turn,
this is
having
okay.
3 damage on it.
Yeah, is there?
I think Ed could
you might have to
potentially
take a
get
whole
this, but
turn
there's no
off
Pirate's
to
Life,
get
remember,
this
to
brawl going,
lower the
which
lore
feels
down. Is the
quite
thing.
terrible. Let's see if you could. Maybe there's a world where you can sail double ramp. I think that's the line that you have to get to the Sisu. If you can get to the Sisu in time,
If you sail double ramp, you can still
that's the
brawl,
way.
which
I think
is
if you
good.
can, but I just don't see the lines of play available to the North American. I could be missing something. I'm sure we're getting annihilated in the chat right now. Shout out to everyone out there watching at home, but I'm certain there's a line you can get to, but Edmund Chu just doesn't. He got the sail.
he got the sail.
I'm definitely sailing here, right?
We have a sail, but I think we played a Popsicle first, so now we can't sail and then double ink and then Brawl or Sisu this turn. But we are going to choose to sail anyway, draw a card. We can ink twice for the turn.
Is that incorrect?
So we do have.
Which is a little difficult because, like you mentioned, this Cursed Merfolk, we need to challenge it, get it off the board, but it's going to force us to discard a card when we do. So
I think you need
we're
to
inking
brawl
2 cards per turn
instead.
and then discarding a card that's 3 cards out of our hand.
You have to brawl
I
this
think you might have
Piglet,
to be
right?
leaning on this Vitalis Sphere.
Yeah, I think
Maybe you
that
can base
might have been
boost
wrong.
someone. You can power up that Bell and then clear the Daisy.
Yeah,
then
there we
the Tipo into the Daisy, and that'll slow him down a little bit. But this is still a situation. You're not out of the woods yet. As Tipo is thinking about who he wants to challenge and banish, it is going to be that Daisy Duck. We will get rid of that lore, and then we'll take the Popsicle Bell.
Maybe I
take
guess
a little
they don't
light
mind
afternoon
how much
snack
extra lore that could
and
be
get back
coming
up to
out
full
here.
health.
DKP as
So
we go to his
much
turn.
here,
Only
though.
2 cards in here right now. Another Cursed Merfolk and
Oh
a Lilo that we're going to see played. And he's just going to turn everything sideways,
Yeah, I
gaining
think
7
might
lore for the
have
turn,
needed a
pushing
brawl.
himself really close to 20, up to 15 it looks like.
Yeah.
Presenting game on
So it
board
needs to be
if
able to
Ed
clear
can't
board.
deal with 3 of these characters at least.
And
you
it's
can.
gonna be the
You
T-Bow,
can get
and
the
there's really
Sisu,
no
but
way
I don't think you
to
can
get
do
this
every
Sisu,
single threat.
Sisu into the field of play at all. We're going to continue to just check because you just never know. It's going to be a lot of coils, a lot of bells, and there is another T-Bow workshop, and I just think
he
this
wanted
one
the T-Bow
might
ramp. 1, 2,
be
3, 4, 5.
GG.
Might
So
be over
ink.
for
Yeah,
Ed
I think
here.
he wanted the T-Bow ink.
You don't have a lot of resources in hand, don't have a
I
lot of
think
ink
Ed
to
could have
deal with
played
all the
this a
characters on
little bit
board.
differently,
We
honestly.
only have 2. Can we get rid of 3 characters?
I think
We
Ed
do
had
have
a pretty
brawl we
good
can
shot
use
of
on
actually
something. We
being
can
able
challenge and banish the merfolk with a T-Bow.
to do.
We can challenge and banish the
good.
piglet with the bell here.
Yeah, there you do have brawl. Okay,
And we
so
do have brawl in
you
hand
can
that we can
survive.
do on something
He
else,
needed
so
to
we can
T-Bow
survive
brawl.
the turn.
100%.
Yeah, you got to clear the piglet, of course. He's gone. He's public enemy #1. You got to get through the cursed merfolk. And then you got the brawl. So there will be another turn kicking the extra sapphire
Yeah,
coil
he
down to
could have.
discard
I don't know
pile.
why he played
We'll play
Vision.
brawl, probably going after this cursed merfolk, I would assume.
Keep cards in hand.
And also, if that Daisy does quest, it will give you another
Prince Philip,
card. Does
did
he
you-
have the Donald Duck?
did you-
Is there a Donald
Is
Duck
there a
sighting?
ward character that gets played this turn? Maybe it's too expensive. Are we
well-
just looking at the Donald? Oh, Vitality Sphere to the bottom.
And there he
it
is.
is. It's a ward Prince Philip.
Wow.
That's just
I
going to be
think
game.
Ed could've
DKP
won that,
wins game
maybe.
4. We're going to a game 5 for
It's
the
happening.
grand final.
It's happening, B-Square. This is what we wanted. That is the end of the Amber and Emerald, and it all comes down to this Ruby Sapphire
It
versus.
almost.
I
Sorry,
think he
didn't mean to
could
interrupt
have
you.
done
Finish.
it. Maybe.
We, as Tiana would say, we are almost there. We have the Ruby Sapphire versus Amethyst Steel last game, game 5 in the grand finals. I want to see hype in chat. I want to see hype in the room for
Let's
these
go.
players.
And
Let's go.
I wish you guys, I mean, if you can hear all the people out there clapping, the energy is lively. It is just an absolute blast to see what's happening here, and you couldn't have wrote a better script. You have the best players pushing it to the limit, trying to see who is going to be the master of all
I
of
think
the
that could have
inks.
played differently.
And you have to figure out a way to get through this thing with Ruby and Sapphire versus Amethyst and Steel, and that's brooms versus items. Wow.
Rooms versus items. This is also a color matchup that we've seen multiple times today in
This is
critical
gonna be
matches for these
interesting.
players. Moving on to this, you know, Ruby Sapphire doing the item thing, trying to ramp, get to those be prepared, the Sisus, the
Ed
things
is
you're
on the
using to wipe the
play.
board. Amethyst Steel, a decent deck into this, being able to bounce characters back to your hand, sort of build a board state that never feels great for the Ruby Sapphire player to clear, but if that Ruby Sapphire player can build up enough items and play, drop a Tamatoa so shiny, find that lucky dime,
He did
all it
Visions
takes
he
is
wanted
one
3
turn.
plus Sisu
And
to set up
I
next
do
turn,
love
8
the
plus
composure
shift.
of
I think that was
DKP.
his
After
only
that Amethyst and
out
Steel
long term.
game, he was able to just take a
I
couple
still
deep
think the other
breaths,
play would have been better.
recompose, get back on the place,
I think
stick
this
to
play
the
the
plan,
turn before was
and
actually
then,
worse.
and then just hit the gas pedal and just
because,
accelerate.
He could have played the popsicle, but he didn't need to play the sail. He could have just brawled, and then that actually would have meant he could have sailed next turn. I think it just would have been 3 less lore. I do understand what you're saying though, to try and find the Sisu, but I think there might have been something differently. Even should have been Tipo there to find the Sisu, but it's really tough. I think maybe very specific plays, but we'll see. Here we go.
Better.
Not even the weekend, B-Square. We're talking 2, 3, 4, 5 years in the making. This game has just taken the world by storm. This is what the visionary of the people who brought us this beautiful game and all of the DLCs and all of the tournaments, all the set champs, and everything is going to culminate to this particular moment. 2 of our game's greatest players are locked into the dojo right now for an all-important game number 5. So if you're not ready, you need to get ready. If you're not locked in, put your popcorn down, open your eyeballs, get onto your Twitch or your fridge or whatever you're watching this thing on, and let's get focused, because this is the World Championship. This is the Grand Finals. What more could you ask for?
11 challenges, 2 national championships, all leading up to this. Thousands of players just for this moment. We are moments away from crowning a Disney Lorcana Challenge World Champion as we look at the World Championship card here, the trophy that these players are playing for.
Beautiful. World Champion. And I know for a fact, you know, everybody wants the Mickey, everyone wants a trophy, everybody wants the accolade and the channels. I get that, but these players, I know both of them quite well. They want the glory. It's about the title. It's about the legacy. We'll be talking about this forever. This is the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. That title is very important.
All right, as we start with DKP, finding that broom on turn 1. Ed, not playing anything on turn 1, but finding his Sail the Azurite Sea on turn 2, finding that turn 2 ramp that we talk about. Inking Automatoa is so shiny as well. We move over to DKP's turn as well. We've got that Yin Sid in hand. Looks like
probably trying to save that Yin Sid for a little bit of broom activity, as Yin Sid is going to hit the field of play, able to draw 1 card and a nice little quest in for 1 with the magic broom. Yin Sid staring down to nothing on the other side of the board. Yin Sid, if you don't know, when you play this character, if you have a character named Magic Broom in play, you get to draw a card. This card came out, and I want more brooms. I need more brooms. They just stopped giving us brooms. Give us some more brooms for crying out loud.
Who would have thought, JD, that a year ago brooms would be in the finals of the World Championship? I just have to take a second and just talk about that.
Shout out to the broom community. Okay, the broom people, they love them some brooms, and they've been sticking with it, and now here it is. They're back. And it's kind of like it's a deck that's kind of
Oh, okay, so we do find the second broom here from DKP, which means Yin Sid is going to get that extra lore. In quest for 3, we're going to jump up to 5 lore, or sorry, excuse me, 5 lore because we quested last turn with the broom. Playing a Smee after that.
Imagine the bounce there, coming back to recover this Yin Sid, but this board is beginning to expand as Edmund Chu's hand is looking rather slow. You do have that brawl, you do have that sail, you have a vision of the future. Tamatoa no items has been the story of this finals as well. Tamatoa has not received his due diligence of grabbing an item from the discard pile this entire time, as we're going to check, knowing there's no Be Prepared as well in Edmund's deck. I think that's something that that DKP is going to take full advantage of.
Oh, absolutely. These players are top tier. They looked at each other's deck lists before the tournament. They looked at it before they sat down. They each know what both are working with. And Ed is just taking a minute to figure out what else he wants to do with this turn. We spent 2 ink to play a sail, so we can still ink twice, trying to ramp up. We're going to ink a Vitalosphere, play a brawl on this broom. Then we're going to challenge the other broom with the Scrooge McDuck here.
Electing not to challenge and banish that Yin Sid, probably not afraid of him too much. The brooms were the real problem, as triple goat.
Triple goat, man.
1 is on the field of play now, as that is representing an additional 2 lore. If you can get all of those goats to hit the field of play and resolve. Keep in mind, Edmund Chu is not playing any Pirate's Life. There is the first of Popsicle. We got 3 ink looking. Wait, hold, no, we're not going to play it. 3 ink, is that the workshop turn? There is the workshop. It is established. Now you have the Popsicle. It is in the field of play, drawing cards, triggering the workshop, get another card in. So this might be where Ed can start gathering those resources, turning this corner.
Yeah, Ed has to turn the corner here. Like you mentioned, the 3 goats in hand are providing 6 lore total, basically. That's what Amethyst Steel is so good at doing, not to even mention the giant cobras that we know he's hanging on to. The name of this game for DKP is get as close to 20 as you can, close out with those instant lore gainers like Merlin Goat, like Giant Cobra as well, and Ed is going to have to find a way to stabilize before he gets too close, as you mentioned, not playing any Pirate's Life to bring him back down.
Yeah, and this is just looking really good for DKP. Ed is going to have to figure out a way to launch this thing into the end game. You have that Sisu, but again, in this matchup right now with no Sapphire Coils established, Sisu isn't even that great. You can clear the Yin Sid, but Yin Sid isn't the threat, as we got a nice quest in for 2, and another goat comes down. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Lore when it enters play.
There he is. So now you have a total of 3. That's a 5 on board right now, getting up to 17.
Yeah, 5 on board. We're up to 12 already. This is going quick. We're not even an hour into this grand final.
There is the bell as well. So you did pop to heal just to clear that Smee, and now you cannot play this bell unless you want to pump your Maurice's workshop. Are we there yet? You can bring out this Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, get back that Popsicle, but then you will have to take an entire turn off, cycle another card, and that just might be too slow. Oh, man. You can cut the tension with a knife. Ed Chu is going to go ahead and make that Tamatoa play here, get back to the Popsicle, and you might have to ink and play the Popsicle and then establish this bell right now. I think you can't even you can't even afford to do the workshop play.
Yeah, Ed just looking for the resources he needs to find stabilization. Another thing, you know, these goats we talked about, Ed's not playing any Be Prepared. It's only playing the Sisus for board wipes. These goats with 4 strength means that they won't be wiped by something like a Sisu, but we are going to see the Scrooge McDuck challenge and banish the goat. We're also going to develop that bell, as you mentioned, JD, banishing the Popsicle.
Oh, there's bounce. There's a Merlin Fox, or excuse me, Madam M Fox is in hand, along with the Doc and another goat. that is a problem for the North American champion as we get a nice quest for 2 in now. DKP gets all the way up to 13, running through those lines of play. You're still hard stuck at 4 ink, and another GOAT hits the field of play. That is another representing basically 2 lore every time those GOATs quest. That is an additional lore that you're adding to. You're sitting at 16 now.
DKP dangerously close to 20. This could be it, folks. He has the bounce in hand. He has some goats. We haven't seen any giant cobras. Ed is going to really need some help if he wants to come back from this game.
This is looking problematic for the North American Continental Champion. DKP has to be feeling extremely confident. You don't have the ink available. You don't have any of Pirate's Lives in your deck. You have no Be Prepared. It might be it. This could be the end of the Lorcana Championship right now.
On this turn, we can get rid of the Cien Cid and the GOAT. The GOAT would push us up to 17. We have 1 GOAT in play. Questing would go to 18. Banishing would go to 19. If we can bounce it, though, with what's in our hand, that means we can keep it safe. Maybe replay it on the next turn.
Yeah, and Ed has to understand that there hasn't been any bounce being played just yet. There is an option. We got to clear. You got to still clear. You got to take down the GOAT. It is unfortunate, but it's something that you must do. If you can clear both of these GOATs now, some way, somehow, I don't see the way to do that. Ed is also a magician. Can you get it done? We're checking, rechecking. You hate to miss something that was very obvious in this high-press situation. It's taking a little bit of time. These rounds are untimed. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, Ed taking his time to just thinking through every scenario, choosing to ink, playing the Tamatoa, pulling back a Popsicle. We're going to go ahead and banish the GOAT with the Tamatoa, happy as a clam. Banish the Cid with Bell here, and we pass to DKP. Let's see who he has. Oh, he finds the giant cobra.
That's game.
He's going to play it. That's game. DKP has done it. He has found his way, gone the distance. He is your first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion.
And look at that. He finally breaks down the emotion. He wanted this so bad, and I feel so good for DKP as the energy is in the room, is electric. He has got it done. The first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion is going to be Din Kong Pham, one of the most consistent players in all of Disney Lorcana. You see him with his friend group of team players, and they are celebrating, bouncing. The jubilance is ecstatic. Oh my goodness, that must feel so good.
What a grand finals, going to a best of 5, playing through Amethyst, Steel, Amber, Emerald, and Ruby Sapphire for DKP.
Really rallying too. There were some high moments, there were some low moments, but he composed himself. He locked back in, got focused, and got it done. And look at that, man. I cannot imagine how that must feel. But again, taking nothing away from Edmund Chu, phenomenal player.
Oh, absolutely.
Phenomenal player. I cannot say anything bad about Edmund Chu. He's one of my good friends. I've gotten to know him quite well. I've been cheering him on secretly. He was my pick. He is an amazingly talented player, 2-time, and he made it all the way to the finals. And he just had a little bit of bad luck in that final round, but still, taking nothing away from him, DKP is going to be our first world champion, and I cannot be more happy for the individual because he works hard. He's very consistent. He's always on the grind. He's traveled to several continents and performed very well in multiple challenges all over the world.
Yeah, we were talking about how DKP was one of the first players in Lorcana to qualify for both international championships. Now he's made it here and become the world champion. Let's take a look at the top 8 bracket to watch his journey coming through here, starting in the top 8, having to play Federico, then going through the People's Champ, Zach Bivens, ending it with Edmund Chu.
And that's a hard route. That is a hard path. But granted, there is no easy route to get to the World Championship, but that is probably one of the harder paths to get through, finishing it off with Ed Chu. And I'm telling you right now, that is something that every time I've spoken to DKP, this is the one thing that he's wanted to be the world champion, and now dreams do come true. This is a place of magic. This is a game of magic, game of story, and he finished the story. I mean, it has a nice, happy ending for him, but I'm telling you what, I know Ed's going to be very motivated to come back in the next season and reclaim the title.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to give kudos to all the players, not just the top 8 here, but all 28 players that came, played their hearts out this weekend. Some of the best in the world. All of them are deserving. Obviously, DKP made it there to the end, but I know that the time, the dedication, the sacrifice these players made to make it as far as they did. Kudos to everybody there. Kudos to the judges. Kudos to the players, to the community, the casters, the production team, everybody that played a part in making this weekend happen.
For sure. And also, everyone who's been watching at home from all over the world, live on Twitch, and everyone who's doing the restream parties and all of the different language broadcasts that we have all over the world, thank you guys for everything you've done, because without you, the people who play this game, the people who watch this game, the people who support your local game stores, because this game is all about community, there would be no Disney Lorcana, there would be no Disney Lorcana World Championship without the community aspect. So thank you guys all for being with us all day in the chat, keeping the energy high and lively, the positivity all around the community, the beautiful announcements, all these things. I have so much excitement of what's going to be in the future and all the news that came down. I can't wait to get my Pegasus. I can't wait to get my first chapter boxes. I can't wait to just have more and more Disney Lorcana. I'm so sad that the first ever competitive season is over, but I'm so excited for the things that are to come.
Yeah, but it'll be starting up soon because we have the first events happening later this year. I can't wait for those, as you mentioned, JD. And I do want to take a second to recap this weekend for everybody that's at home. Again, these 28 players came in today. This past first season, we had 11 challenges across the world, 2 championships in which you qualified for Worlds, 28 total players coming here this weekend to battle it out. They started with the first 3 rounds of Super Sealed, a format in which they were given 4 packs from the past 4 sets of Disney Lorcana. They opened those packs, had to build a 50-card deck of 3 different inks, play the first 3 rounds of Sealed against all their opponents. After that, they had 4 more rounds of this triple deck constructed. Unlike what we just saw at the Grand Finals, they got to bench a deck, so you'd bring all 3 of your decks. Each deck had to use 1 of every ink from Disney Lorcana, so you couldn't double use an ink. You couldn't have Amber Steel and Amber Amethyst. You had to just use it once.
Yeah.
They came in, played 4 rounds, got to bench a deck from the opponent. The first time you reached 5 wins, and whether it was round 5, round 6, or round 7, you didn't have to play anymore, moved on to top 8, came into top 8, did the single elimination bracket, and now we're here at the finals with our champion.
All right, let's go ahead and check it. Let's take a little bit of time there. I like that. Let's take a little time to look at what DKP's deck that he came through. I'm telling you, and now I think it's going to just, maybe you could just actually literally just call it the DKP deck because, I mean, it's no longer Ruby Sapphire because he has now won the World Championship, one of the most prestigious tournaments, the most prestigious tournament on the planet, utilizing the Maui Half Shark, utilizing low cost, or excuse me, leaning on that manner, leaning on that be prepared. We saw him, I don't know what his record was, but maybe we can find that information and figure out how many times he lost on this deck. Personally, I know the players, they have their own little strategies of what they want to do. If I'm sitting down in the dojo and I'm locked in with DKP, I don't care what your other decks say. You're not playing this deck. It's gone. I'm benching it right away. And a lot of people stuck with that. A lot of people didn't. But I just know how many reps he has on this deck, and there's no chance he's going to get a chance to play in the bench phase.
And we saw just how strong he was on that deck. It was the first deck he chose to play with. And once he got it rolling, we saw manner after manner after manner. That was enough to close out the first game.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. He did go down to Ed in the finals, but if DKP is playing that deck, I don't want anything to do with it. So patent pending, patent approved now. I'll say patent approved, DKP special. Don't quote me on that, okay?
If you didn't know it as the DKP deck before, you do now.
You better know it now. But seriously, man, what a magical event. And I got to tell you, I want to thank you guys for bringing me into the fold, man. This is my first official Disney Lorcana tournament, and it just happened to be the World Championship. And I'm telling you, I felt imposter syndrome. I felt like a fish out of water.
Man. You did great.
Here.
Yeah,
and I'm so thankful that you guys let me be here and everyone who helped me out to get to this point. You know, shout out to everyone has been watching and cheering me on and cheering on these players and watching this. It's just been so much lovely energy. And I'm telling you right now, B Square, it's been a dream come true.
It has been amazing. It's been a dream come true for me as well. And I just have to say, JD, like you're one of us here. You deserve to be here. You did phenomenal this weekend. We're happy to have you. I know that the chat loved you. I know that everyone at home loved you. So I'm so happy that you were able to join us for this weekend in the caster booth because it's well deserved. You do so much for the community through the content that you make in the casting booth and other tournaments that you do. I can see that you're working hard, and so you deserve this just as much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I learned so much just being here with you, being here with Liam, and being here with this amazing tournament. Again, like you said, shout out to the judges and the production team. It's so nice in this facility, man. And shout out to Disney World, huh? If you get a chance to come on through to the Walt Disney World experience, being here in beautiful Orlando, Florida. But man, what a tournament. I am still buzzing. I hear all the chatter and chat happening out in the auditorium as the players are hugging and just congratulating each other. Everyone is here. All the players from the entire event are coming back into the facility, and it's just an amazing experience to be here.
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know that's watching, we will have an awards ceremony coming up. That's what they're prepping. So as soon as they're ready for that, we're going to cut over to that, and you don't want to miss it. We're going to bring back a lot of the players, the top 8, give them their prizes. They're going to meet Ryan and Steve. There's a lot of cool stuff that's going to happen. And, you know, even though this is a wrap-up on the first season of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Series circuit, it's not over, right? We have the second season coming up. We have another World Championship coming up as well to look forward to. So if you see people playing this weekend, if you say, I want to be at those tables, you have a chance. You have a chance.
It could be you. You could be the next great player. I mean, this is like you said, this is it. Now you know if this is your first time. There are so many people that this is their first TCG, and when we go to those DLCs, one of my favorite experiences about those DLCs is that they always sit there, and one of the first things all the creators of the game, they say, hey, raise your hand if this is your first ever DLC. This is your first ever trading card game. I'm always so shocked and amazed with how many hands are extended to the air as this is their first TCG. And sometimes, more often than not, some of these first-time TCG players are making it to day 2, are making it to top 16s, or now top 32s, as it may be. And it could be you. So if you enjoy Disney Lorcana, if you just stumbled upon this and just found out about it, the game is very fun to play. It's very easy to learn, but it gives you a lot of incentive to do that. So come on in and start playing. It's a lot of fun.
It's something that I'm really proud of seeing how many new people to the hobby we see coming in for this game and for the love of Disney, right? A lot of the reason that we play this, I know that's the thing that brought me in initially. I saw that Mickey Brave Little Taylor from the first chapter. I said, what is that? It's on a trading card. I'm interested. I want to come in. And like you mentioned too, there were players here this weekend at the World Championship that had said that this was their first CCG that they had ever played. They didn't have any prior experience. So if anybody at home is thinking, I want to be there, I want to make it, go get your cards. You know, we announced some stuff this weekend where there's the first chapter box, the Rise of the Floodborn box that you can enter into have a chance to buy, and build up those cards. There's Fabled that's coming up as well.
Absolutely, but I believe the award ceremony is ready. So we have Rebecca over at the awards booth right now and ready to introduce you to our first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. Take it away, Rebecca.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Lumineers, after an epic season of Disney Lorcana challenges, where Lumineers have summoned glimmers, challenged and quested their way to victory, we are finally at the tail end of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship! And it is finally time for the first ever awards ceremony.
We have some incredible prizes to hand out, some very shiny things over here. But before we bring the players out, we just want to give a huge thank you to everyone who made this day possible. The event staff, the production team. Let's give a shout out for our judges today.
Cheer for the judges!
Let's hear it for the judges. Thanks to all the players. Thanks you to all of your support, your teams, your +1s, all your guests that were here. And thank you for watching and tuning in this weekend. The Disney Lorcana community is incredible. And we just want to say thank you to everyone who made this first season of Disney Lorcana Challenge possible. And now,
it has been an incredible day, but the time has finally come. We are ready to celebrate the top 8 players of our first ever World Champion.
Yes, and we have Ryan Miller and Steve Warner here to hand out those prizes. Thanks for joining us, sirs. Our co-creators of the Disney Lorcana trading card game. And who's ready for these awards? Who's ready for these players?
So to start us off in 8th place, please show your appreciation, clap your hands, scream as loud as you can for Illy Vepierre!
And now in 7th place, we have from 0-2 to day 2, Mo Shamblin.
In 6th place in the Disney Lorcana World Championship, we have the legendary Federico Marinangeli!
And And coming in 5th place at the Disney Lorcana World Championship, wearing his signature Mickey Sorcerer hat, we have Lucas Kaupa.
Illumineers, let's hear it one more time for 8th to 5th place at the World Championship! Thank you so much, guys. Please take a step to your right over here, but don't go too far because we will be welcoming you back very, very soon.
Now we have our top 4 players, Baker.
The top 4 of the World Championship. First off, please show your appreciation. 4th place in the Disney Lorcana World Championship, we have Luca Lazara! Luca, please come and join us. Step in the middle of me and Rebecca here. We'd love to get a couple of comments from you.
Luca, do you have a favorite moment from this weekend of Worlds? It was a huge event. You accomplished so much. What moment really stood out to you this weekend?
Luca, hai avuto un momento preferito in questo mondiale durante questo weekend? Ci sono stati tanti momenti in cui, insomma, intensi. Qual è il tuo preferito?
Il mio momento preferito forse è stato quando ho giocato contro Lucas e con Oswald ho girato quel Galactic che mi ha fatto la partita.
My favorite moment probably has been when I played versus Lucas and I turned out that Galactic that allowed me to win the game.
Luca, if you could give one piece of advice to anyone that might be watching at home that wants to be in the position that you're in right now, what would be the number one thing that you would say is important for them to do?
Luca, se tu avessi un consiglio da dare a chi oggi vorrebbe essere come te in questa posizione, quale sarebbe il consiglio numero 1 da dare a chi ci sta guardando?
Sicuramente quello di lavorare tanto, quello che ho fatto io negli ultimi anni, i risultati con anche un sacco di abilità arrivano.
The first advice is to work hard. By working hard, playing a lot, you will see results. They will come, you will achieve it.
Please give it up one more time for Luca Lazara!
Congratulations, Luca. Congratulations. And we have, in 3rd place, we have the legendary, the one, the only, Zach Bivens. Come on over here, Zach. Congratulations.
Zach, I know how much it means to you to be up on this stage. Congratulations. Very simple opening question. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. You can't be upset about 3rd place no matter what. So.
Zach, I know that you are such a pillar of the Disney Lorcana community, and I just wanted to hear from you. What does the Disney Lorcana community mean to you?
Everything. I mean, everybody's a family. They're so supportive. So, yeah, everything.
Well, thank you for being a part of this community. Congrats on top 3, and one more time for Zach.
Moving on to the top 2 of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. In 2nd place, the Iceman, the landlord himself, the legendary Ed Chu!
Ed, what an epic... When you look back at that journey, what are some things that stand out to you as like the most momentous moments of this journey?
Yeah, I definitely could not have done this alone. I want to give some shout outs, especially to my girlfriend Emily. She's been very pivotal in this entire journey. She did everything for me, you know, spreadsheets, practice, arranging things, and from back at home, Josie, Chris, Dennis, Gary, and Daniel. Thank you guys so much for all the help you guys provided. So, thank you.
What? Ed, you've been playing the game for a long time now. You're super experienced. What is the greatest thing that's come into your life as a result of playing the Disney Lorcana trading card game?
I guess it finally feels like I belong somewhere. I think like I work really hard for it, and it's really nice to like share like these moments with the people that you meet along the way. You know, like the meme where it's like, oh, the friends along the way, right? That you meet. And I really do believe in that. Like, if I was just playing with myself, like Lorcana, it wouldn't be fun, right? So thank you for everyone that's, you know, been part of my life.
I think everyone agrees, Ed, you're an inspiration. Let's hear it for second place in the World Championship.
And now, this is the moment that you all have been waiting for, that we all have been waiting for. 11 Disney Lorcana challenges, so many players, so many games, so many matches, and we have your first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion, Din Kang Feng! That one-of-one serialized golden Mickey and the champion trophy. Come on over, Din. DKP, the community knows you, they love you, and what were you feeling in that moment when you secured the title?
I just still cannot believe it. My hand was amazing, of course, but it just hit me when I typed the 20 on my notepad, and I still cannot believe it because I beat insane odds, because I couldn't believe that I won against Zach, for example, and then against Ed, especially on the draw. Yeah, it was so hard. Amazing games, and it was so much fun. It was really so much fun.
So much fun.
DKP, you are the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. What do you think is the most important quality to become a world champion for anyone that might have aspirations to follow in your footsteps? What's the most important piece of advice you could give?
Friends. So basically, what I mean for that is you need friends to travel with, to train, testing, and so on. And that's I think the best thing you can do to improve as a player and to get into the next level. To have dedicated friends who are willing to do the entire journey with you together, and yeah, that's literally the most important thing.
Yes, and speaking of all those people that helped you along the journey, please, is there anyone that you want to shout out who supported you on this journey here?
Yes, so first, of course, my girlfriend Victoria at home. She supported me the last weeks. When I tested, she did all the things to support me, just all the basic things in the house, cooking, cleaning up, and so on, so I can focus on testing. Yeah. And of course, my team, World Class Cards, everybody who was here to help me in the bootcamp: Robert, Kurt, Kendall, Frank, Justin Morales, Justin Shaft, Jonathan Lamb, and there are so many that helped me too. Yeah, like, thank you, everybody. Thank you. I can't believe it.
Enjoy this moment, DKP. Enjoy this moment. Savor it. We are so excited to see you holding that trophy, and we want to invite all of the players that played this weekend, every player, all 28 of you, please come join us. The whole casting team, broadcast team, can you join us? The judges, can you join us? I mean, look at this beautiful group of people. We want to invite Ryan over to say a few words. We had such an incredible weekend. We are so happy that you all could be a part of this event.
This is just amazing, folks. I know I was at the first challenge in Atlanta. Steve was at Lille that same weekend when we first kicked this thing off. We've come a long way as a team, as a game, as a community since then. It's just been a fantastic journey. I'm so incredibly proud of our team at Ravensburger. Has done just an amazing job. Our game design team has done an amazing job. I think we saw this weekend the kind of the fruits of your labor there of putting together such a great series of sets of cards and a great environment to play in. The thing I'm most proud about is you all. The community for this game is second to none. I've met so many beautiful, wonderful people through this. I have been so privileged to be a part of anything that can spread this kind of smiles, this kind of love, and this kind of connection throughout the world. It has been my privilege, but I am so grateful for you, all you Illumineers out there that play our game, you content creators out there making wonderful content, helping keep growing our community. Folks that, once again, let's hear it for their judges, because that's a tough job.
Thank you.
And I don't want to be here too long before they start playing music on me, but I do want to also thank our stores, our hobby stores that took a risk on our game and do the weekly events, do all that stuff. Your store is where our community was born. It's where it grows, and it's so dear to us. So thank you for what you do. And I'm going to stop before I start crying. So thank you all. Thank you all very much. It's been an amazing weekend. Congratulations to our competitors. Outstanding work, everybody. I'll hand it back to you guys.
Yes, thank you everyone for joining us at home, watching the Twitch stream. It's been an incredible weekend. Some great matches, Baker. And we are just so excited to have this as the send-off of Season 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
But with all that said, we have a second season of Lorcana to prepare for.
Yes, we do.
What did I just say? Prepare for?
Oh.
Well, I'd love it if everyone would join me, and that includes everyone in the audience. Because we will see you soon, but for now, our teeth and ambitions are bared. Be prepared!